the Warring States period, at the boundary between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan territories. Stop running. You brat. Catch him. If you must blame someone, blame your lineage as a member of the Senju clan. In the darkness of night, a middle-aged man clad in armor, with hair styled in a rather flamboyant manner, pointed at a boy with half-black, half-white hair. Yi's face was pale, his eyes seemingly devoid of life, for a large stone obstructed his path ahead, while behind him stood 5 middle-aged men from the Uchiha clan. To his astonishment, Yi realized he had been transported into the world of his only watched anime, Naruto, and was now the brother of the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama. Currently, Yi was being hunted by the Uchiha clan. According to the future narrative, he was destined to perish beneath the very stone that lay before him. At merely 7 years of age, how could he contend with 5 adult Uchiha, all possessing Sharingan? Damn, is this truly how it ends? Yi cursed silently had he barely arrived in this world for less than an hour only to meet his demise. He hadn't even had the chance to meet Hashirama or Madara yet. Sighing deeply at the regrets from the Naruto universe, Yi found himself powerless, halting beneath the stone as the footsteps behind him drew ever closer. At that moment, a voice resonated within Yi's mind. Ding! System binding in progress. Binding successful. System. A flicker of delight crossed Yi's face. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. There is still hope. Summoning his last breath, Yi concealed himself behind the stone and activated the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the strongest ability in the ninja world, the ability replication and fusion system. The ability replication and fusion system, as the name implies, allows one to master the ninjutsu or bloodline abilities of others from the Naruto universe through contact. But where would Yi find such individuals now? Where are they? Search again, they should be nearby. Let's use the Sharingan to sense them. Panic surged within Yi, having watched Naruto countless times. He was all too familiar with the capabilities of a Sharingan. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Moreover, he was currently gravely injured, his ashen armor soaked with blood. Ding! Host detected in a critical state. Would you like to activate the one-time emergency evasion mode? Hope flickered in Yi's eyes as he nodded. Soon, a surge of sage chakra flooded into Yi's body, temporarily mending his injuries. Ding! Detected a blood relation between the host and Senju Hashirama. You have received a 5-minute Sage would release experience card. That's more than enough, Yi. Yu was astonished he had unexpectedly gained the wood release created by the god of ninjas, enhanced by sage techniques. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the stone before Yi was shattered by ninjutsu. Yi stumbled back. The 5 members of the Uchiha clan were taken aback. Noticing Yi's injuries seemed to have healed, yet they believed he was merely a 7-year-old child. Even if he had recovered, what could he possibly do? Submit to your fate, little Senju brat. Yi had no desire for further dialogue. These 5 had pursued him for a full hour, inciting his profound disdain. Now, he finally had the chance to retaliate. With both hands pressed together, green markings appeared on his face, radiating from his forehead and enveloping his entire visage. What is this? The Uchiha clan members had never witnessed such a phenomenon and were filled with astonishment. Struggling is futile. Would release. Would release. One Uchiha rushed forward, his 3 tomo spinning in his eyes, brandishing a long blade, just as he was about to behead Yu at that moment. Yi finally opened his eyes, a grin spreading across his face. Time was short, and the task was urgent. I shall not hold back. With renewed vigor, he pressed his hands together once more. Sage art. Would release. True hundreds of hands. Boom. Boom. The ground trembled violently, causing the 5 Uchiha to lose their balance, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. What is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yet, the booming voice of the colossal Buddha overshadowed their cries. Run! This little Senju brat is a monster. The Uchiha snapped back to reality, hastily retreating in panic. The Buddha, towering several hundred meters high, left Yu momentarily dazed by the sheer spectacle. The forest beneath him appeared as mere blades of grass, and the gust generated by the Buddha scattered the Uchiha in all directions. As the giant Buddha came to a halt, 1,000 hands emerged, targeting the minuscule, invisible Uchiha below. Do you still wish to flee? Yu snorted, tightening his grip. Here they come. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. A full 1,000 giant hands descended simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. They struck the forest before him, sending trees flying into the air and plunging into the nearby stream, revealing a rocky terrain. The onslaught finally ceased, and the 5 Uchiha were left untraceable, likely reduced to dust. The sage chakra within Yi. Yi was nearly depleted after executing true hundreds of hands, and he found himself gently lowered to the ground by the hands of the Buddha, still exhilarated by the experience. Without a doubt, this release was remarkably effective. No wonder Hashirama became the god of ninja's genius who had conceived such a technique. Don't I possess the replication system? Once Hashirama develops the wood release, I could replicate it for myself. Yu reveled in his visions of the future, allowing his imagination to run wild in the dark of night. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the forest behind him. A few figures, marked by symbols resembling table tennis balls, emerged from shadows. Oh no, more Uchiha. Yes, anxiety resurfaced. His experience card had expired, and he was merely an ordinary boy now, tempered by the trials of battle. Kid, what was that ruckus just now? They scrutinized Yu closely, noting the Senju clan's symbol on his shoulder, their eyes glinting with caution. Is there truly no escape? Yu forced a wry smile as the remnants of his previous injuries began to resurface, pain coursing through his entire body. Tobarama. A voice etched into Yi's memory echoed. That voice. Turning to look, he saw several figures, similarly bearing the Senju symbol, emerging under the moonlight. Yu instantly recognized one of the frail-looking boys. He was none other than the future god of ninjas, the leader of the Senju clan, the architect of Konoha legendary Senju Hashirama. Upon encountering Yu, the expression of Hashirama relaxed, and he promptly approached Yu. Is everything all right, Madara? Hashirama inquired with genuine concern. Yu looked up at Hashirama, smiled faintly, and then closed his eyes. The Senju clan. Have you heard the news? Young Master Madara actually escaped from the clutches of 5 Uchiha clan members. I know. It is said that when young Master Madara was discovered, our forest bordering the Uchiha territory was left with a massive crater. Do you have any idea how large that crater is? Rumors regarding the events of last night circulated widely among the Senju clan, but fortunately, Madara had returned safely. In the residence of the clan leader, a dark-haired boy, a white-haired boy, and a boy with 1 white and 1 black hair sat cross-legged, practicing their chakra control. In this tumultuous era of warfare, the uncertainty of survival loomed large, making the pursuit of strength the sole imperative for survival. Thanks to the treatment from the medical ninja, Yuyu's condition had significantly improved. He gradually opened his eyes and gazed at his 2 elder brothers. The white-haired boy was his second brother, Tobarama Senju, while the other was Hashirama Senju. Indeed, they resemble their manga and anime counterparts perfectly, Yu mused. Their 4th brother, the 3rd son of Senju Butsuma, Senju Waken, had been slain, leading Hashirama and Tobarama to continuously care for Senju Madara, who was now Yu. Having survived the night's peril, a sense of calm enveloped them. And Yuyu's escape from the 5 Uchiha members left the clan in disbelief. Yu was now capable of harnessing his chakra like the ninjas around him. Although his chakra reserves did not match the astonishing volume within Hashirama, they were still considerable. Yu couldn't help but wonder if all Senju clan members possessed such abundant chakra. As he had yet to learn various ninjutsu, he began to delve into the intricacies of his system. This system was somewhat complex, featuring the ability to replicate skills. However, it was relatively straightforward, allowing him to observe others' ninjutsu and assimilate them into his own repertoire, much like Kakashi Hatake. Yet, Yuyu's replication system was even more potent than Kakashi's. Within every individual, Yu could perceive an invisible level of affinity that others could not. Beyond mere contact, he could also inherit an opponent's ninjutsu upon defeating them or reaching an affinity of 60. The unique aspect of this system lay in its capacity to repeatedly fuse replicated ninjutsu, forming new bloodline limits or even more advanced bloodlines. However, while he understood how to utilize the copied ninjutsu, he needed to enhance his proficiency through practice, ensuring he could wield them with greater skill. The rarity of the ninjutsu directly correlated to the difficulty of replication. The practice difficulties ranged from D, C, B, A, S, SR, to the highest level, Max. Through observing Hashirama's shuriken technique and Tobarama's water barrier last night, he had similarly learned their ninjutsu, though he was still not adept at it. It seems I must find an opportune moment to cultivate my skills, thought Yiyu. Through the system, he could perceive the intricate details of everyone before him, represented uniformly by numerical values of combat prowess. An ordinary robust man, classified as a non-ninja, possessed a combat value of 100. Although Hashirama and Tobarama were relatively young, their combat abilities were astonishing. Name: Hashirama Senju Youth, combat value 800 specialization, C rank ninjutsu, shuriken technique, B rank shadow clone technique affinity, 100 can learn all abilities. Excluding future ones. Name: Tobarama Senju, combat value 500 specialization, B rank ninjutsu, water release, water barrier, B rank shadow clone technique affinity, 100 can learn all abilities. Excluding future ones, at present, both individuals' combat values remained within the realm of a ninja prodigy, not yet veering into the realm of the extraordinary. Combat values were classified as follows: Jinin level, 400, Shunin level, 800, Jonin level, 1600, Elite Jonin, 3200, Kage, 6400, above Kage. However, Yiyu was well aware that once Hashirama arrived at Wetbone Forest and mastered sage techniques, he would unlock would release. Following Tobarama's invention of forbidden techniques, their combined strength would reach an intimidating zenith. Currently, Yiyu could not replicate the ninjutsu they had yet to acquire through the system and would have to wait for a later time. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered from outside, his gaze sharp and his demeanor serious, still clad in the red armor even within the territory. It was the clan leader of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma, who was also the father of Yiyu, Hashirama, and Tobarama. Father, Yiyu, having inherited the memories of Butsuma, called out in unison with Hashirama and Tobarama. As Butsuma stepped into the room, the system conjured an invisible panel before Yiyu. Senju Butsuma, clan leader of the Senju clan. Combat value: 3000 specialization, precision kunai, shuriken technique, swordsmanship affinity, 60 without uttering much. Butsuma acknowledged Yiyu with a nod and gently patted his shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host, your affinity has increased by 10. Yiyu observed as Butsuma's affinity value transitioned from 60 to 70. This gesture signified recognition, indicating that Butsuma's concerns for Yiyu from the previous day had been laid to rest. Ban, come with me for a moment. All right, you two stay here and continue your training. Hashirama and Tobarama nodded, their expressions laced with worry as they glanced at Yiyu. Brothers, rest assured, I am fine. Yiyu reassured them with a smile before following Butsuma outside. Do you remember what transpired last night? Butsuma inquired. Are you referring to that large pit? Yiyu nodded, feeling as if he and Butsuma had become akin to family, leaving little room for concealment. However, he knew he could not reveal that he had created the pit himself. He understood that Butsuma would not believe such a claim. Yiyu began his tale from the moment he was pursued by the Uchiha clan, pausing briefly to concoct a fabrication about a mysterious savior who had rescued him before vanishing into thin air. Although Buddha was somewhat perplexed by this account, he chose to place his faith in it. Deep within, Buddha was even more astonished, rather than believing in the enigmatic figure's intervention. He preferred to think that the vast pit created yesterday was the result of a meteorite strike. Could there truly exist individuals capable of such catastrophic destruction? His heart was filled with astonishment. Very well, I have heard your words. Go ahead and dine with your brothers, Buddha remarked after a moment's reflection, a rare smile gracing his face. Even amidst the ravages of war, the death of his son was overlooked, yet the mere fact of survival was a blessing. This reflection brought to mind a previous scene. When Yiyu's brother, Senju Hashirama, met his demise, Buddha had outwardly maintained composure, but internally he was engulfed in grief. Nevertheless, the conflict with the Uchiha clan raged on. After Yiyu departed, a figure emerged beside Buddha, whispering softly, "The person who frequently meets with Lord Hashirama has arrived." Oh, which clan does he belong to? A nearby clansman, with a grave expression, leaned in to murmur a few words into Buddha's ear. Buddha's countenance shifted from tranquility to shock, and then to fury. Hashirama, over here. Hashirama spotted Yiyu approaching and waved enthusiastically. This is the wild boar meat I caught in the woods yesterday. Do give it a try, he said with a smile. All right, Yiyu replied. During the meal, Yu utilized the system to continuously monitor the combat power of the Senju clan members. From his observations, he deduced that the combat power of adult ninjas generally ranged between 1,000 and 3,000. Notably, both Tobirama and Hashirama were nearing the combat power of adult ninjas, which was quite understandable given their exceptional circumstances. After dining, Yu settled on a stone, closing his eyes to feel the flow of chakra within him. He sought to replicate what he had seen in the anime, attempting to concentrate chakra in his feet and walk upon the trees. To his surprise, he discovered he possessed quite a talent, succeeding after only a few attempts. Standing upon a branch, Yu executed the shuriken technique he had just replicated. "I didn't expect you to have mastered this technique as well," he remarked. While Yu trained, Hashirama and Tobirama arrived in the woods. Yu chuckled, covering his head playfully. "Is it the same routine as always today?" Hashirama, smiling, glanced at the two and retrieved a string of small bells from his waist. Shaking them lightly, Yu recognized these bells all too well. They were used in the bell-grabbing game played annually with students in the Hidden Leaf Village. It originated from Senju Hashirama's teachings. "This time, Tobirama and I shall not lose," Tobirama declared confidently as he flexed his arms. "Are you ready, Hashirama?" Yu nodded, eager to test his current abilities. With a shout from Hashirama, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, and soon a shadow clone appeared beside him. A cough. Both Tobirama and his clone charged towards Hashirama from opposite sides. Water-style water barrier. The two Tobiramas expelled a formidable wall of water to shield Hashirama from behind. "Ban, don't just stand there." "All right." Yu also attempted the shadow clone technique, though it consumed considerable time and lacked the finesse of Tobirama's execution. As the water barrier protected Hashirama, Tobirama lunged forward with a punch directed at him. Hashirama, poised and alert, responded with a swift motion, his eyes gleaming with determination. His observational skills were exceptional. In a mere instant, he discerned Tobirama's true form amidst the two clones. "My brother's strength has increased again," Tobirama mused inwardly, feeling helpless to escape. Shuriken technique. Yu and his clone each hurled a shuriken at Hashirama. Hashirama released his grip on Tobirama, leaping lightly to land on a branch. Suddenly, a surge of chakra approached him rapidly. Hashirama turned quickly, reaching out toward the source of the chakra. Boom. Yu's form was instantly dispersed by Hashirama's grasp. "What? It's a shadow clone." Realizing this, Hashirama instinctively reached for his waist. "Brother, you've lost," Yu said, extending the bell in his hand, smiling at Hashirama. Both Hashirama and Tobirama were merely 9 and 10 years old, their battle experience still limited, yet Yu was different. His mentality resembled that of an adult. Although his physique remained that of a 7 or 8-year-old, and his chakra reserves paled in comparison to Hashirama's. A little trickery would allow him to contend with Hashirama for a considerable time. From beneath the tree, Tobirama spotted Yu holding the bell and waved joyfully. This was their first time obtaining a bell from Hashirama. "Well done, Ban." Hashirama laughed heartily, genuinely surprised by the nimbleness of Yu's shadow clone technique. Yu had even directly copied the water technique from Tobirama. However, it was regrettable that he could only replicate the techniques in which others excelled. Tobirama's other water techniques were not particularly refined, and aside from the water barrier, there was little else to imitate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 ninjutsu techniques and earned the choice of 5 additional ninjutsu. Excitedly, Yu opened the notification. The 5 ninjutsu available for selection were of B rank, encompassing water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind styles. Water style, water dragon bullet technique fire style, great fireball technique earth style, earth wall technique lightning style, false darkness technique wind style, pressure damage technique having already acquired a water technique. Yu resolved to select a technique from another attribute, temporarily setting aside the earth wall technique, which was primarily defensive. The pressure damage, false darkness, and great fireball techniques were all powerful offensive jutsus. After much deliberation, Yu chose the great fireball technique, remembering how Uchiha Madara had unleashed this very technique, causing widespread destruction against the ninja coalition. Although he might not master it as Madara had in the short term, with practice, he believed he could excel. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the B-rank ninjutsu, Great Fire Annihilation. The host, Senju Tobirama, possesses a combat power of 500, with B-rank ninjutsu, Great Fire Annihilation, Water Release. water barrier, shadow clone technique, and C-rank ninjutsu shuriken technique. The host currently has 0 points in the marketplace. Although Yu has learned a considerable amount of ninjutsu, he has yet to fully master many of them. The proficiency levels of ninjutsu include beginner, proficient, expert, and master. Aside from his previously attained proficiency in shuriken technique, the other techniques remain at the beginner level. As they prepared to return, Hashirama suddenly informed Yu and Tobirama that he had matters to attend to, suggesting they return first. Observing Hashirama's expression, Yu contemplated for a moment before his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, at this time, Hashirama was likely to meet Madara. However, the details of their encounter remained uncertain, and it wouldn't be long before Hashirama's whereabouts would be discovered by Buddha. As Yu anticipated, on their way back, Buddha inquired about Hashirama's location. Although Yu was aware, he shook his head alongside Tobirama. Buddha seemed to sense something and intended to follow Hashirama, bringing Tobirama along. Persuaded by Yu's insistence, Buddha reluctantly included him as well. Beside a small stream deep within the forest, 2 youths stood on opposite banks, skipping stones. They appeared to share an unspoken understanding, silently tossing stones to one another. One of them was Hashirama, while the other, sporting a somewhat flamboyant hairstyle, was none other than Uchiha Madara, the son of the Uchiha clan leader. As they caught the stones tossed by each other, both instinctively glanced at the stones, their expressions shifting to shock before they composed themselves. "Well then, I shall take my leave for today," said Madara hastily, waving his hand. Just as they prepared to depart, figures suddenly emerged from the woods in both directions. One group bore a clan emblem resembling a ping-pong ball, while the other displayed a branch-like insignia. "It seems our thoughts align, Senju Buddha. You must be Tobirama, and you." Their younger brother, Ban, a boy of similar stature to Tobirama, standing beside Uchiha Taijima, spoke up. He was Uchiha Izuna, Madara's younger brother. "Indeed, Uchiha Taijima," replied Senju Buddha while gripping his kunai tightly. "Your name is Izuna, correct?" Tobirama inquired, brandishing his long blade. Without further ado, the two factions clashed. Hashirama quickly pulled Yu into his embrace, exclaiming, "Ban, what are you doing here?" He appeared extremely anxious, unwilling to lose another brother after the death of war. "Brother," before Yu could finish, Senju Buddha and Uchiha Taijima simultaneously hurled their kunai towards Izuna and Tobirama. "Not good," Hashirama shouted, throwing a stone at the kunai aimed at Tobirama, while the kunai aimed at Izuna was deflected by Madara. Both rushed to their brothers' sides. "I will not allow anyone to harm my family," Hashirama declared. "Neither will I." The air suddenly became still. Subsequently, Madara turned around. "Hashirama, the beautiful future we spoke of may no longer be attainable. Madara, although I have enjoyed the time spent with you," turned to leave. Hashirama abruptly opened his mouth, but halted his words. "My brother was slain by a member of the Senju clan, and your brother met the same fate. Henceforth, we shall meet on the battlefield, Senju Hashirama, and I am Uchiha Madara. Father, look at your brother's eyes," Izuna exclaimed in astonishment. Yu sighed deeply behind them, realizing they had reached this critical juncture. Just as Uchiha Madara turned back once more, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, one bearing a tomo. "Although we did not acquire intelligence on the Senju, it appears we have obtained something of great value. That is the Sharingan, newly awakened." Hashirama was utterly astonished. Upon returning to the clan, Hashirama said little, while Tobirama became increasingly troubled, seemingly unable to comprehend the previous events. Yu felt it best not to disturb him and chose to retreat to another area for training. The world of ninjas is truly intricate and unpredictable. Yu lay on a rock, reflecting upon the earlier scene. Though he wished to avert the rift between the two, he felt powerless. After all, who would heed the words of a mere child? Yet, what has transpired in the past cannot be undone. He would not allow anything to befall Hashirama, Tobirama, or the others, for they were his brothers in this world. While Hashirama was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his demise, Yu was fully aware of Tobirama's cause of death. "Kimogakure, you shall soon face the consequences." Standing atop the rock, Yu unleashed the Great Fire Annihilation technique no less than 10 times. This time, however, the fireball was only slightly larger than before, yet it possessed sufficient offensive power, raising his combat value by 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your combat value has increased. For every 100 points, you are awarded 100 points. Oh, upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu opened the system panel. As anticipated, his points had indeed reached 100. A bottle of chakra replenishment precisely costs 100 points. Perhaps I shall acquire one to try. After consuming the replenishment, Yu's chakra, which had been nearly depleted, instantly restored to a single point. Just then, a beastly roar erupted from the forest, followed by a cry for help. What is that commotion? Yu halted his hand, which was about to form seals, and gazed into the woods, but his current vision was too weak to discern the activity within. Upon entering the forest, he discovered a father and daughter being pursued by a massive wild boar. Ding! Please complete the task. Rescue the father and daughter in danger. Reward, 100 points. Yu summoned the chakra within his body and hastened toward the pair. Duck! He leapt into the air, shouting. The father and daughter immediately crouched down. Great fire annihilation. Yu swiftly formed seals in the air, inhaling deeply as a torrent of fierce flames surged within his abdomen before he expelled it forward. Simultaneously, the chakra within Yu's body nearly reached its limit in an instant. The wave of heat rushed towards the wild boar, which, upon seeing the flames, turned to flee. However, its speed paled in comparison to the rapid spread of the fire, and it was instantly transformed into charred meat. Are you all right? Yu approached the father and daughter, tearing a piece of meat from the boar and tossing it into his mouth. Thank you. The father hastily bowed to Yu. Where are you from? What brings you here? It was important to note that the area where Yu resided was rife with conflict among various clans, rendering it exceedingly perilous, especially for a pair of ordinary individuals like them. As they traversed the forest together, Yu learned that the father and daughter hailed from a nearby village, which had been ravaged by war, leaving its inhabitants either dead or scattered. They were but refugees fleeing their shattered home. Yu then noticed their tattered garments and the dust that adorned their faces. Sighing softly, Yu found it quite natural that the father and daughter gazed at him with astonished eyes while conversing. After all, who had ever witnessed a child of merely 7 years wield such formidable power? Ding! Congratulations to the host for rescuing the unfortunate father and daughter. Reward, 100 points in the reward shop. Before long, they arrived at the territory of the Senju clan. Hashirama, these two are. Yu explained everything to Tobarama. Please, come inside with me. Hashirama, you too? Tobarama beckoned, leading Hashirama and the father and daughter into the house. Yu intended to follow, but Hashirama gently shook his head, believing Yu to be too young to be involved in such matters. In that fleeting moment, Hashirama could discern the plight that the father and daughter had endured. Let us go? All right. Tobarama emerged from beside him, ruffling Hashirama's hair and guiding him to a spacious area. I heard you single-handedly took down a wild boar. Tobarama gazed at Yu in disbelief, for the child was but 7 years old, likely smaller than the boar itself. Tobarama circled around Yu, pondering. What is the matter, brother Tobarama? Tobarama stroked his chin, deep in thought. Yes, that's it, he exclaimed, snapping his fingers. His younger brother might indeed be a prodigious talent surpassing even himself in the world of ninjas. Tobarama's perspective on war differed somewhat from Hashirama's, a fact that had manifested even in their childhood. Hashirama, having experienced the brutal loss of his brother, understood the savagery of war and sought to resolve conflicts through peaceful means, believing that resorting to force would only engender further strife and enmity. On the other hand, Tobarama took great pride in the entirety of the Senju clan, believing that if they grew powerful enough, they could instill fear in others, thereby deterring any who might wish to provoke them. This belief contributed to Tobarama's seemingly cold-hearted demeanor towards warfare. As the conversation unfolded, Hashirama emerged from the dwelling, his expression heavy with gravity. Subsequently, Tobarama and the father-daughter duo stepped outside, having changed their attire. After washing their faces, the young girl, appearing to be around 10 years of age, wore unmistakable tear stains upon her cheeks, and her eyes were bloodshot. Yu surmised that they must have endured considerable hardships. This is Mr. Fuxing Irin and Miss Huiyue. They will be residing with us for the time being. Tobarama, kindly escort them to find suitable accommodations, Tobarama instructed, addressing both him and Yu. Tobarama nodded in agreement. However, Hashirama's expression darkened, hinting at unsettling matters within the house. After Tobarama led the father and daughter away, Yu approached Hashirama and quietly inquired about the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama, meeting Yu's eager gaze, parted his lips slightly, sighed, and resolved to share the troubling news. A war is imminent. it was revealed that the village of Fushing-Irin had fallen victim to the Uchiha clan. Situated across from the Senju clan, and their next target was the territory of the Senju. As the clan leader, Tobirama would undoubtedly not allow such an atrocity to transpire. The Uchiha clan, are they in league with the Uchiha? These individuals merely flaunt their tactics, one clan member exclaimed, striking the table with fervor. Although the overall strength of the Uchiha clan paled in comparison to that of the Senju, they were a subordinate clan to the Uchiha, meaning that should a conflict arise with the Uchiha would likely seize the opportunity to engage in battle. Months flew by, and the Senju clan finally declared war on the Uchiha, a conflict that extended over several years. During this time, Tobirama fell in battle, and Hashirama ascended as the leader of the Senju clan, while Yu and Tobirama emerged as the two formidable forces within the clan, alongside Hashirama. Throughout the years of warfare, Yu, although not having acquired much in the way of ninjutsu due to the frequency of conflict, attained the coveted Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, through his encounters with them. Yet, Yu never disclosed this to Hashirama or Tobirama, only employing it against adversaries when necessary, mindful of the side effects that accompanied its use. Moreover, he had honed his shadow clone technique and fire release, great fire annihilation, to an expert level. At that moment, however, Hashirama had yet to master sage techniques, serving steadfastly as the leader of the Senju, resisting external invasions while clinging to his idealistic dreams. Currently, Hashirama was absent from the village, with Tobirama acting as the provisional leader of the Senju. Tobirama. Tomorrow a squad of Uchiha assault troops will pass through the small mountain we traversed earlier. I leave this matter in your capable hands, Tobirama remarked, gesturing toward the map before Yu in a hushed tone. Now at the age of 12, Yu's combat prowess had reached a value of 1,000, establishing him as an exceptional young ninja among his peers. Yu nodded. At present, he held the esteemed title of captain of the Special Task Force, a division belonging to the elite Senju Guard. His squad had instilled fear in the hearts of other prominent clans, for his striking hair, a blend of white and black, left a lasting impression, complemented by his formidable combat prowess. Upon the first sight of Yu, the timid among them were already seized by the instinct to flee. Tobirama had expressly instructed that this assault team must annihilate their targets, as they were specifically dispatched to procure intelligence on the Senju clan. And thus, Yu, accompanied by several team members, vanished into the embrace of the night. Tobirama observed as Yu and his companions disappeared into the shadows, a surge of contemplation rising within him. Perhaps it would be prudent to assemble a dedicated unit for nocturnal operations. The night was shrouded in darkness, with crows crying out in the sky above. Yu signaled discreetly to those beside him, and his team members nodded, cautiously retreating a step. They concealed themselves among the branches, silently observing the narrow path ahead. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air before Yu. Someone was approaching. He thought to himself. In the obscurity of night, Yu stealthily opened his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's, emblazoned with two tomo. He couldn't help but marvel. This Sharingan not only had the capacity to replicate ninjutsu, but also offered an expansive field of vision. Currently, Yu could only manifest two tomo, lacking the mastery to unlock the full potential of the eye. To attain the Mangekyo Sharingan and beyond, he would need to engage with those who possessed it, thereby assimilating their capabilities. 5 individuals approached, 4 men and 1 woman, led by a man whose Sharingan boasted 3 tomo. Yu whispered a caution, urging vigilance. As they neared the tree where Yu lay in wait, he commanded his team to spring into action. In an instant, they launched shuriken towards the Uchiha members. Alert! The 5 Uchiha displayed expressions of tension, their Sharingan activated. How is this possible? Our mission has been compromised by the Senju. It's him. The leading man's eyes widened as he recognized the youth with the distinctive black and white hair, his pupils dilating in shock. Name: Uchiha Yuchuan Combat Power, 900 age, 17 abilities, 3 Tomo Sharingan, C rank, Expert, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, B rank, Expert, Fire Release, Great Flame Flower, B rank, Beginner. Fire Release. Fireball indeed. The Uchiha clan had honed their skills in fire release from a young age, Yu mused. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Yuchuan inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball towards Yu. Is he employing ninjutsu right away? How intriguing, Yu thought, casting a glance at his team. who instinctively stepped back in unison. Has he faltered? Humph. Is this the extent of the strength possessed by Tobirama's squad? Yi remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. With his expertise reaching a remarkable level, the range and destructive capacity of his ninjutsu had significantly escalated. He too could wield fire release. Great fire destruction. In a moment of stillness, a wave of fire, larger than a massive fireball by 2 or 3 times, surged towards Yuchuan. Such strength. Although the grand fire extinction was merely a level higher than the fireball, its destructive power was incomparably greater. From the range that Yi Yu unleashed, Yuchuan quickly deduced that Yi Yu had an exceptionally high proficiency with the grand fire extinction. Quick evade. Yuchuan realized that his fireball would be utterly inadequate in defense. As he anticipated, the grand fire extinction swiftly engulfed the fireball upon collision, igniting the surrounding forest in its wake. Captain Yuchuan, I've heard that this challenger is quite formidable. Perhaps we should retreat. However, Yuchuan's thoughts were entirely contrary. As a gifted member of the Uchiha clan, having awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 17, he was eager for a confrontation with a prodigy like Yi Yu. But we came here too. Yuchuan interrupted, leaping to the ground, a kunai flying from his hand towards Yi Yu. This fellow seemed to be overzealous. Nevertheless, his combat power was 100 points lower than mine. Defeating him should pose no difficulty, though I feared there might be other strong warriors among his team. Having endured the trials of war for many years, Yi Yu had become exceedingly cautious. He would not engage unless he had absolute certainty of victory. Just as he contemplated checking the system for information on the others, Yuchuan soared into the air, wielding a long blade towards Yi Yu, while a kunai approached him as well. Water release, water barrier. To his surprise, Yi Yu could also perform water release. The water barrier he conjured instantly created a mist upon contact with the flames in the forest. Through his Sharingan, Yuchuan vaguely perceived a figure resembling Yi Yu within the mist. Found you. He lunged forward, the long blade aimed at the shadow obscured by the fog. What? A shadow clone. As the smoke dissipated, only Yuchuan remained in place. Captain, watch out behind you. Upon hearing this, Yuchuan turned, 2 kunai hurtling towards his eyes. Did you think I wouldn't see that? Yuchuan scoffed, confident in the power of his Sharingan, which could pierce through all illusions. Is that so? After Yuchuan dodged the incoming kunai, 2 shurikens emerged from behind him. This is bad. There's no time to evade. Shocked, Yuchuan realized that several kunai had been thrown from below, interrupting the 2 shurikens aimed at him. That was close, Yuchuan thought, as the mist enveloped him, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of his Sharingan. Damn it. Was this all part of his plan? Yuchuan pondered. However, it was still far too perilous amidst the fog. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the branches. Was that kunai thrown by her? Yi Yu observed from the branches, his gaze fixed intently on the only woman in the Uchiha team below. The shuriken technique he had executed was instantaneous. How could that woman have reacted so swiftly? Name, Uchiha Mimi. Age, 16. Abilities, 3-tomo Sharingan, C rank, Master, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, B rank, Proficient, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, C rank, Illusion Technique, Shudder Technique, B rank, Summoning Technique. Combat Power, 1000. Affection Level, none. Though merely 16 years old, Uchiha Mimi's mastery of ninjutsu is evidently superior to that of Uchiha Yuchuan. Is it possible to possess the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age? A sense of astonishment washed over Yi Yu. For most of the Uchiha clan members he had encountered with the 3-tomo Sharingan were adult males. Yet, reflecting on individuals such as Obito and Itachi, his surprise was somewhat alleviated. Nonetheless, what piqued Yi Yu's interest regarding Uchiha Mimi was her summoning technique. Shuriken Technique. One of Yi Yu's companions, emerging from the shadows, hurled a shuriken towards Uchiha Mimi. However, Mimi's reflexes were remarkably swift. Her eyes widened, revealing the 3-tomo, as she formed hand seals. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Mimi unleashed a flurry of small shuriken, each engulfed in fiery flames, hurtling towards Yi Yu's team. Water Style, Water Barrier. Scatter. The members of the team understood the command instantly. Through years of conflict with the Uchiha clan, Yi Yu was acutely aware of the necessity to avoid positions visible to the Uchiha during combat. Even with a Sharingan of his own, he could easily fall victim to their illusions. Indeed, as rumored, despite her youth, Uchiha Mimi exhibited an astonishing wealth of combat experience. Mimi pondered. observing the mist-like forest around her, beads of sweat forming on her brow. With her Sharingan, she vigilantly scanned her surroundings, refusing to let her guard down for a moment. Oh, what is happening? The team turned in alarm as one member suddenly began to scream frantically, shattering the previously serene atmosphere. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed from behind them. Behind, Mimi swiftly reacted, drawing a kunai to defend herself. Clang! The kunai clashed violently with some sharp object, sending sparks flying. Subsequently, silence enveloped the area once more, and to her dismay, the Uchiha clan members beside her had vanished. Summoning technique. Mimi bit her finger, conjuring a small mole. Though blind, its hearing and perception were exceptionally acute. Mimi aimed to locate Yu and the others through the mole. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mole emitted sounds as it scurried in a particular direction. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, calling out towards Mimi's rear. Not good. A shadow darted swiftly before Mimi, delivering a punch to her. Poof! A cloud of smoke enveloped Mimi, causing her to vanish. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh! An incredibly swift figure appeared behind Yu. Yet just as Mimi was about to strike, Yu flashed a subtle smile, locking eyes with Mimi. At that moment, Mimi had yet to activate her Sharingan and was poised to cast an illusion when clink. Yu's eyes suddenly widened, revealing the familiar red pupils shaped like two exquisite tomos. How is this possible? Just as Mei Ming was taken aback, Yu struck decisively, and darkness enveloped Mei Ming as life slipped away. The other members of the Senju clan soon gathered around Yu. Is everything taken care of? Yu inquired softly. The crowd nodded in affirmation. Leave the bodies for them. Let the Uchiha take them away. Though Yu had become cold and ruthless in the heat of battle, he still retained a glimmer of humanity, allowing the deceased to return home, thus granting them a sense of closure. However, during this encounter, Yu discovered a wealth of intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan among their belongings, and even replicated Mei Ming's summoning technique. Hashirama, look who has arrived. Upon returning to the clan, Yu found a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with bits of armor, smiling at him from outside the dwelling. Brother. After years of companionship, Yu had long forged a brotherly bond with Hashirama and Tobirama. Having not seen them for days, he leapt into Hashirama's embrace. Hashirama, you've grown quite a bit, Hashirama remarked, observing that Yu was now only a head shorter than him. As Yu regained his composure, he sensed that Hashirama's aura had markedly evolved since their last meeting. Name, Senju Hashirama. In the midst of sage training abilities. Beginner sage mode. Beginner, wood release. Wood dragon technique. Beginner, wood release. Wood human technique. Master, shadow clone technique. Master, shuriken technique. Master, long sword technique combat power. 2000 It appeared that Brother Hashirama had ventured to the wet-bone forest to learn sage techniques, though he seemed yet to fully comprehend them. After Hashirama's return, the three of them took the time to catch up. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Here is the intelligence we intercepted today. Yu handed a bundle of scrolls to Hashirama and Tobirama. As they reviewed the contents, their brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Yu asked. It's news concerning the Uzumaki clan, Hashirama sighed. The Uzumaki clan. Isn't that the clan of Naruto and Kushina? Yu quickly took back the scrolls, realizing that the information detailed the Uchiha team's intention to coordinate a joint assault on the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools, as its name suggests, was a small nation established by the Uzumaki clan. During the time of Buddha, they maintained a favorable relationship with the Senju clan. But due to the severed ties with other clans like the Yuhi clan, they had lost contact. Presently, it seemed that the Uzumaki clan was in dire straits. Hashirama was inclined to extend help to the Uzumaki clan and restore their alliance. Yu and Tobirama wholeheartedly supported Hashirama's stance. Our immediate goal should be to convey our intentions to the Uzumaki clan, informing them of the current situation. But who shall we send? Tobirama shook his head, indicating that he was currently preoccupied with training the Senju ninjas and could not attend to this matter. Yu then volunteered, I can go. You? Despite Yu's current strength being on par with that of an ordinary ninja, his age was indeed a concern. I can do it. Trust me, brother. Yu's gaze brimmed with assurance, and coupled with the victories he had led the Senju clan's team to achieve, it prompted Hashirama to finally acquiesce. However, you must promise me to prioritize your safety above all else. Yu nodded in agreement, and the date was set for the day after tomorrow. After a brief conversation with Tobirama and Hashirama, as he stepped outside, a graceful and lovely young girl called out to him. "You are Miss Huiwe. What brings you here?" Yiyu instantly recognized her. Since rescuing Fuxing Irin and Huiwe, the father-daughter duo had resided within the Senju clan's territory. Fuxing Irin was quite adept at social dealings, frequently traversing to various places over the years, leveraging the provisions and goods obtained from the Senju clan to embark on his commercial journey. Through these trades, he amassed considerable resources, allowing him and his daughter to enjoy a significantly improved life. Huiwe had come to seek Yiyu's assistance as their protector, wishing to travel to the land of whirlpools to engage in trade with the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Coincidentally, this aligned perfectly with Yiyu's own intentions, prompting his affirmative response. Huiwe, clearly taken aback by his swift agreement, nodded excitedly, momentarily at a loss for words, and impulsively embraced Yiyu. As she held him, a delicate fragrance wafted into Yiyu's senses, and blushing, Huiwe departed shortly thereafter. A troubling thought surged within Yiyu, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child. The vast expanse of bare rock that Yiyu had once created using wood release had since been enveloped by vegetation, transforming into a sprawling plain. Returning to this site, he found it markedly changed from when he first crossed into this world. To avert any potential dangers during his journey to the land of whirlpools, Yiyu resolved to enhance his abilities once more. With Hashirama having mastered sage techniques and the war with the Uchiha clan nearing its conclusion, vigilance remained necessary against other foreign clans as well. Thus, augmenting his strength was the most prudent course of action. Over the years, Yiyu had accumulated a considerable amount of points and decided to access the long-neglected system store. Ding! Purchase successful. Without hesitation, Yiyu acquired an exceedingly swift B-rank lightning release technique. Lightning Release. Extreme Thunder Fong. This technique, when executed, propelled him forward in the form of lightning, surrounded by crackling electricity, showcasing formidable power. Having replicated the summoning technique from Uchiha Mei-Ming, Yiyu resolved to purchase a summoning beast for a contract binding. So many summoning scrolls. Hunting dogs, tigers, three-headed dogs. Each summoning beast possessed distinct attributes and levels. It seemed feasible to procure a B-rank summoning beast with his remaining points. Yiyu perused the B-rank summoning beast category, recognizing that while he lacked in offensive capabilities, he required a nimble summoning beast to complement his various maneuvers. A spirit beast known as the Shadow Bat perfectly aligned with Yiyu's aspirations. This creature, akin to a bat, exhibited swifter and more agile characteristics, flying silently through the air, making it a fitting companion for Yiyu. You are the one. Upon completing the purchase, Yiyu pricked his finger and inscribed his name upon the summoning scroll. However, to truly reclaim it, he would need to subdue it by force, as the description of the Shadow Bat indicated a notoriously obstinate nature. If the summoner's strength fell short, it was likely to become uncontrollable, disregarding the summoner's commands. Spirit Summoning Technique. Yiyu struck the ground, allowing his blood to drip and spread into numerous black symbols. With a sudden whoosh, accompanied by a billow of smoke, a shadow bat over a meter in length, with blood-red eyes, materialized before Yiyu. As bats shun daylight, he had deliberately brought it to a shaded area within the woods. Are you my master? The shadow bat unfurled its wings, gazing at Yiyu with an air of menace. Yiyu nodded. Then you must be prepared, right? The shadow bat hung upside down from a branch, fixated on Yiyu. Let us begin, Yiyu replied calmly. Whoosh! How swift! Yiyu marveled inwardly, realizing that this shadow bat was even faster than he had anticipated. Fire Release. Great Fire Extinguish. A torrent of flames erupted forth. Although the range was vast, the shadow bat effortlessly evaded the attack. It appeared that employing slower ninjutsu would not suffice against it, as it could easily dodge such techniques. Just in time to utilize his newly acquired ninjutsu, Yiyu pointed his arm downward, forming the preliminary hand signs for lightning release, his palm claw-like as he aimed at the shadow bat perched in the tree. Lightning Release. Extreme Thunder Fong. Crackle, crackle, bang, bang. Yiyu's chakra swiftly transformed into lightning attributes, significantly enhancing his power and speed, propelling him upward through the treetops. The velocity astounded even Yiyu himself. So fast, streaks of lightning surged forth like ferocious hounds toward the shadow bat. The shadow bat was struck by Yiyu's extreme thunder fong, crashing into a tree behind it. Nevertheless, despite the impact, it continued to flap its wings, circling Yiyu at a leisurely pace. Are you attempting to discern my weaknesses? The creature mused, observing the seemingly youthful human who had mastered 2 forms of ninjutsu. Yet, given the intensity of the previous technique, it was improbable that he remained in peak condition. Drawing upon years of combat experience, the Shadow Bat quickly deduced Yi Yu's intentions. It was clear that he would not launch another attack in the immediate future, presenting an opportune moment for it to strike. Just as the Shadow Bat had anticipated, Yi Yu felt his chakra deplete significantly, nearly causing him to stumble. He had not expected this lightning release technique to be more difficult to control than the Great Fire Extinguish. During the previous maneuver, Yi Yu had distinctly sensed an unprecedented level of exhaustion. Although he had inflicted considerable damage upon the Shadow Bat, he resolved to refrain from employing such techniques unless absolutely necessary. Yi Yu endeavored to maintain his composure, and it must be said that the speed of this spirit beast was truly remarkable. While Yi Yu pondered, it had already circled around him, raising clouds of dust. Sharingan. Yi Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings. He was determined to tame this spirit beast. Here it comes. Even though the smoke obscured his vision, the keen observation of the Sharingan remained formidable. Yi Yu hurled a kunai, blocking the evasive maneuvers of the shadowless bat. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water emerged, intercepting the swiftly moving shadowless bat. Just as Yi Yu leaped into the air, poised to stab the kunai into the bat, it shouted, "Stop! I yield, I yield." Realizing it was about to be pierced, the shadowless bat immediately pleaded for mercy. It had not anticipated that Yi Yu possessed such a repertoire of ninjutsu. Following such a master seemed rather fortunate. Finally subdued, Yi Yu let out a sigh of relief, as he too was nearing his limit. From this day forth, you shall be my spirit beast and obey my commands. The shadowless bat lowered its head and perched upon Yi Yu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Yi Yu was instantly covered in goosebumps. All right, enough of that. The duo returned to the territory of the Senju clan. Master Banjian. Upon hearing the familiar call, Yi Yu turned to look. Oh, Uncle Irin, what brings you here? The visitor was indeed Fuxing Irin, who appeared to be holding something enigmatic. Fuxing Irin hurriedly approached Yi Yu, but the shadowless bat on Yi Yu's shoulder bared its teeth at him. Fuxing Irin was taken aback. Master Banjian, it is. Uncle Irin, there's no need to be alarmed. It is my spirit beast. Quiet now. Yi Yu cast a warning glance at the shadowless bat, which emitted a few soft whines and tucked its wings. What is it, Uncle Irin? Fuxing Irin had learned from his daughter that they would be traveling to the land of whirlpools with their merchant convoy, and he was quite elated. As their previous journeys had been fraught with anxiety, fearing interception by radical factions, especially for this trip to the land of whirlpools, intended to procure wealth. Fuxing Irin had prepared many valuable goods and was deeply concerned. However, with Yi Yu's presence, his previously restless heart found solace. To express his gratitude, he offered Yi Yu a substantial sum of money. Yet Yi Yu waved his hand in refusal, having long regarded Fuxing Irin and Hui Yue's family. How could he accept their reward? Nevertheless, after Fuxing Irin's insistence, Yi Yu reluctantly accepted a beautifully carved wooden pendant emblazoned with the Senju clan's emblem from a pile of glittering treasures. Though crafted from wood, its exquisite artistry was lifelike. Yi Yu instantly favored this pendant and fastened it to his waist. Brother, is it truly feasible to send Banjian? Tobirama voiced his unease. As the current situation in the land of whirlpools was dire, they might have even forsaken their own nation. After all, Banjian is their younger brother. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Kagaya and Toyotomi clans are eyeing the land of whirlpool with great interest. Hashirama sighed, yet he conveyed some reassuring news to Tobirama. The Hyuga clan has responded. They are willing to send some of their members to accompany Banjian. The Hyuga clan is a prominent group, second only to the Uchiha and Senju clans, and is rumored to be descended from the Sage of Six Paths, possessing the Byakugan and Gentle Fist techniques. Particularly, their Byakugan is said to rival the Sharingan in prowess. Who are they sending? Hyuga Niji. Upon hearing this name, Tobirama nodded, acknowledging their sincerity. Hyuga Niji is the son of the Hyuga clan leader, underscoring their commitment to the mission in the land of Whirlpool. Moreover, Niji's strength is formidable, placing him among the elite of ninjas. I must concentrate on my training. You will manage the Senju clan, Tobirama, Hashirama stated thoughtfully. Tobirama nodded, reflecting on his brother's journey to enhance his own abilities, traveling the world to learn sage techniques that even Tobirama, a master of ninjutsu, had never encountered. However, Since it bears the title of Sage, it surely is not an ordinary ninjutsu. Perhaps his elder brother will far surpass the Uchiha clan. Here, take this. As they were about to set off, Tobirama produced a scroll from behind and handed it to Yiyu. This contains correspondence with the land of Whirlpool. You must safeguard it well. Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Remember, be cautious. My elder brother is training and cannot see you off. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed from afar, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. If you delay any longer, you will miss your opportunity. Is this the attitude of your Hyuga clan? Tobirama remarked with dissatisfaction, observing a group of about a dozen individuals approaching, each with striking white eyes. Are you the esteemed Lord Senju Tobirama? The foremost youth dismounted, bowing respectfully before Tobirama and clasping his hands in greeting. I am Hyuga Niji, heir of the Hyuga clan. Reporting for duty. Name, Hyuga Niji. Combat power, 1300 abilities. Mastery, Byakugan, B rank. Expert, Gentle Fist, B rank. Mastery, 8 trigrams palm. Age, 17. Favorability, 50. Though Niji is a year younger than Tobirama, his strength is considerable. Yiyu's combat power also stands at 1300, mirroring Niji's prowess. And you must be the captain of Banjian's team, Lord Banjian, Niji acknowledged upon seeing Banjian. Although Yiyu is significantly younger, as a high-ranking member of the Senju clan, Niji showed him the respect due to his status. Yiyu nodded in response. I have met the young master of the Hyuga clan. Time is of the essence. We shall discuss matters in detail on the road. Niji nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yiyu, accompanied by a contingent of Senju clan members, the carriage of the Fushin clan, and the members of the Hyuga clan, set forth towards the land of Whirlpool. Given the likelihood of unforeseen events on their journey, they maintained a close formation around the Fushin clan's carriage for protection. Yiyu and Yi village, among others with formidable combat prowess, did not ride horses but instead utilized their chakra to maneuver in formation. One evening, while setting up camp, Yiyu inquired about the clan information from Yi village, particularly their stance on the Senju clan. Having not yet encountered a member of the Hyuga clan during previous conflicts, Yiyu speculated about their enigmatic nature. Given their lineage tracing back to the Sage of Six Paths, Yi village chuckled and took a bite of pork, remarking on Yiyu's youthful cunning. Unlike the members of the Yui clan, who flatter the powerful and oppress the weak, our Hyuga clan equally yearns for an end to this war. Pondering this, Yi village shook his head in wry amusement. However, that is far from realistic at present. With nations and clans embroiled in conflict, survival is paramount. Oh, and Yi village continued, taking another bite of pork mixed with the military rations his father had prepared. A full belly indeed seems to be the norm in this era. Even as a time traveler, Yiyu found himself weary of the slaughter in this chaotic world. Yet, he held on to the hope that peace would soon dawn. Suddenly, as they crossed a river, a group of armored warriors intercepted them, seemingly elite soldiers bred by a rival nation of the land of Whirlpools. Although their combat strength ranged from 900 to 1,000, they displayed a well-organized formation, suggesting they had undergone meticulous training. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they possessed ninjutsu. Has intelligence been intercepted so swiftly? Yi village mused incredulously. We should resolve this quickly. Yiyu urged, casting a glance at Yi village, still uncertain of the Hyuga clan's abilities and pondering whether to replicate Yi village's skills. Byakugan, Yi village declared, merging his hands and interlocking his pinky and ring fingers. Veins appeared along his temples as his Byakugan activated, allowing him to scrutinize the warriors before them. Their chakra levels are alarmingly low, almost non-existent. They likely excel in close combat. Exercise caution. The Hyuga clan members, having activated their Byakugan, relayed this information to their comrades. Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement. As the sound of clashing metal grew increasingly near, Yi village shouted, "They're charging at us. Water style, water barrier." Yiyu inhaled deeply, unleashing a massive wall of water, utilizing the nearby stream to create a temporary barrier to impede their advance. Armed with a kunai, he leaped into the air, gaining a vantage point over the approaching warriors. This water wall won't hold for long. Yi village urged vigilance among the group while maintaining his Byakugan, prepared for any eventuality. Despite the fierce assault, their movements appeared cumbersome. With the right ninjutsu, they could be immobilized. Yi recalled that the only techniques he knew capable of restraining others were Earth Style, Earth Dome, and Wood Release, fortunate that he had previously replicated a ninjutsu. Yiyu descended from the sky, forming the hand seals for the Earth Release technique. Earth Release, Earth flow wall. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the water flow, the samurai hastened towards him. Noticing that Yi Yu's earth flow wall had been evaded by the samurai, Yi Murakami, with his Byakugan activated, surged forward. Gentle fist technique, point. Yi Murakami moved like a flowing line among the samurai, sealing several of their chakra points. What is happening? I cannot move. A splendid opportunity. Yi Yu once again employed the earth release, encasing the immobilized samurai within the earthen walls. The remaining samurai outside had lost their value and were swiftly eliminated by Yi Yu and his allies. Whose subordinates are you? The two stood atop the towering earth flow wall, inquiring of the samurai below. The samurai remained silent. Go ahead and kill us. We will not speak. Oh, quite bold indeed. Yi Murakami, step aside. Since they refused to divulge their allegiance, Yi Yu had his methods for dealing with them. In previous encounters with informants, if they were reluctant to reveal information, he would resort to certain ancient tortures commonly employed by a certain Eastern empire. Consequently, some members of the Thousand Hands clan humorously dubbed Yi Yu as their tribe's god of healing, in ironic jest. As the samurai were trapped within the earth flow wall, they were rendered completely immobile. Yi Yu instructed his kin to strip the samurai of their armor, revealing predominantly robust individuals, save for one who stood in stark contrast. This individual was strikingly handsome, albeit slender, yet exuded an extraordinary presence, particularly as his armor was distinct from the others. As Yi Yu approached the elegant man, the previously vociferous samurai grew increasingly agitated, attempting to obstruct Yi Yu's advance while insisting that he direct his inquiries towards them. This only heightened Yi Yu's curiosity. Changchunjia Dao. Noticing the man's slight reaction upon hearing the name, it became evident that he was indeed the one. Yi Murakami, come take a look. Yi Yu, primarily accustomed to interactions within his clan, found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the insignia of state organizations. Fortunately, Yi Murakami recognized the emblem on the armor, his pupils narrowing sharply as he informed Yi Yu in a trembling voice that they had captured a significant prize. This is none other than the Grand General of the neighboring nation of the Land of Whirlpools. Grand General? Why is he so weak? Upon hearing Yi Yu's remark about his weakness, Chang Chuanjia Dao's previously calm demeanor erupted into fury. Hey, you imbecile! Who are you calling weak? Let me out, and I will tear you to shreds. Observing the ferocity on Chang Chuanjia Dao's face, Yi Yu found himself amused. Even if I release you, you would still be no match for me. Yi Yu had assessed Chang Chuanjia Dao's combat prowess, which, although 100 points lower than his own, still left Yi Yu confident in his ability to defeat him. I have a few questions for you. If you answer them obediently, I shall let you go. What do you say? Humph. Do you think I would trust your words? Chang Chuanjia Dao scoffed disdainfully at Yi Yu. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. Believe it or not, but unless you enlighten me on the reasons behind your obstruction, you seem to be at a loss. Yi Yu instructed the crowd to bind Chang Chuanjia Dao and lay him flat. He then retrieved a small pouch filled with water from the righteous man's cart, propping it up with a twig above Chang Chuanjia Dao's head. This was the infamous water torture, one of the cruelest punishments of antiquity, the specifics of which Yi Yu could not pinpoint to any particular dynasty. However, in his eyes, this method represented one of the most excruciating forms of torment imaginable. What do you intend to do? Yi Yu commanded the others to rest while he and Yi Siyuan approached Chang Chuanjia Dao. Release the general. The warriors shouted in unison. Since you are the general of your nation, I presume you possess a particularly obstinate disposition, he taunted. You bastard, kill me. I will never divulge anything. Yi Siyuan, pay close attention. Yi Yu punctured the pouch, and droplets began to fall steadily. Chang Chuanjia Dao instinctively shut his eyes, bracing himself for death, only to be met with a chilling sensation. Laughter erupted from the onlooking warriors. Do you think such trivial droplets could compel the general to submit? Let it drip for 100 years. Ha! I fear nothing, not even the general. Yi Siyuan, observing Yi Yu's calm demeanor, yawned and reminded the Senju and Hyuga clans to rotate their watch every hour, ensuring none escaped. Lord Banman, do you truly believe this method can break Chang Chuanjia Dao? Yi Siyuan questioned. Do not fret. Oh, and remember to refill the pouch once it's drained. Yi Yu instructed. The clan members nodded in acknowledgement as Yi Yu and Yi Siyuan retreated to rest. As night fell, once everyone had succumbed to slumber, the warriors too began to feel drowsy, lying on the stone piles of the earthen wall. Chang Chuanjia Dao, deeply asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by a tingling sensation on his scalp. Yet, he remained unfazed. Is this what he calls torment? It's hardly anything, he mused. But as dawn broke, piercing screams roused the sleeping warriors. Turning towards the source of the commotion, they were met with a harrowing sight. Chang Chun Jiedao's face had turned pale, marked by a deep imprint from the water droplets, which had started to wrinkle. While the warriors remained indifferent, Chang Chun Jiedao was a stark contrast to his former self. With each droplet that fell, an indescribable pain coursed through his mind, driving him toward the brink of madness. Lord Banmin, what's the matter? Chang Chun Jiedao called out, claiming he could no longer endure. Yi Siyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Yi Yu, seemingly anticipating this moment, stretched his limbs, feeling his chakra restored to its perfect state. Let us see what he has to say. Please, spare me. Chang Chun Jiedao pleaded. Yi Yu crouched down, smirking. Now you understand pain, do you? Chang Chun Jiedao, unable to move his head, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, are you ready to speak? The anguish of prolonged suffering is far worse than the pain of a swift demise. Even if one were to be slain, acceptance would follow. Chang Chun Jiedao nodded. You led him into the tent. Once the members of the Senju clan escorted Chang Chun Jiedao away, Yi Yu approached the warriors nearby, subtly gesturing to those beside him. In the midst of flashing blades, several warriors lost their lives in an instant. Our sovereign formed an alliance with the Kagaya clan to sever the communication channels between the Land of Vortex and other factions, thereby launching an assault on the Land of Vortex. Knowing that the Senju clan would venture into the Land of Vortex, we specifically lay in wait for you here. However, Chang Chun Jiedao did not anticipate that the individuals arriving would be Yi Yu and the elite of the Byakugan clan. Currently, Chang Chun Jiedao's mental state was quite frenzied, his gaze utterly vacant. Under the intense questioning from Yi Yu and Yi Village, he divulged a wealth of valuable information, while also providing a detailed outline of the hostile nations and factions against the Land of Vortex. Ultimately, however, he had little left to reveal, to avoid any unforeseen complications. With a mere glance from Yi Yu, Yi Village swiftly executed the general of the Yi Nation, his head falling with a chilling thud to the ground. Let us clear this area of the bodies and proceed. Fukushing Irin felt a sudden surge of anxiety, having only witnessed Yi Yu's gentle demeanor previously. He now realized the ruthlessness with which Yi Yu could wield death, displaying no mercy whatsoever. The Land of Vortex was not particularly distant from the Senju clan. After walking for a while, they beheld a scene of chaos, where numerous armored warriors were mercilessly slaughtering many innocent civilians. These were the people of the Land of Vortex, the kin of the Uzumaki clan, their deep crimson hair strikingly visible to Yi Yu and his companions. With a swift whoosh, Yi Yu appeared before the warriors, positioning himself protectively in front of the Uzumaki clan. Who is this little brat? Step aside. If it weren't for the sovereign's orders to slay only those with red hair, you would be slain alongside them. Yi Yu remained silent, slowly raising his hand to his chest. Could this be a ninjutsu? This boy is a ninja. Everyone, retreat. Too late. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A massive inferno surged from around Yi Yu, charging toward the group of warriors. The anguished screams of the warriors echoed through the air as they hastily retreated on horseback. Are you all right? Yi Yu inquired, glancing back at the red-haired Uzumaki people. In a moment of bewilderment, he seemed to glimpse an Uzumaki Nagato he had never seen before. Did all members of the Uzumaki clan bear such resemblance? As the tumult gradually subsided, numerous red-haired individuals emerged from the city. Yi Yu attempted to avert his gaze from their hair. The overwhelming abundance of red was beginning to strain his eyes. An elderly man, adorned with a white beard, slowly approached Yi Yu and bowed deeply before him. Who might you be? Yi Yu inquired. I am Uzumaki Foreign, the head of a branch family within the Uzumaki clan. The color of Foreign's hair was less strikingly red, corroborating his words. Among various clans, distinctions exist between the main family and branch families. The branch family is akin to what Yi Yu understands as a secondary lineage, while the main family represents the primary lineage. In contrast to the main family, the bloodline of the branch family is less pure, resulting in a corresponding weakness in their capabilities. Under the gracious hospitality of the Uzumaki clan, Yi Yu and the others who accompanied him entered the city. However, the reality within was starkly different from what they had envisioned. Most of the houses had been ravaged by marauding samurai or hostile ninjas, and some villagers of the Uzumaki hidden village lay on the streets, their clothes tattered and their faces gaunt. Is this what war has wrought upon them? Night Village lamented beside Yi Yu. As they traversed the streets, Uzumaki Foreign elucidated the events that had transpired. Although the Uzumaki clan publicly declared their territory as the land of whirlpools, it was merely a small settlement. Their original strength was quite modest. Nevertheless, the Uzumaki clan wielded a sealing technique that even the esteemed Uchiha clan feared. The threat posed by this technique had led neighboring nations and clans to seek the destruction of the land of whirlpools to eliminate future dangers. During their conversation, they reached the heart of the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki Tide Ninja Village, the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan. Here, the villagers exhibited a more vibrant hue in their hair. Yu and Night Village, through the Sharingan and Byakugan, discerned that their vitality and chakra were remarkably robust. It was evident that the average strength of the Uzumaki clan members was considerable, and each possessed some degree of proficiency in sealing techniques. If only I could learn a few sealing jutsu here, Yu mused. This is the place, Lord Banjian and young Master Night Village. Please follow me, Uzumaki Foreign directed, leading Yu and Night Village towards the largest building in the Uzumaki Tide Ninja Village, the venue for clan meetings and rituals. It was the most sacred site of the Uzumaki clan, underscoring the significance they placed on Yu's arrival and their alliance. That must be the clan leader of the Uzumaki, Yu thought as he lifted his gaze towards the center of the room, where a white-haired elder sat cross-legged, accompanied by a teenage girl with red hair. Name: Uzumaki Rumina, clan leader of the Uzumaki, creator of sealing techniques, combat power, 3,000 abilities. Is it not visible? Has he concealed his aura? Uzumaki Rumina was now the most formidable individual Yu had encountered, and even his ninjutsu remained obscured. You are Senju Banjian of the Senju clan, are you not? Uzumaki Rumina remarked calmly from his elevated seat, gracefully descending to stand before Yu. Yu nodded and introduced Night Village and the Hyuga clan members accompanying him. I have long heard of the illustrious Senju and Hyuga clans, Rumina stated, his voice resolute despite his advanced age. Yu presented the scroll he had been holding to Uzumaki Rumina. Upon receiving it, Rumina unfurled it on the spot, while the red-haired girl held a candle to illuminate the scroll. Rumina examined it repeatedly, a smile spreading across his face as he nodded appreciatively. The red-haired girl waved her hand, summoning numerous members of the Uzumaki clan, who promptly set out an array of food. You must be quite hungry after your journey. Why not partake in a meal here? The girl said, smiling at Yu and Night Village. The girl before him could not possibly be Uzumaki Mido, Yu mused, before opening the system to confirm his suspicions. Indeed, the young woman who stood before him, several years his senior, was destined to become his brother Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido. However, at this point in time, Mido had yet to meet Hashirama, as the timeline would not align until Hashirama established the Hidden Leaf Village. Yu summoned the members of the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan to join him for a meal. Along the way, aside from Fushing Irin consuming a few morsels, the group had sustained themselves solely on military rations after enjoying a hearty barbecue. In a gesture of goodwill towards the Senju clan alliance, Uzumaki Ashina invited Yu and Yin to sit beside him, occasionally inquiring about their well-being. Given the Senju clan's esteemed reputation, Uzumaki Ashina once again sought Yu's assurance regarding the clan leader Hashirama's stance toward the Uzumaki village. With Yu's repeated affirmations, Ashina's smile broadened. Simultaneously, Yu gleaned valuable intelligence regarding the internal affairs of the Uzumaki clan from Ashina. To thwart any potential actions from rival clans, Yu deemed it prudent to return swiftly. With the Senju clan's members now stationed here, other clans would be deterred from further encroachments. Uzumaki Ashina nodded in agreement with Yu's sentiments. After the meal, Yu accompanied Fushing Irin to Ashina's residence, introducing him to the clan leader. Collaborating with merchants was deemed an optimal strategy to ameliorate the impoverished conditions of the Uzumaki clan. Fushing Irin not only brought goods of great utility to the Uzumaki, but also a substantial amount of wealth. Engage in conversation, Uncle Irin. Please make yourself at home here while we attend to pressing matters, Yu said as he prepared to depart. Fushing Irin nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude once more. Yu led a portion of the Senju clan and members of the Hyuga clan back along their original path. Upon seeing Yu return safely, Tobirama exhaled in relief. Yu nodded and retrieved a small scroll from his waist pouch. This contains intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan, as well as that of the Kagaya clan. I've left some clan members temporarily in the land of whirlpools. That sounds well. Good job, Ban. Tobirama nodded. placing a hand on Yiyu's shoulder with a look of approval. "And what of the Hyuga clan's young master?" he inquired. "They await outside," Ban replied. "What is the matter, brother?" Yiyu, sensing Tobarama's unease, leaned closer and asked, "What are your thoughts on the members of the Hyuga clan?" Tobarama's apprehension regarding them was palpable, which was not unexpected. In tumultuous times, trust was often reserved for one's closest allies. Yiyu lowered his gaze, reflecting carefully on his observations. Noticing no unusual behavior from the Hyuga clan during their journey, he shook his head, considering the portrayal of the Hyuga clan in the anime. He nodded in affirmation. One can place their trust in them, provided they stand united with us against the Uchiha, making our endeavors considerably more manageable. Tobarama nodded in agreement. "Let them in." Yiyu arrived at the residence of the Hyuga clan and gently knocked on the door. Yuzuru understood the unspoken cue and accompanied Yiyu to the meeting room of the Senju clan. Inside, alongside Senju Tobarama, were several esteemed members of the Senju clan. Leaning against the doorframe, Yiyu listened intently to the proceedings. In summary, the Senju clan had consented to an alliance with the Hyuga clan, solidifying a bond of mutual support between the two clans. Yiyu quietly exited and wandered into a small grove. Brother Hashirama had yet to make an appearance. It seemed he was still engrossed in his study of sage techniques. Yiyu glanced at his own hands, pondering the predicament. If he were to replicate the sage art of wood release, what would become of him without the requisite chakra to wield it? This dilemma loomed over him like a proverbial bomb, weighing heavily on his heart. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled Jiraiya's initial journey to Mount Myaboku. In Yiyu's mind, only the reverse summoning technique could transport him to the three sacred sites of sage training: Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. The Wetbone Forest remained outside Yiyu's familiarity, yet he felt hesitant to inquire with Hashirama. As for the Dragon Cave, it had been frequented by Orochimaru and Kabuto, and the environment there was somewhat unsettling for Yiyu. It appeared that Mount Myaboku was his only viable option. Contemplating his journey, he realized it might take considerable time. But with the Hyuga clan now allied with his own, coupled with the sealing prowess of the Uzumaki clan, other factions would likely refrain from provoking them in the near term. Yiyu penned a letter and placed it in a conspicuous location outside the meeting room, intending to alleviate any concerns that Tobarama and Hashirama might have regarding his absence. As for his method of reaching Mount Myaboku, Yiyu had his own plans. He accessed the system marketplace and selected a frog from the summoning scroll that belonged to Mount Myaboku. Summoning technique. Yiyu bit his finger and formed the summoning seal upon the ground. In an instant, a frog approximately the size of his palm appeared before him, its limbs propping it up as it gazed at Yiyu with a bewildered expression, seemingly perplexed as to why it had arrived here. To mitigate any potential errors, Yiyu had deliberately chosen the smallest frog available. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, revealing two Tomo spirals. The frog's gaze became vacant, and the same Tomo pattern manifested in its eyes. After commanding the frog to vanish, Yiyu maintained his connection with it, speculating that it had returned to Mount Myaboku. He then executed a seal opposite to the summoning technique. In an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped Yiyu, causing him to disappear from his original location. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an ethereal realm. Towering lotus flowers and pedestals surrounded him, exuding an aura of sage energy, while streams meandered like the roots of great trees, spiraling and stretching into the distance. Strange and fantastical creatures and plants, previously unseen by Yiyu, thrived in this vibrant expanse. He had succeeded. Yiyu could not help but exclaim. Now, all he needed to do was locate the temple of Myoko Mountain to find the great toad sage, Gamamaru, who had coexisted with the Sage of Six Paths in ancient times. Upon arriving at Myoko Mountain, deep within its vast expanse, a colossal orange toad, resembling a small hill, slowly opened its eyes. "What is it?" inquired a diminutive green and purple toad nearby, its size a mere fraction of the great toad. "It seems someone is approaching." The great toad replied languidly, delegating the matter to the two smaller toads. He instructed them to treat the visitor with kindness and to escort him to his presence, as if he were already aware of the visitor's identity. With that, he closed his eyes once more. The green and purple toads, known as Shinsaku and Jimama, served as the left and right arms of Gamamaru, the elder of Myoko Mountain and trusted confidants. Upon receiving their orders, the two toads vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Yiyu found himself surrounded by numerous toads, among which three, despite their smaller stature, were instantly recognizable to him. Wenta, Hiroshi, and Ken. Wenta, Hiroshi, and Ken. Yi Yu uttered softly as he identified the purple, green, and bluish-green toads before him. This kid, Wenta, gripping the long sword at his waist, wore a look of confusion. How could this young boy know their names, and with such accuracy? Nevertheless, regardless of who ventured to Myoko Mountain, unless personally invited by Gamamaru, all others were to remain vigilant. Just as the three toads contemplated launching an attack on Yi Yu, a commanding voice halted them. Elders, what brings you here? Upon recognizing Shinsaku and Jamama, Wenta and the others hastily sheathed their weapons. The great toad sage has commanded that this human boy be brought before him. Very well. Though a hint of disappointment flickered across Hiroshi's face, he nonetheless stepped aside to allow Yi Yu passage. Yu or Shinsaku inched closer, sensing nothing amiss about Yi Yu. Perplexed as to why the great toad sage would permit him to enter the depths of the temple. Come forth, human boy. As the presence drew near, Gamamaru opened his eyes, a familiar aura wafting towards him, albeit somewhat different. There is a trace of his essence within you, though you are not he. Gamamaru's words carried multiple meanings. Yi Yu understood whom he referred to and chose not to engage in cleverness. For this being was on par with the Sage of Six Paths. How did you find your way here? With unwavering determination in his gaze, Yi Yu crafted a fitting narrative, claiming that while utilizing the summoning technique, an unforeseen incident had led him to this place without his knowledge. This scenario had occurred previously with Jiraiya, and the aura surrounding Yi Yu dispelled Gamamaru's doubts. Yet, at that moment, Yi Yu posed a sudden counterquery. I sense a chakra presence here that differs from my own. Might you enlighten me as to its origin? What Yi Yu spoke of was indeed the art of sage chakra, and he revealed a desire to learn it. This is sage art. Do you wish to learn? Yi Yu nodded. The world today is rather unsafe, isn't it? Frogmaru suddenly interjected with an unrelated remark. Yi Yu understood that although Frogmaru had not frequently appeared in the human realm, he remained well informed about ongoing events. Indeed, conflicts persisted, leaving many homeless and displaced. My old friend, your wish remains unfulfilled, Frogmaru sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He then closed his eyes and began to snore, drifting into slumber. Due to Yi Yu's unique identity, the great sage toad did not impose any trials upon him, but instead allowed him to learn sage art under the tutelage of Toad Shin. To master sage art, one must learn to control chakra. Shin meticulously explained the cultivation methods of the sage art from Mount Mayaboku. Under Shin's guidance, coupled with Yi Yu's preliminary understanding of sage art, his control over chakra and perception of natural energy became increasingly adept, prompting Shin to commend him. With the bloodline of the Senju clan, Yi Yu possessed an innate sensitivity to chakra. Under his control, his chakra was able to circulate freely throughout his body. Then, Yi Yu suddenly felt a sticky substance seemingly adhere to his face. Don't move, Shin whispered from the side. I see you have mastered chakra control quite well. So I have brought you the toad oil that allows one to sense natural energy. From now on, I will not disturb you. Focus on your cultivation. Yi Yu did not open his eyes, but gently nodded in acknowledgement after Shin finished speaking. What do you think of this lad? Shin remarked, unable to conceal his astonishment. I wonder if all humans are like him. He certainly cultivates much faster than those boys from the academy. Both Shima and Shin gazed at Yi Yu, increasingly intrigued by his enigma. In the days that followed, not only did Shin and Shima guide Yi Yu in cultivating sage art, but even the other toads, such as Frog Hero, grew interested in him. Yi Yu's mastery of sage art began to take shape, and with the integration of his system, he successfully combined sage art with his most proficient technique, the fire release, great fire annihilation, thereby developing a unique ninjutsu of his own, the sage art, true annihilation flame technique. This ninjutsu was rated as an A-rank technique by the system. However, Yi Yu discovered that it was significantly more challenging to control than the great fire annihilation. Not only was he unable to direct the flames, but the sparks emitted from the true annihilation flame technique nearly ignited the forests of Mount Mayaboku. Why is this happening? Young man, you still have much to learn. You have merely grasped the surface. A young man named Yu once came here and devoted himself to studying for half a month. His talent surpassed yours by a considerable margin. Upon witnessing Yi Yu's remarkable achievement of developing his own celestial technique after merely a week of training, Shinzua felt a mix of pride and concern, frequently reminding Yi Yu to remain humble and acknowledge that mastery of celestial arts requires ongoing dedication. You haven't been listening to my words, have you? after extinguishing yet another blaze that had erupted in the woods. Even the normally composed Shunzua could no longer contain his frustration, bouncing around beside Yu and expressing his displeasure. "I sincerely apologize," Yu said, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile, while inwardly sighing, having underestimated the complexity of mastering celestial arts. Nevertheless, the fact that he had developed a new ninjutsu validated the significant positive reinforcement provided by the celestial arts of Myaboka Mountain. The time ahead would be devoted to perfecting his celestial techniques. Yi was well aware of the identity of the feather garb that Shunzua referred to. It belonged to the Sage of Six Paths, a pure-blooded Otsutsuki with an astounding innate talent. After a considerable span of time, Yi had etched over 700 marks on the great tree he used to measure time. This marked the final farewell. Two colossal lotus leaves stood side by side, and atop them sat a 14-year-old boy with black and white hair, facing three enormous green toads that towered over him. In the distance, a gigantic toad with a round mark on its neck lounged on a large chair, observing the two. Below the massive toad were countless smaller toads. "Come on, brother Yu. You must not lose this time," urged the multitude of toads. "Go, Lord Jian. Defeat this human boy as you did before." Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had slipped by. As Yu felt the gentle breeze caress his face, he reflected on his journey. In this span, he not only mastered celestial arts, but also elevated the initially A-rank ninjutsu, celestial art, annihilation of flames, to an expert level. Furthermore, he had learned to convert natural energy into celestial chakra and could enter sage mode, albeit for only a day. Much of his time had been spent engaging in physical confrontations with the toads, though he had faced repeated defeats. This time, he was determined not to lose. For today marked his return to the Senju clan. "Brother, second brother, I wonder if you miss me." Yu thought as his longing for home deepened with each passing day. He pondered whether the Uchiha had begun their assault yet. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. During his training, Toad Hero would occasionally challenge him, and although he managed to defeat him, his brothers, Wentai and Jian, were displeased. Thus, Yu proposed a challenge. They could all three confront him together, but if they lost, one of them would have to sign a summoning contract with him. Having endured numerous defeats and then spent months in introspection, he was now prepared for this final battle. "Come on, I have waited for this moment for so long." Yu closed his eyes, allowing his chakra to transform into celestial chakra under the influence of his celestial arts and the infusion of natural energy. Yu concentrated his chakra beneath his feet and swiftly took off, bound by the singular requirement of their battle. Only physical techniques were permitted, no other abilities allowed. The Toad warrior, Toad Guang, withdrew the weapon from his waist, brandishing 2 dual blades from his back as he charged at Yu. Toad Sage Art, Toad Leg. Yu delivered a powerful kick, meeting Toad Guang's dual blades, but unlike before, he was not sent flying. Instead, he met the attack head-on, his body unwavering. Toad Guang noted that Yu's strength seemed significantly enhanced compared to previous encounters. With a vigorous push of his agile toad legs, he repositioned himself, launching another assault on Yu. Having experienced the brute force of the toad's limbs firsthand, Yu understood that a direct hit would incapacitate him for days. However, through months of training in sage arts, he had become acutely aware of his surroundings. In an instant, he deftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught. "Look, the human boy has dodged Guang's attack. This is a first," shouted the onlookers. "No worries. Guang hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. Stay calm," chuckled Toad Wan from above, nodding in approval. The previous strike was Toad Guang's most potent attack, a culmination of force focused in his legs, executed in the briefest moment, and only perceivable with the enhancement of sage arts. Behind Toad Guang, Toad Jin signaled to Toad Wentai, and the two drew their weapons to launch an assault on Yu from either side. "Here they come." Yu closed his eyes, attuning his body to the environment, gracefully evading their strikes like a dragon in flight. After a prolonged period of defense, he finally discerned their vulnerabilities. In a decisive move, he executed a sage art fist technique, toppling Toad Jian, who was much larger than himself, to the ground. "One down, it's Jian," gasped the crowd of toads below. Seizing the moment, Yu pressed the advantage. If he could force Toad Jian off the platform, it would mean elimination. Toad Guang and Wentai, aware of Yu's intentions, positioned themselves to block his path. As Toad Guang and Toad Wentai closed in on Yu, he suddenly shouted, "Sage Art, Toad Croak, Light Initiation, 5-wheel fist." "What?" The sheer volume of Yiyu's voice, coupled with the peculiar name of the technique, momentarily startled the two toads. What sort of technique is this? Before they could react, Yiyu struck with both fists, landing a blow on each, prompting a painful realization that this was merely a variant of the ordinary toad fist. However, just as they came to this understanding, the powerful thrust of the toad fist sent them hurtling toward the edge. Toad Wuntai braced himself with his hands against Toad Guang's body, but ultimately fell off the platform. Toad Guang, still reeling from the blow to his eyes, swung his dual blades wildly as he charged at Yiyu, his vision blurred and disoriented, only able to vaguely perceive Yiyu's direction. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Yiyu swiftly ducked just as Toad Guang's attack whizzed over his head. What? Beneath the broad expanse of the toad, a meandering river flowed. The toad swiftly responded, plunging its twin blades into the lotus leaves. How is it? Asked Yiyu, standing above the toad with a smile. The toad remained silent, although Yiyu's victory was somewhat dubious. It was undeniable that the toad felt the extraordinary power emanating from Yiyu during their clash. The toad held its tongue until Yiyu helped it up, at which point it sighed. A wager demands acceptance of defeat, regardless of how you triumphed. As long as you have felled the three of us, it is your win. Simultaneously, the toad entered into a spiritual contract with Yiyu. In addition to the shadow bat, Yiyu now possessed another spirit beast, the toad. According to the system's assessment, both the toad and the shadow bat were classified as B-rank spirit beasts. Marvelous. Marvelous. Toad One clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Great Toad Sage, may I return now? It turned out that this entire ordeal was a test set forth by Toad One to ensure that Yiyu had truly mastered the power of the immortal arts and the perception of nature. Now that you have learned the immortal techniques, you must know how to return, he said. Yiyu nodded. Rest assured, Great Toad Sage, Master Shinzo. I shall return to visit you. Yiyu waved goodbye, bidding farewell to the trio of toads. Let us have another match when the opportunity arises. I know you are not satisfied, he said with a smile. Despite their frequent skirmishes, the bond between Yiyu and the three toads remained strong. Who knows when the next visitor will arrive? Toad One murmured softly, shaking his head with a smile once more. At the border between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, following the outbreak of war a year ago, and with Yiyu absent from the Senju, Tobirama had unified the squads previously led by Yiyu under his command. Hashirama maintained oversight of the situation, engaging in fierce battles with the leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha, who had once been a close friend of Hashirama. Over the course of the year, both sides had sustained various injuries. However, many members of the Senju clan, including Tobirama and Yiyu, were highly skilled in medical ninjutsu, which mitigated the casualties compared to the Uchiha clan's losses. Upon discovering this situation, the Uchiha clan, allied with the Kagaya clan, secretly captured several members of the Senju clan at the border, intending to covertly transport them to the Uchiha territory to extract medical ninjutsu through the Sharingan. Lord Q, it seems one of the Senju has perished. What? In the dead of night, at the Uchiha border, a group moved stealthily in the shadows, their cart containing captives from the Senju clan. Upon hearing that one of the Senju might be lost, Q, a high-ranking member of the Kagaya clan, was instantly filled with anxiety. This was a task entrusted to them by the Uchiha. If even one person died, their clan would surely face dire consequences. Let me see. Q exclaimed angrily in a hushed tone as he hurried to the back of the cart and lifted the curtain. Among them stood a frail elder, his head bound in bandages, his breath faint and sporadic, leaning against the edge of a cart, his expression marred by agony. Chu Yutian kicked a seemingly younger member of the Senju clan, jolting him awake. As the youth opened his eyes and beheld the scene before him, particularly the Kagaya insignia adorning Chu Yutian, terror washed over him. Just as he was about to scream, one of Chu Yutian's subordinates swiftly covered his mouth. Listen well, child, Chu Yutian threatened in a hushed tone. You possess medical ninjutsu, do you not? Heal your clan member, or you shall face dire consequences. No, don't. To everyone's astonishment, the frail elder seemed to have overheard their exchange, vigorously shaking his head at the youth. Do not save me. These people harbor no benevolence. They are our enemies. The elder's words were forceful, and the youth, overwhelmed with anguish, hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Seeing this, the elder suddenly leaned closer, exerting his strength, causing the cart to sway dangerously. Chu Yutian's heart raced in alarm, hastily instructing his subordinate to drag the elder out, while simultaneously escorting the youth down as well. The subordinate roughly pushed the youth beside the elder. Chu Yutian leaned in again to issue a low threat. The youth, weighing Chu Yutian's menacing words against the elder's pained expression, suddenly found resolve. He sprang to his feet and turned defiantly toward Chu Yutian. Dance of the iron wire flowers, vines. Bone-like structures erupted from Chu Yutian's body, enveloping him while the remaining bones ensnared the already bound youth. With a resounding thud, Chu Yutian delivered a kick toward the youth. Seeking death, are we? Enough of this. Let us proceed to our destination. He waved dismissively and led his group onward. As Chu Yutian prepared to ascend the cart, a shuriken whizzed through the air from a distance, hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Willow dance, break. A bone spur jutted forth from Chu Yutian's body, slicing through the air to intercept the shuriken. Someone's here. Who goes there? The surrounding members of the Kagaya clan gathered, on high alert. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. A figure charged from the thicket, crackling with electric sparks. The air filled with a cacophony of thunderous noise. Apart from a select few with substantial strength, most of the Kagaya clan members were instantaneously vanquished by the extreme lightning fong. There, Chu Yutian shouted, spotting the lightning's source in the woods. A flurry of shuriken was launched toward that direction, while the Kagaya clan members unleashed bone spikes aimed at the same target. In an instant, a multitude of sharp projectiles filled the sky, hurtling toward the designated point. Water release, water barrier. From the shadows, a torrent of water materialized before him, effectively shielding against the incoming assault. The commotion from the extreme lightning fong stirred some of the Senju clan members from their stupor, prompting them to struggle to rise. But their injuries were grave, compelling them to assist one another in healing. Child, please take a look at what transpires outside, one murmured softly. The previously dragged youth nodded and pulled back the curtain to peer outside. At that moment, a figure emerged from the woods, swiftly eliminating all those outside the carriage, leaving a scattered array of corpses, numbering over a dozen. One individual knelt before this figure, his face etched with terror. The figure brushed off the dust from their attire, and upon removing the hood from their head, revealed hair that was a striking blend of black and white, with sharp yet gentle eyes. The young man suddenly fell silent, frozen in place. What is it? One of the bystanders curiously leaned forward to look outside. It's Lord Banjian. Wonderful. He has returned. Upon hearing this, the others, disregarding their injuries, hastily jumped down from the carriage. You are Senju Banjian, but wait, weren't you dead? How could you possibly be here? The remaining member, Chu Yutian, asked in fear. He had once been part of a small team that was completely annihilated by Yiyu. Although Yiyu's features had become somewhat hazy in his memory, the distinctive black and white hair had left an indelible impression. Dead, Yiyu was somewhat speechless. He had merely vanished for 2 years, yet rumors of his demise had circulated. When Yiyu noticed the insignia of the Senju clan on the individuals tumbling from the carriage, the smile that had adorned his face evaporated, replaced by a chilling gaze. Initially, Yiyu had assumed they were just an ordinary operational squad from the Kagaya clan and had dealt with them efficiently. However, upon realizing that his kin had met him in such a manner, anger flickered in his eyes, and he lost all desire to extract further information, his gaze widening slightly. Is that the Sharingan? How is this possible? You. Before Chu Yutian could finish his thought, Yiyu mercilessly delved into his mind, erasing his memories without hesitation. Are you all alright? Yiyu hurriedly approached his clansmen, noting their tattered clothing and severe injuries. Fortunately, they all possessed medical ninjutsu abilities. Yiyu quickly began to heal them, and after a while, some of the unconscious individuals began to awaken, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing him. On the return journey, the young man recounted the entire series of events to Yiyu. So, war has already begun? Have you heard of Uchiha Izuna? Yiyu pondered, suddenly recalling something. Lord Banjian, you are aware of this? The young man asked, astonished at Yiyu's knowledge. What? Just a few days ago, Uchiha Madara led many elite members of the Uchiha clan to launch an assault on the Senju clan. The clan leader, Senju Hashirama, personally confronted him, summoning colossal wooden beings to engage in fierce battle against Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna clashed with Senju Tobarama and was injured. There has been no news of him since. Isn't this just like the events portrayed in the anime? Furthermore, after the Kagaya clan had assisted the Uchiha in capturing members of the Senju clan, Yiyu immediately grasped the unfolding situation. At present, Izuna's injuries may have become exceedingly severe. In a desperate situation, Uchiha Madara summoned members of the Kagaya clan to capture some from the Senju clan, hoping to utilize them to heal Izuna. Yu pondered momentarily and made a decision that left his clansmen somewhat perplexed. Lord Madara, you are not returning with us? Yu shook his head. Do not concern yourselves. Convey my regards to the clan leader. After speaking, Yu formed a hand sign and vanished from sight. The Uchiha clan, you say? Yu had already contemplated the ensuing events. In the original narrative, due to Izuna's grievous injuries leading to his demise, he entrusted his Mangekyo Sharingan to Uchiha Madara before passing away, enabling Madara to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuyu's journey to the Uchiha territory was to prevent such an occurrence. In the blink of an eye, Yuyu arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's domain. However, his distinctive hair was too conspicuous, making his identity easily recognizable. Thus, he decided to alter his hair color to black through a transformation technique. Who are you? Questioned a patrolling Uchiha member upon spotting Yuyu. Their voices elevated, and their vigilance heightened due to the still dark skies before dawn. I am but a wanderer, lost in this area. Might I find shelter for the night? Yuyu endeavored to convey an innocent demeanor through his eyes, while controlling his chakra to ensure the Uchiha did not discern his true identity as a ninja. Seeing that Yuyu posed no threat and was not a ninja, the Uchiha, under higher orders, allowed him into the refugee reception area at the outskirts of their clan, although some remained in the shadows, discreetly observing his every move. It was clear that Yuyu could not directly approach Uchiha Madara at this time. He worried for Izuna's condition, fearing that if he delayed, it could be too late. During this brief interval, Yuyu utilized his medical ninjutsu to continuously heal the refugees at the Uchiha's periphery, leading them to recognize him as a medical ninja. Lord Madara, among the refugees, there is a young man skilled in medical ninjutsu. Perhaps he could aid Lord Izuna. A subordinate knelt respectfully before the turned back of Uchiha Madara. Madara knelt beside the gravely injured and unconscious Izuna, silent, his eyes already brimming with fatigue. In his heart, he believed that only a member of the Senju clan could heal such injuries, given their unparalleled medical expertise. Yet, how could he possibly summon a member of the Senju clan? Uchiha Madara, with his pride, would never humbly beseech them, especially in the midst of conflict with the Senju clan. Ultimately, with a spirit of experimentation, Madara instructed them to summon Yuyu. Upon their first meeting, despite Yuyu having altered his appearance, Madara felt a sense of familiarity, though he dismissed the thought and stood to make room for Yuyu. Name: Uchiha Madara. Combat power: 5,000 abilities. Master of the Mangekyo Sharingan and all fire release ninjutsu. Intimacy: 0. Might Lord Uchiha allow us a moment of solitude? Yuyu inquired softly. Uchiha Madara nodded without hesitation and stepped outside. Although the medical ninjutsu of the Senju clan is formidable, there are instances when the injuries sustained by the afflicted are too subtle or intricate to heal, rendering treatment exceptionally challenging. In such circumstances, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, proves to be an excellent countermeasure. Yuyu's intent to dismiss Uchiha Madara was to ensure he remained unaware of her activation of the Sharingan. According to the original narrative, it was Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique that pierced through Izuna's chest. Thus, upon activating her Sharingan, Yuyu focused intently on that specific area. Indeed, as Yuyu had surmised, she was compelled to marvel at Tobirama's extraordinary method of attack. The area around Izuna's chest was merely a purplish hue, while the true injury lay within the internal organs, which was precisely why the summoned physician was rendered powerless. Although Uchiha Madara could perceive the wound, he found himself helpless, which was the most disheartening aspect. Yuyu employed the Senju clan's medical ninjutsu, summoning a green light that illuminated Izuna's chest. However, after a while, she realized that her efforts bore no tangible results. Her superficial healing could only restore the discolored skin, while the internal damage persisted. Consequently, Yuyu proposed a daring course of action to Uchiha Madara to incise Izuna's chest and address the issue from within. Uchiha Madara was taken aback by Yuyu's audacious notion, yet it seemed that there was still hope for Izuna, prompting his immediate agreement. Yuyu took the surgical knife from the hands of the Uchiha clansmen and asked them to step outside. She infused the knife with sage chakra, enabling it to be manipulated with her consciousness, significantly minimizing the risk of error. With a series of deft maneuvers, the heartbeat, which had been growing increasingly faint, began to pulsate with renewed vigor. Yuyu sutured the wound, retrieved a grade A herb for internal injuries from the system's store, and administered it to Izuna. allowing it to flow into his body. Ding. Izuna's favorability increased by 60. Name, Uchiha Izuna. Battle power, 4,000. Abilities, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, expert in all fire release techniques. Favorability, 60. Was it because she saved him? Izuna. Uchiha Madara's voice was rife with excitement and astonishment, for Izuna had not perished, his only brother had survived. It is finally over. Yiyu wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead and exhaled a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara, brimming with gratitude, attempted to express his thanks to Yiyu, but was suddenly taken aback upon seeing her face. What is the matter? Yiyu's visage had undergone such transformation that even she barely recognized herself. However, upon catching a glimpse of the nearby mirror, realization dawned on her. She had indeed activated the Sharingan. The two tomo within her eyes were conspicuously evident in the dim light of the room. This is not good. Yiyu sighed softly. However, since his identity had already been revealed, he decided to lead Uchiha Madara away to explain himself. Thus, Yiyu turned and sprinted towards the rooftop, running further into the distance. Halt! True to his nature, Uchiha Madara wore a perplexed expression, yet he would not allow Yiyu to escape so easily. How do you possess the Sharingan? But how could he explain this? As he fled, Yiyu pondered deeply, and soon a river emerged before him, obstructing his path. This will do. Yiyu finally stopped. Noticing his halt, Uchiha Madara followed suit, advancing closer with every step. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the Sharingan? Yiyu let out a sigh, shedding his disguise, revealing his black and white hair, coupled with a face that was all too familiar. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? The one who saved his brother was none other than the biological brother of Senju Hashirama, and astonishingly, he possessed the exclusive Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, a cacophony of thoughts erupted in Uchiha Madara's mind. After a long silence, Yiyu finally spoke, his tone laced with resignation. I actually wished to enter your territory in my original form, but entry was denied. Then how do you possess the Sharingan of our clan? Yiyu hesitated, exhaling deeply, and ultimately conjured a lie, fearing that disclosing the existence of the system would render Uchiha Madara doubtful. He attributed his newfound Sharingan ability to a certain ninjutsu he had mastered, which allowed him to temporarily manifest some of the powers inherent to bloodline limits. Upon hearing this explanation, Uchiha Madara, though skeptical, found solace in the fact that Yiyu had revived his brother, thus alleviating some of the animosity between their clans, leading him to believe. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Uchiha Madara inquired curiously. Why does everyone think I'm dead? Yiyu responded, somewhat exasperated. Then why did you save Izuna? Aren't we enemies? Uchiha Madara pressed further. With a sigh, Yiyu replied, do you recall what my elder brother said to you back then? As Uchiha Madara reflected on his initial encounter with Hashirama, he was reminded of the absurdity of the words spoken then, especially in an era rife with conflict. Hashirama dreamt of a day when people could cease hostilities and coexist peacefully. Could it be that Senju Tobarama was sent by Hashirama? Just as they were about to delve deeper into their conversation, a voice echoed from behind Yiyu. Who goes there? Yiyu asked on high alert. However, upon the arrival of the newcomer, Yiyu could hardly believe his eyes, filled with incredulity and excitement. Before him stood two figures clad in red and blue armor. The newcomers were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, Hashirama called out, rushing towards Yiyu, his demeanor cautious as he regarded Uchiha Madara. Madara? As Hashirama beheld Uchiha Madara, he was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon approached Yuha, whom he had not seen for 2 years, excitedly patting him on the shoulder, as if expressing the longing accumulated over their time apart. Brother. Yuha immediately noticed that Hashirama's combat power had reached an astounding 8,000 points. This period marked Hashirama at the pinnacle of his strength. Meanwhile, standing apart from the trio, Madara's combat power was only 5,000 points, significantly diminished due to the absence of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How is it that you are with Madara? Although Hashirama and Madara were once close friends, they were now the leaders of their respective clans, compelled to consider not only their own interests but also those of their clansmen. As Madara observed Hashirama and Yuha, memories of his bond with Izuna flooded back, and he seemed to have a moment of clarity. Was there still time to realize that wish? Yet, the immediate concern was to check on Izuna's condition. Wait, Madara. Hashirama called out, attempting to halt Madara's departure, for he was still bewildered by the events that had just transpired. Brother, Yuha gently pulled on Hashirama's sleeve. Let him go. He will come looking for us shortly. Seeing Hashirama's confusion, Yuha proceeded to recount the recent occurrences in detail to Tobirama and Hashirama. Has Izuna escaped danger? Hashirama's expression visibly relaxed, and Tobirama shared in that relief. We should return as well. Within the Uchiha territory, brother Madara held tightly onto Izuna's hand. Izuna, feeling a flicker of consciousness, weakly called out. In a haze, Izuna felt as though he had brushed against death, only to be pulled back by a hand. The sensation of being alive again was truly wonderful, Izuna thought sincerely. Focus on your recovery. I will handle the matters ahead, Madara assured, to which Izuna nodded in agreement. Host, Yuha Senju Hashirama. Combat Power, 2900 Ninjutsu. Expert, Sage Fire Release. Extinguishing Flame Technique. Expert, Shadow Clone Technique. Expert, Lightning Release. Extreme Thunderfang Technique. Beginner, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Beginner, Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique Points. 5,000. Yuha sat cross-legged in the chamber, concentrating to gather the chakra within him. He marveled at his newfound mastery of fire release techniques, having learned so many. While healing Izuna, he had expended numerous points to acquire a drop of Izuna's blood, which in turn granted him access to several fire release techniques. Ding! When the host increases combat power by another 100 points, the system will upgrade, unlocking the lottery interface. Upon reaching combat power milestones of 1,000 and 2,000, Yuha had unlocked the medical ninjutsu function and the combat power gift package. He had already learned some medical ninjutsu previously. While the gift package allowed for enhancements in chakra and strength with every increment of 500 combat power. Only 100 left? Yuha sighed, realizing that he merely needed to refine his proficiency in those fire release techniques. With Izuna restored to life, Yuha had altered the course of the narrative, bringing a semblance of peace between the Uchiha and Senju clans. However, a lingering concern for Yiyu is the unpredictable variable posed by the ever-scheming Karatsuchi, the reincarnation of Indra. Presently, Yiyu is unaware of its whereabouts and can only proceed step by step. A few days later, the Senju clan convened a family meeting. Initially, Tobirama harbored significant reservations regarding the Uchiha clan, but under the steadfast insistence of Yiyu and Hashirama, he altered his previously wary stance and consented to a ceasefire. When the envoys arrived at the Uchiha territory, the Senju clan was taken aback by how readily Uchiha Madara agreed to the truce. At the border of the two clans, their banners were planted side by side, as Hashirama and Madara, clad in their customary attire, shook hands with smiles upon their faces. Numerous clan members rejoiced, celebrating the absence of war. The news swiftly spread across the 5 great nations and other clans. Given the formidable reputations of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, their newfound alliance instilled a sense of crisis among many factions. However, this development also attracted numerous clans yearning for peace, eager to align themselves with the Uchiha and Senju clans. In the first 3 years of Konoha, members of the Uzumaki clan arrived. Quick, let them in. The Uzumaki clan was the first to arrive. Inside the room, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were seated together. Upon receiving the report, Madara felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that he had previously ordered the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan alongside the Iwagakure and Yuhi clans. Thus, Madara stood up, intending to leave. Madara, you should remain here, Hashirama urged, aware of Madara's thoughts. Yet, the past is but a shadow, preparations must now be made for the future. As Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina entered, they immediately noticed Uchiha Madara sitting beside Hashirama. Although they were aware of the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju, a sense of trepidation still lingered in their hearts regarding Madara. Hello, sister-in-law, Yiyu exclaimed, waving at Uzumaki Kushina. Laughter erupted in the room, even from Uzumaki Mido. This remark caused Kushina's face to flush crimson, for the Senju clan had decided to strengthen their ties with the Uzumaki clan through a marriage alliance, selecting Hashirama as the groom and Kushina as the bride. Third brother, Hashirama quickly admonished Yiyu, who scratched his head and took a seat. The earlier awkwardness dissipated, and under Hashirama's encouragement, the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans formalized their covenant. The Hyuga clan has arrived. Hi, Yorichi. Long time no see. Yorichi was pleasantly surprised to see Yiyu. Lord Madara, I thought you were dead. Yiyu shot Yorichi a glance, then surveyed Yorichi's father, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Name, Hyuga Hayashi. Combat Power, 4,000 Ninjutsu. Master, Byakugan. Expert, Gentle Fist. Master, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Indeed, the strength of the Hyuga clan is formidable, with the clan leader's combat power reaching impressive heights. Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama. As he had come seeking refuge, Hinata had instinctively regarded Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara as leaders. There is no need for such titles. Hashirama quickly gestured dismissively, asserting that every clan would be treated equally and that he was merely responsible for assistance in governance. It remains as it is. Madara chuckled with a shake of his head beside Hashirama. As time gradually passed, the Akimichi and Sarutobi clans, among others, approached to request alliances. Once all the representatives had gathered, Hashirama stood and announced a significant decision to establish a large village accommodating all clans. This had been the shared dream of him and Madara since their youth. The village was to be named Konoha, or the village hidden in the leaves. The other clans showed little concern for the name, nodding in agreement. The following day, the news of Konoha's founding sent ripples throughout the shinobi world, and the village formed a cooperative relationship with the Land of Fire, becoming a military force representative of the nation. In the second year of Konoha's establishment, influenced by its example, other clans began to form their own villages. Standing in contrast to Konoha were the other 4 great shinobi villages: Kirigakure, Himogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, each possessing formidable strength. Hashirama, perched atop the Hokage rock, reflected alongside Uchiha on the establishment of Konoha, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Their childhood dreams had finally materialized. Yet it was regrettable that the ninjas of Konoha opposed Madara's ascent to Hokage. Reluctantly, Hashirama took on the mantle, becoming the first Hokage of Konoha. With abundant resources and intelligence provided by the Land of Fire, various facilities and a ninja academy were constructed within the village. In light of the establishment of the shinobi villages, a structured classification of ninja ranks was instituted to delineate their abilities and tasks, thereby preventing misunderstandings that could lead to mission failures or fatalities. Ninjas were categorized from lowest to highest as Academy Student, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Special Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Umbu. Task difficulties were also classified into ranks C, B, A, and S. Furthermore, Uchiha Tobirama, using the example of the Bansho team led by Yaiba, established the Umbu. Under the recommendation of the others, Yaiba became the leader of the Konoha Umbu organization, tasked with executing more gruesome and significant missions. The likes of Yaiba, Izuna, and others ascended to high-ranking positions within the Umbu. Uchiha Madara served as the second-in-command, assisting Hashirama, though Tobirama held a strong disapproval of this arrangement, prompting Yaiba to offer kind words to his elder brother. 3 years into Konoha's existence, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached a battle power value of 4,000. The lottery system is now activated. Yaiba exhaled, having finally achieved mastery in the Great Fireball technique. 1 chance at a draw for every 500 battle power points, he calculated, realizing he now had 6 opportunities. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the lottery button. Thank you for your patronage. Chimed the system. Thank you for your patronage. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a distinct sound resonated. Congratulations on acquiring the bloodline limit Byakugan. The instant he drew it, a sudden sting coursed through his eyes, and the Sharingan seemed to awaken as if summoned by some unseen force, with delicate white streaks beginning to spread around the edges of his vision. Yiyu plummeted from the tree to the ground, and as the pain subsided, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability of the Sharingan, Byakugan Enhancement. The combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan enables Yiyu to perceive all movements within nearly 100 meters, enhancing his combat prowess by an impressive 300 points. Is this a fusion? Yiyu approached a nearby brook, gazing at the overlapping powers of the Sharingan and Byakugan. Pondering deeply, however, the pain from activating both ocular techniques forced him to squint his eyes into a narrow slit. Hastily, Yiyu deactivated the Sharingan. The side effects of using both ocular powers simultaneously were still too overwhelming. He resolved to master them before employing them in battle. He thought to himself, and quickly utilized medical ninjutsu to heal his eyes. Once the discomfort diminished, Yiyu fully opened his eyes. It would be wiser to adapt before applying them in real combat. He closed the Byakugan, deciding to activate the Sharingan independently for missions and battles. As he contemplated, several masked figures emerged from the woods, prostrating themselves on the ground, cloaked in black robes. exuding an air of mystery. What has happened? Yu furrowed his brow. Members of the would not approach him, their leader, unless the situation was dire or of utmost importance. The daimyo of the Land of Fire wishes to hold an important meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning regarding territorial matters. He has entrusted Lord Hashirama with the request for your presence. In essence, Yu is to serve as a bodyguard. Yu nodded, asking, "Where is the envoy now?" "They await you in the Hokage conference room within the village." Konoha Village, Hokage conference room. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the envoy from the Land of Fire were engaged in conversation when a shadow flitted past the window. Finally, he has arrived. Hashirama rose and opened the window. Before the envoy could fully comprehend the situation, a youth with black and white hair stood before him. "You must be Lord Senju Hashirama. I have long heard of your esteemed name. A pleasure to meet you." Yu nodded and seated himself opposite the envoy. The envoy sighed and glanced at Uchiha Madara and the others. It appears that prior to establishing a cooperative relationship between the Land of Fire and Konoha Village, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, swayed by false counsel from his subordinates, recklessly annexed villages and farmlands along the border with the Land of Fire, causing significant losses. Consequently, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has resolved to personally travel to the Land of Lightning for negotiations. Such recklessness. What if the daimyo encounters unforeseen circumstances? Wouldn't that throw the Land of Fire into chaos? Uchiha Madara shook his head immediately. The envoy, hearing this, grew anxious, fearing that Konoha Village would refuse to offer assistance. Hashirama reassured the envoy, "Rest assured, as long as our relationship with the Land of Fire remains intact, we shall not stand idly by. However, I must inquire, aside from specifically requesting Hashirama, are there any other demands?" The envoy shook his head, stating that he had heard tales of Lord Banjian since the time he was a mere prince, and harbored great admiration for him. Thus, he insisted that Lord Banjian accompany him alone. "What news from the Land of Lightning?" Yu inquired, referring not only to the people of the Land of Lightning, but also to the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village. The envoy responded that the Raikage A from Cloud Hidden Village was said to dispatch several ninjas to meet with the daimyo. "Cloud Hidden Village, you say?" Yu pondered, uncertain of the current strength of Cloud Hidden Village, which provided an opportune moment to assess their capabilities. "The remuneration need not be elaborated upon, I presume?" Upon Yu's agreement, Uchiha Madara remarked, "The daimyo has stated that money is, of course, not an issue." The envoy nodded vigorously, thus finalizing the mission during this meeting. The following day, behind the gates of Konoha Village, several disguised members mounted their horses and followed the envoy towards the Land of Fire. It was said that the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village excelled in lightning release techniques. The Hyuga clan had long since heard tales of the fierce and combative tribes in the north, known for their predominantly dark complexions. Moreover, the establishment of Cloud Hidden Village had transformed it into a martial settlement, with the entire Land of Lightning revolving around this village, as their chakra was primarily of the lightning nature. As the third year of the Konoha era unfolded, it was likely that the second Raikage had already become the bodyguard of the first Raikage. It appeared that mere displays of force would not suffice for this conference. Inevitably, it would involve struggles for interests, and Konoha, still in its developmental phase, could not afford to create unnecessary enemies. Years passed, and Yu, now in his 20s, had become more adept in ninjutsu. Through the system, he had attained a breakthrough in C-rank ninjutsu, wind release. Consequently, he had mastered the 5 principal ninjutsu within the ninja world. "Kuroju, where are you?" Yu contemplated this question throughout the journey, continuously forming hypotheses. Uchiha Madara had departed from Konoha in the 4th year of Konoha, which was the following year. Under the influence of Kuroju, Madara had encountered the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan and learned of the Sage of 6 Paths words left for posterity. Regrettably, Madara had only grasped a partial understanding, leading him astray. As Yu pondered the whereabouts of Kuroju, they had already arrived in the city of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Welcomed by the representatives sent by the daimyo, Yu and his companions were taken to a lavishly decorated residence, where the envoy instructed them to rest, as there were still several days until the negotiations with the Land of Lightning commenced. During these days, Yu's long-standing habit compelled him to gather intelligence regarding both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The current representatives sent from the Land of Lightning for negotiations were led by the first Raikage A of Cloud Hidden Village. Throughout these days, Yu diligently practiced his mastery over the fusion of his Sharingan and Byakugan, as well as refining the ninjutsu he had previously synthesized. Sage Art, True Extinguishing Flame Technique. Fire Release, Sage Art, Extinguishing Flame Technique. Yiyu's eyes glimmered with an orange-red hue, reminiscent of Uzumaki Naruto in his time. After training in the sage arts of Mount Miyaboku, Yiyu too had inherited the pupils of the toads. Boom! A flame far more immense than the blazing inferno erupted from Yiyu's chest. Fortunately, before him lay bare rock. Had it been a forest, it would have ignited in an instant. Impressive! Night Village exclaimed, marveling at Yiyu's prowess. After a few days apart, he felt as though he was falling further behind. The intricate patterns in Yiyu's eyes piqued Night Village's curiosity, but he presumed it was an effect of Yiyu's ninjutsu and refrained from inquiring further. Let us depart. Night Village, Yiyu suggested, to which Night Village nodded in agreement. The feudal lord of the Fire Nation, along with Yiyu and his companions, arrived at their designated negotiation site, located at the border of the Land of Rice. What is that? Yiyu gasped in shock, his expression one of disbelief. In the distance, beside the rakeage, stood two robust ninjas, one with silver hair and the other with golden locks, who bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Yiyu instantly recognized them, his fists clenching tightly. His elder brother, Senju Hashirama, had been slain by these two, resulting in a significant reduction of Konoha's military strength. Names: Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao. Combat power: 6,200 elite jonin of the Land of Lightning. Possessing the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of effortlessly wielding the 5 legendary tools of the Sage, through consuming the flesh and blood of the Nine Tails. They have acquired its chakra and are regarded in Kumogakure as the twin beams of light in the clouds. They currently serve as the right and left hands of the first rakeage. Affinity: 100. It was indeed them. A glint of killing intent flashed in Yiyu's eyes. Yet he found himself powerless. His current combat power stood at merely 3,000. Although it was the pinnacle among ordinary ninjas, it paled in comparison to the duo, whose combined might far surpassed his own. With a single individual possessing a power level of 6,200, one could only imagine the devastation should the brothers unite. Yiyu sighed. Acknowledging his current weakness, he could effect no change. However, the appearance of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao served as a reminder. Hashirama had yet to capture the tailed beasts. Perhaps he could utilize the system to replicate the chakra of the tailed beasts to enhance his own. Furthermore, Kumogakure currently housed the 2 tails and the 8 tails, likely still undiscovered. He might just have an opportunity to pursue them. Is this young ninja the infamous Black and White Harbinger of Doom from Konoha, Senju Hashirama? The title Black and White Harbinger of Doom was bestowed upon Yiyu by other ninja villages due to his frequent acceptance of under-the-table missions, combined with his striking black and white hair. It seemed the Fire Nation was particularly invested in today's negotiations. The rakeage, too, could not help but take heed, not solely because of Yiyu, but due to the formidable presence behind him, his elder brother, the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Thus, the negotiations proceeded with remarkable fluidity, leading the feudal lord to question whether the rakeage was jesting. So, you agree to our proposal of 100,000 ryo? The feudal lord's disbelief stemmed from the staggering sum. 100,000 ryo could scarcely purchase even a handful of trees, let alone land. The intent of the Land of Lightning is to convey its amicable disposition towards the Hidden Leaf Village through Yiyu. Lord Rakeage, this seems rather inappropriate, Jin Jiao interjected. At present, both Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao remain fiercely loyal to the village hidden in the clouds. When AI proposed the demands of the Land of Lightning, Jin Jiao expressed some reservations, as he believed that the strength of these ninja villages pales in comparison to that of their own. Since I have uttered this statement, it signifies my consent. There is no need for further inquiries. In truth, the rakeage's actions were also intended to lower the guard of the Hidden Leaf Village, thereby preparing for future maneuvers. The location of the Hidden Leaf Village is paramount among the 5 great ninja villages, and the village hidden in the clouds has always kept a watchful eye, yet dared not reveal their intentions until after the demise of Hashirama, the pinnacle of strength in the Hidden Leaf. Although Jin Jiao feigned acquiescence verbally, his gaze remained fixed upon Yiyu and his companions, wishing he could rend them asunder. This scene did not escape Yiyu's notice. Wait, just as the negotiations between the 2 nations were on the brink of conclusion, Yiyu suddenly gestured with his hand, a grander scheme blossoming within his mind. If memory serves, this territory originally belonged to the Land of Fire, does it not? The emissaries from both sides froze in place, the currency and land deeds swirling chaotically in the wind. What do you imply? In that case, I believe this land need not be purchased, Yu declared. You. Jin Jiao was the first to voice his fury, brandishing the banana fan from behind him and unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Yu. Water release, water barrier. Yu exhaled a stream of water, successfully thwarting the attack. The night village swiftly formed hand seals, activating their Byakugan. As the previously harmonious atmosphere was shattered by the standoff, as Yin Jiao drew forth the seven-star sword, preparing to strike, a powerful chakra suddenly surged beside him. Tiahanasu. The Raikage stood, his tone grave as he warned Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to cease hostilities. TCH, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao sheathed their weapons, disdain evident on their faces. Very well. The Raikage resumed his seat, betraying no change in demeanor. Indeed, as Yu had surmised, the Raikage's motives for this negotiation were not centered on the land, but rather on seeking to ameliorate relations with the Land of Fire. At this moment, the Raikage's gaze remained fixed upon Yu's countenance, noting the similarities in appearance to Hashirama, particularly in hair color. Why such apprehension towards Hashirama? The Raikage AI's thoughts began to drift. The Yue clan was, after all, the clan of the first Raikage. During Hashirama's travels across the lands, he had once encountered the first Raikage. Given the turmoil of the times and the chaos rampant in the northern Land of Lightning, a disagreement had swiftly escalated into conflict. Yet the outcome was overwhelmingly in favor of Hashirama, instilling fear not only due to the unfathomable depth of his chakra, but also the wood release he had developed. Even with the majority of the Yue clan's members engaged, they could not inflict a scratch upon Hashirama, merely watching as he sauntered out of their territory. Such was the past. Naturally, the current strength of Hashirama was a matter the Raikage dared not even contemplate. However, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were oblivious to the thoughts of Raikage. They were merely consumed by a profound fury towards Yu's actions. It's over, let us depart. Raikage remarked lazily, his expression still serene and untroubled. You little brat. We'll remember you, just wait. Jin Jiao snarled as he pointed menacingly at Yu. The daimyo of the Fire Country stood frozen, his mind a bit foggy, unable to comprehend how such a significant matter had concluded so swiftly. Yet, being a shrewd individual, the daimyo understood the reason behind Raikage's willingness to relinquish the original land without any compensation. It was all due to Senju Hashirama. The funds saved from this will be entirely allocated as mission rewards, he declared, bowing slightly to Yu in acknowledgement. Yu reciprocated the gesture, and through this incident, the daimyo gained a deeper understanding of Konoha village. It was astonishing how effortlessly matters were resolved with the assistance of Konoha's ninjas. The bond between Konoha and the Fire Country had grown significantly stronger. Upon returning, Yu shared with Tobarama and Hashirama his encounter with Raikage and the likes of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, subtly alluding to the tailed beasts. Tailed beasts, you say? Hashirama, recalling his travels, had some knowledge about them but was astonished at Yu's ability to accurately pinpoint the location of each tailed beast. If what my younger brother says is true, then the Nine Tails must be near our village. They had both heard of the power and destructive potential of the tailed beasts, and if left unchecked, the latent dangers could be immense. However, even with this knowledge, it was not the pressing concern of the moment. The world had just emerged from conflict, and although some regions still suffered from turmoil, establishing friendly relations with the remaining four great nations was of utmost importance. Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Izuna and other formidable members of the Uchiha clan, as well as other prominent families of Konoha, had already embarked on negotiations across the ninja world. Presently, aside from a few ordinary ninjas, Konoha's strength rested solely with Hashirama and Tobarama. We are already aware of the situation regarding the tailed beasts. Madara, you have been tirelessly engaged in missions for so many years without rest. Why not take some time to recuperate in the village? Hashirama and Tobarama gazed at Yu with concern, and Yu, meeting the eyes of his two elder brothers, could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Uchiha in his youth, spending his subsequent years amidst warfare, and dedicating himself to mastering sage techniques by the age of 12, Yu had tirelessly scoured for resources in preparation for the establishment of Konoha. As he stepped outside, he held a large bag filled with gold coins, a gift from Hashirama and Tobarama, encouraging him to take a well-deserved break. Just as Yu emerged from the Hokage conference room, lost in thought, a boy shorter than him collided into him. Ouch! Watch where you're going, the boy exclaimed, his slender figure and wildly tousled hair reminiscent of an explosion. Behind him stood a bespectacled boy and a girl, both trembling in fear as they recognized Yu. Their words caught in their throats. What is wrong with you all? Why that look? The boy scratched his head, a puzzled expression adorning his face, until he turned around and beheld the black and white-haired Yu, who wore a bewildered expression. Her countenance appeared rather cold and oppressive to the two individuals behind her. Ah! The boy's exclamation jolted Yu back to reality. The youth before her struck Yu as remarkably familiar, yet his identity eluded her memory. Ding! The system detected Sarutobi Hisashi, the son of Konoha's elite Jonin Sarutobi Sasuke, with a combat power value too low to be recorded. Sarutobi Hisashi, is he already this grown? If memory serves, Hisashi was born 8 years prior to the present events in Konoha, making him approximately 10 years old now. Thus, the individuals accompanying him were identified as Midogate In and Tezuki Koharu. Due to Yu's suggestion to expedite the establishment of a ninja academy, Hisashi and his companions had already enrolled and begun their studies. Possessing exceptional talent, the trio had indeed attained the strength of Chunin, albeit without a formal examination or guidance from instructors, leading to minimal enhancement of their abilities. Yu examined the information on Hisashi in the system, discovering that he had mastered 5 elemental techniques since childhood, surpassing even Yu in ninjutsu knowledge. This piqued her interest greatly. I'm so sorry, Lord Hashirama. Upon recognizing his idol, Lord Senju Hashirama, Hisashi excitedly bowed to Yu, Midogate In, and Tezuki Koharu. Witnessing that Yu was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested, let out a sigh of relief and approached her. Could I have your autograph, please? Hisashi implored, rummaging through his pockets only to realize he had no paper. In a hurry, he requested a sheet of white paper and a pen from Tezuki Koharu and eagerly handed them to Yu. Seeing the fervent anticipation in Hisashi's eyes, Yu took the pen and diligently inscribed her name. Wonderful! It's Lord Hashirama's autograph, Hisashi exclaimed with glee, holding the signed paper aloft. How lively the third Hokage was in his youth. Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This sparked significant interest within her. What are you all busy with at present? Yu inquired, glancing down at them. Nothing much. Lord Tobarama used to assign us tasks, but we haven't received any news lately, Hisashi replied, casually placing his hands behind his head. Hisashi spoke at length about how, due to their exceptional performance, they were being groomed by Senju Tobarama to become the future leaders of Konoha. Yu understood that Tobarama was currently preoccupied with strengthening relations with others in the ninja world, leaving little time for Hisashi and his friends. Have you ever played the bell-snatching game? Yu asked. Bell-snatching? What is that? It seemed that Hisashi's older brother had yet to teach them about it. This was a perfect opportunity for Yu to assess the current abilities of Hisashi and his companions. Follow me, she beckoned, leading them towards the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Yu had kept the bells from her playful days with Hashirama and Tobarama, and today presented a perfect occasion to bring them out. If the 3 of you can seize the bell from my grasp, I shall impart to you a formidable ninjutsu. What say you? Although Toka Shojin and Midogate were not particularly interested in snatching the bell, the allure of learning a new ninjutsu prompted them to nod in agreement, while Sarutobi Hisashi exhibited uncontainable excitement, waving his arms enthusiastically. The prospect of engaging in a spar with Lord Tobarama, the leader of the village's Umbu, filled him with exhilaration. Rubbing his palms together, Sarutobi Hisashi immediately entered a combative stance. The bell rests upon my waist. Should you manage to touch it or take it into your possession, you shall be deemed victorious. Understood? The trio nodded in unison. Though merely 10 years old, Yu discovered from the system that each of them possessed a formidable combat power of 700-800 points. Their impressive strength could largely be attributed to the ninjutsu scrolls collaboratively crafted by Tobarama and Yu, which contain numerous techniques for the students of the Ninja Academy to practice and master. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hisashi puffed up his cheeks and unleashed a dragon's head made of flames, charging towards Yu. Very well, Yu responded, channeling 30% of his chakra. As the third Hokage, renowned for his ninjutsu instruction, I shall gauge the depth of his understanding of these techniques. Water Release, Water Barrier. Yu expelled a wall of water to counter the fiery assault. A counter with water release ninjutsu. Although Sarutobi Hizashi was unaware of the specific techniques Yayu possessed, he was certain that Yayu could seamlessly integrate the ninjutsu he employed. These skills were a result of Yayu's extensive combat experience accumulated over the years. U2. Attack from both sides of Lord Tobarama. Toka Shojin and Mito Gate hurriedly positioned themselves behind Yayu, attempting to divert his attention. However, to Yayu, their antics appeared somewhat amusing. Whoosh. As they circled around him, they hurled their kunai, but Yayu merely waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the flying weapons. Is this all the strength you possess? Yayu inquired, just as a shadow appeared above him. It was Sarutobi Hizashi. While Toka Shojin and Mito Gate distracted Yayu, Hizashi seized the opportunity to position himself overhead. Yet, Yayu remained keenly aware of their movements. Holding his breath, Sarutobi Hizashi descended, fixating intently on the bell at Yayu's waist. Thud! Ouch! A swift kick executed with precision caught the descending Sarutobi Hizashi midair. However, contrary to Yayu's expectation of him being sent flying, Hizashi clung tenaciously to his leg, refusing to let go. Toka Shojin and Mito Gate swiftly adjusted their approach, charging towards Yayu from an angle he could not see. This is not good. Yayu struggled to free his foot from Hizashi's grasp. Though the maneuver was somewhat reckless, it had to be said that Hizashi's strength surpassed that of most children his size. Yayu had initially intended to exert some force, but his heart softened. Just as Toka Shojin and Mito Gate were about to collide with Yayu, a sudden sound reverberated through the air. What was that? Mito Minyan stared in astonishment at Yayu's hands as another identical Yayu appeared before them. Shadow clone technique? How is that possible? He hadn't even brought his hands together. How could he perform such a technique? While Mito remained in shock, Yayu's palm strikes swiftly reached him, sending both Mito and the girl, Tsunari Koharu, flying. Mito, Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, too, was compelled to release his embrace around Yayu. Once freed, Yayu immediately retreated several paces. One must admit, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been quite clever since childhood. However, he would not grant Hiruzen another opportunity to close the distance. As time progressed, Hiruzen had utilized all 5 elemental transformations, gradually coordinating with Tsunari Koharu. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown significantly more adept at employing their skills. Nevertheless, they still could not approach Yayu, who had evidently been prepared for their advances. Hiruzen was well aware of this and contemplated how to seize the bell. It seemed that he would have to resort to that technique. Should it be water release, earth release, or one of the other 3 transformations? Yayu bent slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the trio approaching him, deep in thought. The human transformation 3-man embrace technique. Upon hearing this name, Yayu's body jolted, as he swiftly recalled what sort of technique it was. But as the 3 executed their plan, he suddenly realized what was happening. In that moment of distraction, Tsunari Koharu clutched Yayu's left leg, while Mito Minyan grasped his right. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a bellow, hanging onto Yayu's back with both hands and feet. From a distance, he resembled a sloth dangling from a tree. They were on the verge of success, as Koharu and Mito extended their trembling hands toward the bell at Yayu's waist. Humph! Yayu scoffed coldly. Just as he was preparing to unleash his chakra, 2 familiar voices reached his ears. As he glanced forward, it was a success. Tsunari Koharu had obtained the bell, joyfully hopping in excitement. Big brother, second brother, what brings you here? It turned out that after the Hokage meeting concluded, Hashirama and Tobarama had come here to unwind and stumbled upon Yayu engaging in a game of bell snatching with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. No way. The esteemed leader of the Umbu lost to a bunch of kids. Tobarama laughed heartily. It's all your fault. Yayu shrugged in resignation. Well done, little monkey. Tobarama said, patting Sarutobi Hiruzen's head with a nod of approval, clearly proud of his student. Hiruzen chuckled in delight. Big brother, second brother, it's all your fault. Yayu feigned anger, adding, if you hadn't shown up so suddenly, they might not have even touched me. Although it was the truth, a loss is a loss. And Yayu promised to teach them a ninjutsu. Did you see me perform the shadow clone technique just now? Hiruzen and the others shook their heads, particularly Mito Minyan and Tsunari Koharu. This is what I shall teach you. Yayu smiled faintly. Having comprehended this method not long ago during a recent mission when the ability system unexpectedly sent him a message. Ding. Host shadow clone technique has reached the master level. Would you like to unlock the advanced mode? Advanced mode? What is that? The advanced mode allows the host to perform ninjutsu more swiftly while simultaneously reducing chakra consumption. Upon finishing this explanation, the system directly unlocked the advanced mode for Yu. Instantly, a sense of ease washed over him, and he realized that when he activated ninjutsu again, he no longer needed to join his hands together. Instead, he could release the shadow clone seal using just one hand. Moreover, this technique could be taught to others, simplifying the hand seal process through a unique one-handed gesture. This was precisely what Yu imparted to the three of them. I will demonstrate it for you first. Pay close attention. The three watched Yu's movements with rapt attention. Even Tobirama and Hashirama were intrigued by Yu's actions. Yu placed his left hand on his chest, with his middle finger sinking down and his pinky resting on top. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A resounding release echoed, and a figure identical to Yu appeared beside him amidst the smoke. The speed of forming seals is astonishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled, imitating him and discovering that the flow of chakra became remarkably swifter. It is well known that the human circulatory system is intricate, making it difficult to find the most efficient flow path. Yet Yu's method was exponentially faster than the previous two-handed fixed posture. This technique requires considerable practice. Achieving a perfect clone on the first attempt is unlikely, Yu remarked. As the three mimicked the gesture, they found that, as Yu had stated, the clones produced were either deflated or lifeless. At that moment, a flawless voice resonated, prompting everyone to turn and discover it was Senju Tobirama, standing beside a clone identical to him, executing the very gesture Yu had described. Indeed, this is quite convenient, Tobirama exclaimed with delight. As a creator of ninjutsu, he typically focused solely on invention, leaving subsequent matters aside. The ninjutsu he developed were often complex and varied, with intricate hand seals, making it quite challenging for anyone other than highly skilled ninjas like Umbu or Jonin to learn. The shadow clone technique that Yu had just demonstrated was a modified version of Tobirama's original, even more complex than before. Yet Yu could execute it in a single step, leaving Tobirama astounded. Seeing Tobirama perform it immediately upon learning made Yu shake his head in a wry smile. After all, genius is indeed genius. With the system's enhancement, he had only managed to achieve this level, while his elder brother accomplished it with such ease. Do you have any more techniques like this? Tobirama inquired eagerly. Yu, having only mastered this one ninjutsu, shook his head. Tobirama felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he could not help but feel an overwhelming admiration for Yu. As for Hashirama's words, Yu found himself somewhat speechless, regardless of the ninjutsu. If it was a technique that Hashirama mastered and deemed useful, he could simply clap his hands and utter the name of the jutsu, and it would be executed flawlessly. After dismissing both Hashirama and Tobirama, Yu turned around to inquire about the situation. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, acknowledging that the three Sarutobi members, capable of attaining the Chunin rank at the tender age of 10, were no ordinary individuals. In less than 10 minutes, they had successfully summoned a relatively complete shadow clone. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Father, over here. After the departure of Kurama Kamichi and Mido Minyen, Sarutobi Hizashi engaged in a lengthy conversation with Yu. Their rapport had reached a score of 60, and Yu fortuitously encountered Sarutobi Hizashi's father, the elite jonin of Konoha, Sarutobi Sasuke, whose combat prowess was comparable to Yu's. Name: Sarutobi Sasuke. Abilities: mastery of all fire and wind release ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique, expert. Sarutobi sword technique, expert. Sarutobi leg technique, expert. Combat power: 4,000 affection level. 20. You must be Lord Hashirama. Sarutobi Sasuke smiled, bowing slightly to Yu as a gesture of respect. Although Yu was not significantly younger than Sarutobi Sasuke, their differing statuses prompted Sasuke to show deference to Yu as a leader. This is not a formal gathering. There is no need for such formality between us, Yu said, waving his hand dismissively. You are still my senior. I should be the one addressing you as such. Ding. Sarutobi Sasuke's affection level increased by 10. At a score of 60, Yu would gain access to the family ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. However, Yu was cautious about becoming overly familiar with other clans within Konoha. The Ninja Academy had only recently been established, and Sarutobi Hizashi was merely a first-generation student. The purpose of founding the academy was to eliminate the barriers between clans and foster harmonious interactions. Currently, Konoha had not yet achieved true harmony, so Yu refrained from forming close ties with any clan, lest the higher-ups of other clans pen unfavorable articles. Nevertheless, he had made a favorable impression on Sarutobi Sasuke. Sasuke, one of the most elite ninjas in Konoha, possessed exceptional strength and combat experience, and should not be underestimated. He would prove to be invaluable in the future. Yu turned his attention back to his own status panel. Host: Yu Senju Hashirama. Combat power: 3000 abilities. C rank fire release. Great fireball technique, mastered. A rank sage art. True extinguishing flames, mastered. B rank ninjutsu. Summoning technique, mastered. 1 summoning beast for entry level, 2 for mastery, 3 for expert, 4 for master. Water release and 4 other elemental techniques, 3 C rank, 1 B rank, mastered. Sharingan, 2 Tomo. Byakugan, entry level. Yu studied his abilities for a considerable time and realized that while he possessed a multitude of ninjutsu, their levels were rather low. It seemed that his elder brother had recently compiled a comprehensive ninjutsu manual. Perhaps he could find time to observe and learn some advanced techniques. Just as Yu had awakened, he was startled by a rapid knocking on the window. What is the matter? Yu quickly roused himself and whispered towards the window. The Hokage has urgent matters to discuss with you. The ninja wearing a dark mask outside whispered softly. A sense of unease gripped Yu's heart, prompting him to hastily don his attire and swiftly make his way to the Hokage building. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, and other high-ranking officials who were instrumental in the establishment of Konoha gathered there. Madara has arrived. Tobirama signaled for Yu to approach. Through their discourse, it became evident that negotiations with other shinobi villages had abruptly collapsed. The once amicable relations had soured, largely due to the proximity of the Wind Country to the Fire Country, which allowed Konoha to learn of the ongoing war among the other 4 great shinobi villages. Diplomatic overtures had failed to pacify the other villages, and instead, they became increasingly arrogant. Hashirama wore a pained expression, while Madara and Tobirama maintained their stern demeanor. The Water Country coveted the lands of the other 4 nations. The Lightning Country sought vast territories. The Wind Country desired water sources. And the Earth Country yearned for fertile soil. Once again, the flames of war spread. Aside from Konoha, the world seemed to have regressed by a decade and returned to the era of warring states. Madara, do you remember what you once said about the tailed beasts? Yu nodded. Hashirama sighed. Then we have no choice but to proceed as planned. Through his wood release, Hashirama sensed several tailed beasts in close proximity, while others were situated further within the Fire Country, necessitating Yu and Madara to embark on a quest to locate them, while Hashirama would personally pursue the sensed beasts. Hashirama's intention remained aligned with the original narrative, to capture the tailed beasts and distribute them peacefully, thus establishing a balance among the various nations and shinobi villages. Does this mean I must accompany Uchiha Madara to the Lightning Country? Yu's apprehension dissipated. With Madara's assistance, the endeavor would surely become more manageable. It appeared that Konoha had not yet attracted the attention of others, as it was the only one among the 5 great shinobi villages that had not been visited by shinobi from the others. Nevertheless, Yu remained cautious during this period. In the future, he would seek an opportunity to engage with the Uchiha clan. Maintaining a 2-tomo Sharingan was increasingly burdensome, and even acquiring a 3-tomo would be preferable. Concurrently, a daring idea began to take root in Yu's mind. Given his perfect rapport of 100 with Hashirama, the system could unveil all of Hashirama's abilities to him, particularly his wood release. Hashirama's wood release was a unique bloodline limit derived from the fusion of earth and water release chakra natures. Theoretically, if Yu could replicate wood release, possessing a substantial chakra reserve would enable him to summon forth anything with a mere clap of his hands, just like Hashirama. However, reality proved to be far less forgiving. Yu could currently only utilize techniques akin to Yamado's, employing wood release to bind and entomb, albeit these techniques were less formidable than Hashirama's. Each individual's chakra capacity, untainted by the influence of tailed beasts, was predetermined from birth. Yet, Yu possessed the system, a golden opportunity that allowed him to gradually reduce the chakra consumption of his techniques through skill enhancement. Furthermore, with the addition of sage techniques that continually enhance the upper limit of chakra, Yu is confident that before long, he too will wield devastating wood release techniques, such as the wood clone technique and the wood dragon technique, capable of wide-ranging destruction. Suddenly, Yu activated his Sharingan, scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement. Judging by the aura, The opponent's combat power was at least comparable to his own. Who could it be at this late hour? An unsettling thought crept into Yi Yu's mind. However, it seemed that the newcomer's target was not him, but rather heading directly towards Konoha village. Drawing ever closer to the Hokage building, Yi Yu had taken on the responsibility of guarding Konoha throughout the night. If someone were to breach the Hokage's office, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yi Yu soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of wind forward. The space around him was enveloped in fierce currents. Although he had merely mastered the technique, its power was already formidable. The force of the great breakthrough halted the intruder in their tracks, drawing their attention to Yi Yu. Is that a member of Konoha Zanbu? The intruder muttered to themselves. But it mattered little to them, for they had already slain numerous ninja from Konoha. Though not their intended target, eliminating Yi Yu would be a convenient task. Yi Yu quickly closed the distance and accessed the system to ascertain the intruder's identity. Name, Kakuzu. Background, Elite Jonin from Takigakure. Combat power, 3,500 abilities. Earth Grudge Fear Mode, C rank Earth Grudge Fear Stitching Technique, B rank Earth Grudge Fear Tentacle Fist. B rank Secret Technique Heart Extraction, B rank Earth Grudge Fear Nature Mask, Mastery in Fire Release, Water Release, Lightning Release, Earth Release, and Wind Release techniques. Kakuzu. Yi Yu was taken aback by Kakuzu's swift arrival, realizing that the target he mentioned was none other than his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, who was also a member of the Akatsuki organization in the original narrative. Kakuzu had come to assassinate Hashirama, drawn by the exorbitant bounty that far exceeded that of other ninjas in the black market. His combat power surpassed Yi Yu's by a whole 500 points. However, Yi Yu felt no fear, for in terms of battle experience, Kakuzu was still far behind, though their rapport stood at 0. Defeating Kakuzu would still grant Yi Yu access to his abilities. Tentacle Fist. Kakuzu extended his arm, the lines between his forearm and upper arm severing as his fist launched toward Yi Yu. Yi Yu activated his Sharingan, evading while searching for an opening. Those eyes. Is he a member of the Uchiha clan? Kakuzu pondered, but as the Umbu cloak fell from above Yi Yu's head, his striking black and white hair was revealed. Recognizing Yi Yu instantly due to his distinct features, Kakuzu recalled that Yi Yu had a bounty in the black market, albeit slightly less than Hashirama's, yet still substantial. I shall deal with you first, then proceed to assassinate that esteemed Hokage. Kakuzu thought to himself, activating his Earth Grudge Fear mode. Clearly, Kakuzu regarded Yi Yu as a formidable adversary, immediately unleashing his most powerful second form. You shall become my third heart. Jiao Du shed his garments, revealing an upper body crisscrossed with a myriad of stitched lines, a testament to his experience as a seasoned warrior. Serving the Takigakure village, Jiao Du's circumstances diverged from the original narrative. Due to the formidable strength of Yi Yu and the relentless assaults by the Uchiha clan's guard under the leadership of Uchiha Izuna on Takigakure's territory, the village's higher-ups bestowed upon Jiao Du the secret technique of the Dotenyu, significantly augmenting his power. His arrival in Konohagakure was motivated by both the prospect of substantial remuneration and a mission assigned by his organization. Beside him, a black mask, resembling a human form, twisted and stood upright, its mouth agape. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, head carving. The mask beside Jiao Du suddenly elevated and expelled a torrent of flame. While Jiao Du positioned his left hand across his chest, sharp spines rushing forth. The flames and lightning coalesced into a ferocious visage, lunging towards Yi Yu. In response to Jiao Du's dual onslaught, Yi Yu furrowed his brow, employing his Sharingan to discern the trajectory of the attacks, evading deftly. Water release, water barrier. After thwarting the flames, Yi Yu charged towards Jiao Du's position. Sage art, frog kicking fist. Harnessing the surrounding natural energy, his eyes glowed with an orange hue. Significantly enhancing his strength and speed, he arrived at Jiao Du's side and delivered a powerful punch. Just as Yi Yu's fist was about to strike Jiao Du, a black shadow adorned with a mask unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Lightning release, false darkness. The Dotenyu lightning release mask unleashed a piercing lance of lightning, sweeping forward with astonishing force capable of penetrating rock, a technique of immense lethality. Recognizing the futility of a direct confrontation, Yi Yu retreated hastily. The remaining 3 hearts must not be revealed yet. They would be reserved for a pivotal moment. Jiao Du narrowed his eyes, contemplating. His earlier declaration to seize Yi Yu's heart and become his third mask was a strategy to conceal part of his power. He presumed that both were largely unaware of each other's capabilities. In truth, Yu had already comprehended Jiao Du's abilities, including the Dotenyu, thoroughly. The fact that Jiao Du could unleash 5 elemental techniques indicated that he possessed 5 hearts, each representing a different chakra nature: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. To truly eradicate Jiao Du, it was imperative to destroy all 5 hearts. Were the remaining 3 intended to be saved for a climactic moment? Observing that Jiao Du had only utilized fire and lightning release, the 2 combatants could only discern one another through the illumination generated by their jutsu amidst the nocturnal setting. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Lightning crackled in Yi Yu's hand, resonating with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! What? Jiao Du had evidently underestimated the speed of the lightning. Before he could mount a defense, Yi Yu had positioned himself above the fire release mask. The expansive range of the fire release served as illumination, granting him a tactical advantage in the darkness. With a swift motion, Yi Yu wielded his blade, transforming the lightning chakra into a sharp weapon that pierced through the heart. A sharp pain surged through Kakuzu, as though he had sustained a grievous wound, and in the blink of an eye, he lost one of his hearts. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Kakuzu clasped his hands together, reinforcing his body to withstand Yi Yu's lightning attack. In the blink of an eye, a mask emerged from behind Kakuzu. Water Style, Water Curtain. A stream of water burst forth from the mouth of the mask. Alarmed, Yi Yu realized that the water flowed through Kakuzu's hardened body towards the lightning strike. A tingling sensation coursed through him, rendering Yi Yu's arm immobile from the electric shock. Seizing the opportunity with his other arm still functional, Yi Yu formed a hand seal, and with a resounding pop, a clone appeared beside him. This clone also activated Sage Mode, grasping Kakuzu's arm and using immense strength to hurl him to the ground. Once freed from the electric grip, Yi Yu swiftly employed medical ninjutsu to heal his arm. Kakuzu unleashed his full power, revealing a 4th mask. Lightning Style, False Darkness. Earth Style, Earth Flow Spear. Ninja Art, Flame Wind Surge. Something surged within Kakuzu's body, and the mask adorned with the fire symbol rose once more, combining with the wind-style ninjutsu to unleash a vast sea of flames. Above the inferno, 2 masks representing lightning and earth floated, as the Earth Flow Spear, infused with electricity, rained down upon Yi Yu like droplets of rain. Could one still fight after having their heart pierced? There was no time to ponder such thoughts. The combination of Kakuzu's fire and wind techniques illuminated the entire forest as if it were daylight. Kakuzu's eyes glowed with a fierce determination, evidently having expended a significant amount of chakra on this attack. Let us see how you evade this. Yi Yu activated his Sharingan to survey his surroundings. The sea of flames stretched for miles, making escape impossible. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. As he summoned the Earth Wall, Yi Yu also conjured a water barrier to encircle the stone wall for protection. Taking a deep breath, he dove inside, mindful of blocking overhead. Soon, waves of scorching heat enveloped him, the temperature steadily rising. However, with the vast inferno surrounding him, Kakuzu could not approach. Therefore, Yi Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, utilizing sage arts to restore his chakra. When the flames finally subsided, Kakuzu, from a distance, saw only a stone wall. After observing for a while, with his chakra nearly restored, he leaped onto a nearby branch and approached the stone wall. Oh, is dawn approaching? Kakuzu mused, gazing at the rising sun. With a swift leap, he ascended the earth flow wall and spotted Yi Yu lying on the ground. Has he fainted from the heat? Kakuzu leaped down, feeling a faint wave of heat. Given the high temperature, it was no wonder. Let me take your heart and set you free. Kakuzu unleashed his tentacle fist, moving towards Yi Yu's heart. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated beneath Kakuzu's feet, causing a surge of alarm within him, and he instinctively thought to jump away. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered. Suddenly, an arm extended from beneath the feet of Kakuzu, firmly grasping him. Could it be? Kakuzu immediately realized what was happening. He initially intended to unleash his lightning release mask downward, but alas, the confined space rendered it ineffective as the stone walls pressed upon it. This individual seeks to lure me in and eliminate me? Kakuzu's heart raced in alarm, but just then, a sound of earth being broken echoed, and a figure appeared before him, brandishing 5 shurikens imbued with fire and lightning release techniques. This is bad. However, Kakuzu had no time to be astonished. As Leaf Feather activated his Sharingan, their gazes locked. The Sharingan, Kakuzu instinctively closed his eyes, yet in that fleeting moment, Leaf Feather lunged toward Kakuzu's heart. The 5 shurikens following suit. Easy. Kakuzu collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Ding. The ability holder has perished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique. Land of Grievances. The dark substance enveloping Kakuzu receded, shrinking into a palm-sized orb that floated into Leaf Feather's hand. Had he encountered Kakuzu from 90 years hence, Leaf Feather might have lacked the confidence to triumph. Yet the current Kakuzu was merely an ordinary ninja. What is this? Leaf Feather curiously picked up the bag from Kakuzu, peering inside to discover an array of papers. He was aware that Kakuzu was a man of considerable greed, but he was astonished to find such an abundance of wealth. The papers contained financial records from various black markets. Regrettably, the locations of these black markets were not disclosed. Uncle Irin might possess knowledge of this matter. Best to keep it for now. Leaf Feather tucked the papers into his clothing and also unearthed crucial intelligence regarding Takigakure. Kakuzu's assassination mission against Senju Hashirama had been a direct order from the higher-ups of Takigakure. Furthermore, the intelligence indicated extensive signs of devastation along the line where Takigakure intersected with the Land of Fire. Takigakure had instructed Kakuzu to relay the information to Kumogakure before proceeding with the assassination. However, Kakuzu's eagerness for profit resulted in Kumogakure still awaiting the intel. Takigakure, a small ninja village surrounded by the earth, fire, grass, and frost nations, found itself in a precarious position, yet it adopted a strategy of close combat and distant diplomacy. Forming an alliance with Kumogakure. Such widespread destruction. Could it be the Seven Tails? Leaf Feather pondered, recognizing the significance of this intelligence, which must be delivered to the Hokage's office. Tap, tap, tap. Numerous footsteps echoed outside the Doton wall. Lord Tobarama, what brings you here? This corpse is... Leaf Feather deactivated the Doton wall. As many Konoha ninjas gathered to assess the situation. You've arrived just in time. Please carry this body to the laboratory. Leaf Feather instructed. Kakuzu's body holds immense research value and must not go to waste. Yes. Is this ninja headband from Takigakure? Tobarama and others stood beside Kakuzu's corpse, engaged in discussion while glancing at the intelligence Leaf Feather had brought. Fortunately, the information was not transmitted. Otherwise, it would have posed significant trouble. No, it cannot be guaranteed. Uchiha Madara interrupted Tobarama's speech. What is it? Do you have doubts? Tobarama replied with dissatisfaction. Before the establishment of Takigakure, I had dealings with their leader, who is an exceedingly shrewd individual. It is improbable that we would acquire such clear intelligence. Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, a glimmer of uncertainty flickering in his gaze. According to the map of the ninja world, a massive waterfall river lies adjacent to Takigakure, providing ample space and being the most likely habitat for tailed beasts. When the Sage of Six Paths dispersed the tailed beasts across the world, Shikaku, the one tail, could only exert its full strength in the desert, which is where it is presumably located. The two tails, Nibi, is a colossal cat demon, and cats have a penchant for bamboo groves. The three tails, Isabu, swims in lakes. The four tails, Son Goku, resides among rocky formations. The five tails, Kokuo, the seven tails, Chome, and the nine tails, Kurama, favor forests and waterfalls. The six tails, Seiken, exists within caverns, while the eight tails, Gyuki, dwells atop lofty peaks. The nine-tailed beasts are scattered across the 5 great nations and numerous smaller ones, making the search arduous. Even if intelligence is intercepted, Uchiha Madara fears that Takigakure may have more than just the messenger Kaku, and it is highly likely that the forces of the Land of Lightning have already caught wind of the information, perhaps even encountering a tailed beast. The strength of the tailed beasts is formidable, and the Land of Lightning will undoubtedly dispatch elite forces to capture the 8 tails, taking advantage of their weakened domestic power. Uchiha Madara approached the window and shared his insights with Yaiba and others, proposing that they adhere to the previously established plan and set off for the Land of Lightning the following morning. Since Hashirama was embarking alone to collect the tailed beasts, Uchiha Madara did not wish to hinder him, and despite some reservations regarding the recent Hokage election, he prioritized the greater good of Konoha. I do not agree, Tobarama interjected, his voice growing louder. Since Madara has intercepted this information, we should begin our inquiries at Takigakure. The Land of Lightning is hundreds of miles away, making it improbable they could arrive so swiftly. If we encounter them, Wouldn't our plan to capture the Eight Tails be rendered futile? Wouldn't you agree, Madara? The others turned to Yaiba, seemingly awaiting his decision. This situation mirrored the earlier voting process for the Hokage's successor, with Tobirama emerging victorious through the majority's support. Such a scene seemed to evoke a sense of melancholy and solitude within Uchiha Madara, reminiscent of 2 years prior. Are you all right? Yaiba approached Uchiha Madara, expressing his concern. It is essential to note that part of Uchiha Madara's darkening was rooted in the distrust from the ninjas and citizens of Konoha, along with the inherent fear of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara shook his head with a faint smile, brushing past Yaiba. Yaiba intended to pursue him, but in an instant, Uchiha Madara vanished from sight. With a sigh, Yaiba hoped that the worst outcomes would be avoided. Black Zetsu, where art thou? Fire release, great fire annihilation. A colossal wall of flames surged forth, far surpassing the previous combination technique unleashed by Kakazu, crashing into the forest. Before Uchiha Madara, a squad of ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Land of Lightning were engulfed by the inferno, collapsing to the ground in agonizing cries. Another squad followed suit. Uchiha Madara stood upon the grass, surrounded by hundreds of lifeless bodies, in the very place where the Land of Fire met the Land of Lightning, the Land of Rice. Ever since he ascended to the position of captain of the Uchiha Guard and the leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara had been inundated with countless intruders, causing profound changes within his temperament. Now, he could only harbor warmth deep within his heart, projecting instead the image of the Uchiha clan as inherently ruthless, as perceived by the world. Before him, several ninjas from the Land of Lightning trembled, their legs quaking as they retreated in fear. Suddenly, one ninja's eyes contorted in pain, wildly swinging his long blade at his comrades. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Witnessing their ally abruptly turn against them, the others immediately concluded that the man from the Hidden Leaf Village was to blame. Amidst the chaos, several among them succumbed to madness, slaying one another until only one remained. That lone survivor, drenched in blood from his comrades, knelt on the ground, unable to articulate his feelings. Then, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. Uchiha Madara approached, his eyes widening dramatically, revealing a crimson gaze unlike any other, a manifestation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, far more enigmatic and sinister than that of Yaiba. This represented the ultimate form of the Sharingan, an evolution only attainable in the depths of sorrow, a further evolution of the three-tomo Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Aya. When the ninjas from the Land of Lightning gazed up and locked eyes with Madara, they were struck by a wave of dizziness, collapsing to the ground. It was that guardian. Through the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara gleaned information about this ninja from the village hidden in the clouds. They belonged to an advanced unit tasked with gathering intelligence near the village hidden in the waterfall, preparing to locate the tailed beast, the Seven Tails, residing in the village. Subsequently, they dispatched a team of elite ninjas led by Yatsuki-e, known as the future Second Raikage. In truth, Yatsuki-e had already attained the strength of a Kage, earning a formidable reputation within the ninja world. Madara's reaction was subdued. In his heart, the only one worthy of his respect was Senju Hashirama. Lord Raikage, please issue your orders. We shall not hesitate. Through the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara perceived the lightning ninja as the Raikage of the hidden cloud village. You shall convey the events that transpire here to Yatsuki, and guide them to the waterfall. Yes. The fallen ninja half kneeled on the ground, clasping his fists in reverence. The myriad landscapes and the abode of blessings are indeed here. Yu gazed at the sign above and nodded. This was the Chamber of Commerce established by Fu Xing-iren, which had been operational since the Warring States period. Through previous transactions with the Uzumaki Ninja Village, it had garnered considerable startup capital. The alliance between Uzumaki Village and Konoha Village was among the earliest, and the Land of Water, being a hub of commerce, allowed many merchants to learn of Fu Xing-iren's Wanjing Hui and his reputation while trading or transporting goods. The might of Konoha Village was well known among merchants, and often during their travels, they would stop at Wanjing Hui, gradually establishing Fu Xing-iren as a renowned affluent merchant. The funds required for the establishment of many facilities in Konoha Village were also partly attributed to Fu Xing-iren's efforts. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Don't disturb our facade. A middle-aged man holding a broom angrily rebuked Yu from within Wanjing Hui. Yu averted his gaze to the one scolding him, and with a piercing stare, the middle-aged man recoiled, fearfully retreating to the side, falling silent. However, Yu suddenly approached him. What do you want? The middle-aged man stammered, retreating further. Recognizing Yu as a ninja from the forehead protector on his head, the man worried that his disturbance might provoke a confrontation. May I ask if the owner is inside? Yu inquired, as the small door within the grand entrance of Wanjing Hui was closed, leaving him uncertain of Fu Xing Iren's presence. Only the young lady is inside. The young lady? Is it Miss Fu Xinghui? Yu pondered as he stepped inside. Wait, my lady is. The middle-aged man attempted to dissuade him, but a mere glare from Yu sent him cowering back. Upon entering the main hall, Yu found it deserted and ventured further into the building. I never imagined this place had expanded so much. Yu stumbled through various dead ends until he arrived at a space adorned with cherry blossom trees. Simultaneously, the sound of flowing water and a melodic female voice humming a tune resonated from within, accompanied by a rather dry voice echoing repetitively. Yu scratched his head in confusion, then placed his hands before his chest, forming a seal. Byakugan. Upon activating his visual prowess, a pristine white area came into view, revealing the figure of a woman, exuding a captivating fragrance. Oh, Yu, still a virgin despite having seen numerous films, was utterly unprepared for such a sight in reality. Suddenly, a cool sensation between his nose and mouth made him realize he was bleeding. Oh dear, he exclaimed reflexively. Who is outside? Fu Xinghui inside hurriedly ceased the sound of water, wrapping herself in a bathrobe and calling out loudly. Huiwa, it's me. Yu quickly responded. Fearing she might misunderstand, he added, I saw no one inside, so I came in. I apologize for the intrusion. Apologize? What did you see? Huiwa shrank back, a wave of tension washing over her as she softly inquired from within the room. It's nothing at all. Yu, noticing how the explanations only deepened the awkwardness, chose to remain silent. Please wait a moment. After a brief silence, the shadowy figure within the door vanished. Shortly thereafter, Huiwa emerged, adorned in a classic pale red kimono, to welcome Yu inside. A fleeting glance revealed a blush blooming on Huiwa's face as she kept her gaze lowered, avoiding eye contact. Oh, how swiftly the years have flown by. It has already been over a decade. Huiwa is now in her 20s, Yu mused, simultaneously letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Should this secret be discovered, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, Huiwa's figure was indeed striking. In mere seconds, Yu took in all that he could. Yu explained the purpose of his visit to Huiwa while inquiring about Fu Xing Iren's whereabouts. My father had a significant business deal to discuss last week and has yet to return. With a hopeful heart, Yu produced the letter from his pocket. Do you recognize this place, Miss Huiwa? He asked, pointing to the various black market symbols emblazoned upon it. Having traveled extensively with her father, Huiwa had gained considerable knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow, responding softly, I only recognize one of these symbols. One is sufficient, Yu exclaimed joyfully. If he could navigate through this singular black market, it would lead him to others. It's worth noting that the funds in the black market account in Kyoto could potentially establish a small ninja village. Huiwa extended her finger to indicate the symbol in the upper left corner, speaking quietly. 3 years ago, when my father and I were transporting goods, we encountered bandits nearby. It was a woman from this black market who saved us. Initially, the father and daughter duo had come to regard the black market as a den of sordid dealings. However, that woman had altered their perspective significantly, revealing that the transactions were not as they had imagined. Fu Xing Iren later became acquainted with several black merchants, and these clandestine dealings contributed greatly to his immense wealth. The location Huiwa pointed to was where the land of bears lay, specifically a small village within known as Xingren Village. The name Xingren Village felt strangely familiar to Yu. He suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, a meteor had once fallen there, its energy allowing for cultivation. Hence the village was named Xingren Village, its emblem a star-adorned forehead protector. Through Huiyue's description, he learned that the black market area was situated in a tunnel adjacent to Xingren Village, concealed beneath a large stone. Moreover, the land of bears was not exceedingly far from the land of waterfall. He could indeed visit it tomorrow, provided that his mission was successfully accomplished. Thank you. Yu expressed his gratitude. It is my honor to assist the village, Lord Banjian. Please, just call me Banjian. Huiyue's voice dropped to a whisper, sending shivers down Yu's spine. Indeed, he also sensed the peculiarities surrounding Fu Xinghui. However, at this moment, Yu lacked the energy to navigate these intricate relationships and could only express his gratitude to Fuxing Huinyu before hastily departing. As Fuxing Huinyu observed Yi Yu's retreating figure, her hands, clasped tightly against her chest, suddenly tightened, and her head bowed slightly. The following day, Uchiha Madara donned his black long coat. The famed Uchiha fan prominently displayed upon his back. Walking alongside him, Yi Yu diligently scrutinized Madara's expressions, hoping to discern any signs of his encounter with Kaguya through subtle changes, yet found none. "Exercise caution here," Madara suddenly remarked. "The border of the Land of Fire often attracts rogue ninjas who are under bounties. They wander about, posing a considerable threat." Activating his Sharingan, Madara surveyed their surroundings, flanked by sheer cliffs delineating their path. With a leap, they entered the territory of the Land of Grass, where they encountered numerous dilapidated tents and ragged individuals, a testament to the plight of the homeless. These were the destitute civilians and fallen ninjas from various nations and villages, some still bearing the headbands of their clans. The expressions of Yi Yu and Madara grew solemn as they exchanged few words, eventually arriving at the domain of Tekinen village. "This must be the area," Madara murmured, slightly bending down to touch the ground, where a wide fissure stretched over 10 meters, accompanied by signs of destruction in the nearby woods. Could this be the work of a tailed beast? Though Madara had never encountered a tailed beast, his instincts led him to deduce that its size must exceed 50 meters. "Why have we not discovered Tekinen village?" Yi Yu pondered silently. Hidden behind a colossal waterfall, Tekinen village remained elusive, shielded from invasions by the 4 surrounding nations, thanks to its unique geographical position. Most intriguingly, the village was said to harbor the hero's water, a legendary substance that could exponentially enhance a ninja's chakra. Oh, the hero's water is located beneath a massive tree, which should be quite conspicuous. The waterfall alone cannot obscure it entirely. A spark of realization ignited within Yi Yu, prompting him to leap onto a branch and activate his Byakugan. Before long, a vast expanse of verdant foliage caught Yi Yu's eye. "Over there." Upon seeing Yi Yu hastening towards a particular direction, Madara swiftly followed suit. Upon halting, they beheld a colossal waterfall, amidst which stood a series of houses and stone dwellings, enveloped in an eerie silence that suggested the presence of a desolate village. Madara intended to approach closer, but was halted by Yi Yu. Pointing toward the village below, Yi Yu noted a solitary group stationed at the entrance, their anxious expressions indicating they were awaiting something, while behind them lay a large pool of water. Based on his deductions and memories, Yi Yu recognized that the pool contained the hero's water. What could they be waiting for? Yi Yu inquired softly, his curiosity piqued. As Uchiha Madara was about to respond, a sudden sensation stirred within his mind, as if someone was drawing closer. It became evident to him that they were awaiting someone. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Madara's lips, imbued with a sense of intrigue. The individuals from the Land of Lightning were just outside the waterfall. Fortunately, they had arrived a step ahead. Otherwise, they would have encountered each other fortuitously. Uchiha Madara gestured towards the area beyond the waterfall and spoke to Yi Yu. The sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the waterfall. The leader of the Takigakure village, whose forehead was glistening with fine beads of perspiration, clearly displayed his anxiety as he dispatched someone to retrieve several vials of the hero's water hidden behind them. Shadows flitted by, and a dozen ninjas adorned with distinctive forehead protectors emerged from the waterfall, led by a middle-aged man with unkempt hair, a rugged beard, a fierce countenance, and dark skin, his nose adorned with golden paint. With a long beard and a topknot, he presented a robust figure, clad in a high-collared trench coat, layered over a mesh undershirt, complemented by a tight-fitting black combat uniform, and draped with a white cloud-patterned cloak, his right shoulder protected by iron-brown armor. "They arrived rather swiftly," Yi remarked, his gaze fixed upon them. The system on his person also assessed the identity of this individual. Name: Yayue AI, the future second rankage in the original text. Abilities: Lightning Release, C rank, B rank Ninjutsu, Expert level. Possessing extensive combat experience and formidable physical prowess. Combat power value: 5,000. Affection level: 0. If Takigakure had developed further in the original narrative, it could have potentially emerged as the 5th great ninja village in the ninja world, yet now, it found itself bowing to the hidden village of the Land of Lightning, adorned with forced smiles. The combat power value of the Takigakure village leader was merely around 2,000, rendering him inadequate, even amongst ordinary ninjas. The dialogue between the two factions was clearly audible to both Madara and Yi Yu. We have met Lord Yeyue. There is no need for excessive formalities. We come at the behest of Lord Raikage. Since we have allied, we shall not refuse. Have you discerned the appearance of that tailed beast? The Takigakure village leader nodded. Regrettably, due to the haste, the letter contained only scant details. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, the Takigakure village leader retrieved a vial of the hero's water from the hands of a ninja behind him. This enormous creature has tainted our village's water source. Its essence will shift in accordance with the contents of this vial. Unbeknownst to the Takigakure village leader, his limited knowledge rendered him unaware that the colossal creature was the legendary tailed beast left by the Sage of Six Paths. While the hidden village of the Land of Lightning possessed a wealth of detailed information regarding the origins of the tailed beasts, surpassing that of smaller ninja villages. After receiving the vial, AI remarked, the hero's water is imbued with spirituality. When it approaches a similar vial of hero's water, its color will lighten. I entrust this matter to you. AI nodded, rising to bid farewell to the leader of Takigakure. Simultaneously, the ninjas from Takigakure moved to follow behind AI, joining him in the pursuit of the creature. After their departure, Uchiha Madara produced a fan and trailed closely behind AI. Yu proposed, that bottle of water appears to be the key to locating the tailed beasts. You should follow them for now. I will retrieve another bottle and meet you shortly. Uchiha Madara nodded, his eyes suddenly revealing the three-tomo Sharingan, as he swiftly charged through the waterfall with his fan in hand. Why does this place resemble a graveyard? Yu furrowed his brow, weaving through the outskirts of Takigakure. The elder of Takigakure had vanished moments earlier, and the world seemed to fall into a hushed stillness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Feeling ill at ease in such an environment, Yu hastily produced a water bottle, intending to collect some and leave. Who are you? Before he could finish, Yu stepped forward, swiftly drawing a kunai, and the Takigakure ninja fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the chakra water pool, which allows for the expansion of chakra capacity and grants access to Takigakure's secret techniques. Would the host like to begin absorption? Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden announcement from the system. The secret techniques of Takigakure? ISNT at the Doton, Yomi Erasure? Hadn't I already acquired it? Nevertheless, curiosity propelled Yu to the center of the pool, where he inadvertently submerged the fallen Takigakure ninja. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming the hero's water of Takigakure, acquiring the ability Doton, Yomi Erasure. Ding! Ability is redundant. Transforming Doton, Yomi Erasure into Doton, Yomi Erasure, Heart Extraction, Divine Vessel. As Yu took a sip of the hero's water, a sensation of fluidity coursed through his body, causing the chakra measurement in the system to instantly surge, doubling his chakra reserves. The hero's water of Takigakure bestows a dual effect upon every ninja. The enhancement of chakra comes at the cost of the user's rapidly diminishing life. Due to the side effects of the hero's water, Takigakure sealed it away, regarding it as a treasured possession of the village, safeguarded by its leader. The existence of the hero's water also endowed Takigakure with formidable strength. However, Yu was an exception, supported by Sage Mode and the system's modifications. After consuming 3 sips, the effects of chakra enhancement began to taper off. The unexpected acquisition of Heart Extraction, Divine Vessel, further astonished Yu. The Divine Heart is one of the techniques of Doton, Yomi Erasure, but under the system's improvement, its power has become significantly more formidable. Unlike the heart techniques initially employed by Kaku, it not only encompasses the original 5 basic elemental techniques, but also accommodates various special techniques such as Yin release and Yang release. This implies that it provides a space for the extraction of other elemental techniques. However, Yu still needed to seek out exceptionally powerful hearts to integrate into the vessel and utilize their techniques. While Yu was meticulously observing the enhanced abilities of Doton, Yomi Erasure, he suddenly recalled something urgent. Oh no, Madara was still tracking that team from Kumogakure. He must avoid encountering any danger. At the waterfall behind Takigakure, trees were uprooted, and grass was flung several meters away, as if ravaged by some terrifying beast or natural catastrophe. Yet, the corpses strewn across the grass and branches negated both possibilities. Beside the lifeless body, a brown-skinned man with a rugged face leaned heavily on a large blade, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a man clad in black, with long, flowing hair and a similarly dark robe, wielding a fan adorned with black and white flames. Behind him, the emblem of the Uchiha clan was vividly depicted. The brown-skinned man was engulfed in disbelief. How could such an insurmountable chasm exist between him and this fellow human? Even without the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara effortlessly dealt with anyone who was not Hashirama Senju. After a brief skirmish, Yayue AI immediately recognized the unfathomable strength of Uchiha Madara, making him the most formidable opponent he had encountered, second only to the Reikage. Just moments ago, upon spotting Madara, he had reacted with a swiftness that surpassed his own, and in the blink of an eye, several elite ninjas from the Cloud Village had perished. What was even more terrifying was that Madara's eyes were indeed the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, known throughout the Land of Fire. Unbeknownst to him, he and all the other ninjas had fallen into an illusion, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself utterly alone. "May I inquire your name?" Yayue asked. Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, paused momentarily at the question and, after a brief hesitation, replied, "I am Madara Uchiha, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan from Konoha." "I shall remember that." Yayue AI nodded, rising to his feet. "Next, I shall summon my strongest form to battle you. As a gesture of my respect." He grasped the large blade beside him. "Lightning release, Thunderbolt," Yayue AI softly declared, veiling his eyes with a black ninja headband. "Are you intending to fight me blind?" Madara mused, believing that a ninja without the aid of sight, regardless of their keen hearing, posed no real threat. Yayue AI remained silent as arcs of lightning crackled around him. Although he found Madara's Sharingan to be formidable, he was not without means to counter it. The lightning release technique he had mastered allowed him to perceive the movements of his adversary through the dispersing lightning, serving as a second set of eyes. "Are you serious?" Madara pondered, forming hand seals and summoning a shadow clone beside him. Both figures swiftly charged at Yayue AI from opposite directions, adeptly avoiding the floating arcs of lightning. What Madara was unaware of, however, was that aside from avoiding contact with the lightning, any adversary illuminated by it would also be sensed by its wielder. "Shadow clone technique," Yayue AI murmured. "Lightning release, thunderstorm barrage." A torrent of lightning erupted around Yayue AI, crackling violently and indiscriminately striking outward, using the ground to propel himself. Madara leapt into the air, brandishing his fan as he aimed to strike at Yayue AI. Instinctively, Yayue AI raised his blade in response to the lightning. The clash of their weapons ignited a shower of sparks. Yayue AI grimaced. Though Madara lacked his physical strength, his power far exceeded Yayue AI's expectations. As the fan drew closer, Yayue AI suddenly relinquished his stance and sidestepped. He realized he could not confront him head-on. Madara's strength was overwhelmingly greater than he had anticipated. Night Moon AI had previously encountered numerous ninjas from the Leaf Village, yet their powers paled in comparison to the monstrous abilities of Uchiha Madara. Lightning release, thundercloud strike. Night Moon AI formed hand seals, and with a resounding boom, a multitude of electrical particles manifested around him, coalescing and resonating with a thunderous roar. Although this ninjutsu was classified as B rank, its potency had escalated to the challenging level of A rank. The formidable thundercloud surged forth like a colossal boulder, hurtling towards Uchiha Madara from the heavens, expanding upon contact with the ambient lightning. "You initiated the ninjutsu first," Madara remarked, concealing his fan behind him. "In that case, let us engage in a battle of techniques." Fire release, dragon flame song technique. A voice resonated from afar. Night Moon AI pondered, hoping no unforeseen complications would arise. With Izuna still alive, a divergence from the original narrative had occurred, resulting in Madara lacking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as he had not transplanted Izuna's eyes, significantly diminishing his strength. Had they already crossed paths? The devastation surrounding him spoke volumes. "Byakugan." Night Moon AI placed his hands before his chest, surveying the area. The distant voice called out, "Fire release, dragon flame song technique." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Even though Night Moon AI was not at the epicenter of the technique, he could still feel an overwhelming pressure and impact. Vaguely, he discerned 4 fiery dragons coalescing from the distance, soaring into the sky and ferociously descending towards the ground. The dragon flame song technique? Such formidable power must be Madara's. Night Moon AI hastened towards the source. Lightning release, lightning induction. Such powerful fire ninjutsu. Night Moon AI scoffed as Madara's 4 fire dragons simultaneously attacked him from above, below, left, and right, achieving a hit rate of nearly 100. There was no means of evasion other than to withstand it head-on. Night Moon AI hastily invoked a defensive ninjutsu, enveloping himself in crackling lightning. As the first fire dragon struck him, he coughed up blood. Even with the protection of the lightning, the fire dragon's might was undiminished, and Night Moon AI silently braced himself against the onslaught of all four dragons, a thick haze of smoke billowing around him. Had he fallen silent? Was he dead? The release of such a technique had drained a considerable amount of Madara's chakra, and he had no doubt about the damage inflicted by the Dragon Flame Song technique. Aside from Hashirama, no one could withstand such an assault unscathed. Who? Madara sensed a powerful presence rushing towards him, and his unclosed Sharingan scanned the surroundings once more. It is I. As the sight of black and white hair entered Madara's line of vision, he exhaled in relief. How are you? Are you unharmed? Night Moon AI hurriedly inquired. Having encountered numerous corpses along the way, he was anxious for Madara's safety and had rushed at great speed, only to find the reality starkly different. Madara's black combat attire bore not a single crease, as if nothing had transpired, contrasting sharply with Night Moon AI, who stood a few meters away, his clothing scorched by flames, a vivid juxtaposition of their circumstances. Uchiha Madara nodded. Having now endured my most potent strike, he was unlikely to continue the battle. However, I remained cautious of his potential countermeasures and refrained from approaching. Yu cautiously advanced towards Yu AI, ever prepared to form hand seals. In that tense moment, the three remained silent, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Suddenly, a subtle crack echoed, and although it was faint, Yu perceived it distinctly. This is bad. In an instant, Yu swiftly dodged to the left, as a bolt of lightning surged forth like a long sword, cleaving through the surrounding space with astonishing speed. The lightning released longsword wave, stationary amidst the smoke. Yu AI formed his seals for an A-rank ninjutsu. The lightning released longsword wave. Not only did it travel at remarkable velocity, but the longsword also possessed sentience. Any moving object or individual within its vicinity would be torn asunder. Can this lightning even curve? In the blink of an eye, Yu had changed positions countless times. Yet with each shift, the longsword followed suit. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yu placed his hands upon the ground, and a formidable earthen wall erupted, aiming to shield against the lightning's assault. Yu AI, standing still with his arms crossed, had depleted a significant portion of his chakra with that last ninjutsu, and was in dire need of recuperation. The lightning strike could not be sustained for long. Observing Yu AI attempting to regain his chakra, Uchiha Madara began to stride towards him. Why has he stopped moving? As Yu remained hidden behind the stone wall, he noticed the stillness in front of him. The lightning had vanished. However, a crackling sound suddenly erupted from behind Uchiha Madara, who was spectating the battle. The lightning traversed through the air, its noise reminiscent of birdsong, creating an overwhelming din. Uchiha Madara instinctively turned around, raising the Uchiha fan to deflect the oncoming longsword wave. The fan, crafted from a part of the divine tree, possessed the ability to manipulate fire release through wind release and to rebound attacks. A countless number had perished under this technique due to its mysterious nature. Uchiha rebound. Rather than milkshakes. What? At the moment the fan collided with the longsword wave, not only did he counterattack, but Uchiha Madara also infused wind release into the lightning release longsword wave. The sound of lightning suddenly erupted in front of Yu AI, demanding his full attention. That fan could actually rebound the attack back. Yu AI hastily employed a lightning release defensive ninjutsu, but alas, he was a fraction too slow. Although this ninjutsu was formidable, the most terrifying aspect for its user was that the longsword wave lacked a definitive target. Thus, it could inadvertently strike its wielder during movement. As the longsword wave advanced towards Yu AI, an explosive clash ensued, illuminating the sky like a flashbang. Good heavens, why has it suddenly become so bright? Yu, concealed behind the stone wall, suddenly exclaimed. As he withdrew from his cover, he beheld the fallen Yu AI and Uchiha Madara standing beside him. The first thought that crossed Yu's mind was to eliminate Yu AI immediately. However, upon further reflection, he recalled that in the original narrative, Yu AI served as the current Raikage guard for the Hidden Cloud Village, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become the second Raikage. Furthermore, Yu AI's future disposition towards the Hidden Leaf Village was one of collaboration and amicable support. which would undoubtedly serve the interests of the Leaf Village now and in the future. Yi Yu's true concern did not lie within the realm of the world at large, but rather closer to home. He lifted his gaze to the evening sky, letting out a sigh. Wait. Yi Yu approached Yeyue AI, crouching down beside him. Uchiha Madara suddenly exclaimed, mistakenly believing Yi Yu intended to eradicate any potential threats. Rest assured, my intentions align with yours, Yi Yu replied with a smile. Employing medical ninjutsu to treat the unconscious Yeyue AI. Fortunately, the injuries are not fatal. It appears that practicing medical ninjutsu is indeed essential. Yi Yu devoted several minutes solely to the healing process. He recalled how, during previous battles alongside his elder brother Hashirama, his brother's wounds seemed to mend themselves effortlessly, akin to a bug being patched, leaving Yi Yu astounded for quite some time. That should suffice. Yi Yu and Uchiha Madara reached a consensus, bringing Yeyue AI to a state where he could awaken. This way, they could easily manage him. As Yeyue AI opened his eyes, Uchiha Madara revealed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Instinctively, Yeyue AI attempted to close his eyes, but his diminished physical faculties rendered him unable to react in time. Consequently, the Sharingan pattern briefly manifested in his gaze before vanishing in an instant. Yeyue AI attempted to draw the large sword beside him, yet found himself utterly immobilized. We will not kill you. Rest easy, Yi Yu reassured as both men rose to their feet. Following a conversation, Yeyue AI was taken aback by the mercy shown by Yi Yu and Madara. Yi Yu seized Yeyue AI, tossing him into a conspicuous spot at the entrance of Takigakure, and then prepared to search for the tailed beast, carrying a vial of hero's water. By the way, be cautious of those two golden-haired and silver-haired individuals from your village, Yi Yu advised before departing. Yeyue AI's eyes widened in shock, his pupils trembling. Are you referring to the golden and silver horns? Why should you inform me? What are these golden-haired and silver-haired beings? Are they ninjas from the hidden cloud village that you are acquainted with? Yi Yu nodded, his tone laced with concern. They are two exceptionally powerful ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Humph. Uchiha Madara remained unfazed. In his eyes, only Senju Hashirama held any significance in the current ninja world. Had he not spared the Raikage guard earlier, eliminating him would have merely consumed a bit of time. For Madara possessed capabilities far beyond even the Dragon Flame technique and the Sharingan. Wait a moment. Yi Yu suddenly halted, observing the hero's water in his hand becoming remarkably clear. It is nearby? But why is there no commotion? Be cautious, Yi Yu warned Madara, activating his Byakugan to scan the surroundings. However, only a dilapidated house was discovered, with no other suspicious locations in sight. Yi Yu and his companion arrived beside the house and found two lifeless bodies within, with nothing else present. These two individuals had recently perished, yet there were no signs of any assault on their bodies. Uchiha Madara's words immediately reminded Yi Yu of the attack method of the Seven Tails, which involved expelling scale powder from its mouth to incapacitate foes. Yet, such a potent technique would be lethal even to seasoned ninjas, let alone ordinary individuals. Something felt amiss. This should be the place. Yi Yu scrutinized the vial containing hero's water, suspecting it might be compromised. Buzzing, where did those mosquitoes come from? Wait, why is the sound so loud? Suddenly, Yi Yu recalled the appearance of the Seven Tails, and his expression shifted dramatically. In the sky, both Yi Yu and Uchiha Madara looked up simultaneously to see a colossal beast, several dozen meters in size, hovering above them, emitting that ominous buzzing sound. Is this the tailed beast? Although Madara had witnessed much, he was taken aback by the sight of a tailed beast for the first time. Despite being well prepared, Yi Yu still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Seven Tails ranked lower among tailed beasts, yet one must not underestimate it. This creature's combat capabilities were average. Its only troublesome attribute was its ability to fly. Caution was imperative. Exchanging nods, Yi Yu and Madara leapt into action. Sensing the impending threat, the beast released scale powder from its mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yi Yu scattered the powder, sprinting to the side of the beast's leg. They had come well prepared, aiming to exhaust the beast's stamina while preventing its escape, ultimately planning to control it with the Sharingan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Their attacks intertwined, and under Yi Yu's wind enhancement, the fireball expanded to nearly the size of the Seven Tails, racing forward at incredible speed. The beast howled as its Seven Tails launched a simultaneous counterattack, flinging towards the duo after being struck by the fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Yu climbed onto the creature's back. Earth Grudge Fear, Fire Release, Head Strike. Yu unleashed the Earth Grudge Fear technique, summoning a dark figure resembling Kakuzu. Adorned with a mask identical to his, the figure assaulted the Seven Tails back with fervor. This marked Yu's first application of the Earth Grudge Fear technique, while acquiring Kakuzu's abilities. He inherited 5 masks, granting him access to hidden heart channels. However, a heart was absent. Yu needed to procure one by sequentially claiming the hearts of master-level ninjas skilled in fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning techniques to possess a heart of his own. The Seven Tails felt a sharp pain on its back and began thrashing wildly, attempting to dislodge Yu. One tail struck toward his back. Sharingan. Yu activated his Sharingan, skillfully predicting the trajectory of the Seven Tails assault to evade its strike. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, relying on his immense chakra reserves, unleashed a barrage of fire-style techniques targeting the head, body, and tail of the creature known as Shomei. Alarmed by its intent to flee, Yu cried out as Uchiha Madara propelled himself forward, deftly leaping onto Shomei's back. Gripping tightly, Shomei retaliated with its tail, inflicting damage upon itself in the process. Ultimately, one misstep from Yu caused both of them to be thrown off by Shomei's sudden shift. Ding! Shomei's stamina plummeted to 20, its resistance waning. This is it. Now is the moment. While Uchiha Madara manipulated Shomei with his Sharingan, the creature let out a furious roar, gathering a dark matter in its mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. Recognizing the formidable nature of the Tailed Beast Bomb, Yu felt a surge of anxiety. However, he underestimated the innate ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan. As the Tailed Beast Bomb gradually diminished and ultimately vanished, the pattern of the Sharingan manifested in Madara's eyes. Success. Shomei descended to the ground, obediently approaching Uchiha Madara. The mission was complete. You may return to Konoha. I have some matters to attend to and will return in a few days. Uchiha Madara did not inquire further. Leaping effortlessly onto Shomei's back as they departed, Yu retrieved a map from his small pouch, scrutinizing it intently before setting off in a particular direction. Outside the Takigakure, a ninja emerged and discovered the motionless figure of Yu AI lying on the ground. How could someone be lying here? Is he dead? Upon recognizing the face, terror and disbelief washed over him, causing him to stumble back several meters. How is this possible? The Takigakure ninja hastily scrambled to his feet and stumbled back to the village, urgently summoning the village chief. A day later, within the borders of the land of bears, on the streets of a small town, a young man with black and white hair, adorned with a Konoha ninja headband, clutched a palm-sized map while muttering to himself. This map is far too convoluted. After much deliberation, Yu finally pinpointed the specific location. It lay at the heart of the land of bears. With the location of the Star Ninja Village established, finding the black market would prove to be a simple task. Along the way, Yu noticed numerous bounty posters plastered on trees and the walls of buildings, either issued by rogue ninjas or rival factions with long-standing enmity. Is it right beneath us? At an inconspicuous intersection, a patch of desolate grass was obscured by a massive boulder, beside which stood the newly established Star Ninja Village. Yu pushed the rock aside, revealing a dimly lit interior that sparkled faintly. Upon entering, he found the place teeming with people, each adorned with peculiar masks resembling floral patterns, lending an air of mystery to the scene. However, Yu had already gleaned substantial information about the operations of the black market from Fuxinghuiwa. In the depths below, every individual is required to don a mask that conceals their visage, ensuring that once the bounty is collected, their appearance remains unremembered, thus avoiding a plethora of troubles. Yu affixed the umbu mask issued by the Hidden Leaf Village to his face and ventured further into the shadows. Although the faces of many he encountered were obscured, the ninja headbands they wore allowed Yu to discern their national affiliations. Is there truly such a multitude of ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village? Yu pondered in astonishment, for in this mere black market location, ninjas from the Hidden Mist seemed to abound, while those from the other 4 great nations were scarce, reduced to a mere handful, including the black merchants and bounty hunters. Surely, the Hidden Mist Village cannot be surviving solely on bounties, Yu mused. This is the place. Within this black market, Kakuzu's package contains several bounty notices, indicative of high difficulty tasks based on their monetary values. So many? The proprietor of the window stared incredulously at Yu, estimating his age to be between 20 and 25. Yet this young man had managed to eliminate so many notorious ninjas. This compelled the proprietor to regard him with heightened seriousness, hastening his pace as he counted out the coins for Yiyu. Do you know where these places are? Yiyu surveyed his surroundings, and, as the crowd gradually dispersed, he noticed patterns on the stone wall behind the black merchant that mirrored those on other bounty notices. After the proprietor completed the coin transaction, Yiyu presented another bounty notice. Can you settle this symbol here? Yiyu inquired. What? The black merchant's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he quickly seized the bounty notice for inspection. After scrutinizing it for some time, he chuckled. Young man, this is your first time undertaking such bounty tasks, isn't it? Yiyu, not wishing to deceive, nodded in affirmation. The black market merchant, acknowledging Yiyu with a nod, explained, while the black market appears to be scattered across the globe, it is, in fact, interconnected. Only the locations for accepting tasks differ. Upon hearing this, Yiyu felt a sense of relief and emptied his entire package, scattering all the bounty notices before him. While what? The black merchant stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, the merchant's exclamation drew the attention of passing ninjas, samurais, and wandering rogues, all halting to gaze in Yiyu's direction. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf? I have never seen him before. Is he a newcomer? My lord. In the shadows, 5 or 6 ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Hidden Mist Village leaned against the wall, observing Yiyu's movements. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf? I recognize that mask. It belongs to an organization known as the Umbu, remarked a man clad in a high-collared trench coat, cinched at the waist with a black silk ribbon and lined with a green autumn shirt, as he cradled his head. I had already advised the old man that the Hidden Mist Village required an organization like this, but he would not listen. The Mizukage must have his reasons for disregarding your counsel, replied a subordinate nearby. Is the matter resolved? Before his words could fully settle, several figures emerged from behind, each adorned with an unfathomable quantity of gold coins. When, one wonders, will our village break free from such a predicament? The man lowered his head and shook it. You may leave for now. This lad has piqued my interest, and I wish to make his acquaintance, he declared, removing his hood to reveal his tousled yellow hair as he approached Yiyu. At that moment, countless eyes fixated on Yiyu. Although the true power behind him remained a mystery, the gleaming gold was undeniably alluring. Just as they were about to act, the man with yellow hair approached and patted Yiyu on the shoulder. Who are you? Yiyu was about to inquire about the man's name when he keenly noticed the surrounding individuals, particularly the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, recoiling in fear upon the man's arrival. Despite the mask obscuring the man's face, Yiyu's system could still discern his identity, and upon reading the name, he involuntarily shuddered. Name, Ghost Lantern Hanue. Identity, future second Mizukage, current head of the Ghost Lantern clan in the Hidden Mist Village. Combat power, 5,000. Abilities, Expert Water Release, Water Iron Cannon Technique, Expert Water Release, Water Sphere Technique, B-Class Summoning Technique, Mirage, Mastery of Illusions. Ghost Lantern Hanue, Yiyu instinctively murmured within himself. Though it was not wholly unexpected, with so many ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village present, encountering the current Mizukage seemed rather trivial. However, Hanue was unaware of Yiyu's true identity, only recognizing him as a ninja from Konoha. Yet, he displayed a remarkable warmth, engaging Yiyu in jovial conversation. According to the descriptions in the Book of Arrays, his appearance was of a man devoid of eyebrows, sporting a handlebar mustache, and possessing a gregarious nature, replete with humor and a hopeful vision for the future of the Hidden Mist Village. Rest assured, I shall not inquire about your name, nor will I concern myself with your country of origin. In the black market below, we are all equals. As he spoke, Hanue cast a swift glance at the bounty notice on the table. The bounty levels ranged from C, B, A to S. Yiyu's bounty notice was predominantly A-class, with numerous S-class titles. Hanue, taken aback, subtly moved his fingers. Although the motion was slight, it did not escape Yiyu's keen observation. Has he harbored thoughts of violence? Is it because I am a ninja from Konoha? Yiyu pondered, the pattern of the Sharingan flickering in his eyes. Though he lacked certainty in defeating Hanue, if the situation necessitated, Yiyu would not hesitate to act. Nevertheless, Hanue did not press the matter further. After a brief glance, he shifted his attention elsewhere. Yiyu found himself momentarily taken aback by Hanue's words. Relax, I mean no harm. I merely wish to forge a friendship. Hanue paused, leaning closer to whisper in Yiyu's ear, that pair of eyes you possess, they are the legendary Sharingan, aren't they? However, I advise you to keep them concealed here. Many of the ninjas bear a deep-seated grudge against the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing these words, Yu glanced around. Although the presence of Gue Deng Huanyu deterred others from approaching, their eyes remained fixated on him. Gue Deng Huanyu gently patted Yu on the shoulder and, after introducing himself as a member of the Gue Deng clan from the Mist-Hidden Village, departed. Yu watched as Gue Deng Huanyu ventured deeper into the black market, subsequently retrieving the gold coins given to him by the merchants before preparing to leave. Coincidentally, at that moment, a black market dealer gestured for Yu to come closer. Do you know Lord Huanyu? Yu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. In that case, I advise you to exercise caution. As far as I am aware, Lord Huanyu is exceedingly unfriendly towards those outside his village. You must tread carefully. Yu nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. The Mist-Hidden Village had been established for less than a year, and its internal dynamics were extremely unstable. Gue Deng Huanyu engaging him in conversation likely indicated a desire to forge a connection, perhaps in anticipation of future developments with the Leaf Village. Although he was not yet the Mizukage, he had already begun contemplating the future of the Mist-Hidden Village. Turning his gaze to a bounty poster hanging on the wall, Yu accepted a few more tasks before departing from the location. Upon returning to the Leaf Village, he delivered all the gold and resources acquired from the black market to the village's financial department. Days later, while training within the Umbu organization, startling news reached the Leaf Village. The Hokage had returned. Since Hashirama had embarked on a mission to capture the tailed beasts some time ago, there had been no word from him, and his sudden reappearance thrilled Tobirama and the others. To accommodate the captured tailed beasts, Hashirama had previously employed wood-release techniques to create a vast artificial forest for their habitation. Dressed in his customary black attire adorned with red armor and donning the Leaf Village ninja headband, Hashirama arrived at the village gates. At the gates, Madara, Yu, Tobirama, and other high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village awaited him eagerly. Big brother. Yu was the first to rush forward. Madara, it has been a long time, Hashirama exclaimed, clapping Yu on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Behind Hashirama loomed a colossal wooden figure, towering hundreds of meters. Within its hands and at its waist were numerous large animals of varying sizes, whether from afar or up close. Yu, Madara, and even the villagers of the Leaf Village, who heard the commotion, were momentarily taken aback by the enormity of the wooden figure. Since Uchiha Madara and Yu had jointly brought the Seven Tails to the village, Madara had ventured to the Land of Wind to capture the One Tail. Employing forceful means to intimidate Inoki, the Tsuchikage, and his mentor, the future second Tsuchikage, Mu. The Land of Earth's subservience and fear of the One Tail Shikuko led Madara to believe that the gap between himself and Hashirama was gradually narrowing. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, the confidence he had built was shattered once more. In the eyes of the onlookers, the once formidable tailed beasts appeared as docile as trained puppies in the grasp of the wooden figure. After placing the tailed beasts in the forest behind, Hashirama proposed convening a summit of the 5 great shinobi countries. The meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, with the ninjas of Konoha disseminating the news to other nations. Meanwhile, in a discreet corner, Uchiha Madara quietly made his exit. With keen eyes, Yayu noticed Madara's movements and hastily followed him. Madara arrived at the small stream where he had first encountered Hashirama, silently gazing at the flowing water. It seems that even the illustrious Uchiha Madara is not as remarkable as his reputation suggests, aside from your brother. It appears no one in Konoha has taken notice of you. Who? Madara did not turn around, but spoke in a calm tone. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a viscous substance moving could be heard, settling on a tree branch. Who I am is of little consequence. I am here to convey a message. What message? Madara turned his head, scanning his surroundings, but finding no one in sight. Coughing, the voice continued, no need to search for me. If you will, consider me another voice within your conscience. I have come merely to inform you that the current path of Konoha will not yield true peace. The genuine method to bring happiness to the world lies at the ancestral monument of the Uchiha clan. Use your Mangekyo Sharingan to perceive the world's true nature. Why should I trust you? The voice gradually diminished before vanishing entirely. Madara activated his Sharingan and searched for an extended period, yet he found no living being around. Though perplexed, he unconsciously etched that peculiar voice into his memory. At last, has he revealed himself? Yayu, concealed at a distance. activated his Byakugan, and discerned a shadowy figure lurking atop a tree. Following Black Zetsu's trail, Yayu located its hiding spot in a dim cave. Black Zetsu, lacking combat prowess, was nonetheless astute. Should it notice him, it might vanish for several years or even decades, perhaps until the next cycle. As the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu had existed for millennia, possessing profound knowledge of the world. With Yayu's arrival, unforeseen variables could emerge. Regrettably, upon entering the cave and illuminating it with fire release, Yayu discovered only a dead end. Not here. How could that be? Doubt filled his mind, and he refused to overlook any detail. Summoning technique. In an instant, a shadowless bat over a meter in length perched upon Yayu's shoulder. Go take a look. The shadowless bat circled around, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny. Yet, it too found nothing. As night fell, Yayu had no choice but to return. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in wood release has reached mastery. Since I cannot prevent the emergence of variables, Yayu resolved to continually strengthen himself. Through the integration capabilities of the ability system, he significantly reduced his repulsion towards wood release, making its application considerably easier. Yayu stretched his limbs, contemplating how to inherit the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan for himself. At present, the individual with whom I share the closest bond is Izumi Uchiha, followed closely by Madara Uchiha. Reflecting on this, Yiyu's gaze shifted towards a secluded area of Konoha village, where the Uchiha police force is located, the current dwelling of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Madara Uchiha stood beneath the ancestral hall of the Uchiha clan, staring incredulously at the stone tablet before him. How could this be possible? A sound instinctively escaped Madara's throat as he gazed at the stone tablet, his face a mask of shock. The absence of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rendered his understanding of the tablet's inscription superficial, further distancing him from the true intentions of the Sage of Six Paths. Madara stared at the stone tablet, rendered speechless for an extended period. Inside the Uchiha police force, Izumi Uchiha was meticulously wiping a bloodstained blade. Prior to this, Izumi had been tasked with accompanying Yiyu to the fortress in the Land of Fire to await the commencement of the meeting the following day. While ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur, in the shadows, a figure slipped by, revealing blood-red Sharingan eyes. "Brother, are you not yet asleep?" Izumi remarked, oblivious to any anomalies, without turning around. Madara, standing outside the door, intended to speak but hesitated as he lowered his hand. "It's nothing. You should get some rest as well," he replied with a gentle smile at his only brother. On the cliffside, Madara stood, silently reflecting on the inscriptions from the stone tablet. The culmination of the Sharingan is not the Mangekyo Sharingan. Beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan lies the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and even more potent ocular powers. What might this power be that must be combined with the Uchiha? Clenching his fists, Madara pondered in confusion. Could it be the 5 elements ninjutsu? Or perhaps another formidable bloodline limit? However, one truth Madara could affirm was that only he recognized the path he and Hashirama had chosen was flawed. Since this method was bequeathed by the Sage of Six Paths, I must endeavor to try it, regardless. Madara groaned softly, pressing his head as pain coursed through him. His vision was diminishing. The tablet contained an explanation that suggested if one were to transplant the eyes of a close relative, they would merge into a more powerful Sharingan. Yet, Madara would never resort to harming his brother. Should I inform Hashirama? Madara questioned himself internally, recognizing Hashirama's strength as not merely his own, but a universally acknowledged power throughout the ninja world. "Are you certain?" A voice echoed around him, piercing the morning stillness. "Who are you?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Madara's eyes. "Do you seek to shatter my resolve?" How absurd. The sound abruptly ceased, leaving behind an unsettling silence, which was soon replaced by a sticky, increasingly loud noise. "Do you desire the formidable power you witnessed today?" How could he possibly know? A wave of confusion surged within Uchiha Obito, and his expression shifted. The evolution of the Sharingan knows no bounds, yet you remain at the very beginning. Furthermore, I advise you to wander through the streets of Konoha and observe the attitudes others hold towards the Uchiha clan, including yourself. After uttering this statement, the voice fell silent once more. The following morning, sighing, Yiyu awoke from his slumber. His body remained weary, as he had tirelessly reiterated the Umbu's assignments the previous day, leaving him with aching limbs. While others basked in the glory of their heroic narratives, Yiyu felt utterly out of sorts. Initially, he had proposed the establishment of the Umbu organization, and under Tobarama's endorsement, he had been acknowledged by the upper echelons of Konoha to assume the role of Umbu leader. He had anticipated a rather undemanding task, only to discover that while the Umbu appeared so dashing in the original narrative, his own experience in the role was fraught with exhaustion. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability reached 10. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability reached 20. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability reached 30. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability reached 50. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a favorability score of 100 with 3 individuals. Reward. Select 1A rank ninjutsu. What is happening? Yu pondered. But upon hearing the sounds of children from below, he lifted his gaze to look down. Danzo, you may not be aware, but that was precisely how Lord Hashirama engaged us in friendly sparring. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed a hand seal with one hand and summoned a shadow clone. Danzo watched Hiruzen perform the jutsu with a composed expression, yet he harbored deep admiration for Yiyu. On the eve of Konoha's establishment, after the Shimura clan's integration, Danzo had long envied the legendary Senju clan's formidable combatant, Senju Hashirama, that is, Yiyu. He believed that both the village and the clan needed a steadfast figure like Yiyu to silently uphold their foundations. Danzo had always aspired to join the Umbu, yet he feared that his youth would lead to rejection. Like Hiruzen and the others, he was merely a student of the Ninja Academy. By the way, I heard that the village is about to hold its first Chunin exam. The ninjutsu Lord Hashirama entrusted to me will surely shine brilliantly then. Hiruzen twirled around Danzo, seemingly eager to flaunt the shadow clone technique he had learned from Yiyu. Danzo, what do you think? Hiruzen leaned closer to Danzo, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, seemingly yearning for Danzo's praise. Danzo averted his gaze, feigning indifference as he scrutinized elsewhere, though a pang of bitterness surged within him. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to see someone standing behind Hiruzen, their hair a striking blend of black and white. You! Danzo exclaimed, astonished and exhilarated, just as Yiyu placed a finger to his lips, gesturing toward the animated Hiruzen who was eagerly chattering away. Hello, Danzo, began Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Master Tobarama takes notice of me, perhaps I could even become his cherished disciple. However, he heard that Master Tobarama had yet to take a wife, while Master Hashirama was already on the verge of becoming a grandfather. He mused. Could it be that Tobarama is lacking in that regard? His voice lowered conspiratorially. Shimura Danzo, frightened, shook his head vehemently, desperately distancing himself from Hiruzen's insinuations. Why do you keep staring behind me? Is someone there? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat. Yet, he maintained his composure, smiling as he addressed Danzo. I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. We'll meet shortly. Yayu joined his fingers, channeling lightning chakra, crackling with sparks as he aimed to strike at Hiruzen's rear. No. I misspoke. Hiruzen exclaimed, nervously patting his back. Why have you ceased your chatter? Yayu asked, playfully patting Hiruzen on the shoulder. At that moment, he noticed Danzo standing nearby. Just moments prior, Danzo's favorability had surged dramatically. Yayu had also learned a lightning technique, specifically the lightning cutter developed by Kakashi. The jutsu he had just demonstrated on Hiruzen was indeed this very technique. Your name is Shimura Danzo, is it not? Yayu inquired, prompting a nod from Danzo. Name, Shimura Danzo affiliation. Shimura clan favorability. 100. It seemed that Hiruzen's incessant chatter about Danzo had significantly enhanced his standing. Could this man truly be the cold-hearted revolutionary of the Root organization? He appeared to idolize himself even more than Hiruzen did. Clearly, Danzo had harbored a fascination for the dark underbelly of the Umbu since childhood. Are you two preparing for the Chunin exams in a few days? Hiruzen and Danzo nodded in agreement. As Yayu engaged them in lively conversation, a masked figure emerged from the shadows between two buildings. Leader, it is time to act. Who is that? Hiruzen and Danzo froze, cold sweat trickling down their backs as they dared not look further. In the depths of that mask, a pair of crimson eyes inadvertently met Danzo's gaze. Sharingan. Danzo thought silently, heart racing. The intensity of those eyes radiated a palpable aura of killing intent and an underlying sense of dread. The next time we meet will likely be at the Chunin exams, Yayu remarked, nodding and smiling at Hiruzen and Danzo before vanishing into thin air. At the Hokage building, Hashirama surveyed the area, searching for Madara. Where has he gone? Brother, we should prioritize our business first. Let us proceed, Tobarama urged, as they still had some distance to cover before reaching the meeting venue. In the land of Earth. Lord Tsuchikage, it is time to depart. A young man, entirely enveloped in bandages and obscured from view, adorned with a black silk ribbon as a headband, spoke softly. One cannot rush and expect to savor the warmth of freshly steamed tofu. The Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, replied thoughtfully, young man, do not be hasty. Water country, Lord Byakuren. Should we bring along Lord Akatsuki? A long-haired man inquired. If we bring that lad along, unforeseen complications may arise. It is best he remains in the village. Wind country, shaman, Lord Kazakage. You remember the objective of this journey, do you not? I have always kept it in mind. That is good, sighed Retsudu, the first Kazakage, casting a concerned glance at the desert-covered village. Lightning country, leaf village, perhaps? Yuyue AI stood atop the Yunlei Gorge, reminiscing about the day he was defeated by Uchiha Madara. Lord Rakage, he greeted hurriedly as the Rakage approached. Are you prepared? AI nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed. Upon arriving at the meeting place, Yu and a contingent of Umbu members settled into a more secluded area. Chief, we shouldn't encounter any ninjas from other nations here, should we? Uchiha Azuna took a seat beside Yu. Their camaraderie was well established, often engaging in casual conversation, though Azuna maintained a frosty demeanor towards Tobarama, a consequence of the latter's flying thunder god technique. Why are the Uchiha clan Sharingan not in use? Yu jested. Upon hearing this, Izuna's smile faded, and he shook his head in frustration. Observing Izuna's expression, Yu seemed to grasp the underlying issue and produced a kunai, attaching a piece of paper inscribed with a character to it. A thread was affixed to the end of the kunai for ease of movement. With a swift motion, the kunai flew toward a nearby tree. Can you see it? Izuna initially stared, then chuckled softly. Banai, do not jest with me. Even your visage appears somewhat blurred at present. This is the side effect of the Sharingan, an unalterable plight, Izuna sighed, though his demeanor suggested he had long since reconciled with it. You should replenish your chakra. It seems someone may be arriving soon. Yu instructed all the Umbu members in hushed tones. Other nations would undoubtedly dispatch elite forces to safeguard their respective kage. As anticipated, they arrived. Yu ascended to a large tree, gazing into the forest where a commotion began to stir. Judging by the chakra signatures, there were 12 ninjas present. So many have come. It is time to greet them. Shuriken technique. A massive shuriken appeared in Yu's hand, which he hurled toward the woodlands. As it soared through the air, he formed additional seals, causing the shuriken to multiply into numerous clones that darted through the forest. Who goes there? The 12 mist ninjas, having landed, looked around in trepidation until their eyes fell upon the masked figure poised atop a nearby tree. Which nation's ninja are you? We are from the hidden mist village. Do not obstruct our path, declared the leader, his voice resonating with authority. As Yu concealed the forehead protector of the leaf village, they could not discern his allegiance. Stop wasting time with him. We have a mission to attend to, murmured one of the ninjas beside him. This is your own doing. 12 mist ninjas swiftly retrieved kunai from their pouches and hurled them towards Yu. Water release, water barrier. Can he use water release? They had initially intended to ascertain Yu's origin through his jutsu, but it seemed that was unnecessary. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A man positioned behind the mist ninjas formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent from the rear. Boom. A colossal water dragon erupted from the forest, barreling towards Yu with ferocity. Earth release, earth flow wall. Bang, bang, bang. The water dragon crashed into Yu's earth wall, shattering the soil and scattering debris in all directions. Outnumbered, a direct confrontation was unwise. Each of the 12 ninjas possessed strength far inferior to Yu, their combat capabilities hovering around 2,500. Yet, until they revealed their full prowess, Yu remained vigilant. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball collided with the lingering droplets from the earlier water attack, hissing as steam enveloped the area. Yu had employed such techniques before, excelling at striking from the shadows. As the mist began to envelop them, some of the mist ninjas grew anxious. Who are they? It seems they have ulterior motives. Yu spotted a small pouch on the waist of the leading mist ninja, containing explosive tags, and felt a surge of caution. Approaching the last of the mist ninjas, he surged forward silently, swiftly dispatching him with a kunai across his throat before vanishing into the ranks. Water release, hidden mist technique. The elite mist ninjas were not to be underestimated, adept in their water release. They each unleashed their own mastery of the hidden mist technique, conjuring a dense fog to conceal themselves. Clearly a well-trained unit, they quickly grasped Yi Yu's intent and masked their presence to avoid being caught off guard. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. Yi Yu's eyes were not ordinary. Cloaked within the swirling mist of the forest, he activated his increasingly proficient Sharingan. I see you. To Yi Yu's left, two Mist Village ninjas lay in ambush, oblivious to their imminent demise. Lightning release, lightning cutter. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Yi Yu unleashed the lightning release, a sphere of crackling electricity forming from his arm and radiating outward with a resounding clarity. Ah! The anguished cries of the two mist ninjas intermingled with the crackling of the lightning, and once again, the area fell into silence. Indeed, the technique devised by the genius ninja Kakashi was far more potent than ordinary lightning techniques, Yi Yu mused. The remaining mist ninjas felt a tremor of apprehension. They needed to proceed with caution, for their adversary was formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, the task entrusted by Lord Mizukage must be accomplished without error. The Mist Ninjas exchanged resolute nods and launched a fierce assault towards Yi Yu. Water release, water chaotic waves. All the Mist Ninjas united their efforts, their voices blending like a cascading waterfall, converging to form an even greater torrent that surged toward Yi Yu, resembling the rising tide of the sea. How swift! Yi Yu marveled, deftly evading the rushing water, striving not to be swept away. Four of their positions remained unconfirmed. Launching an attack at this moment was perilously reckless. Yi Yu pondered, his gaze keenly observing his surroundings until he finally pinpointed the locations of the remaining four. Utilizing the system, Yi Yu locked onto the positions of the others, and once again, lightning flickered in his hands. Lightning release, extreme Thunder Fong. Through years of relentless training, Yi Yu had elevated the extreme Thunder Fong from its initial stage to an expert level. Not only had the consumption of chakra significantly diminished, but the extreme Thunder Fong could now more accurately target the enemy's location. Once locked on, it would pursue relentlessly. As he formed the hand seals, lightning enveloped Yi Yu's body, transforming into the shape of a wolf king, akin to another jutsu, Thunder Tiger's lethal strike, though distinct in its broader scope, capable of annihilating all adversaries in the vicinity. West side, a howl akin to a wolf erupted from Yi Yu's hands, resonating through the skies. This is bad. What jutsu is this? The Mist Village ninjas sensed impending doom and hastily maneuvered the water to shield themselves. Yet, the speed at which the water gathered was far too sluggish, lagging behind Yi Yu's swift movements. The howls drew nearer, and before the Mist ninjas could react, Yi Yu had already closed the distance. Lightning release, extreme Thunder Fong. Break. The lightning pierced through one ninja's chest, leaving a gory cavity, yet Yi Yu's momentum remained unbroken. Crackle. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a Mist Village ninja and acquired water release. Water chaotic waves. Who are you? Why do you interfere with our plans? Yi Yu paused momentarily, a tremor coursing through him. Just as he suspected, any individuals dispatched from the four great nations, aside from guards and shadows, were certainly part of a grander scheme. Just as Yi Yu opened his mouth to speak, the leader, the last remaining Mist ninja, suddenly trembled, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Yi Yu sensed this change and quickly retreated a few steps, wary of unforeseen developments. However, the Mist ninja merely lifted his head to meet Yi Yu's gaze, seemingly confirming some information, his eyes momentarily faltering. Is it true? Those eyes of yours. You are a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Yi Yu's Byakugan remained activated, but it was of little consequence, for he had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. Lord Mizukage, your subordinate has failed to complete the mission. I deeply apologize. Now, I can only repay with my life. What? As Yi Yu contemplated the words spoken, the Mist Ninja swiftly unwrapped his parcel, revealing hundreds of explosive tags concealed within. Upon seeing the tags, Yi Yu immediately grasped the sinister plan of the Mist Village. They intended to dispatch a squad to the meeting location in advance to set traps, placing a multitude of explosive tags. Should the Mizukage express dissatisfaction or propose unfavorable terms for the Mist Village during the conference, the tags would detonate. As the Mizukage, a formidable figure in stabilizing chaotic times, possessed extraordinary insight and resolve, it was evident that an individual capable of establishing a large ninja village would not be easily intimidated or trifled with. The Mizukage viewed this conference as a pivotal opportunity for the Mist Village to assert dominance over the ninja world. If a single Mizukage could undertake such reckless actions, who could predict the potential maneuvers of the other three Kage? However, before Yu could ponder further, a series of hissing sounds erupted. Did they intend to perish together? The explosive tags emitted a bright light, poised to explode, and surrounding Yu were hundreds of tags scattered by the Mist Village ninjas. These ninjas had been given a death command by the Mizukage. Even if the mission failed, they were not permitted to survive. You cannot die. Yu activated his Sharingan, rendering the Mist Ninja unconscious. The intelligence from the Mist Village had not yet been fully uncovered. What had just transpired was merely Yu's conjecture. He hoisted the Mist Ninja onto his shoulder and sprinted away. Hiss, boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resonated behind Yu, the heat searing his back. Yet he did not dare glance back, running without pause. As the explosions reverberated in the nearby trees, Yu was propelled towards the direction of their Umbu base by the shockwave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yu groaned, unsteadily rising to his feet. Hastily reaching for the Mist Ninja's pulse, and feeling the warmth of breath, he exhaled in relief. Wake up, Yu urged, his eyes fluttering open to find Izuna's face before him. Wonderful. Where are the medical ninjas? Izuna called urgently to those outside the tent. It was then that Yu realized he had succumbed to unconsciousness moments earlier. How did you end up with a Mist Village ninja? What happened? What about that ninja? We have him restrained. He is tied to a large tree outside. That is good. Yu nodded, recounting the earlier events to Uchiha Izuna, who appeared utterly astonished. This incident forced him to reconsider the complexities of other nations. After receiving treatment from the Umbu medical ninjas, Yu rose and approached the captured Mist Village ninja. You are indeed a Leaf Village ninja, the Mist ninja stated calmly, astonished to see that each of them wore a mask, effectively preventing recognition by ninjas from other nations and minimizing unnecessary complications. I leave him to you, Yu said to Izuna. Shunai nodded slightly and approached the ninja from the hidden Mist Village. That was the legendary Sharingan. In the fleeting moment, their gazes met. The ninja from the hidden mist lost consciousness, succumbing to Chennai's mental control. Through this influence, the ninja divulged all the knowledge he possessed. However, much of this information was already familiar to Yu from the original narrative, yet there remained certain details unknown to him, such as the current strength of the hidden Mist Village and some intel regarding the Mizukage. Upon concluding the interrogation, the ninja, having lost his utility, was swiftly dispatched. A vibrant life extinguished in an instant. What time was it? It was already noon. Yu nodded. The Hokage should have arrived by now. Remain in your designated positions. Understood. Let us proceed, Chennai. Yu donned his mask once more and, accompanied by Uchiha, made their way to the appointed location atop the high-rise where the 5 Kage summit was being held. However, it was not the content of the meeting that troubled Ur. He fundamentally disagreed with Hashirama's method of distributing the tailed beasts. Yet Hashirama remained resolute in his belief that this was the sole path to achieving peace in the ninja world. Despite the dual admonitions from Tobirama's perspective, shaped by his traversal into this realm, was one that revered strength, a sentiment that resonated somewhat with Uchiha Madara. What concerned Yu was the absence of not only the hidden Mist Ninja, but also the whereabouts of the other 3 ninja villages shinobi. However, such anxieties proved to be unfounded. For just below, a middle-aged man donned in a white Hokage robe, lined with red ninja attire and adorned with a red ribbon as a forehead protector, accompanied by an elderly man in a long robe, ascended to the summit. They were none other than the Senju clan, the founders of Konoha, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. I have long heard of your esteemed names. A venerable voice emerged from behind Hashirama, belonging to the rakeage of the hidden cloud village. It has been a while, Hashirama remarked with a smile. Beside the rakeage stood Yue Ai, who had once fought alongside Ur. Is this the Hokage? His presence alone exudes such formidable strength, indeed. The rakeage's words were not unfounded. Yue Ai felt a tumult within. The earlier encounter with Uchiha Madara had already tested his limits. Yet before him stood the Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, evoking not a shred of combativeness, only an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While the two exchanged pleasantries, the other 3 Kage arrived at the scene. Being their first encounter with Senju Hashirama, they, like Yue Ai, were awestruck by his commanding aura, their prior mischievous intentions dissipating into the ether. This presence is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Even my desire for battle has been quelled," mused the wind and water Kage. In contrast, the earth Kage maintained a genial demeanor, despite Uchiha Madara's earlier attempts at subjugation through force. He bore no resentment, and even engaged Hashirama in light-hearted banter. After several individuals entered the room, the long-haired figures beside the water shadows suddenly lifted their heads to glance at the top of the building, prompting Yu to quickly retract his own head. A few shadows had arrived, leading Yu to ponder whether the other villages had not dispatched any ninjas. Among the shadows, only the Raikage, Hashirama, Tobarama, and that Tsuchikage possessed a profound understanding of the nine-tailed beasts. The others had merely a rudimentary awareness of their power and purpose. Through Hashirama's proposal, the idea of exchanging monetary resources for the tailed beasts was articulated during the meeting, resulting in the equitable distribution of the nine-tailed beasts among the 5 great nations, thereby forging the first peace treaty in the ninja world and achieving comprehensive peace on this land for the very first time. Yet, the true source of their trepidation was not the tailed beasts, but Hashirama himself. Yu was acutely aware that should Hashirama unexpectedly pass away one day, the ninja world would once again descend into chaos. Seated atop the building, Yu listened intently to the discussions within, yearning to take action, yet feeling powerless. Nevertheless, his conviction grew increasingly resolute. Hashirama and Tobarama, and even Uchiha Madara, who would later acquire the cells of Hashirama, would eventually age and perish. Yu contemplated a method to emulate Orochimaru, learning techniques such as the forbidden jutsu of reincarnation to extend his lifespan. However, it was evident that Orochimaru had spent many years uncovering these secrets, and Yu would not easily master them either. Amidst his reflections, another enigma lingered. How did Hashirama meet his demise? While he could prevent his second brother Tobarama's death at the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers, the circumstances surrounding Hashirama's death remained entirely obscure. After forming a marriage alliance with Mito, Hashirama had a son, yet Yu seldom concerned himself with such matters. From Hashirama's own words, he dedicated himself to ensuring that every clan could fully integrate into Konoha, allowing people to thrive and find happiness in the village, thereby raising his son in an ordinary manner, now merely a common villager of Konoha. One thing was certain, regardless of the reasons, Yu would exert himself to assist Hashirama and Tobarama to the best of his abilities. Contemplating this in his heart, he reopened the system interface. The system indicated that his affinity with Izuna had reached 80. Should he surpass 100, he would gain access to Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. However, raising the affinity further would prove to be increasingly challenging. Just as Yu deliberated on how to elevate his rapport with Izuna to 100, Hashirama and the others emerged from the building. Had it concluded so swiftly? The Konoha summit had lasted merely 2 hours from inception to conclusion. On one hand, the 4 shadows were deterred by Hashirama's formidable strength, reluctant to act impulsively. On the other hand, every ninja village aside from Konoha was newly established, with internal conflicts yet unresolved. Upon confirming that no danger lurked nearby, the group departed, and Hashirama fulfilled his promise made during the meeting, distributing the 9-tailed beasts from Konoha to the 5 nations. The ninja world had attained an unprecedented and genuine peace. In the same year, Uchiha Madara, in his quest for new power to evolve the Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, bid a brief farewell to Izuna and departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. During this period, Yaiba traversed between Mayaboku Mountain and the human realm, honing his sage techniques, while simultaneously completing numerous missions with Izuna. Their bond deepened, ultimately reaching a level of affection at 100, allowing Yaiba to replicate Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan through the system. Remarkably, the ability of Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan was identical to that of Uchiha Itachi, Amaterasu. Amaterasu, known as the unquenchable black flame, inflicts extensive burning attacks of immense power, albeit at a considerable cost to the user's ocular energy. With the system's enhancement, Yaiba activated one eye, causing blood to flow profusely from his eye socket, excruciatingly painful. Yet the destructive force of Amaterasu did not disappoint. A small grove was swiftly incinerated where he unleashed his ninjutsu. Subsequently, Hashirama and Tobarama, alongside Yaiba and others, deliberated for quite some time before establishing the inaugural Chunin exams. In the original narrative, the Ninja Academy had yet to be founded during this period. The anticipation was palpable. Saratobi Hiruzen, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager for this Chunin exam. Not only would his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, be present, but also ninjas from the other 4 nations would converge here to participate. Even the vice leader of the Uchiha, Izuna, was personally overseeing the exam security. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly contain his excitement to prove his prowess. He stood before the Ninja Academy, alongside several hundred peers, including Shimura Danzo, all feeling a tinge of nervousness. Observing the members standing resolutely atop the roof, Danzo felt a yearning. How wonderful it would be to join the Are you all nervous? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and Mito Minyen. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, exuding confidence in his abilities for the exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Kagami's assured demeanor, felt a desire to undermine him but found it difficult, as Kagami was a top performer among their cohort, far surpassing his peers. In various team missions, Kagami's calm and exceptional performance had garnered repeated praise from Tobarama. Akimichi Torafu patted his belly earnestly, equally confident in his strength. The other 3 nodded in agreement. They were undoubtedly among the most outstanding youths of Konoha. From a high tower of the academy, Izuna, donning a mask, gazed down at the students preparing for the exam. They were arriving. Izuna looked up towards the gates of Konoha, perceiving numerous indistinct figures approaching. Given that this was the first Chunin exam with candidates from all 5 nations, the had deployed a considerable number of ninjas to ensure the safety and smooth progression of the event. They've arrived. They've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed excitedly, shaking Akimichi Torafu. Brother, that guy over there looks so punchable. A young girl with brown skin, adorned with the headband of the hidden cloud village, observed Sarutobi Hizashi, who was gesticulating animatedly in her direction. With a fiery temperament, she was inclined to confront him in a fit of anger. Longi, do not forget our purpose here. Avoid unnecessary conflicts, admonished a tall boy beside her, who bore the appearance of an adult. He was Yue Longwang, a prodigious ninja of the Yue clan. Merely 14 years of age, yet already standing at a height of 1.8 meters. He was also a disciple of Raikage's elite guard, Yue Ai, proficient in formidable lightning techniques. Their mission was to enhance the reputation of the Hidden Cloud Village and to secure a Chunin certification along the way. Yue Long lowered her head, pouting in disappointment, as she noted that all had gathered. Yue sat in the examination hall as the chief examiner, idly twirling a pencil in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chief, the sanitation of the school has been completed. We await your command to commence the examination. And where are the other 4 shadows? They have been assigned to their accommodations for rest. As per your instructions, they will return to personally observe the 3rd exam. Yue nodded. Do not forget the task I assigned to you. Rest assured, Chief, I shall not fail in my duties. That is reassuring. Yue replied with a nod, his gaze drifting to a bell hanging outside the window. Suddenly, a kunai appeared in his hand, which he hurled at the bell, producing a crisp chime. Clang, clang, clang. The sound quickly drew the attention of the candidates outside. One ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, standing aloft, proclaimed, "The Chunin exam commences now. The first segment is a written test." What? A written exam? Aren't these tests usually about combat? Upon hearing the nature of the first examination, many burly candidates visibly deflated, with Yue Longwang questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, this was an adaptation by Yue from the original Chunin exam, designed to assess each individual's capabilities. His intent was clear. Either they would demonstrate their knowledge or rely on their unique methods to complete the first segment of the task. The subsequent segments would mirror those of the original narrative. Another reason for this approach was Yu's desire to gauge everyone's strengths and weaknesses through the first assessment. As the system had not provided detailed information, he was unaware of which jutsu were strong or weak. Although his system could replicate various techniques, an excess of jutsu could lead to dilution and ineffectiveness, a scenario he wished to avoid. He sought practical techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God technique he had copied from Senju Tobarama. Despite some dissatisfaction, all candidates obediently entered the building, awaiting the directives of Chief Examiner Yu. Sarutobi Hizashi's earlier enthusiasm had faded into a furrowed brow, while Uchiha Kagami remained unfazed. Along with the academically gifted Tsunade and Mito, this examination posed no challenge for them. Hey, Sarutobi Hizashi murmured softly. In a moment, I shall convey a message, and I trust you will assist me generously. Just a while ago, someone confidently declared that success was assured, Yet now, a certain individual appears rather despondent. "Look at little Haru pulling a face," Taijun mockingly remarked. "The examination has commenced." My brother, Hashirama and Tobarama stood atop the Hokage building, gazing at the ninja academy where the tests were taking place, and for a rare moment, a smile graced Tobarama's lips. Everything in the Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be progressing favorably. However, as Tobarama turned his gaze forward, despite the smile on Hashirama's face, his eyes wandered restlessly, as if lost in contemplation. The scene of Uchiha Madara bidding him farewell lingered vividly in his mind. "Hashirama, I fear we have strayed from our path," Madara had asserted upon witnessing the stone tablet, firmly believing that only immense power could intimidate neighboring nations, thus allowing for fundamental survival and communication beneath an overwhelming might. "Madara, what precisely did you perceive?" Hashirama pondered, knowing that only Madara's return could elucidate everything. "Coo, coo, coo." A bird's call roused Uchiha Madara from his slumber beneath the dilapidated temple. It was raining. He extended his hands to catch a droplet that fell from the eaves, and soon, the rain poured down in torrents. Although the temple was in a state of disrepair, it provided adequate shelter from the wind and rain. Leaning against a stone pillar beneath the eaves, Madara's mind drifted to the enigmatic words spoken by the mysterious figure in the forest, which clung to his soul despite his attempts to resist. No matter how hard he tried to shake them off, they infiltrated his thoughts, becoming inescapable. Finally, he had found refuge from the rain. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the temple. Madara focused his gaze and beheld a pair of ragged mother and daughter. The mother cradled her daughter, who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, crying pitifully in her arms. They looked like individuals who had recently endured great hardship. Sir," the woman softly addressed Madara as she settled beside another pillar. Momentarily taken aback, Madara quickly responded, turning his attention to her. Noticing the quality of his attire, which was considerably finer than the average, the woman assumed he was a wealthy merchant or a young noble passing through. "Could you spare a morsel for my daughter and me? We have journeyed long and have not eaten in days," she pleaded softly. Hearing her feeble voice stirred Madara's inherently sensitive heart. He retrieved provisions from his pack, having prepared them for his journey, and fearing they might not suffice. He generously offered her an abundance. "Thank you, kind sir, thank you," the woman exclaimed gratefully, nodding fervently as she tore the food into small pieces to feed her infant. Madara sat quietly before her, lost in deep thought. At the boundary of the Land of Water, having journeyed eastward from the northern reaches of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Madara found himself in search of the bloodline limit of the Water Country, hoping to unlock the power inscribed upon the stone tablet. While deep in contemplation, he was interrupted by the rhythmic sound of dripping from the forest. Initially mistaking it for the sound of water, he turned to see a look of terror suddenly cross the face of a woman, who then hastily took the child and sought refuge within a dilapidated temple, pleading with Madara not to reveal their whereabouts. "Where have the others gone?" A few shadowy figures emerged, each adorned with the headbands of the Hidden Mist Village, brandishing kunai, their expressions fierce as they glared menacingly at the temple where Madara resided. The formidable aura surrounding him instilled a sense of trepidation in the Mist Ninjas, preventing them from approaching. "How could Leaf Village ninjas be here? Fear not. Have you forgotten our alliance? He wouldn't dare attack us. Let us charge into the temple." With a loud declaration from one of their ranks, the group exchanged knowing glances, preparing to circumvent Madara and storm into the decrepit shrine. The rain intensified, cascading down in torrents. As the leader of the Mist Ninjas prepared to enter, Madara remained seated, unwavering. The Mist Ninja sighed in relief, confirming his expectations. He lifted a foot, ready to cross the threshold when the mother and daughter hidden within the temple stifled their breaths, fearing to make a sound. Bang, bang, bang. What was that noise? The foot of the Mist Ninja hesitated mid-air as he turned back, noticing Madara still seated, prompting a collective look of confusion among his comrades. "What are you waiting for? Go in. Complete the mission swiftly. I wish to revel and enjoy my reward in the company of beautiful women." Upon entering the room, the Mist Ninja immediately spotted the mother and daughter, showing no hesitation as they drew their sharp weapons and struck ruthlessly, displaying a shocking brutality. Did the mother and daughter offer no resistance, succumbing to silence in their demise? Madara continued to sit beside a pillar in the temple, eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. With a sudden crack, blood erupted, pooling upon the ground. A stark crimson, grotesque and haunting, as if crying out in anguish. The mission was finally accomplished. After confirming the deaths of the mother and daughter, the Mist Ninja nodded in satisfaction, his expression shifting to one far more sinister than that of the lifeless pair. Yet, what transpired next was beyond the comprehension of the Mist Ninja. The wounds of the slain mother and daughter emitted an eerie red glow, and to their astonishment, the bodies rose, lifeless eyes fixed intently upon the Mist Ninjas. Suddenly, the two corpses lunged toward the Mist Man. Damn, what is happening? The remaining Mist Ninjas stood frozen in place. What are you doing standing there? Come help. Yet his calls were met with silence as the mother and daughter, with chilling hands, grasped the Mist Ninja, a malicious laughter escaping their lips. The Mist Ninja had never encountered such a scene before, and an instant chill coursed through him, as if his body had been paralyzed. He could only watch helplessly as the mother and daughter used their sharp fingers to tear at his flesh. Help me. The Mist Ninja thought desperately, seeking assistance from Uchiha Madara, yet Madara remained unchanged, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Just as an inexplicable fear began to rise within him, darkness enveloped his vision, and a voice echoed closer and closer to his ears. Captain, Captain, wake up! The Mist Ninja shivered, abruptly opening his eyes to find himself still standing in the rain, surrounded by bewildered Mist Village ninjas who were equally oblivious to what had just transpired. Only Uchiha Madara in front of him observed with an air of calm, remaining silent. Is this real? The leading Mist Ninja's face bore shock, the earlier scene vividly replaying in his mind. Was it an illusion? When did it happen? After confirming for a long while, he fixed his gaze on the long-haired man before him. Is it him? Suddenly, all the ninjas behind him began to tremble violently, howling in agony, their cries resonating with terror amidst the rain. They attempted to speak, their mouths opening wide, yet no sound emerged. This is the Sharingan. Savor the moment of your demise. Madara spoke slowly from the front. The Mist Ninja clutched his throat, gradually losing consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. A roll of parchment fell to the ground. Having slipped from his grasp, Madara brushed off the dust from his attire and approached through the rain to retrieve the scroll. A directive from the Land of Water's daimyo? He mused, reopening the scroll and swiftly scanning its contents. Initially indifferent, one particular phrase piqued his interest: strange pupils. The mother and daughter he had just pursued were the last remnants of a family annihilated due to their peculiar ocular abilities. There had been a clan member who frequently stayed close to the daimyo, but not long ago, the daimyo had met an untimely death, and the blame had fallen upon that family member, simply because his crimson eyes were deemed ominous, leading to the daimyo's demise. Madara's journey aimed to uncover the fabled divine tree, the very tree from which the fan was forged. However, given the connection to ocular techniques, he believed this might deepen his understanding of such powers, prompting him to summon the mother and daughter from the dilapidated temple. Upon witnessing the carnage, the woman turned pale, her body trembling slightly, at a loss for words. Do you remember where your home is? Madara inquired. She nodded hesitantly, then shook her head. Returning home seemed unimaginable after experiencing such terror. Madara offered his provisions to the mother and daughter, and after receiving the specific location, he set off. As he departed, he let out a sigh, pondering the future of the two women left behind. The world is thus, where true peace is but an illusion. Even if 5 nations maintain cordial relations, internal strife is inevitable. He has altered his direction. In the shadowed recesses of the temple, a viscous black entity intermittently morphed into a semi-human form, slowly articulating its thoughts. Along the journey, despite his various attempts, Uchiha Madara's resolve remained unwavering. Even when his thoughts wavered, they did not become absolute. Was it due to lingering attachments? The black entity chuckled ominously, realizing that intervention was necessary. It transformed once more into a mass of sludge, vanishing into the ground. Leader, this is the compiled data of the candidates and their abilities demonstrated during the examination. An Umbu member placed a hefty stack of documents upon Yi Yu's desk. Very well, Yi Yu nodded, gesturing for the surrounding Umbu members to withdraw. He began to peruse the files one by one. Illusion Technique, Sand Dune Tower, Illusion Technique, Sunflower Jade, Lightning Release, Lightning Bolt. This one is rather impressive, Yi Yu acknowledged, recalling its utility from Night Moon AI's battle, as it seemed capable of perceiving the surrounding environment and enemy movements, a commendable support ability that he currently lacked. Night Moon Long E, Night Moon Long Wong. Indeed, They are of the Night Moon clan, just like Night Moon AI. Is this truly a 14-year-old? Upon seeing Night Moon Long Wang's photograph, Yu could not help but exclaim with incredulity. Such robust physique. It is utterly impossible to enhance their favorability now. Thus, the only option left is to procure one of their possessions or act directly. Yu shook his head at this thought. If the people of Cloud Hidden Village laid all the blame on the village itself, it would spell trouble. The second method is preferable. The second stage of the Chunin exam, a survival exercise, involves teams of 3 carrying a scroll of heaven and earth, aiming to reach a tower 10 kilometers from the entrance within 5 days. The scrolls of heaven and earth are evenly distributed among the teams, with each team possessing only one of either, and collecting both constitutes success. Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and Akimichi Torafu formed one team, while Uchiha Kagami, Narashikomaru, and Mito Gate N comprised another, alongside ninjas from other nations forming their respective teams. Lord Banjian, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed in astonishment, hastily approaching Yu, followed by other candidates gathering around. Is he really the rumored leader of the Umbu? He appears quite different than I imagined. Night Moon Long Wang observed, struck by disbelief, for Yu did not embody the aloof demeanor he expected. Rather, he was amiably smiling, his peculiar black and white hair disarming their vigilance. Upon locking eyes with Yu, an inexplicable pressure surged within Night Moon Long Wang, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. I have obtained it. Yu felt a surge of triumph within, as he now possessed a strand of hair, which was sufficient. Very well. The time is nearly upon us. You must all strive diligently. Yu smiled at the candidates from Konoha before vanishing from sight. Wow, Lord Banjian is so handsome. Although Chu-chun is not particularly drawn to handsome boys, she cannot help but be captivated by Yu's inexplicable allure. Her gaze remains fixed upon him. Is it true? Mito Minyan observed Chu-chun's eyes sparkling with affection, and his face suddenly flushed. From now on, I shall aspire to be a person like Lord Senju Hashirama. With Azuna's command, several teams surged forward, each refusing to yield to the other. Brother, once this exam concludes, if the monkey performs well, let us promote him to Jonin. Tobarama expressed his fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen, recalling how he had once led Hiruzen's team in the Ninja Academy. However, Hashirama harbored some concerns. Hiruzen was still quite young, and hastily promoting him could pose difficulties if he encountered particularly challenging missions. I heard that the monkey recently formed a contract with a young monkey. Tobarama remarked with a smile and a nod. Not only the monkey, but these young individuals are also the future of Konoha. Lightning release, Thunderbolt. Yu formed the hand seals for lightning release, and numerous small orbs of lightning materialized around him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The lightning orbs, upon their first release from Yu, struck him directly, sending tingles of sensation mixed with pain through his body, causing him to cry out. After a considerable amount of time, Yu finally mastered the ability to control Thunderbolt in accordance with his thoughts. Soon, the lightning orbs began to move around Yu seamlessly, reminiscent of the time with Yu AI. Yu dedicated 5 days to honing his proficiency in the technique, achieving mastery. Subsequently, the second round of the Chunin exam concluded, and as Yu had anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and several other ninjas from Konoha emerged victorious. This experience also exposed them to the harsh realities of the battlefield, as a number of individuals tragically perished in the second round due to unforeseen circumstances. The once lively Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown somewhat subdued, evidently having witnessed some harrowing scenes. The third round, which Yu eagerly awaited, featured 1-versus-1 duels, a phase he found particularly exhilarating in the original story. Hashirama and the other 4 Kage ascended to the competition stage. The Chunin exam served not only to promote ninjas to Chunin, but also to facilitate observation of national strength among allied countries, fostering communication among various nations. The guards accompanying the Kage mirrored those present during the initial 5 Kage summit. Is this the arena for competition? Yu AI and the others surveyed their surroundings, seemingly aiming to imprint every detail into their memories for replication in their own village. The list of successful candidates from the second round was announced by the examiners: 5 from Kumogakure, 4 from Sunagakure, 6 from Konoha, 3 from Kirigakure, and 3 from Iwagakure. Konoha had the largest representation, while Iwagakure and Kirigakure had the least, reflecting their respective military strengths to some extent. Have they all arrived? Yu stood at the highest point of the dueling arena, observing the Kage and the guards beside them, ensuring everything was in order. The area was surrounded by Umbu ninjas, though such precautions seemed somewhat excessive, for Hashirama was already recognized as the god of shinobi, with no one capable of surpassing him. To his astonishment, that fellow emerged victorious. In a fleeting glance, Yue Longwang spotted Sarutobi Hizashi among the denizens of Konoha. During their previous encounter in the second round within the forest, Yue Longwang and Sarutobi Hizashi had crossed paths, yet circumstances had thwarted their battle. While there was a tinge of regret, a flicker of relief accompanied it, for he still possessed a formidable ace up his sleeve. Prior to this, he had undergone a harrowing experiment, and through the words of Reikage and Lord Yue Ai, Yue Longwang discovered that he was the sole individual perfectly suited to be the vessel of that creature. Upon merging with the monster, he not only became significantly more robust, but also gained strength that surpassed that of his peers. This time, he was determined to instill fear in the hearts of the other ninja villages. Yue Longwang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed upon the ninjas from the other four nations. Aside from the ninjas of Kumogakure and Konoha, Yue noted that even those who had advanced through the second round bore no discernible expressions. Their faces were devoid of any semblance of emotion, resembling puppets in their demeanor. Izuna ascended the platform, patting Yue on the shoulder with a bittersweet expression. Yue nodded in response. Naturally, Hashirama, seated at the center, had also perceived this phenomenon, casting a sidelong glance at the other four Kage. However, the faces of the Mizukage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage revealed little change. Their countenances suggested a desire to hasten the conclusion of this Chunin exam. In stark contrast, the candidates adjacent to the Kage unabashedly expressed their yearning for the burgeoning strength of Konoha. Each of the original Kage was a legendary figure who had quelled chaos, and perhaps they had shifted their focus from nurturing the new generation of their villages to ensuring stability during their tenure. The young ninjas present were likely compelled to partake in this process. As the matches unfolded, ninjas from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure faced successive defeats, leaving each village with but one representative, while Kumogakure retained 2 and Konoha 3. Following Yue's design for the matches between the defeated and the victors, the final 4 standings emerged: Hozuki Yuki from Kirigakure, Yue Longwang from Kumogakure, Sarutobi Hizashi from Konoha, and Uchiha Kagami, who advanced to the semifinals. "Brother, you must avenge me," Yue Longi exclaimed during the intermission with a fuming ire, replaying the earlier scene in her mind. Her opponent had been the derisive Sarutobi Hizashi, who, when she had lowered her guard, summoned a small monkey that leapt onto her face, its behind landing squarely atop her head, incessantly slapping her face with its tiny hands, resulting in a humiliating defeat in the arena, leaving her seething with indignation. Rest assured, victory in this tournament shall undoubtedly belong to Kumogakure. Although the criteria for advancing to Chunin were not solely based on championship, Yue Longwang was convinced that her prowess warranted the title of champion. In the semifinals, the first match featured Uchiha Kagami against Hozuki Yuki. Isn't the Night Moon Dragon appeared somewhat dejected. However, this was an opportune moment for him to engage in rigorous training and self-adjustment. Uchiha Kagami. Yu had heard whispers of him in the original narrative. He was one of the founding members of the Konoha police force established by Tobarama, who sacrificed his life on the road to protect Sarutobi Hizashi. Yet, his eyes remained the 3-tomo Sharingan, not having evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hozuki Igetsu, a prodigious ninja of the Hozuki clan, excelled in powerful water-based ninjutsu such as the water gun technique, marking him as a talented shinobi. The prowess of both seemed nearly equal. "Thank you for the instruction," Uchiha Kagami remarked softly, nodding towards Hozuki Igetsu and the instructor. "Water release, water gun." Hozuki Igetsu formed hand seals, extending his arms in a pistol-like gesture as his fingertips began to coalesce droplets of water. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sounds echoed as the water projectiles surged towards Uchiha Kagami. Considering the water release ninjutsu, he mused that his fire release would yield minimal advantage. It appeared that close combat was the only viable option. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals, summoning a clone beside him, which hurled shurikens at Hozuki Igetsu. However, mid-flight, the shurikens collided with the water blasts, causing both projectiles to veer off course. The clone of Uchiha Kagami then moved towards Hozuki Igetsu with its hands positioned behind. Water release, water gun technique. Bang, bang, bang. The water bullets surged forth like a tempest, swiftly sweeping towards both Uchiha Kagami and his clone. After dispersing the clone, Hozuki Aigetsu's onslaught of water projectiles continued unabated. If used in this manner, his chakra reserves must surely be depleted soon, Uchiha Kagami contemplated. Yet, Hozuki Aigetsu seemed oblivious to this consideration, relentlessly maintaining his barrage. The prowess of this young Hozuki clan member was indeed commendable, Tobirama mused. Though proficient in water release ninjutsu, was such chakra consumption truly sustainable? This boy possessed an astonishing amount of chakra. On the elevated platform, Uchiha Izuna activated his Sharingan, observing the vast chakra reserves within Hozuki Aigetsu's body. Not only Izuna, but Yu also discerned this, drawing a parallel to another prodigious ninja from the Mist Village. Renowned for his immense chakra reserves, known as the Tailless Beast, Kisame Hashigaki. Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals, unleashing a ball of flame from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Hozuki Aigetsu. Water Release had a distinct advantage over Fire Release. However, should Uchiha Kagami possess a high proficiency in his Fire Release ninjutsu, he might still gain the upper hand. Yet, the disparity appeared considerable. Yi reflected, noting that, according to the system panel, Uchiha Kagami's Fire Release was merely at a proficient level, akin to Hozuki Aigetsu's capabilities. Nevertheless, Hozuki Aigetsu primarily relied on his vast chakra reserves, which exceeded Uchiha Kagami's by more than double, enabling him to continually unleash the water gun technique. Uchiha Kagami was evidently aware of this disparity. The frequency with which the two unleashed their ninjutsu was on entirely different levels. Water Release, Water Clone Technique. A water clone materialized beside Kirigiku's Aigetsu, who, after dispelling Uchiha Kagami's shadow clone, charged towards him. Unlike the shadow clone technique, the water clone technique, though effective, was somewhat inferior, as it relied on water release and could not stray too far from the user. Uchiha Kagami was equally cognizant of this limitation, while evading the water bullets. He retreated to the edge of the arena. However, mere evasion was not a viable strategy, for only in close combat did victory seem plausible. Sharingan. Is he finally resorting to his ultimate technique? Thought Yeyu. The instant Uchiha Kagami's pupils transformed from black to 3 tomo, he surged towards Kirigiku's Aigetsu with astonishing speed. No matter the multitude or density of the water bullets, Uchiha Kagami could still discern the gaps within them. A testament to the pride of the Sharingan. Before those blood-red eyes, any attack appeared riddled with flaws. Is that the Sharingan? The other 4 shadows speculated quietly. Truly, it was the pinnacle of ocular techniques. Even the Byakugan seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. Meanwhile, the others envisioned Kirigiku's Aigetsu as themselves. Although Uchiha Kagami appeared weak in their eyes, who could guarantee the same in the future? They felt a sense of impending crisis. Upon returning to the village, if they gained power, they would undoubtedly implement reforms. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens, slicing through the air with precision, splashed water as they approached Kirigiku's Aigetsu. Dreadful. Kirigiku's Aigetsu felt a pang of distress as one of the shurikens grazed his clothing. If I can secure victory, our clan will rise to prominence in the ninja world. For this reason alone, I cannot afford to lose. Kirigiku's Aigetsu's master was none other than the current clan leader, Kirigiku's Hanwha, the most powerful family in the Hidden Mist Village. I cannot disappoint my master. Water Release, Water Cannon Technique. Swish. The speed of the technique and the movement was astonishing. Just as Uchiha Kagami was searching for the location of the water cannon, a resounding boom echoed, leaving the spectators in awe. What incredible speed! Night Moon Longwang was the first to exclaim, noting that the speed of the water technique was nearly on par with his lightning release. This meant that the previous attack had surpassed even the speed of lightning striking the ground. Witnessing Uchiha Kagami get hit, Saratobi Hizashi and other students from Uchiha's cohort felt a pang of sympathy, continuously cheering for him. That was impressive. Yu nodded. Perhaps this technique could be replicated for future firepower strikes. As for Uchiha Kagami's safety, if Yu sensed that the outcome had been decided, he would intervene and declare the victor. Ouch, that stings a bit. Uchiha Kagami knelt partially on the ground, softly uttering words while instinctively clutching his left shoulder, where a gruesome hole had appeared, allowing a clear view from one side of his body to the other. After a brief moment, Uchiha Kagami found that the relentless assault from Kirigakure's Hozuki Aigetsu had not ceased. Once more, a water cannon coalesced in his hands, poised to strike again. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Kagami leapt from the ground into the air, suppressing his pain to unleash his jutsu, while his Sharingan spun into action. The Phoenix Fire technique, typically a mere series of small-scale attacks, could easily be evaded by any quick-witted ninja. However, bolstered by the dynamic vision afforded by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Kagami expelled numerous small fireballs that scattered in all directions, rendering them exceedingly difficult to dodge. Not good. Water style, water barrier. Hozuki Aigetsu realized his predicament. As the water cannon was unleashed, he expelled a water barrier around himself for defense. While observing the trajectory of the flames, Uchiha Kagami meticulously studied the path of the water cannon. He saw it. Shifting his body, the water cannon narrowly grazed his cheek. That was close. Uchiha Kagami exhaled in relief. The water barrier, oblivious to external movements, allowed him to land effortlessly on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The flames of the Phoenix Fire continued unabated, striking against the water barrier. This jutsu is ineffective. No matter how Kagami unleashes fire, it cannot overcome the water jutsu. Tokashoka voiced her concerns. Kagami would not release his jutsu without reason. After all, his opponent possesses a significantly higher chakra reserve. Sarutobi Hisashi murmured, noting that, despite lacking the Sharingan or Byakugan, it was evident from their prolonged battle that Hozuki Aigetsu had cast far fewer jutsu than Uchiha Kagami. Is it finally over? Hozuki Aigetsu sighed in relief upon hearing no further flames impact the water barrier. But then, an ominous premonition flickered in his eyes as the ground trembled beneath him. Suddenly, a gaping hole erupted in the earth, flames surging forth from below. Hozuki Aigetsu leapt into the air, searching for Uchiha Kagami's whereabouts, only to see the spectators from the hidden mist village wearing expressions of concern. The long-haired man in a blue robe beside the Mizukage shook his head in regret. A hand clapped on Hozuki Aigetsu's shoulder, prompting him to turn instinctively, where blood-red eyes met his gaze. The Sharingan. Hozuki Aigetsu hastily shut his eyes. But it was too late. This is the Sharingan. The voice resonated as Uchiha Kagami employed his physical prowess, delivering a punch that sent Hozuki Aigetsu crashing to the ground. I cannot possibly lose. Struggling to rise after being struck down, Hozuki Aigetsu still possessed enough chakra to continue fighting. I have unwavering faith in you. The words of Hozuki Genjio echoed in his mind. I must win, for the sake of my family. Water style, water sphere technique. At present, it has become increasingly challenging for Hozuki Aigetsu to unleash the formidable water iron cannon. Although the speed of the water ball technique is swift, it remains insufficient when confronted by Uchiha Kagami, who possesses the Sharingan. The urgency for a swift resolution looms in Kagami's mind. The wound on his left shoulder still throbs, even as the blood has coagulated upon his ninja garb. Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami swiftly evaded the water jets and launched a physical assault on Hozuki Aigetsu. Despite the advantage Aigetsu held from a distance, he was markedly inept in close-quarter combat. After enduring a rapid barrage from Kagami, Hozuki Aigetsu found his fighting spirit waning just as Kagami prepared to deliver the final blow. No. Hozuki Aigetsu instinctively cried out, his eyes tightly shut. However, Uchiha Kagami merely struck the ground with his fist and then stood upright. You should fight for your village, not merely for your family. With everyone gone, what worth does a small family hold? Upon hearing Kagami's words, Hozuki Aigetsu lay on the ground momentarily stunned. Aside from Konoha, the internal stability of nearly every other village was precarious, which prompted Kagami's remark. Hozuki Aigetsu belonged to this very category of individuals, possessing a sense of honor for his clan, yet lacking a profound understanding of the hidden mist village. Subsequently, Uchiha Kagami turned to face the instructor, who nodded in acknowledgement after confirming Hozuki Aigetsu's incapacity to continue fighting. The victor is Uchiha Kagami of Konoha. Applause erupted from the audience in the stands. We won. What a splendid fight. Sarutobi Hisashi exclaimed, animatedly addressing Uchiha Kagami. Kagami nodded, but soon found himself overwhelmed by dizziness and collapsed. Kagami. Sarutobi Hisashi gasped in shock, quickly rushing to support him. It's merely blood loss causing him to faint. Yoyu suddenly appeared before Sarutobi Hisashi, addressing the crowd and subsequently dispatched someone to take Uchiha Kagami to the medical room. Next up, Sarutobi Hisashi versus Yagami Ryu. It's your turn, monkey. Give it your all. Yoyu encouraged, patting Sarutobi Hisashi on the shoulder with a smile. Both Sarutobi Hisashi and Yagami Ryu possessed power levels of 1200. Even though Yagami Ryu boasted a robust physique. However, Sarutobi Hisashi had just recently entered into a summoning contract with the Sarademon, a summoning beast that performed remarkably well in the original narrative. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Once seated on the high platform, Yoyu activated the system, seizing the opportunity to test a previously untried interface, the fusion system, which could amalgamate two distinct elemental ninjutsu through points to forge a new technique, albeit not guaranteeing a wholly original result. During the fusion process, there existed the possibility of merging with techniques such as the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, or the Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, which Yoyu had already acquired. Regardless, let us give it a try. Who knows, I might just stumble upon the Wood Release, True Thousand Hands. Yoyu once again recalled the scene from his arrival in the shinobi world, standing atop the colossal Buddha, where the exhilarating thrill of slaughter surged his adrenaline to unprecedented heights. After considerable deliberation, Yoyu opted to fuse the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique with the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Technique. Though these two ninjutsu would vanish post-fusion, they were both relatively easy to learn, and their consumption would allow for future acquisition. Proceed. Ding. Please confirm the fusion. Fusion. In a place unseen by others, two swirling orbs appeared before Yoyu, one inscribed with Great Fireball and the other with Earth Flow Wall, gradually drawing nearer until they collided. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired C-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Due to prior possession, it has automatically advanced to Mastery Proficiency. What's the matter? Hearing the commotion, Izumi turned to glance at Yoyu. Nothing. Yoyu shook his head, having spent 500 points and inadvertently sacrificing an Earth Flow Wall. Let us try again. Yoyu combined the Great Fireball Technique with the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. If successful, the attributes of the ninjutsu would manifest a dual nature of wind and fire. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Release, Wind Dragon Flame Bullet Technique. The enhancement of the Wind Release upon the foundation of Fire Release allowed the Dragon of Fire to simultaneously embody the Wind attribute, countering both Wind and Lightning attributes. Quite impressive. Yoyu nodded, having exchanged two C-rank ninjutsu for a B-rank ninjutsu with dual attributes. It was undeniably a profitable endeavor. Regaining his composure, Yoyu summarized his ninjutsu. Aside from the forbidden techniques, Sharingan, and Byakugan, he could now contend with most ninjutsu through his own variations. Yoyu's next objective was to acquire the two heart containers of the curse technique, representing Yin and Yang Release. Yin Release harnessed the power of imagination as its source, shaping the void, while Yang Release drew from the energy of life, bestowing form to the formless. Most secret techniques were based on Yin and Yang Release, typically associating physical abilities with the Yang attribute, such as the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, the Senju clan's healing abilities, and medical ninjutsu. Conversely, techniques related to the mind predominantly belonged to the Yin attribute, encompassing Jinjutsu, the secret arts of the Yamashiro clan, and the Nara clan's techniques that manipulate shadows through Yin Release. To attain these two ninjutsu, Yoyu would need to engage with the prominent families in Konoha, as only the clan heads could wield their family secrets with greater flexibility and strength, facilitating Yoyu's mastery. That kid from Kumogakure appears quite robust, yet he is so easily overwhelmed. The murmurs of those around interrupted Yoyu's thoughts, prompting him to gaze toward the center of the arena. There, he beheld the towering figure of Yua Longwang, half kneeling before Sarutobi Hisashi, motionless, while Sarutobi, panting heavily, clutched his kunai tightly, bracing for the impending assault from Yua Longwang. Even though it appeared that Yua Longwang was at a disadvantage on stage, both Reikage and his sister, Yua Longi, seemed unconcerned. Rather, they were filled with anticipation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the atmosphere crackled with the sound of thunder, reminiscent of a rushing northern wolf. Lightning Release, Thunder Spike. The lightning transformed into a spear, emanating radiance, as the surrounding air twisted under its power. Body Flicker Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen concentrated chakra into his feet, deftly evading the assault of the lightning. He thought to himself that engaging in close combat was out of the question due to their significant size disparity, Such a confrontation would likely not be in his favor. Summoning technique. Monkey King. The small monkey made its appearance once more, igniting murmurs among the audience. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously triumphed over Yuelongi using the summoned beast. With a sudden puff, a monkey, half the size of Sarutobi Hiruzen, perched itself upon his shoulder amidst the smoke. The match is not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging the need for the monkey's assistance once again. Unlike their previous skirmish, this time the little monkey did not leap directly at Yuelongwang. Instead, it turned and transformed into a long staff, two segments glistening in gold while the center presented a deep black. Transformation technique, adamantine staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen adeptly caught the staff, planting it firmly on the ground. Look, that monkey can transform into a weapon. The spectators gasped in astonishment, realizing that the duo still had tricks up their sleeves. However, something seemed amiss with the boy from the hidden cloud village. Despite the long duration of battle, his chakra seemed to be increasing rather than diminishing. Not only Izuna, but also Hinata and other ninjas present, adept at sensing chakra fluctuations, discerned this anomaly. A cough. Monkey King. Grasping the adamantine staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged towards Yuelongwang. Lightning release. Thunderstorm barrage. Yuelongwang rose, conjuring two orbs of light in his hands, indiscriminately releasing bolts of lightning. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As the lightning approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a gust of wind, dispersing the lightning orbs. Bang! When the adamantine staff struck the lightning orbs, they erupted with a thunderous crackle. He still possesses such an abundance of chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused during the clash. He then retreated a few steps, positioning the staff defensively before him. His chakra continues to surge. Izuna exclaimed, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Yayuyu thought of something, casting a glance at Reikage and the nearby Yayue AI. Yayue AI's expression turned grave, while Reikage appeared somewhat expectant. This does not bode well. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had maintained the upper hand, but as chakra was expended, his own reserves dwindled, causing the tide to shift gradually. Ah! Yuelongwang suddenly let out a howl, resulting in a shocking spectacle that left all present in awe. As the night moon illuminated the surroundings of Ryumang's body, an eerie crimson glow began to emanate. You have indeed proceeded as such. Hashirama, without turning back, remarked gently upon observing the duel arena. Lord Hokage, I trust you have not forgotten your words during the meeting, wherein you stated that after distributing the tailed beasts to us, you would refrain from intervening in their usage, provided it does not threaten the peace of the shinobi world. Hashirama nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, are we truly to allow a monkey to confront a ninja who harbors a tailed beast perfectly attuned to his body? Tobarama expressed his anxiety. Hashirama, though uncertain, was not as frenzied as Tobarama. He exchanged a glance with Yu, who stood upon the high platform. Yu, having caught this gaze, nodded in response. Ban would render a decision for us. Shall we proceed? Izuna inquired. From his perspective, facing an opponent with an unfathomable reservoir of chakra would instill a sense of trepidation, let alone against the yet inexperienced Sarutobi Hizashi. Do not be hasty. Although the monkey is currently a genin, his capabilities extend far beyond mere appearances, you remarked. What do you imply? You pondered for a moment before concluding. Let us observe first. If defeat seems inevitable, we may intervene later. This approach aimed to assess the current Jinchuriki's potential, while simultaneously gauging how Sarutobi Hizashi would respond. Regardless, Yu was resolute in ensuring that Hizashi would not find himself in genuine peril. What has come over him? Koharu, seated in the stands, inquired with curiosity. That presence reminds me of a certain entity, she mused. A tailed beast. A tailed beast? Though they were somewhat naive, they had nonetheless heard Tobarama speak of them in the Ninja Academy. Tailed beasts are colossal entities of chakra, each possessing a tail. With a total of 9 discovered thus far, they can enter a human body through certain specialized methods or sealing techniques, providing a substantial supply of chakra and enabling the transformation into their respective Jinchuriki modes. However, this requires a perfect compatibility with the human host, lest they endure tremendous suffering. Tobarama had merely mentioned this in passing during class, yet it appeared that the hidden cloud village had indeed commenced human experimentation. Judging by Ryumang's current condition, he seemed poised to enter the tailed beast mode. Furthermore, they possess a specific designation. Do you recall what Tobarama referred to them as in class? Jinchuriki? That name is quite apt. Let us adopt it henceforth. The Raikage nodded, while Tobarama scoffed softly. To think that your hidden cloud village, known for its belligerence, has delved so deeply into the study of tailed beasts. Raikage chuckled lightly, choosing to say no more. Jinchuriki, you say? The other three Kage silently contemplated. Perhaps the tailed beasts assigned to their villages could be utilized in a similar manner. Yet my words remain unspoken, Tobarama interjected. While Jinchuriki may serve as a potent asset within their village, achieving a state of perfection is exceedingly rare. Those who are bestowed with power must cultivate mutual understanding and recognition with the tailed beasts. Otherwise, as I have previously mentioned, the consequences could be unfathomable. Surely, you have conducted numerous experiments as well. Tobarama remarked coldly, acknowledging that although he was the first to discover this method concerning the tailed beasts, his demeanor towards the villagers was not as callous as that of other ninja villages. Should the tailed beasts wreak havoc within their village, it would not be too late to seal them employing this technique. Hashirama sighed quietly during their conversation, casting a compassionate glance at the soon-to-be tailed beast transformed Yue Longwang, words failing him. He must have encountered the 8 tails before. Tobarama approached Hashirama's side and spoke softly. Young one, do ensure you receive my power well. Within Yue Longwang's spiritual realm, a colossal bull with octopus-like tentacles for a tail sat quietly behind him. Having been implanted within Longwang, their personalities and styles of action were remarkably similar, allowing them to coexist harmoniously as one entity. Upon Yue Longwang's nod, a wispy strand of chakra emerged from the bull and flowed seamlessly into Longwang's being. In the real world, Yue Longwang suddenly opened his eyes wide, a crimson aura enveloping him, revealing a slender tail protruding from his back. Was only one tail visible for now? That seemed reasonable. What is this? Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the words Tobarama had spoken during their time at the Ninja Academy. Could this be what Tobarama referred to as the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of excitement. With half of his chakra still remaining, even if he were to falter, he would strive to put forth a commendable display. Come forth. As the chakra tail behind Yue Longwang solidified, he dashed forward with great speed. So swift, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily raised his kanabo to defend himself. Yet he was still sent crashing against the wall. This so-called perfect Jinchuriki is not as flawless as presumed. Yue's expression grew increasingly grave. In his view, if Yue Longwang truly embodied the perfect Jinchuriki, then the chakra within him should not be in such disarray. To ensure that the bull within Yue Longwang did not erupt into chaos, Yue concentrated all his mental faculties on the arena. This won't do. Our powers are too disparate. Just as he pondered this, Yue Longwang swung his fist once more and charged towards him. Bang! Another punch landed, shattering the wall behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and leaving a massive crack. Look at that individual from the Cloud Village. Tajitsu Koharu pointed at Yue Longwang, who was now far more ferocious than before, his movements even more fierce. Hey, young one, calm yourself. In the spiritual realm, the bull shouted anxiously to Yue Longwang, questioning whether he had perhaps bestowed too much chakra. If this little brat from Konoha continued down this path, it would soon escalate beyond mere injury. Bang, bang, bang. That was close. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath as Yue Longwang's attacks quickened in frequency. This could not continue. Saruma, it appears I require your assistance. Sarutobi Hizuchi hurled the formidable Rui Jingu Bang into the air, transforming it into a diminutive monkey. What is happening to Sarutobi? The frenzied assaults of Yue Longwang left the Saruman trembling with trepidation. I do not know. Let us delay as long as we can. Hey, kid, did you hear what I said? Nyogue roared from behind Yue Longwang, currently sealed by Yunin Village's amber purifying bottle, rendering him incapable of independent action. At this juncture, Yue Longwang was under the control of the tailed beast chakra, with a singular objective, to vanquish the Sarutobi before him. Among the Yue clan residing in the Yunlei Gorge, Yue Longwang was a distinguished member, having always regarded honor as paramount, akin to the recently defeated Kaigetsu Ayu. Hence, his desire to win intensified, leading to a fragile state of mind that caused the tailed beast chakra to erupt uncontrollably. Look, what is that? The gaze of the crowd fixated on Yue Longwang. Is he about to undergo tailed beast transformation? Tobarama's expression darkened. Is this truly your perfect Jinchuriki from Yunin Village? He pondered. It seems he is growing larger. The nearby spectators exhibited expressions of panic. Enough. Yi Yu's form vanished from sight. Boom. The crimson cloak expanded, and the surface of his body shimmered with red-tailed beast chakra. Though Yi Longwang retained personal awareness, his emotions were corrupted by the tailed beast chakra, rendering him ferocious and aggressive. Just as he was about to strike Sarutobi Hizuchi, Yi Yu suddenly appeared, shielding Sarutobi from harm. Due to Tobarama's mask, Sarutobi perceived him as merely an ordinary ENBU member. That is enough. This ends here. Even the previously frightened spectators displayed dissatisfaction as Yi Yu halted the match. Why did it stop? We were thoroughly engaged. Indeed, who is the victor in this case? Yet, amidst the crowd's discontent, Yi Yu Longwang suddenly struggled to break free from Yi Yu's grasp, his tailed beast tail swinging towards Yi Yu. Has he lost control? Yi Yu leapt with Sarutobi Hizuchi to the spectator stands, where Sarutobi's chakra was nearly depleted, and even the Saruman had vanished. This match belongs to Yunin village and the Yue clan. Yue Longwang triumphs. After escorting Sarutobi Hizuchi away, Yi Yu called out to the crowd while a slender thread emerged in his hand, rushing towards Yue Longwang, subsequently restraining him as the tailed beast cloak slowly receded. I won. Yue Longwang stood tall, regaining consciousness in disbelief. He was unsure of what had transpired, only aware that his body had seemingly been controlled. Losing awareness during the battle against Sarutobi Hizuchi. Your mind is too weak. Be more cautious when wielding such power in the future, Yue AI remarked beside him. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter now is to prepare for the finals, as Uchiha Q had gradually readjusted after a brief respite from the previous match. As the spectators awaited the commencement of the match, one of the ninjas in the stands appeared visibly agitated, scanning the surroundings before retreating to a secluded corner. Is that the tailed beast? He exclaimed with excitement, as his skin began to gradually shed, revealing a viscous black form beneath, none other than Kagaya's loyal servant, Black Zetsu, who had been covertly tracking Uchiha Obito. He was certain that this was one of the tailed beasts separated from Kagaya Otsutsuki long ago. Although he had discovered many tailed beasts throughout the ages, most had yet to emerge into human sight. However, now that humans had made contact with the tailed beasts, this posed a significant threat to his plans. Damn humans, await the day of my mother's resurrection, for that will be your demise. Black Zetsu muttered angrily, before reverting back to his previous ninja guise. Uchiha Izuna, I'll start with you, he cackled, vanishing into the shadows once more. Are you not going to watch the final match? Izuna inquired, noticing Yeiyu's intent to leave. Yeiyu shook his head. In his estimation, it was already concluded. Uchiha Kagami's combat prowess was rated at 1,500 points, exceeding the current Night Moon Ryu's by an entire 300 points, all while not being augmented by a tailed beast. As anticipated, Uchiha Kagami emerged victorious. However, the qualification for Chunin still required the assessment of each examiner. Uchiha Kagami and 5 others had been personally requested by Lord Tobarama, along with several youths from the Mist and Cloud villages, who were also deemed qualified. The examiners elaborated to Yeiyu, who nodded in agreement. Proceed as you see fit. Consequently, Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hizashi, Night Moon Ryu, and dozens of other ninjas ascended to the rank of Chunin. It seems we have failed, the Raikage murmured. Their year-long research on the tailed beasts had yielded insufficient results. Yet, it was not a matter of the bond between tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki, but rather the Jinchuriki's inadequate capacity to endure. Lord Raikage, please trust in me. I will overcome this. Night Moon Ryu asserted resolutely, feeling deeply disheartened for not securing the top position. After bidding farewell to them, he resolved to return to the village. The 5 Kage convened once more, expressing their favorable impressions of the Chunin exams. I hear it was your brother's suggestion? Hashirama nodded, confirming that the exams were indeed proposed by Yeiyu, leading the 5 Kage to devise a system for ninja promotion, to be held biannually in a rotating manner across the 5 great shinobi villages. I have finally found you, Izuna. After the shadows departed, only the Umbu members remained on the battlefield. Black Zetsu concealed himself in an obscure location, observing Uchiha Izuna. Is he truly Obito's brother? If I can control him, seizing the opportunity as the Umbu members left, Black Zetsu leaped from the branches of the trees, landing upon Izuna before vanishing from sight. Izuna felt a sudden chill but, seeing nothing amiss around him, dismissed the incident as inconsequential. Thus, the 12th year of Konoha unfolded. This is also the year preceding the demise of Hashirama Senju, during which Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru have already been born and are now preparing to enter the Ninja Academy. Over the past few years, Yu has been tirelessly searching for a more advanced breakthrough method for his Sharingan and the integration of various abilities within his replication system. Yet he has met with nothing but disheartening failures. In the original narrative, the only individuals able to maintain their youthful appearances, aside from Orochimaru, are Tsunade, who masters the legendary mitotic regeneration technique. The origins of this technique can be traced back to Hashirama Senju himself. The regenerative capabilities of Hashirama cells are remarkably resilient and proliferate swiftly, enabling one's wounds to heal almost instantaneously. Since Yuyu's body is a remnant of the original Hashirama, he possesses a portion of Hashirama's cells within him. However, to bring these cells closer to their original state, he must continue his research. Yuyu found an excuse to collect a small sample of Hashirama's cells, but regrettably, he has yet to achieve any significant breakthroughs. Curse it! Have I failed once again? Yuyu murmured as he emerged from his underground laboratory, which he had established to conduct research on regenerative cells, much like the future Orochimaru. Is Izuna not back yet? Yuyu inquired coldly of the Umbu member beside him. The Umbu member trembled at Yuyu's tone, for over the years, he had inexplicably become increasingly ferocious, as if influenced by some unseen force. Yuyu is in dire need of the cells within Izuna, which, although lacking the pure Indra bloodline akin to Uchiha Madara, can still interact with Hashirama's regenerative cells. Lord Izuna has yet to complete his mission and is still within the borders of the Land of Grass, the Umbu member stammered. As time flows inexorably onward, Hashirama too has begun to age, and even now, he is still regarded as the god of shinobi. Since the original work does not specify the cause of Hashirama's death, the author has adopted a somewhat dubious notion, suggesting that the failure of regenerative cells to sustain the body led to his ailments and eventual demise. Readers may have to accommodate this interpretation. This situation has not gone unnoticed by the Kage of the other four nations, who have begun to feel increasingly restless, gradually stirring within the ninja world. Izuna's mission is to quell the disturbances along the borders of the Land of Grass that pertain to the village of Konoha. It seems I must await his return. Yuyu sighed deeply and waved his hand to dismiss his subordinate. The Umbu member exhaled in relief and hurriedly exited. After establishing connections with the Hyuga clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Nara clan, families possessing yin and yang release techniques, Yuyu learned their abilities through his replication system and subsequently placed them within the divine container of the Earth Grudge Fear. He successfully captured 2 rogue ninjas from other countries during previous missions, seizing their hearts and acquiring the remaining 2. Now, Yuyu has secured 7 hearts within the divine container of Earth Grudge Fear. In addition to the foundational 5 elements techniques, he has also obtained the Yin Release Shadow Secret technique, a secret art of the Nara clan, and the Yang Release Healing technique, similar to the mitotic regeneration, but activated voluntarily. Hashirama's ailments are worsening by the day. In this world, although Uchiha Madara did not engage in combat with Senju Hashirama, the latter's physical condition deteriorated progressively. With most political affairs now entrusted to Tobirama, the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara remain uncertain. Even if he were to cause a stir, news would surely reach the village. Standing atop the Hokage building, Yuyu pondered silently. Please, spare us. In the darkness, numerous ninjas knelt, fervently pleading for mercy. Beside them stood a figure clad in a long black coat, his eyes bearing an eerie kaleidoscope pattern, coldly observing their plight. Eliminate them, whispered Kurizetsu from the shadows. Izuna's gaze then grew even more frigid. With a swift motion, a blade fell, and several ninja heads rolled to the ground in an instant. Not a trace of anger marred Izuna's countenance. He appeared as lifeless as a corpse. For years, that voice had incessantly echoed in his ears, compelling him to visit the Nanha shrine to witness the inscriptions there, and instigating doubts about whether the Uchiha clan was truly as noble as it once seemed. Uchiha Madara was no longer present. Your brother is gone. Upon first hearing this voice, Izuna felt not fear, but a surge of anger and resentment. Who is it? He exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in vain for the source of the voice. Gradually, the frequency of this utterance increased, presenting an array of varied phrases. I am another self you have created, I am you, and you are me. Even as Izuna resisted the temptation to believe this voice, he found himself inexorably drawn to inquire about Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. Slowly, even whispers of this unsettling information began to circulate within the Uchiha clan, leaving Izuna in a state of bewilderment. Is it truly so? As a member of the Umbu, Izuna often found himself distanced from the inner workings of the Uchiha clan. The higher-ups he summoned nodded in affirmation. Could it be that the Senju clan has already taken action against us? Aside from Uchiha Madara and Yiyu, the other members of the Uchiha were the only ones in whom he could place his trust. However, Yiyu had long been ensconced in the underground laboratory, rendering him unreachable. After Izuna left, still filled with doubt, a dark mist began to seep from the Uchiha clansmen he had gathered, causing them to collapse one by one. At last, an opportunity presents itself. The next steps will be straightforward, Kurizetsu chuckled ominously. Returning to the present, after Izuna had eliminated his target, he did not sheath his blade, but instead clutched it tightly. What? Lord Izuna, please allow us to refuse. When word spread that Izuna wished for the Uchiha clan members to depart from Konoha, skepticism arose among the crowd, questioning whether Izuna had lost his senses. After all, the village was thriving, and the Uchiha had long been deprived of such a sense of security and prosperity. The words of Kurojitsu incessantly echoed in his ears, disturbing him even in the depths of sleep. I am truly sorry, brother, Izuna murmured, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Now in his 40s, Izuna felt a heavy sigh escape him as he witnessed his clansman's rejection. Little did he realize that his consciousness was gradually being altered by Kurojitsu. What? Are you saying Izuna has left Konoha? Upon hearing this news, Yiyu was initially taken aback, but then his thoughts swiftly turned to Uchiha Madara and Kurojitsu. Has it appeared again? Yiyu scoffed, his eyes reflecting a chilling glare. This situation seems grave. Lord Danzo, it would be prudent for you to personally visit the Hokage building, Yiyu suggested, nodding as his form vanished from sight. Atop the Hokage building in Konoha, several members of the Umbu, their bodies marred with numerous wounds and burns, lay amidst the crowd. They are. Yiyu's heart quivered as he quietly inquired. They perished last night, just as Izuna departed. Without further contemplation, the wounds on the corpses indicated that they had certainly encountered Izuna and engaged in a fierce battle. Izuna's current actions were enough to classify him as a rogue ninja. However, if Madara were to return to Konoha, he would undoubtedly be loath to witness such a scene, apart from his concern for Izuna's whereabouts. Only one Uchiha clan member had survived. Indeed, suddenly, Senju Tobirama erupted in fury, his body emanating a blue chakra glow. He shows compassion only for his kin, while remaining indifferent to other clans. Tobirama coldly remarked, his previous favorable impression of the Uchiha clan evaporating. We must not jump to conclusions, Yiyu cautioned, shaking his head, for they still lack knowledge of what transpired on that fateful day. You, come here. Tobirama summoned the Uchiha clan member, demanding, tell us exactly what happened last night. The Uchiha, trembling slightly before the high-ranking officials of Konoha, stammered, last night, while we were patrolling outside the main gate, we discovered Lord Izuna preparing to leave. Adhering to Konoha's nighttime restrictions, we approached to inquire about his reasons. However, Lord Izuna suddenly drew his sword. Before I could react, several of my comrades were already dead. I was so frightened that I froze. And then you let him leave? The Uchiha nodded. Did he say anything? He asked me if I wanted to leave with him. I was taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Did he exhibit any abnormalities? Lord Izuna's eyes seemed somewhat different from before. Different? Upon hearing this, Yiyu's mind began to wander. It appears that Lord Izuna's Sharingan has developed additional unique patterns, and his aura is even more formidable than before. The Uchiha clan member reported. Could it be? Yiyu suddenly had a thought, and, accompanied by Tobirama and others, made his way to the residence of the Uchiha clan. One of the houses was already crowded with people, and the air was filled with a cacophony of voices. It appeared that Miyoshi had met his demise the previous night. Did he have enemies outside? How could they have invaded his home, leaving his eyes gouged out? Such cruelty was unimaginable. Make way, make way. Amidst the curious gazes of the Uchiha clansmen, Yiyu and his companions approached, noting the peculiar surroundings which hinted at a recent battle. Upon inquiry, Yiyu learned the identity of the deceased Uchiha. He was one of the few within the clan to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was also a cousin of Izuna and Madara. The implication of their cousinly bond, coupled with the gouged eyes, sparked a resolute thought within Yiyu. Could it be that Izuna had succeeded? Wasn't the probability of achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan exceedingly low? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could only be awakened through the transplantation of another's Mangekyo Sharingan, with a closer blood relation increasing the chances of success. This was precisely why Uchiha Izuna sought out his cousin, Uchiha Miyoshi, to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kaguya, I should have searched for you more diligently back then. Yu felt a surge of regret. He had encountered Kaguya only once years ago, and he never anticipated that learning of its existence would lead to such upheaval. Seal this place off, and ensure that the news does not spread, Tobirama commanded, simultaneously severing all connections between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. It was truly unexpected. While Madara had been swayed, it appeared Izuna had also fallen into the trap. Yu was acutely aware of Kaguya's peril, although merely a manifestation of Kaguya's will. It was exceedingly intelligent, capable of enduring for thousands of years or even longer in pursuit of its resurrection plan. Yet, all Yu could do now was to bolster the night patrols of Konoha. Under Hashirama's guidance, he issued a bounty notice, and after discussions with Tobirama, the Hyuga clan, and other high-ranking officials, they concluded that the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, now awakened by Izuna, was far too formidable. Thus, beneath the bounty, they inscribed a chilling directive, regardless of life or death. Ah, what long nights and restless dreams lie ahead, Yu mused. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Land of Fire, a man bearing a fan on his back entered the territory, his countenance resolute and his presence commanding, causing the ninjas by the roadside to step aside. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, compelling him to halt. What is this? A man with a unique hairstyle picked up a drifting piece of paper and cast a cursory glance at it. But that single glance left him utterly astonished. Izuna, once more. In the underground laboratory, Yu reopened the container holding Hashirama's cells. Before him lay two equally sized cells. As they began to move toward him, the regenerative capabilities of Hashirama's cells were astonishing. In a mere moment, they rapidly multiplied, producing more Hashirama cells. However, after a brief period of survival within the body of Yu, the Hashirama cells suddenly exhibited signs of distress, rapidly becoming desiccated and subsequently plummeting to the ground. Had they failed? Yu mused internally, a wave of disappointment washing over him. It seemed that merely possessing the power of Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan was insufficient. A pair of Sharingan was necessary to achieve a perfect fusion between the Hashirama cells and his own body. Yu was now certain that Izuna had been possessed by Black Zetsu, and to locate Izuna, he needed to rely on the aura emanating from him. No wonder even Yuhi could not discern Black Zetsu's whereabouts. This entity was exceptionally elusive. The leader, the head of the Uchiha clan, had returned. The head of the Uchiha clan? Yu's heart skipped a beat. At the entrance of Konoha, Uchiha Madara approached slowly, bearing a massive fan on his back. His expression frigid and his gaze piercing. It was indeed Uchiha Madara. He had returned. It had been over a decade since Madara had departed from the village, and no one knew the purpose of his sudden return. Hashirama. Madara's voice reverberated throughout Konoha as he swiftly ascended the cliffside, gazing intently at the Hokage building. Lost in thought, was it Madara? Hashirama, within the Hokage building, cast his eyes upon the figure on the cliff, his expression darkening. Yet, Hashirama was unaware of why Madara had abruptly left and then resurfaced, though an ominous premonition settled heavily in his heart. Summoning jutsu, Madara bit his finger and pressed it against the cliffside, prompting a sudden eruption. Roar! An orange-red fox with 9 tails materialized. Its enormous eyes adorned with the pattern of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, indicating it had fallen under Madara's control. The 9 tails! Tobirama exclaimed anxiously. What was happening? How could the 9 tails be here? Madara had actually captured the beast from the wilderness. He intended to wreak havoc upon the village. Senju Hashirama rose to his feet. Even at over 40 years of age, aside from suffering the tribulations of regenerative cells, his combat prowess remained undiminished. A sharp glint passed through Hashirama's eyes. Anyone who posed a threat to the village, be they friends, brothers, or even children, would not be spared. Hashirama leapt from the Hokage building, soaring directly onto Hokage Rock. Madara, what are you planning? Do you intend to destroy the village we painstakingly built? Madara remained silent, instead commanding the 9 tails to charge at Hashirama. Aware that the confrontation could endanger the villagers and their homes, Hashirama lured Madara's attention away, retreating to a forest outside the village. Without hesitation, Madara directed the 9 tails to pursue Hashirama. Amidst the astonishment and bewilderment of onlookers, Yu donned his mask and followed closely behind. He was not there to engage in battle. If his suspicions were correct, Madara's objective this time was not to devastate Konoha, but rather to seize Hashirama's body, specifically the Hashirama cells. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. With hands clasped together, Hashirama summoned a wooden dragon that surged forth from behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura of draconic majesty. Its eyes gleaming with golden light as it charged toward the nine tails. In an instant of collision, the wooden dragon coiled around the nine tails, ensnaring its form. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. After forming the necessary seals, four colossal fire dragons erupted from the ground, their heads crashing into the wooden dragon, igniting it in flames. The wooden dragon, sustaining damage, charged fiercely at the nine tails. Due to their immense size, even the slightest movement sent tremors through the surrounding forest. Madara, what are your intentions? Hashirama demanded, his voice laced with authority. Come, let us engage in a true battle. Madara's countenance twisted into a more sinister expression, his body trembling slightly as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes began to shift. The left eye of Uchiha Madara, spinning continuously, ultimately transformed into the six-tomo Sharingan. Hashirama's heart was struck with awe. This eye exceeded his expectations, and he was bewildered as to how Madara had acquired such power. Remaining entirely ignorant of the abilities of the six-tomo. That eye? The distant observer, Yu, was equally astonished, recognizing it as a Sharingan, the very eye that had never been depicted in the original tale. Why did Izuna turn traitor? Upon activating this eye, Madara suddenly mused aloud. Although he had other motives for arriving in Konohagakure, the news of Izuna's defection was still unfathomable, and he sought answers from Hashirama. Yet, the dimness in Hashirama's gaze spoke volumes. Madara's six-tomo Sharingan began to whirl, and beneath him, the nine tails roared. Its fur bristling as its own eyes transformed from 3 to 6 tomo. With a thunderous crash, the nine tails struck down, sending trees flying and dust enveloping the area. Wood release, wood golem technique. From beneath Hashirama, a massive wooden golem emerged. The golem, having witnessed the attack on the nine tails, ascended to mend its wounds. Hashirama's wood release could absorb the energy of trees to restore his vitality and heal the summoned constructs. Madara was aware of this. While battling Hashirama, he systematically uprooted the surrounding trees, depriving Hashirama of the natural energy he needed. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hashirama unfurled a scroll from his back, releasing a gigantic shuriken that spun toward Madara. As it glided through the air, the shuriken multiplied, creating numerous clones that charged at Uchiha Madara, riding the nine tails. Madara evaded the shuriken's onslaught while simultaneously gathering black chakra, a fusion of yin and yang, within the nine tails maw. He then unleashed this formidable skill, the tailed beast ball, a power inherent to all tailed beasts. The chakra of the beast was a blend of azure yang chakra and dark purple yin chakra, allowing it to reach its ultimate form. The fully charged tailed beast ball possessed the destructive capability to obliterate an entire mountain. With a swift motion, Hashirama raised his hands. While beneath him, the wooden figure also extended its arms, enduring the impact of the tailed beast ball. The recoil from the ball sent the wooden figure staggering back several hundred meters. A brilliant red light emanated from the nine tails, causing its form to swell significantly. Was it the eyes? Hashirama's expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed that Madara had amassed considerable experience over the past decade. Nonetheless, it was imperative to thwart his actions. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A blue aura enveloped Madara, gleaming strikingly against the nine tails. Susanoo, perhaps? Madara's form first manifested a skeletal structure, bending forward, before developing arms and ribs. Although his body was not entirely encased in Susanoo, leaving substantial gaps, its defensive capabilities were sufficient to withstand the majority of assaults. Subsequently, the chakra took on a skeletal appearance, fully enveloping his body. Ultimately, four massive swords emerged from Susanoo. As Madara moved, the azure Susanoo brandished its blades toward Hashirama. A streak of blue light descended from the sky, striking the wooden figure. Wood style, Flower Tree World. Hashirama unleashed his wood style technique, and in an instant, colossal tree branches erupted from the ground, cleaving through mountains and piercing rocks, enveloping the entire terrain. Flowers bloomed upon these trees, producing toxic pollen. Should an ordinary ninja inhale it, they would succumb to paralysis, possibly leading to death. Was it this technique again? Madara had encountered it in previous battles. This time, he covered his mouth and nose with his clothing while guiding the Nine Tails to swiftly relocate. However, Hashirama's wood-style technique had not yet fully manifested. The trees from the flower tree world surged toward Uchiha Madara after severing the surrounding mountains. As the Nine Tails beheld the approaching trees, it gathered another tailed beast ball, unleashing it with a resounding crash. The tailed beast ball shattered the defenses of the flower tree world and struck the wooden figure. Yet, Hashirama had already regained his composure through the growing trees. This was precisely how it should be. What an exhilarating duel. Madara's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged toward Hashirama once more, riding atop the Nine Tails. Madara's left eye rotated again, and the Nine Tails emitted a fierce roar, extending its claws to seize the wooden dragon and forcefully wrench it free. Simultaneously, the four long swords wielded by Madara's Susanoo launched a coordinated assault, their blue blades slicing toward Hashirama. Hashirama descended from the wooden figure, and as the barrage ceased, Madara maneuvered the Nine Tails to face Hashirama. Behind him, Hashirama bore a scroll, and his Hokage cloak lay tattered from the battle's aftermath. Without hesitation, he shed the cloak, revealing the red armor he had donned long ago. Madara, I shall not allow you to shatter the dreams we share. Madara gazed down at Hashirama, his thoughts drifting far away. This fruit, it is said to have been severed from the legendary divine tree, much like your fan. After years of wandering, Madara finally uncovered the secret of the god tree, nestled in a tranquil and serene realm untouched by storm or strife. Yet, in retrospect, he found that he could no longer recall the exact location, as if it had been erased from his memory. That fruit was indeed the true catalyst for transforming his left eye into the Rinnegan. Hashirama, you have no idea of the trials I have endured over these years. My sole desire now is to engage you in battle once more. Come, do not hold back. That stone. Orewa, throw it over there. Is that so? I had not intended to fight you seriously. Are you implying that you could eliminate me at any moment? Madara's gaze intensified as the Nine Tails unleashed another tailed beast ball, hurtling towards Hashirama. Summoning technique. Five-headed gate of hell. Hashirama struck the ground, causing 5 towering gates adorned with ghastly visages to rise, thwarting the oncoming tailed beast ball. Wood release. Forest of the great trees. Hashirama spread his arms in a defensive posture, conjuring a wooden shield shaped like a menacing, toothy grin. Wood release. Wood puppet technique. Several enormous hands erupted from beneath the surface, surrounding the Nine Tails. This technique channels chakra into the earth, summoning countless wooden hands that can be manipulated at will, offering greater versatility and mobility compared to Hashirama's colossal wooden golems. Though this technique manifests numerous giant hands, its activation time is remarkably brief, allowing the element of surprise, making it difficult for most to evade, even for someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara. When did this happen? Damn it! Madara attempted to command the Nine Tails to flee, yet the giant hand had already grasped its tail. Susanoo. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of light blades sliced through the giant hand. Meanwhile, standing anxiously behind, Tobirama wondered why Hashirama was holding back. Perhaps it was due to Madara's long absence that he was showing such restraint. Yet, in this dire confrontation of titans, even Tobirama's Mangekyo Sharingan, replicated from Izuna, would be of no avail. Are you still not exerting your full strength? Hashirama, Madara exclaimed, directing the Nine Tails to launch at Hashirama. Alas, Hashirama finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Madara, I never anticipated that our first encounter after parting would unfold in such a manner. Sage art. As the Nine Tails charged at him with astonishing speed, Hashirama showed no sign of fear. A green pattern reminiscent of the thousand-handed cannon experience card appeared on his face. Would release. True thousand hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What? The tremors from the ground left Madara momentarily stunned, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He could never have believed that Hashirama's mere gesture could trigger a minor earthquake. Soon, with a resounding roar, the head of a colossal Buddha statue emerged from beneath the earth, but this was only the beginning. Accompanying the Buddha's head were thousands of outstretched hands, revealing the full, magnificent form of the statue. In comparison to the Nine Tails, it appeared as a diminutive creature. Hashirama. Madara faced the colossal Buddha, towering over him. Yet he exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, he roared and charged towards Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama responded, his body slightly inclined as the great Buddha began to move forward. The transformation into a Buddha. In the instant they drew near, thousands of hands from the Buddha obscured the sky, striking down upon the nine tails. Bang, bang, bang. For several minutes, the onslaught of fists continued unabated, each blow landing with resounding force. Bang, bang. After hundreds of punches, blood spewed from Madara's mouth as he leaped down from atop the nine tails. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama extended his right hand just as Madara descended. The Buddha beneath Hashirama reached out, grasping the nine tails as if it were a mere toy, while the wooden figure atop the Buddha descended from above. Placing its palm on the head of the nine tails, the nine tails closed its eyes in serene acceptance. Madara began to perspire, a clear indication that Hashirama's title as the god of shinobi was well-deserved. Nine tails, your power is overwhelming. Forgive me for restraining your will. The nine tails trembled momentarily before standing still. Now it is your turn, Madara. Hashirama leapt down from the Buddha, retrieving a scroll from behind him. As the scroll unfurled, a massive blade materialized before Hashirama, surging towards Uchiha Madara. Observing that the nine tails had been subdued, Madara snorted, brandishing a fan in one hand and a scythe in the other to meet the challenge. As they closed in on each other, Yu also entered the fray. Name: Uchiha Madara, Fruit Absorber, Combat Power, 7,500 Abilities, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, Mastery of Fire Release Techniques. Name: Senju Hashirama Combat Power, 8,000 Abilities, Mastery of Wood Release Techniques. Superhuman Strength, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Dark Arts, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Is it possible that even the system cannot perceive the capabilities of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Yu was filled with trepidation. The introduction of this variable could lead to unforeseen complications. Observing further, it appeared that aside from amplifying the tailed beasts, enhancing physical constitution, and increasing chakra quantity, no other abilities had manifested. Wood Release, Birth of a World of Trees. Hashirama took several steps back, using his chakra as nourishment for the trees, which rapidly sprouted from the ground, creating a forest in an instant. Madara was well acquainted with this technique. He first unleashed a massive firewall using fire release, then vigorously waved his fan. Boom! The wind attribute chakra ignited upon contact with the firewall, instantly engulfing it in flames, which gradually consumed the forest. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in a sea of fire. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara leaped among the trees, locating Hashirama amid the inferno, raising his fan and scythe to strike. In the midst of the confrontation, Hashirama grasped his katana, poised to counter the aerial assault of Uchiha Madara. At that moment, a subtle smirk graced Madara's lips, and the six-pointed tomo of his Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Hashirama, allow me to introduce you to the true essence of ninjutsu. Susanoo, fourth form. A resplendent azure armor materialized behind Uchiha Madara. As Hashirama processed Madara's declaration, his mind raced, his gaze fixed intently upon his adversary. Suddenly, numerous ethereal apparitions of Susanoo emerged around Madara, appearing and disappearing with an enigmatic fluidity. Multiple shuriken technique. Hashirama seized a colossal shuriken, launching it towards the Susanoo's vicinity. However, his intent was not to breach the formidable Susanoo. Its resilience was such that ordinary shuriken would hardly suffice. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken danced around the Susanoo, perpetually in motion, while the aura of purple radiance began to emanate from Hashirama, a manifestation of his immense strength. In the distance, a multitude of figures approached. Lord Tobirama. Shall we assist Lord Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen, now promoted to Jonin, along with many elite shinobi and members of the Umbu from the Hidden Leaf Village, had arrived at the scene. Tobirama shook his head. Even with only Madara and Hashirama engaged, the scale of their assaults was akin to an army of countless shinobi. Their intervention would scarcely alter the tide of battle. Should Hashirama find himself in dire straits, Tobirama would employ the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him to safety. As he gazed at the Flying Thunder God mark on Hashirama's left arm, Tobirama's expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Madara. What? Upon hearing the name Yahiko, Tobirama swiftly turned his attention to the battlefield. Sure enough, behind a large boulder, several hundred meters away from the clash between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, Yahiko was observing their duel, seemingly preparing to make his move. When Yahiko turned back, he noticed Tobirama's watchful gaze. After signaling with a gesture, Tobirama, though anxious, felt powerless and could only silently pray. It has begun, it has begun. Yahiko was convinced that the phrase uttered by Uchiha Madara was the invocation of a new ability of the six-pointed Sharingan. The fourth form, you say? Its manifestation remains a mystery based solely on its name. Yet, from the elusive Susanoo, Yahiko sensed an unsettling aura. Senjutsu mode. Hashirama joined his hands in prayer, the intricate patterns reappearing on his face as he harnessed natural energy to perceive the myriad of Susanoo's clones, striving to discern Madara's true form. However, Hashirama was taken aback. Despite the multitude of Susanoo manifestations, none approached him, as if they were biding their time. Finally, one of the Susanoo's phantoms surged forth, unleashing a blue blade aimed at Hashirama. One of the shuriken, swirling around Susanoo, intercepted the blue blade before redirecting its assault towards the attacking Susanoo. As the shuriken made contact with the surface of Susanoo, it astonishingly penetrated through, leaving behind only a fleeting ripple that passed through the ethereal form. Was it an illusion? Now, Hashirama clasped his hands together, his eyes widening with intensity. The phantom vanished, leaving only a solitary Susanoo, yet Uchiha Madara was nowhere to be found, leaving behind an empty form of Susanoo devoid of its master. With a thunderous crash, Hashirama leaped aside as a massive rock plummeted from the heavens, striking down beside his left hand. The surrounding trees were instantly obliterated, and simultaneously, the previously vanished Susanoo reappeared, hovering in the air, resolutely fixated on Senju Hashirama. After several rounds of attempts, enlightenment dawned upon Hashirama. Madara, is this your new ninjutsu? A trace of a smile graced his face. As long as he made contact with the phantoms of Susanoo, the shattered illusions would transform into various forms of assault, such as small meteors or shuriken. However, this alone would not convince Madara of the true potency of his technique. Indeed, while Hashirama sought a means to dismantle this method, Madara suddenly emerged from within Susanoo, as if stepping out from another realm. Damn it, my chakra is running low. He mused, I will have to resort to taijutsu. No matter, once that ninjutsu is unleashed, my plan will have succeeded. Unfortunately, the chakra consumption of the Rinnegan was exorbitant, and even Uchiha Madara's vast reserves quickly dwindled. As the two engaged in combat, they found themselves at a waterfall, the very site of the Valley of the End from the original tale. They battled for an entire day and night. Hashirama's red armor became increasingly tattered, while Madara's dark attire also bore the marks of their fierce struggle, both panting heavily. With a swift motion, they collided once more, and Hashirama fell to the ground, while Tobirama, watching from a distance, broke out in a cold sweat. Uchiha Madara stood motionless, gazing at the fallen Hashirama, when suddenly, with a sickening sound, a katana pierced through Madara's chest, blood gushing forth. If the safety of the village is at stake, I will not spare even my brothers, friends, or my own children. Hashirama's words echoed in Madara's mind, igniting a fierce glint in his eyes. With every ounce of strength, Madara turned, viciously biting into Hashirama's shoulder, tearing away a piece of flesh and consuming it. To his astonishment, the Hashirama before him was merely a would-release clone. Hashirama, one day you will understand that your approach is misguided. Gazing down at the fallen Uchiha Madara, Hashirama pressed his hand against his shoulder wound, reclining against a nearby rock wall. Just as Tobirama prepared to move, a chilling gust swept past him, followed by a blue figure appearing at Hashirama's side. Brother, are you all right? Tobirama inquired anxiously. Lord Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others soon gathered beside Tobirama. Although Hashirama bore some injuries, he displayed no signs of pain. Allow me to handle his remains, Yiyu murmured, casting a glance at Tobirama Senju. Understanding Yiyu's intent, Tobirama said nothing further and assisted Hashirama in departing from the scene. One must admit, the magnitude of this battle could only be truly appreciated in person. Yiyu was only now beginning to regain his composure. Will you continue to feign? Yiyu spoke coldly in the desolate surroundings, lying motionless on the ground. Uchiha Madara remained unresponsive. If one were unaware of the original narrative, even with both Sharingan and Byakugan activated, Yiyu might not have fathomed that Madara was still alive. Just as Yiyu was about to approach Madara, numerous dark figures appeared beside him, flickering incessantly, reminiscent of the recent battle with Hashirama. Is this the ability of the Rinnegan? Yiyu pondered inwardly. How did you know I yet live? A familiar voice emanated from the direction of the corpse. Yiyu jolted, and the shadows beside him abruptly launched an attack. Simultaneously, Madara's fingers twitched, and his eyes shot open, one eye already blind, revealing a white pupil, while the other glimmered with the Rinnegan. Just as I suspected. Oh, you are aware of Izanagi? Madara expressed astonishment. This knowledge, along with the ninjutsu of Izanagi, was privy only to himself and a select few high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. How could you, a member of the Senju clan, possess such knowledge? Madara suddenly erupted into laughter, a discordant sound in the current atmosphere. Ha. Hashirama and Tobirama are now quite far away, he observed, clearly having orchestrated this to avoid any unforeseen complications. So Tobirama Senju, even if you are aware, it matters not, though my chakra is nearly depleted. Ending my life will not be so simple. By the way, Madara said greedily, I recall you possess eyes that can also awaken the Sharingan. Before conducting my experiment, let me first utilize your eyes. Kanyoshiho. The shadows beside Madara surged toward Yu, and the moment they made contact, the fractured shadows transformed into various forms of attack, showcasing the ability of Kanyoshiho. Earth release, earth flow wall. Yu swiftly formed hand seals, causing the ground to rise into 4 earthen walls. However, the shadows created by Madara were devoid of any physical form. Upon contacting the stone walls, they still designated the attack as targeting Yu. Swish, swish, swish. Shurikens and kunai, launched from an unseen source, shattered the earth flow wall, hurtling toward Yu. I cannot allow this to prolong. Madara aimed to exhaust Yu's chakra and stamina using the Rinnegan before unleashing a true attack upon him. Shadow clone technique. The rapid formation of seals astonished Madara. Sharingan. Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide, utilizing the formidable perceptive power of his Sharingan to evade the shadow's assaults as he advanced toward Uchiha Madara. Aware of his dire condition, Madara continued to retreat. With dawn approaching, he relinquished his desire to acquire Yu's eyes. We shall meet again, provided you manage to survive until then, Banjin. I shall remember you. Madara proclaimed coolly from his elevated position before swiftly departing, leaving only a shadow clone's lifeless form behind. Through the use of his Izanagi, Madara had the ability to negate unfavorable events that transpired within a certain time frame, transforming them into mere illusions while manifesting only those occurrences advantageous to him. The duration of this technique varied according to the individual's prowess. However, utilizing it resulted in the permanent blindness of the user's Sharingan, which posed significant peril. Thus, Madara regarded it as a vital survival skill, capable of recording the user's current state. During the technique's validity period, a duration that differed from person to person, any damage inflicted upon the user, even death, could be physically reverted to the recorded state, though expended chakra could not be restored, and the condition of the techniques I did not count. However, the eye used for Izanagi would be rendered blind forever. Did he manage to escape? Yu lamented, gazing at his tightly clenched fists. In his grasp lay the very eye of Uchiha Madara, now void of sight. Initially, Yu had intended to seize Madara's Rinnegan, but the latter had deftly evaded his attempt, resulting in Yu's miscalculated reach. Nonetheless, this eye remained valuable, as it bore the blood of Indra. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan despite having lost sight in one eye, while both eyes had remained intact. Could there be another method? Meanwhile, one of Madara's eyes bled profusely, tightly shut, while the other remained unscathed. Damn it, I was too careless. Yet, fortunately, the plan can still proceed. In the Hidden Leaf Village, news of Uchiha Madara's demise spread not only within the confines of Konoha, but also reached the ears of the other 4 ninja villages. Surprisingly, the Uchiha clan did not mourn Madara's death. Rather, they seemed relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. Yu silently concealed the truth within, understanding that publicizing the news would only plunge the village back into chaos. Madara, he has finally perished. In the Hidden Stone Village, Anoki and Wu exhaled with relief, as this development diminished their fear of the Leaf Village, allowing them to engage more brazenly in various clandestine activities. Consequently, turmoil began to erupt across nations. By this point, not only had the first Tsuchikage passed, but other Kages followed suit, including those who previously served as protectors such as Wu, as well as the likes of Mizukage Mangetsu, Yagami AI, and the Sand Village's shaman, all of whom ascended to the role of Kage. They are not like the predecessors. They have made tremendous contributions to unify the village. After each ninja village acquired the existence of tailed beasts, they sealed them within the bodies of their kin, those of noble bloodlines, to prevent the beast from straying beyond their dominion, thus becoming Jinchuriki. Even the Hidden Leaf Village followed suit. After the demise of Uzumaki Ashina, Uzumaki Mido ascended as the new leader of the Uzumaki village. Her mastery of sealing techniques had grown significantly stronger, and upon her request, Hashirama finally consented to her wish to willingly become a Jinchuriki. "What do you intend to do?" the Nine-Tails inquired, its crimson eyes glaring. As it detached itself from Hashirama's wooden construct, its disdain for humanity intensified. Although Uzumaki Mido had surpassed her 40th year, her beauty remained captivating, imbued with an added allure. Listening silently to the Nine-Tails' curses, Mido began to form hand seals, but her actions halted when a voice interrupted her. "Sister Mido, is that you, Tobarama? What brings you here?" Mido asked, as Hashirama and Tobarama turned their attention towards him. The necessity of sealing the Nine-Tails arose from the fact that no one, aside from Hashirama, could control it. This was precisely why Yaiba relentlessly studied wood-release techniques, bolstered by the system's support. Now, apart from the sage techniques Hashirama learned from the Whetbone Forest, Yaiba had elevated his wood-release skills to a proficient level, mainly to use them to subdue the Nine-Tails. "To think you actually mastered it," Hashirama remarked, noticing the distinct chakra within Yaiba, astonished. He had merely spoken in jest. If Yaiba could learn wood-release, there would be no need for a human to become a Jinchuriki. With hands clasped together, Yaiba fervently summoned the chakra within him. Wood-release, 4 pillars prison technique. Upon uttering the jutsu, half of his chakra was instantly depleted. Boom, boom, boom. Before Yaiba, from massive wooden pillars emerged, encircling the Nine-Tails, forming a prison. Under the gaze of onlookers, Yaiba leaped onto a tree, attaining the same level as the Nine-Tails. "You human brat, I shall remember you. When I escape, I will tear you to shreds." The Nine-Tails roared furiously, clinging to the prison. "There's no need for such hostility," Yaiba replied, shaking his head. "If you obediently heed the will of the Hidden Leaf Village, we would not confine you here. You and that damned Uchiha Madara are both treacherous fiends." Ignoring the Nine-Tails' outburst, Yaiba requested a sealing talisman from Uzumaki Mido and affixed it to the wooden pillars. In an instant, the once trembling prison, which the Nine-Tails had struggled against, became even more formidable. "If you behave well in the future, I may consider releasing you. What do you say?" The Nine-Tails, perhaps exhausted from its tirade or simply unwilling to engage, turned away and closed its eyes to rest. Yaiba could only smile helplessly as he jumped down from the wooden pillars. "After a few more years of cultivation, perhaps I will no longer require Sister Mido's sealing techniques for assistance. How old am I now, and yet you still address me as sister? Aren't you a bit embarrassed?" Mido sighed. "Calling you sister only serves to highlight your youthful appearance," replied Yu with a chuckle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a friendship level of 100 with Uzumaki Mido, enabling the learning of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Diamond Lock. The Diamond Lock is a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, where multiple chakra chains extend from the user's back, serving not only as formidable weapons, but also for creating barriers and sealing tailed beasts. The stronger the chakra, the more chains manifest, thus enhancing the sealing capabilities. "At last, I have succeeded," Yu thought to himself. Through relentless effort, he had finally elevated his rapport with Uzumaki Mido to its pinnacle. All right. Hashirama waved his hand, feeling a slight alleviation of his worries now that Yu could master wood-release. With Uchiha Madara deceased, it was time for him to depart from this world. Hashirama's greatest concern lay with the village of Konoha. Even though he had quelled the chaos, as long as the shinobi world existed, war would always be an unavoidable topic. "Tobarama, Hashirama, the future of Konoha now rests upon your shoulders," Hashirama silently reflected as he gazed at his brother with whom he had grown up. Host. Yu abilities. I techniques. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Izuna, Byakugan proficient, Taijutsu proficient. Can be elevated further with the enhancement of Sharingan or Byakugan ninjutsu. A-rank Sage Art. True Annihilation Fire Technique, proficient. B-rank Fire Release. Wind Dragon Fireball Technique, proficient. C-rank Water Release. Water Barrier Technique, proficient. Earth Grudge Fear Deity Vessel, 7 Heart State. Would release ninjutsu, proficient. Cannot unleash true Thousand Hands without the Whetbone Forest Sage Art. The Whetbone Forest? At this moment, Yu was in the Umbu, eyes closed in meditation. As his chakra surged, His mastery over ninjutsu became increasingly adept. At last, it is successful. The diamond lock technique. Yiyu formed hand seals, and 8 chains suddenly erupted from his back, obliterating the massive boulder before him in an instant. Next, there is another matter to attend to. Yiyu rose, biting his finger. Summoning technique. A colossal blue-green toad materialized before Yiyu, though awkwardly. Its size rendered it rather cumbersome. How did you grow so large? Yiyu couldn't help but marvel at the rapid development of the toad. What brings you here? The toad, Gamachan, stood with its hands on its hips, 2 long swords sheathed at its back, appearing as if to exude an air of superiority from a distance. Is the great toad sage faring well? Gamachan nodded. Please convey my regards to the great toad sage. I will visit him when I have the opportunity. Yiyu's tone was filled with respect for this toad. Even more enigmatic than Otsutsuki Kagaya, instilled both awe and a hint of trepidation within him. Since his first experience with the summoning technique at Mayaboko Mountain, he had made sporadic visits, primarily for the purpose of practicing sage arts, but had yet to encounter Gamachan directly. Gamachan nodded in acknowledgement. Although the toad, Gamaguchi, is Yiyu's spirit beast, he primarily relies on his other spirit beast, the shadow bat, to tackle troubles. Gamaguchi vanished from sight. Yiyu returned indoors and retrieved the eye with white pupils from his pack. He pondered whether, with so many variables introduced, Uchiha Madara would still venture to the mountain graveyard. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara remained in that place until his old age. Regardless, it was worth investigating. With the Ninja World War yet to commence, Yiyu resolved to take the initiative, especially since Izuna had departed from Konoha and had even awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He refrained from informing anyone in the village. Given Madara's severe injuries, mobilizing many people might alert him. The mountain graveyard, if memory serves, lies to the north of the Land of Fire. Yiyu donned his Umbu attire and set forth towards the Land of Fire. At the mountain graveyard, Uchiha Madara, bare-chested and wrapped in bandages, displayed a look of joy. He had finally obtained Hashirama's cells. The mountain graveyard is a perilous locale, filled with the bones of large creatures, deterring ordinary people from approaching, thus serving as a refuge for Madara to recuperate. However, to be cautious, Madara carefully safeguarded Hashirama's flesh and blood. Rising once more to survey the surroundings, confirming there were no dangers, he extracted Hashirama's cells. Once the bleeding from his chest ceased, Madara took a deep breath and placed Hashirama's flesh upon himself. In an instant, an indescribable pain surged through him. Madara, however, was no ordinary individual. He silently integrated Hashirama's cells with his own body despite the agony. Yet, to avoid unforeseen complications, he utilized only a small amount of Hashirama's cells. Amidst a cloud of smoke, the wounds on Madara's body began to heal gradually. To his astonishment, the eye that Yiyu had extracted from him had remarkably healed into a normal eye. The regenerative capabilities of Hashirama's cells were indeed formidable. This reinforced Madara's belief in the veracity of the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. Senju Hashirama, await your reckoning. A fierce glint shone in Madara's eyes. The only strong opponent he acknowledged was Senju Hashirama, and the memory of his own disarray during the battle with Yiyu lingered painfully in his mind. Deepening his resentment towards Yiyu, he realized he could no longer reveal himself. Having acquired Hashirama's cells, he would proceed as instructed by the stone tablet. In the northern Land of Fire, the mountain graveyard, situated on a small island, was not difficult to locate. Is what you say true? Izuna questioned the air as he sprinted northward. Since he had killed several Umbu ninjas and left Konoha, he had no recollection of his actions. Under the control of Kurizetsu, coupled with Konoha's bounty, Izuna subconsciously believed he had been forsaken by the village. Uchiha Madara's veins coursed with the bloodline of Indra, rendering Kurizetsu incapable of possessing him, forcing him to resort to verbal manipulation to influence Madara's actions. In contrast, Izuna was different. Kurizetsu had erased the memories of Izuna's departure from Konoha and had deliberately revealed himself, claiming to be his brother, a manifestation of Madara's will. Of course, Kurizetsu murmured. Is the content inscribed on that stone tablet true? Why not inquire with your brother? Suppressing his excitement, Izuna accelerated his pace. Shuriken technique. As Izuna landed on a branch, it snapped under the force of his shuriken, causing him to lose his support and plummet. However, in that fleeting moment of descent, Izuna adeptly flipped, skillfully adjusting his posture. Activating his Sharingan to survey his surroundings. Uchiha Izuna, combat power, 6500, I technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, mastery. Taijutsu, mastery. Ninjutsu, expert in fire release, proficient in wind release. My combat power is comparable to his. Who is there? Izuna inquired sharply. Izuna, it has been a long time. A cloaked figure from the Umbu emerged above him, exuding an aura nearly on par with that of Uchiha Izuna. You are Itachi, aren't you? Oh. Leaf Feather was taken aback by Izuna's swift recognition. Come back to Konoha with me. Do not be deceived by that dark little creature. You little brat, who are you referring to? Kurizetsu interjected, astonishment mixed with fury. Do you know Kurizetsu? Izuna's vigilance heightened as he questioned Leaf Feather. I do not have much time. Will you accompany me back? Leaf Feather's tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional inflections. Fire release, great fireball technique. Izuna responded with an offensive silence. Leaf Feather's objective was to locate Uchiha Madara, but since he had encountered Izuna, he was compelled to pause. With Izuna under Kurizetsu's control, he was left with a singular thought, to eliminate Izuna. Water release, water barrier. Although Izuna's great fireball technique had reached an expert level, Leaf Feather's water barrier enveloped and extinguished the flames. Let us resolve this quickly, Izuna. Do not forget. You still need to find your brother. Izuna's gentle nature was a significant factor in Kurizetsu's ability to manipulate him, rendering him akin to a puppet. Susanoo. Izuna cried out, azure armor materializing around him. It resembled the battle-worn Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, yet Izuna's Susanoo bore a different hue and wielded a long blade, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could indeed summon a complete Susanoo. That was the crucial detail to note. Leaf Feather formed hand seals and softly proclaimed, Earth Release, Earth Spear. However, Izuna had not summoned a complete Susanoo, prompting Leaf Feather to launch an attack from beneath Izuna's feet. What is that? Izuna exclaimed, witnessing an unfamiliar jutsu emanating from Leaf Feather as he turned to Kurizetsu. Black Zetsu, well versed in the ways of the world, promptly informed Uchiha Izuna to exercise caution. It must be a secret technique from the hidden waterfall village. It is truly astonishing that he has mastered such a ninjutsu. Just as Black Zetsu's words fell, a crack appeared beneath Izuna's feet, and a sharp object surged forth from the ground. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Izuna swiftly formed hand seals, evading the assault of the earthen spear. Behind you, a mass of black substance manifested once more, revealing a mask upon its surface. Only would-release ninjutsu could counter Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo. Yi would have to wait until Izuna voluntarily released the Susanoo to utilize would-release. However, Yi need not overly concern himself, for the amount of chakra within Izuna, despite possessing the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was insufficient to activate the full power of the Susanoo, as the eyes were forcibly fused. The chakra consumption of would-release was immense, and he would not recklessly employ it until Izuna unleashed his Susanoo. Izuna, do not prolong this battle any further. Seek a swift resolution, Black Zetsu advised slowly. Izuna's pupils widened suddenly. Susanoo. The turquoise specter began to expand gradually, eventually forming its lower body and legs. Consequently, the height of the Susanoo grew colossal. In its arm, the Susanoo wielded a massive long sword, cleaving towards Yiyu. Yiyu retreated several steps, ensuring ample space. Would release, would dragon technique. Yiyu formed hand seals, feeling half of his chakra deplete instantly. A wood dragon, equal in size to the Susanoo, soared through the air, lunging at Uchiha Izuna. Who is this brat, capable of employing such ninjutsu? Black Zetsu was taken aback, memories sealed for centuries flooding back into his mind. Is it a wood release technique akin to Ashura's? Izuna, run. You cannot defeat him. Black Zetsu exclaimed in alarm, fearing a repeat of the battle between Ashura and Indra. At that moment, Izuna was deeply embroiled in the conflict with Yiyu and could scarcely heed Black Zetsu's warning. Fire style, great fireball technique. Izuna unleashed flames, simultaneously manipulating the Susanoo as he charged towards Yiyu. Would release. The wavely flower, blossoming of the flowering tree, has concluded. Depleted all, I care not. Gigantic trees tore through the valley, surging towards Izuna's Susanoo. What is this? The Susanoo's arm was swiftly ensnared by the branches of Yiyu's flowering tree technique, immobilized. Damn it! The usually gentle Izuna could not help but curse, though most of his consciousness was currently dominated by Black Zetsu, rendering him unable to reveal his true power. Yiyu, while controlling the Susanoo, Remain vigilant for any signs of black Zetsu attempting to flee. He.s. emerging. Yu activated his Byakugan, noticing that black Zetsu, attached to Izuna, seemed intent on escaping. Trying to run. Drawing upon the last remnants of his chakra, Yu leapt from the branches, charging towards Izuna. This is bad. Seeing the dire situation, Kurizetsu hastily vacated Izuna's body. Once Kurizetsu departed, Izuna's form slackened, and Susanoo vanished in an instant, crashing to the ground below. Where do you think you're running off to? Yu exclaimed, swiftly capturing Kurizetsu with a wooden dragon. How did you come to know of my existence? Kurizetsu replied, his voice trembling with fear. Not only am I aware of you, but I also comprehend your intentions. Upon hearing Yu's words, Kurizetsu's anxiety intensified, and he regarded Yu with a growing sense of dread and inscrutability. Was he not the brother of Hashirama Senju? How could he possess such knowledge? As Kurizetsu pondered in silence, Yu transported both Izuna and Kurizetsu back to Konoha. It is best that my elder brother remains oblivious to Kurizetsu's presence, otherwise, trouble is inevitable. With a casual toss, Yu imprisoned Kurizetsu within a jar in the laboratory. Release me, you little brat, or you will regret it. Kurizetsu thrashed around the jar, his voice sharp with menace. Yu disregarded Kurizetsu's threats and turned to assist Izuna toward the village hospital. Hey, you little brat. Don't leave me here alone. Did you hear me? You little brat. How are things progressing? Tobirama inquired. The current head of the Senju clan shook his head. Their priority was not merely to rescue Izuna, but to delve into the memories residing within his mind. For the past several days, he had seemingly resided in inns within the village or town, without any interaction with others from different villages. Nevertheless, Izuna had killed several Anbu shinobi, inflicting significant losses upon Konoha. If he did not atone for his actions, he would remain imprisoned indefinitely. What do you think, Tobirama? Hayashi turned to Yu, who stood by the window. Yu remained silent, nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be so. You may take your leave. I need to speak with Tobirama privately. Hayashi nodded and departed. My elder brother's condition is deteriorating. Tobirama spoke softly, his tone laden with helplessness. In Tobirama's mind, Hashirama had always represented an unassailable force. As long as he was alive, the other four nations would refrain from reckless actions. Yet, the time comes for all to depart. Indeed, Yi remarked calmly. Although Tobirama was a few years older, he often felt that his younger brother embodied greater maturity and steadiness. Tobirama nodded gravely. A battle is imminent. Yu gazed at the luminous moonlight, silently contemplating. I wish for the villagers to recommend you as the second Hokage. What do you think? Tobirama instructed Yu. Me? Yu's heart jolted momentarily, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. Had he just traversed into this world, he might have felt a surge of excitement and readily accepted. However, regrettably, Yu had experienced over 30 years in the shinobi world. Why? Tobirama asked, puzzled. Previously, the Anbu, the Ninja Academy, the Chunin exams, the Konoha Guard, and other initiatives were all proposals put forth by Yu. Judging by his contributions to Konoha, he was more than capable of assuming the role of Hokage. However, Yu had his own reasons for declining, and Fei Jian did not press further. Brother, you have arrived. The two turned to see Zhu Jian, clad in the Hokage robe, approaching them. Zhu Jian nodded, his demeanor noticeably weary following the fierce battle with Ban, yet still brimming with vitality. I heard from the mountains that you were here, so I came to see you. With Izuna resting in bed, the trio made their way to the hospital building. Fei Jian Ban. Zhu Jian clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the flourishing Konoha village with a deep sigh. Yu observed the back of Senju Zhu Jian, pondering the thoughts of this deity of ninjas. I entrust the village to you from now on. The next day, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Heiju shrank back in fear, cowering behind a jar. Yet, this proved futile as Yu opened the jar and placed Heiju into another small box, setting it on the table. Let us have a conversation. A conversation? Heiju's yellow eyes brimmed with tears at Yu's playful grin. After hiding for so many years, a single misstep led to his capture. Had he known, he would never have attempted to control Izuna. It was a fruitless endeavor. Now, his sole desire was to escape and hide for several more decades. Waiting for Yu to tire. Did Kaguya say anything to you before her sealing? Since Heiju was a manifestation of Otsutsuki Kaguya's consciousness, he should possess knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan. What do you want? Yu leaned closer to Heiju, activating his Sharingan. How do you also possess those eyes? Yet, Heiju had no time to be astonished as Yiyu cast an illusion, ensnaring him within it. Ah! A piercing pain surged from Heiju's psyche, tormenting him greatly. Regrettably, Yiyu had not replicated the mental techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Otherwise, he could have acquired the information more easily. Currently, I am the only one in this world aware of your existence. Even if I cannot kill you, I can ensure you vanish from the shinobi world, thwarting your mother's plans. Rest assured, I shall not obstruct your resurrection plans. What? He knows even this. Heiju was filled with shock amidst the agony inflicted by the Sharingan. I will speak, I will speak. Heiju could no longer contain himself, hastily uttering his words. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? Why must I be brought to this point? Heiju slumped onto the table, taking a moment to recover before slowly stating, in my mother's memories, the god tree is part of the Otsutsuki clan. Stop, I already know that. Speak of something I do not. I do not know. Heiju lamented. My lord, I am unaware. Please spare me. My mother only left these few matters in my memories. I truly do not know. Heiju curled up pitifully, sobbing. How did Kaguya give birth to such a wretch? Yiyu shook his head repeatedly. Very well, very well. We shall leave it at this for today. When I require your assistance in the future, I shall release you. Yiyu rose to his feet, preparing to depart from this place. My lord, wait, came a voice. Please stay underground for a few days. It seemed that Kaguya had entrusted Black Zetsu with her memories regarding her resurrection. As Yiyu pondered on the street, a waft of delightful aroma suddenly filled his nostrils. A noodle shop? Just as his stomach rumbled with hunger, he glanced at the entrance before stepping inside. At that very moment, Yiyu noticed a young girl with yellow hair, approximately 2 or 3 years of age. She possessed long, light yellow hair styled into a high ponytail, delicate short eyebrows of the same hue, and bright brown eyes that curiously regarded Yiyu's black and white hair as he entered. Is that you, Tsunade? Yiyu inquired with intrigue, for he had only glimpsed her once at her birth. Thus the grown Tsunade did not recognize him. You must be Tsunade, right? He crouched down, smiling gently as he asked. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as she nodded eagerly. Now, she was just on the cusp of turning 3. While Yiyu conversed with her, Fuxing Huiwe appeared from behind, smiling. What a coincidence, Ban Jinkuen. Yiyu turned to see Fuxing Huiwe standing behind Tsunade. Now in her 30s, Fuxing Huiwe exuded a newfound maturity and grace. Strangely, despite having numerous suitors, she remained unmarried, much to the dismay of her father, Fuxing Yiren. Through years of diligent effort, it could be said that Wanjing Association had become one of the 5 major merchant guilds in the shinobi world, holding significant influence, with feudal lords from various nations eager to engage in trade with them. Who would have imagined that Fuxing and her father, once mere recipients of Yiyu's kindness, had transformed into such prominent figures? What brings you here? Yiyu asked. Lord Mito entrusted me to look after Lady Tsunade. I have had some free time lately, so I brought her here for noodles. Fuxing Huiwe looked at Yiyu, a faint blush unexpectedly coloring her cheeks. Tsunade, come here, let Grandpa hold you. Yiyu smiled at Fuxing Huiwe as he lifted Tsunade into his arms. Who are you? Tsunade murmured. Can you guess who I am? Yiyu playfully teased the little girl, his face alight with laughter, while Fuxing Huiwe joined in their merriment, making it seem as though they were a family enjoying a meal together. During their meal, Tsunade busied herself with a pair of dice she had pulled from seemingly nowhere. Just as the original tale had depicted, little Tsunade exhibited an early penchant for gambling. This prompted Yiyu to engage her further. Shall we play a game, little Tsunade? Okay, she eagerly nodded in response. After you throw the dice, cover them with the lid, and I shall guess the numbers. What do you think? Tsunade placed the dice on the table, shuffled them with her hands, and quickly covered them with the lid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How did I do? Yiyu closed his eyes, speaking with pride. Impressive. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Yiyu. Fuxing Huiwe stood nearby, equally flabbergasted, and hurriedly inquired how Yiyu had accomplished such a feat. Yiyu gently patted Tsunade's head and beckoned Fuxing Huiwe closer with a flick of his finger. Curiosity piqued. Fuxing Huiwe leaned in beside Yiyu, their breaths mingling in the chilly air, nearly brushing against each other's faces. Just as Fuxing Huiwe's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, Yiyu suddenly closed his eyes, only to reopen them, revealing 3 blood-red tomos swirling within his irises. Ah! Fuxing Huiwe recoiled in shock. Ha ha! Both Yiyu and Tsunade burst into laughter. Realizing Yiyu had intentionally teased her, Fuxing Huiwe feigned indifference and resumed eating her noodles. Yeyu regaled little Tsunade with a plethora of jokes, prompting Fuxing Huiwe to chuckle occasionally, though she would glance at Yeyu, feeling a peculiar sense of melancholy. "May I invite you to dinner tomorrow?" Eventually, little Tsunade drifted off to sleep, and Yeyu, observing Fuxing Huiwe as she ate, spoke softly, his gaze more profound. In the 13th year of Konoha, after Hashirama's passing, Tobirama ascended to become the second Hokage. Upon receiving the news, nations began to aggressively invade the borders of the Land of Fire, creating a perilous situation. Fortunately, Konoha village promptly dispatched elite shinobi to the front lines to repel the invaders, resulting in a slight improvement in circumstances. In Mayaboka Mountain, after years of rigorous training, Yeyu finally grasped the natural energy once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths, unlocking the ultimate form of Sage Mode, the most powerful variant known as Sage Body. The Sage Body operates as if Sage Mode is perpetually activated, significantly enhancing physical techniques, chakra, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. This achievement was the result of Yeyu's diligent self-training without reliance on the system. "I never imagined you would truly succeed." Even Gamamaru, who had witnessed grand spectacles, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he vaguely perceived the silhouettes of Yeyu and his attire merging. "Can you now reveal to me the locations of the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave?" Gamamaru sighed, gently exhaling a stream of energy that flowed into Yeyu's mind. Instantly, Yeyu's consciousness was enriched with memories pertaining to the two sacred grounds. "Since you have mastered the Sage Body, those two sanctuaries pose no threat to you. Remember, when those old-timers attempt to impart sage techniques to you, do not acquiesce." Indeed, the concerns Yeyu harbored materialized. "Why? Ah, young one." Gamamaru produced a large pipe from seemingly nowhere, taking a deep draw and exhaling a plume of sage energy. "Is it due to incompatibility?" Yeyu hesitated before voicing the thought that weighed heavily on his heart. As anticipated, Gamamaru nodded in affirmation. "I understand your desire for strength. Yet gaining power should not be pursued blindly. Even amid the current turmoil, do not let your eyes be obscured by that singular vision." Gamamaru emphasized the word eyes with intent. A pang of realization struck Yeyu. He bowed respectfully to Gamamaru, and just as he was about to release the ninjutsu, Gamamaru gently uttered a final remark. "If you cannot let go of your thoughts, you might as well inquire with the ancients. They are bound to possess some knowledge." Yeyu nodded in agreement. He exhaled deeply, seated on the bed, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the headboard. In the original narrative, the celestial being Otsutsuki Kagaya descended to Earth, bestowing the mystical essence of chakra upon the inhabitants of this planet. Thus, the shinobi sect was established, giving rise to ninjas. However, the three great sacred lands were inherently native to this world. Hence, Yeyu aspired to master the ninjutsu, secret arts, and sage techniques of the three great lands, believing that only through such mastery could he significantly enhance his combat prowess. Yeyu was equally convinced that the functions of these three sage arts were incompatible. Why would Gamamaru claim otherwise? Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry reached Yeyu's ears. "Hunger, do not cry." Beside him lay a woman of exquisite figure and beauty, cradling a child who had not yet completed his first year. This woman was Fukushing Huiwe, the girl he had saved in his youth, now his wife in the world of Naruto. The infant in her arms was their son, born not long ago. As Fukushing Huiwe soothed the baby, she leaned against Yeyu, reflecting on the astonishing reality of having a son after only a few months together. Both Yeyu and Huiwe sometimes found themselves in disbelief at this miraculous turn of events. "Tomorrow, I must visit the daimyo's residence. You and Hunger remain in Konoha." Fukushing Huiyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of their first encounter. Yeyu gazed at the mother and child, his thoughts drifting back to scenes from a few months prior, after he had invited Fukushing Huiwe to dinner. He had already begun to demonstrate a sincere desire to nurture their relationship. The fleeting moments of spring nights, once merely words in a book, now resonated with him as he experienced their profound essence. The joy was ineffable, and the conversations of that night lingered vividly in his mind. Does it hurt? No, it does not. And thereafter, they fell into silence. At the borders of the Land of Fire, Captain Izuna, this is precisely where Lord Hokage indicated. A masked ANBU ninja respectfully addressed the middle-aged man ahead, as the other four nations relentlessly expanded their territories at the borders of the Land of Fire. Even the Vortex clan's country was left in tatters. With Uzumaki Mido currently in Konoha, news of his family's assault by the great nations ignited his fury. After deliberation among the higher-ups of Konoha, they resolved to release Izuna from prison, allowing him to redeem himself. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A colossal blaze illuminated both parties, clearly revealing the golden and silver-haired figures that Izuna etched into his memory. Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Within the squad, one member, who had previously accompanied Yu during negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, recognized them, noting their now far more terrifying presence. Humph. Izuna unsheathed his long blade, eager to test the prowess of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Impudent brats. Brother, allow me to take the lead. Silverhorn felt an unquenchable fury rising within him upon witnessing the arrogance of Izumi. Suddenly, he produced a rope known as the Hoken rope, unaware of its significance. Izumi swiftly turned to evade it. However, she surmised that contact with the Hoken rope would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Susanoo. A greenish skull manifested upon Izumi's form, wielding a long sword. A member of the Uchiha clan, I presume? Silverhorn chuckled. The Susanoo could disregard any form of defense, but he pondered whether the rope could penetrate his Susanoo's protection. Silverhorn concealed the Hoken rope behind him and sidestepped. Where do you think you're going? Blade of the Divine Command. Izumi exclaimed. The skeletal figure began to reveal a long sword, distinct from before, now adorned with an eerie green substance that appeared uncanny from a distance. The Blade of the Divine Command is one of the abilities of my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Capable of transcending terrain and range, with a focused intent, the sword strikes its mark. There. Whoosh. The Blade of the Divine Command surged towards Silverhorn at an imperceptible speed. What? Whoosh. Silverhorn hastily raised his seven-star sword to shield his face and body. However, a deep gash suddenly appeared on his chest, and several strands of his silver hair were severed. Cough. The blade's impact was not limited to hair and flesh. Even at his ankles, blood flowed forth. Damn it. I can't comprehend this. That brat from Konoha is infuriating. The blade unleashed by Susanoo was beyond the realm of ordinary perception, while the Hoken rope and the purple gold gourd had become utterly ineffective in this engagement. Silverhorn's call to his brother prompted Goldhorn to join the fray. Lord Izumi, be cautious. It seems there are others nearby. A ninja from the Hyuga clan among the squad shouted. Sharingan. As Izumi activated her Sharingan, she discerned not only Goldhorn and Silverhorn's squad, but also other ninjas, clad in attire entirely distinct from them, swiftly approaching from various directions. Their numbers exceeded 100, and it was likely that these were merely the vanguard. Their common objective was the Uzumaki clan, located in the Land of Whirlpools to the north of the Land of Fire. The other four nations were acutely aware that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were exceedingly formidable. Only by annihilating the Uzumaki clan could the military strength of Konoha, an ally of the Uzumaki, be significantly diminished. Damn it. You all retreat to the Land of Whirlpools. I will hold them off. Izumi commanded authoritatively. Yes. Her subordinates promptly obeyed, retreating towards the Land of Whirlpools. Little brats, why are you leaving? Come play with us a little longer. Goldhorn and Silverhorn laughed. Who do you think you are laughing at? Prepare to receive my strike. Susanoo's divine blade of command. Brother, quickly move aside. Silverhorn seemed to anticipate the potency of the impending attack, urgently urging. The skull of Susanoo was once again enveloped by a layer of blood vessels. And though the long sword remained motionless, its imposing aura stealthily approached. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous strike of the sword unleashed a wave of vibrations and azure ripples, obliterating the surrounding trees into nothingness. Except for the swift reactions of the golden and silver horns, the other ninjas from the hidden cloud village fell victim to the blade of the mighty Kage, losing their heads without exception. Although the golden and silver horns sustained no physical harm, they were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming shockwave. Izuna retracted the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Cursing in frustration, her chakra reserves were depleted. She longed for a pill that could fully restore her chakra, ready to fight for days and nights. What was that sound? At a distance from Izuna, ninjas from the hidden cloud, hidden mist, hidden sand, and hidden stone villages were disturbed by the commotion. Those with keen observational skills swiftly employed their ninjutsu to assess the situation. What do you see? Night Moon Ryog asked his sister, Night Moon Ryu. It's from the Leaf Village, he exclaimed with fervent excitement. At last, the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Since the Chunin exams, He had not encountered any ninjas from the Leaf Village and was eager for another clash with the likes of Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami. Isn't that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Long time no see, remarked Akatsuki in Jetsu, donned in the distinctive attire of the Hidden Mist Village, a hint of mockery in his tone. Akatsuki in Jetsu and Night Moon Ryog had previously met during a conference regarding territorial disputes between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, where they had engaged in a sparring match that ended inconclusively, leaving Ryog, a host of the Eight Tails Chakra, with a lingering sense of frustration. The derisive comment from Injetsu further ignited Ryog's anger. Watch your words, boy. Otherwise, the next victim will be your Hidden Mist Village. What did you say? Injetsu retorted, equally displeased, as both ninjas readied themselves, their hands poised to unleash their jutsu. Enough with the bickering, interrupted a female ninja from the Hidden Sand Village, who was using her sand to sense the movements ahead. It's Uchiha Azuna from the Leaf Village. It's him, someone exclaimed, having recognized the combatants in the distance. From the Uchiha clan, the figures of Uchiha Kagami, who had previously defeated them, resurfaced in the minds of Ryog and Injetsu. This time, they vowed not to be caught in such a disgraceful predicament again. Suddenly, Silverhorn could no longer withstand his injuries. He awoke and spewed forth a torrent of blood. Damn it, my weapon! He cried in anguish as he and Golden Horn helplessly watched Azuna seize their treasured artifacts, the seven-star sword and the koken rope. Just as Azuna was about to finish off the two, a shuriken pierced through the charred roots of a tree, hurtling toward him. Enough of this. Without their weapons, they won't pose much of a threat, Izuna thought, as he swiftly collected their arms and turned to flee towards the land of whirlpools. Is he getting away? As the shadows of the forest receded, a figure emerged, with long, dark hair and a composed demeanor that radiated an aura of superiority. The distance is still too great. My jutsu cannot be activated, he mused, observing the unfolding scene. The enigmatic figures of Hozuki Injetsu and his companions arrived at their destination, encountering a man before them. What brings you here? Hozuki Injetsu expressed surprise, his countenance reflecting astonishment and excitement. Please escort them to the rear. Yes, a dove soared above the Hokage building in Konoha. Has it truly come so swiftly? Tobarama's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the rapidity with which the four great nations moved, nor their utter silence. Had it not been for Azuna's chance encounter with the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the entire land of whirlpools might have remained oblivious to the impending peril. Someone is here. Lord Hokage, please summon Madara. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. Madara, awaken, awaken. A gentle voice reached Yaoda's ears, pulling him from the realm of dreams back into reality. Ever since he had completed his sage training, Yaoda found himself inexplicably prone to deep slumber. It took numerous calls from Kagaya before he finally stirred. Madara, do you not have tasks to attend to today? I almost forgot. Yaoda hastily rose, tenderly caressing Kagaya's cheek, who nestled against him. Just as they were sharing an intimate moment, a series of knocks echoed from the window, shattering their closeness. I must take my leave. All right. Kagaya nodded understandingly. Yaoda embraced her briefly before sliding open the window and leaping outside. Is this news from the Hokage? An Umbu ninja nodded. Yaoda felt a sudden tightening in his chest. Indeed, the concerns he harbored had come to fruition. Madara, what has happened to your eyes? Tobarama inquired, observing the transformation in Madara's gaze since his return from training at Mayaboka Mountain. Ever since Yaoda attained sage form, his eyes had been a striking gold, exuding an air of mystery. Let us set that aside for now and focus on the matter at hand. They have moved faster than I anticipated. Yaoda pondered. Their target was undoubtedly the Uzumaki clan, just as it had been in the original tale. Ninja from Awagakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and other villages roamed the space between the Land of Fire and its villages. The immediate priority was to ensure the safety of the daimyo. Yaoda nodded affirmatively. Tobarama stood before Yaoda, his finger resting on his chest while the other hand pressed firmly on Yaoda's shoulder. Flying Thunder God Technique. A mark of the Flying Thunder God appeared on the wall within the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire. A seal planted long ago following the alliance with the Senju clan, designed to prevent any disruption of the route connecting Konoha and the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire trembled at the sudden appearance of Yaoda. Upon noticing the headband of Konoha atop Yaoda's brow, the weight in his heart finally lifted. After ensuring the safety of the daimyo, Yaoda sped toward the direction of the Land of Whirlpools. Simultaneously, Within Konoha, Senju Tobarama commenced his pre-battle mobilization. The populace has become acutely aware of the impending war. The elite ninjas of Konoha village, including clans such as the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, alongside the formidable jonin of the Konoha Guard established by Tobarama, like Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami, have taken up their posts along the borders of the Land of Fire. Suddenly, Ieyasu activated his Byakugan, revealing shadows lurking within the forest. These individuals were ninjas dispatched by various villages, tasked with eliminating the Konoha ninjas who were rushing to support the Land of Rivers. However, this small squad seemed to have underestimated the existence of the Byakugan, opting instead to conceal themselves within the woods. In my opinion, Lord Mizukage is being excessively cautious. Do they truly believe that the combined forces of the Land of Rivers and Konoha would be incapable of dealing with us? Instead, they remain here, wallowing in idleness, which is rather dull. This squad, led by the inconspicuous Hozuki Aiketsu, had been stationed here for 3 days, under orders to ambush the Konoha ninjas heading to the Land of Rivers for assistance. Senjutsu, true extinguishing flames. A resounding roar echoed through the treetops, followed by flames engulfing the area, swiftly consuming the squad, leaving only one survivor. The last remaining ninja from the hidden mist was paralyzed with fear by the sudden attack, brandishing a kunai at Ieyasu, who approached him. Scream, if you must. What? Summoning technique. With a sudden flourish, a shadowy bat, over a meter in length, appeared beside Ieyasu, seizing the incapacitated hidden mist ninja and soaring into the sky. Ah! The hidden mist ninja screamed in terror. Come forth, all of you. Ieyasu, utilizing the sensory abilities of the sage body, detected distant footsteps, a smile gracing his face. Is this all that has come? How underestimated I am. Aiketsu-sama. It's our squad. Silence. I am already aware. Hozuki Aiketsu quickened his pace. If the defenses of the hidden mist were breached first, their Mizukage would be humiliated before the other 3 Kage. There. As the group raced through the branches, one of the hidden mist ninjas spotted their comrade captured in midair. Who dares to be so audacious? Aiketsu was taken aback, fully aware that all the elite ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages were gathered beside the Land of Rivers. No, he knows. Aiketsu dismissed his initial thoughts, forming a new hypothesis. The individual sought to draw everyone's attention, allowing the Land of Rivers a moment to regroup and catch its breath. 2 months after Hashirama's passing, the Land of Rivers began to face attacks from the remnants of the Northern Yuhi clan and the Kagaya clan, with the alliance of the Kagaya and Yuzuki clans. The enemies of the Land of Rivers had only multiplied, gradually leading to the current predicament. A commotion arose. The ninjas of Konoha had arrived. Other ninjas, hearing the noise, dispatched members to investigate. Upon arrival, Aiketsu's squad was met with disbelief, for the devastation at the scene was astonishing. Trees lay scattered, and the ground was littered with bodies consumed by the flames. The individuals who have arrived are at least of the level of jonin. Everyone, proceed with caution. The team that perished earlier was merely a squad of chunin stationed at the perimeter. Their demise did not overly surprise Gato Ame, for the disparity between jonin and chunin, despite being a single tier apart, is indeed monumental. The jonin are classified into 3 categories: special jonin, ordinary jonin, and elite jonin. Judging by the devastation wrought at the scene, Gato Ame categorized him as an elite jonin. Is this all the reinforcements that have come? Ieyasu gradually emerged from the shadows. Ah, that hair color. An older jonin from Gato Ame's team pointed a trembling finger at Ieyasu, stammering, Surely, you are Banzen of the Senju clan. The brother of the Hokage, the leader of the Umbu in Konoha, are you not? Senju Banzen. Gato Ame swallowed hard, incessantly murmuring Ieyasu's name in this realm. Ieyasu regarded Gato Ame, who had become a key figure in the village hidden in mist, and couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. He recalled yearning for Gato Ame's bloodline limit during the Chunin exams years ago. However, it was not too late to obtain it now. Captain Ame, the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds and the village hidden in the sand are about to arrive. Gato Ame felt a slight relief in his heart. Let us all engage. As long as we have sufficient numbers, we can withstand until reinforcements arrive. Whoosh. Gato Ame took the lead, conjuring a water cannon in his hand and launching it towards Ieyasu. Charge. The forest erupted into chaos as dozens of ninjas launched an assault on Ieyasu, who was perched atop the stones. Finally, assistance has arrived. Within the land of whirlpools, Izuna stood atop a cliff, observing other ninjas from various hidden villages converging towards Yeyu. He dispatched individuals to open the gates of the land of whirlpools, leading the Uzumaki clan towards Konoha, due to the throng of ninjas drawn by Yeyu's fire release. No one noticed the Uzumaki clan stationed at the remote gates of the land of whirlpools. Shuriken technique. Izuna wielded a kunai in one hand and a long sword in the other, clearing a path for the Uzumaki clan. How surprising. Izuna, have you returned to Konoha? On a mountain adjacent to the land of whirlpools, a middle-aged man with a distinctive hairstyle resembling a human face gradually emerged from his chest, arms crossed, observing the scene with a hint of astonishment. How peculiar. Did Mito not seal the nine tails within her? It seems the plan has failed. Uchiha Madara cast another glance at Izuna before vanishing from sight. Lord Izuna, what is the matter? It's nothing. Uchiha Izuna withdrew his gaze from the rock wall, pondering how that earlier presence bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother. As the people of Konoha believed Uchiha Madara to be deceased, a jutsu had been employed to alter Izuna's memories of Madara during his unconsciousness. Thus, Izuna's subconscious now accepted that his brother had indeed perished. Hehehe Madara, will you not go greet your brother? After Uchiha Madara departed, a mass of white, viscous substance appeared beside him, emitting a thin voice. Silence. You are merely a creation of mine, tasked solely with executing my orders. Ninja blade technique, twin-bladed flounder. Is this a ninja blade? Quite intriguing. Upon summoning the twin blades of Horai from the scroll, Gazai Ayu struck directly towards Yeyu, eager to test the prowess of his current physical techniques. With a resounding thud, Yeyu evaded the slash of the blades and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Gazai Ayu. Sage Art, Frog Fist. The impact resonated as Gazai Ayu was sent crashing to the ground, realizing too late that Yeyu's strength had likely reached the level of a Kage. This seemingly simple punch contained a force that Gazai Ayu had never encountered before, shattering his water-based defenses with ease. Lightning Release, Extreme Thunder Fong. Lightning crackled in Yeyu's grasp. Lightning Release, Auxiliary Thunder. A thunderous explosion followed. The might of the lightning was overwhelming. At that moment, the ninjas from the Yeyu clan, as well as those from Sunagakure and Iwagakure, arrived on the scene. Many battle-hardened elder ninjas recognized Yeyu. No matter how strong he was before, he is no longer the Senju Hashirama in his prime. Everyone rallied together, determined not to grant him a moment's respite. Earth Release, Earth Mountain Technique. Water Release, Heavenly Weeping. Fire Release, Rock Bullet Technique. Lightning Release, Thunderstorm Dance. In an instant, an array of ninjutsu rained down upon Yeyu. What had initially been a coalition against the land of whirlpools was now directed solely at him. This is bad. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, was the first to realize the tactic, an attempt to divert attention. Upon realizing that all ninjas were drawn to Yeyu, he was taken aback. Your village is far too reckless, making such a commotion for just one person, he remarked towards the second Mizukage, Gazai Manua, clearly admonishing Gazai Ayu's leadership and the unnecessary alarm. What did you say? Gazai Manua had never held high hopes for the assault on the land of whirlpools, and Mu's comments incited him to retort vehemently. Do you wish to fight, Bandage Man? Their relationship had always been strained, and this exchange only heightened the tension. You young ones, sighed the Kazakage, shaman, shaking his head. He and the second Reikage, Yeyu Ai, had been in leadership roles longer than Gazai Manua and Mu. This operation against the land of whirlpools had been primarily their initiative. With Sunagakure's resources being exceedingly scarce, they were desperate to acquire resources from other nations. And the land of whirlpools presented an ideal opportunity. A defeat in this battle would be a significant embarrassment. Currently, the situation saw the four major ninja villages uniting against Konohagakure, marking the onset of what could be considered the Second Great Ninja War, though they had yet to entertain thoughts of invading the Land of Fire. It was also a means to vent their frustrations. Both of you cease this at once. Shaman could no longer tolerate the bickering between Mu and Gazai Manua. He rose to interject, pacing the room as he spoke. With Hashirama gone, if our four villages unite, Konoha poses no threat to us. In due time, the resources we desire will be within our grasp. Right, Lord Reikage? Yeyu Ai nodded in agreement, though his expression remained inscrutable, leaving one to ponder whether it was joy or something else entirely. We shall proceed as planned. Even if we do not eliminate a single member of the Uzumaki clan, we shall ensure that the land of whirlpools ceases to exist. With the art of fire release, great fireball technique, Yeyu formed hand seals. and a colossal wall of flames emerged before the ninjas. A squad from the hidden mist village stepped forward. Water release, water barrier. How formidable. Gazuki Iketsu and others were astounded to discover that Yiyu's fire release had reached such an advanced level that it required an entire class of ninjas to withstand it. Fear not, everyone. He has already expended a significant amount of chakra during our previous confrontation. He must be running low now. Let us hold on a little longer. Gazuki Iketsu shouted to the crowd. The immense destructive power rendered the surroundings desolate, and as Yiyu vanquished the ninjas, the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ninjutsu, water release, water clone technique. Blood stained Yiyu's ninja combat attire, turning it a deep crimson, clouding his judgment with rage. Summoning technique. Boom. The shadowy bats and the toad, Hiroshi, descended from the sky. Let us attack together. Toad Hiroshi swung his massive twin blades, akin to mighty trees, charging into the throng. Lord Shadows, what is happening? Speak quickly. Shaman inquired anxiously, sensing a troubling thought. The ninja known as Senju Hashirama is still engaged in battle. Our forces have suffered significant losses. Is he injured? A newcomer shook his head. It is unclear. All we can see are the bloodstains covering his body, as if he were a god of slaughter. The group was taken aback. Apart from the legendary ninja Hashirama, they had not anticipated such a formidable adversary from the hidden Leaf Village. Reinforcements from the Leaf Village soon arrived. What? Just Yiyu alone has delayed the majority of our forces. Once the Leaf Village ninja arrive, our chances of victory will diminish even further. I will dispatch another team, Shaman sighed. Although Yiyu is immensely powerful, he was merely one part of the 4 great ninja villages. The true titans had yet to fully enter the fray. Swish. Magnet release and puppet masters? Gazuki Hanue marveled at the elite squad from the sand village before him. Though their chakra levels were average, an overwhelming aura of killing intent was palpable in an instant. Shaman nodded. This team is not merely capable of controlling magnet release and puppet techniques. The true battle has only just begun. Intercept the approaching Leaf Squad. Do not allow them to join forces with Hashirama. Yes. Kagami, can you see Lord Hashirama? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Although they had departed from the borders of the Land of Fire, they still had some distance to cover before reaching the Land of Whirlpools. Their primary objective was to assist Uchiha Izuna and Yiyu in ensuring the safe evacuation of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools. Whoosh. Dozens of shurikens shot forth from the shadows, aimed at the elite guard unit. Be cautious. Uchiha Kagami sensed the impending danger and, while evading, warned the 5 individuals behind him. Reinforcements from the enemy are approaching. Prepare for battle. Summoning technique. Monkey King. Sharingan. Manipulating hidden weapons. Mito Gate and unfurled a large scroll from behind him, capable of summoning an array of ninja tools and items at will. He conjured a firearm from the scroll, pointing it towards the forest. A cacophony of wooden and metallic clashing echoed from within the woods, indicating a considerable number of objects. Sand Dust Rumor. A puppet master. Uchiha Kagami quickly identified the enemy's ninjutsu type and informed his comrades. A puppet master? It seems we are facing ninjas from Sunigakure. Monkey King. Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen brandished the Vajra staff, swinging it at the leading puppet master, who appeared to control animal-like puppets. With a swift tug of the chakra strings, the puppet master caused his puppet to retreat rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Surrounding Sarutobi and his companions were dozens of puppet masters, each wielding an animal puppet, their expressions twisted with menace. Fire release, great fireball technique. Akimichi Choji consumed a green spinach pill from his pocket, his aura surging dramatically. Super enlargement technique. Lightning release, thunder crash technique. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their ninjutsu reverberated throughout the area. Have Sarutobi and the others arrived? Yuyuki heard the commotion. It seems I must conclude my affairs swiftly. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Suddenly, Yuyuki began forming hand seals in a sequence that did not conform to any of the 5 elemental natures. Everyone, be careful. Kirigakure's AO shouted. It appears headquarters has dispatched more personnel. We can no longer afford to linger with Senju Hashirama. Let us unleash our full strength. Regardless of his ninjutsu, everyone, attack. Yes, Earth Grudge Fear. Simultaneously, Yuyuki revealed 5 black Earth Grudge Fear entities, the essence of 5 elemental natures manifesting from his body. What is that bizarre phenomenon? The earth grudge fear emanating from Yuyuki exuded an aura of mystery, causing the surrounding ninjas to hesitate in their approach. Let us charge together. Do not fear. Yagami Ryu also proclaimed, refusing to believe their combined efforts of hundreds could not subdue Yuyuki alone, even if he were a relic of a bygone era. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Lightning release. Lightning bomb technique. Radiating from Yuyuki's center were vibrant hues, a spectacle of simultaneous elemental prowess. Come forth. Yuyuki bellowed. Earth grudge fear. Composite ninjutsu. Flame wind surge. Boom. Yuyuki maneuvered his body, allowing his assault to expand in all directions. The fusion of fire release and wind release. Is it a mixed ninjutsu? Water release. Water surge wave. Lightning release. Thunderbolt technique. After neutralizing Yuyuki's onslaught, Ao and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief. No, he is still gathering strength. The terrified shout from Yagami Ryu caused a jolt of alarm among Ao and the others. Earth grudge fear. Final shot. Boom. A brilliant beam of light hurtled straight towards Akatsuki Inoue with such velocity that evasion was utterly futile. Dual blades, water flounder. Yet, even as Akatsuki Inoue braced the ninja blade against his front, he could not withstand the sheer magnitude of the destructive force. Ding. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the mist ninja Akatsuki Inoue, successfully replicating the ninjutsu water release, water gun technique. The remaining jutsu must be acquired from the system's point store. Captain Inoue, the ninja of the mist village, bereft of their leader, were engulfed in despair. Remain calm. Steady yourselves. After 2 rounds of bombardment from Yu, only a scant few remained present. Among them, some ninja had already begun to contemplate retreat. 8 Tails. It is your turn to enter the fray. Yu Longwang, having honed his abilities over the years, had become the quintessential Jinchuriki, maintaining a semblance of composure even amidst the transformation into the tailed beast. Leave it to me. Yu Longwang brushed off the dust from his body, suddenly tilting his head as a crimson glow began to emanate from above him. Lord Longwang is about to unleash the 8 Tails. Everyone, retreat to a safe distance. The mist ninjas, in tears, carried away Akatsuki Inoue's lifeless form to the rear. Sister, you should go ahead. If we attempt to flee together, we will not escape. Brother. Yu Longi instinctively reached out her hands, only to helplessly let them fall as she turned to depart. Boom. The red chakra enveloped Yu Longwang completely, and simultaneously, tails began to emerge from his back. 1, 2, until 8 tails were revealed, the chakra within him teetering on the brink of eruption. Leaf Village's little brat. Taste my claw. Yu Longwang's consciousness had been overtaken by the Nyo Gue, charging towards Yu. Whoosh. Such speed. After completing his transformation into the tailed beast, Yu Longwang experienced a qualitative enhancement in both strength and speed. And Yu sensed a far superior synergy compared to the years past during the Chunin exams, when he had partnered with Nyo Gue. The 8 tails, you say? Allow me to comprehend the strength of the tailed beast. Previously, when he and Uchiha Madara had captured the 7 tails, it had been the weakest among the tailed beasts. However, the 8 tails was another matter entirely, second only to the 9 tails. Water release, water barrier. Yu expelled a colossal column of water, successfully fending off yet another assault from the 8 tails, which suddenly let out a deafening roar. Is this the second stage? The chakra of the 8 tails had reached a terrifying capacity, visible not only to ordinary sight, but even to the Sharingan. 8 tails dance. The black-red 8 tails bellowed, and a crimson light enveloped its form, causing the surrounding foliage to wither and decay. Yu Longwang's physique expanded dramatically, and then, it appeared as though something within him was being liberated, growing to a colossal height in an instant. A massive beast, adorned with octopus-like tentacles for a tail, emerged before Yu, its imposing horns exuding a formidable pressure. Look over there. The fleeing ninjas, from a distance, beheld the gigantic form of the Nyo Gue, their fear intensifying. Did brother truly unleash that monster? A flicker of dread appeared in Yu Longi's eyes. Meanwhile, in the distant village of Gennai, Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed the unusual activity in the direction of Yu. To his astonishment, the esteemed Lord Banjian was actually confronting that tailed beast. How terrifying. The fleeing crowd was utterly shocked. However, Yu remained remarkably composed. In his view, Yeuyu's battle with the Eight Tails was not a formidable challenge, for Yeuyu harbored many secrets unknown to him. On a previous occasion, he had fortuitously witnessed Yeuyu's Sharingan, and even the wood-release techniques of the first Hokage. Chun's current task was to safely complete the escort mission. The Earth Grudge fear was intense. In an instant, a vast expanse of flames, akin to the ocean, erupted from the mouth of the Earth Grudge fear's fire-release mask, expanding rapidly upon contact with the ground, engulfing the Eight Tails before him. Cursed flames. The Eight Tails maneuvered its tails with a mere flick, instantly stirring up a tempestuous spatial disturbance. Once the flames were dispelled, the Eight Tails, furious, struck the ground, realizing it could not withstand for long. Thus, it gathered its energy and unleashed its most formidable attack, Tailed Beast Bomb. In a heartbeat, the Eight Tails ensnared itself with its tentacles and spun at high speed, generating a colossal storm. The area around the Eight Tails was soon engulfed by a frenzied cyclone and gale force winds. Anyone caught at the eye of this tempest would surely meet a grim fate. In a frantic bid to escape, Gamabunta and the Shadowless Bat were caught off guard. Gamabunta swiftly lifted Yeuyu with both hands and hurled him into the air. In that moment, Yeuyu released the summoning restrictions on the Shadowless Bat and Gamabunta. Just as they were about to be consumed by the storm, the two summoning beasts vanished. Damn that Konoha brat. The Eight Tails' fury reached its zenith, seething with rage. Yeuyu had distanced himself from the Eight Tails' swirling range, and any further rotation would prove futile. The Eight Tails was now oblivious to Yeuyu's whereabouts, rendering the situation somewhat stagnant. As Yeuyu prepared to employ his ninjutsu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Realizing his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. First, he needed to replenish his chakra. The Eight Tails was unaware of his position, affording him a moment of respite. With the sage body at his disposal, Yeuyu's chakra recovery was rapid, negating the need for any consumables to sustain his energy. In another location, a fire technique unleashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen had successfully vanquished the puppet masters controlling the puppets. Finally, Hiruzen gasped for breath and urged, "Come closer." Tsunade Koharu quickly responded, "We must hasten to Yeuyu's side. The injuries of our comrades require immediate attention." Fortunately, they had brought along two medical ninjas, and with Tsunade Koharu's expertise in medical ninjutsu, their wounds were swiftly treated. Although the puppet masters were a recently emerged ninja force, within merely a few months, they had nearly reached the combat prowess of seasoned elite jonin. Shimura Danzo's forehead glistened with sweat as he voiced his concerns. The emergence of the puppet masters traces back several months, rumored to have been created by the second Kazekage of Sunagakure, Sabaku no Shaman. The puppet master wields chakra strings to control artificial bodies, minimizing personal danger while allowing for vigilant observation of the surroundings. In scenarios where they are not in close proximity to their adversaries, they represent an almost flawless existence. Should such a profession of ninja flourish over several years, it is inevitable that a prodigious talent adept in this ninjutsu will emerge. Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions approached the remains of the puppet master to gather materials related to puppet creation, then proceeded towards the direction of Yeuyu. In the temporary residence of the Four Shadows in the Land of Grass, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had also been relocated by Konoha, indicating that this time we have gained little benefit. Hozuki Mangetsu spoke first, his tone clearly laced with dissatisfaction. The loss of an exceptional genius ninja from their village left him profoundly disillusioned with the other three shadows. "I will depart ahead with the ninjas from our village. We shall deliberate on the matters concerning Konoha later," he said, adjusting his windbreaker and addressing the other three shadows. He also gave a pat to the long-haired man next to him, who bore the Mist Village forehead protector, a figure who had previously intervened to halt Izuna's assault on Kinkaku and Ginkaku. "Che, you're not afraid of Konoha, are you, bearded man? What did you say?" Hozuki Mangetsu initially felt a surge of anger, but soon regained his composure. "I still have a few acquaintances in Konoha. While we are not yet well acquainted, a measured approach seems far superior to a blind assault in my view. Bandaged man, you may continue your fight, but do not come to our village lamenting later." After uttering these words, Hozuki Mangetsu turned and departed. Outside, a voice rang out, "Disperse, disperse, let us return to the village." Once Hozuki Mangetsu left, the other three shadows fell silent. The clansmen of the Uzumaki had yet to provide any news, and the three shadows could only speculate that they might have already reached Konoha. However, the departure of the Uzumaki left behind vast tracts of land in the Land of Whirlpools for the three shadows. Since the Mizukage has departed, how about we divide this land amongst ourselves? The Sand Shadow proposed first. The other two nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Thus, the initial campaign against Konoha concluded due to the unforeseen elements introduced by Ieyasu and the relocation of the Uzumaki clan. What? Ryukin is still battling with Madara. The Raikage had not anticipated that the ninjas of the Cloud Village had already retreated. This is bad. If Konoha acquires the Eight Tails. Ieyasu AI immediately shook his head, unable to fathom the ramifications of such an event, and hurried towards the location of Ryukin and Ieyasu. Lord Madara, you have arrived, Ieyasu remarked as he stood atop the body of the Ashioni, glancing back at the elite forces of Konoha that had come to his side. After briefly absorbing natural energy, Ieyasu's chakra surged with unprecedented vitality, showcasing the immense gifts bestowed by the sage body. Truly, Lord Madara, not only did you fend off the attacking ninjas, but you also reclaimed the Eight Tails. We must leave promptly. This place is no longer safe. Suddenly, the Eight Tails vanished, only to reappear amidst a cloud of smoke, revealing the figure of Ieyasu Ryukin. Indeed, it is he. Sarutobi Hizashi and the others recognized Ieyasu Ryukin. They should be arriving soon. Let us hasten our departure. Ieyasu hoisted the body of the Night Moon Dragon Wong, and with the enhancement of the immortal body, he lifted the enormous figure as effortlessly as one would raise a stone. Whoosh! In an instant, several individuals vanished from their location, returning to the village. Upon reaching the spot where Ieyasu had once stood, Dam Laying found it utterly deserted, yet they had still managed to capture the Night Moon Dragon Wong. Had he known this would transpire, Ieyasu would have regretted sending out the Night Moon Dragon Wong. His concern was not for its safety, but rather for the Eight Tails dwelling within. Konoha village already housed the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails, and now it had the Eight Tails, which was second in strength. It was imperative to reclaim the Eight Tails. The Band family has returned. A gatekeeper ninja at the entrance of Konoha spotted Ieyasu and the others arriving. The Eight Tails, splashing down. They brought the unconscious Night Moon Dragon Wong to the base of the Konoha building. At the same time, the members of the Uzumaki clan, escorted by Uchiha Izuna, successfully arrived at Konoha village. Observing the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief. Although the onslaught of the four great nations had ceased, no one could guarantee that another attack would not ensue. Having knowledge of the original narrative, Ieyasu seemed to understand the unfolding events. This was also one of the reasons he sought to capture the Eight Tails. Besides the Eight Tails, the Cloud Village possessed another tailed beast, the Two Tails. However, its combat prowess was evidently inferior to that of the Eight Tails. It was clear that any exchange would come at a cost. Ieyasu contemplated. Having painstakingly captured the tailed beast, he could not simply relinquish it. Since this battle, the entire ninja world had once again etched Ieyu's name into their memories, instilling fear among all four great ninja villages. The God of Slaughter. This became the latest title bestowed upon Ieyasu by the four Kage, signifying his terrifying combat strength. First, have the Cloud Village ninja treated and placed under house arrest. Yes, upon receiving Ieyu's command, Sarutobi Hizashi confined the Night Moon Dragon Wong. Do you really think the Cloud Village will come to negotiate with us? Tobirama questioned incredulously. Brother, rest assured. Losing the Eight Tails is akin to losing a vital part of their being. They will undoubtedly come to negotiate at any cost. Tobirama was concerned that Konoha had recently sparked friction with the four great ninja villages. Such actions seemed illogical. Brother, what troubles you? In the ninja world, there has never been a clear demarcation of right and wrong, only the intricate web of interests. Ieyu's words enlightened Senju Tobirama, akin to a sudden awakening. During Hashirama's time, they had enjoyed a period of stability. Now that the four great ninja villages had unleashed their pent-up frustrations upon Konoha, coupled with Ieyu's words, Tobirama's gaze sharpened. This world has always revered the strong. Ieyu's residence lay adjacent to the Hokage building, distanced from the bustling streets and various clans. The house, approximately 200 square meters, was a grand villa that Ieyasu personally oversaw the construction of, surrounded by flourishing flora, exuding an exquisite fragrance. A delicate figure emerged from the house, adorned in a soft crimson kimono, her face illuminated with relaxation and joy. Fukushin Kaigetsu had been filled with trepidation over the past few days upon hearing that Ieyasu had ventured to the border of the Land of Fire to engage in battle with other ninja. Now that he had returned safely, she was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed into his embrace. The The fragrant aura emanating from her body startled Yiyu, enveloping him in a delightful sensation. He lifted Kaigetsu and carried her into their spacious home. An hour later, they lay on the bed, Kaigetsu nestled closely beside Yiyu. Her cheeks flushed as she clung to him tightly. "Is this comfortable?" she asked playfully. "How annoying," he replied. Despite being the second in command of a major trading company, Kaigetsu revealed her true self only in Yiyu's presence, exuding charm while remaining adorably demure. "And Henkai?" Yiyu inquired. "He is fast asleep," she responded. By the way, her expression shifted to one of concern. "You weren't hurt, were you?" A warm sensation blossomed within Yiyu at her words of worry. "Who could possibly injure me?" He reassured her, and Kaigetsu felt a weight lift from her heart. "I don't know, but I know my Uchi is the strongest," she replied. The next morning, Yiyu suddenly felt a surge of interest. Kaigetsu blushed, and after an hour of playful engagement in bed, they reluctantly rose. Finally, Yiyu found time to gaze upon his son, Senju Yahan. Just shy of his first birthday, Yahan had yet to reveal much of himself. When Yahan was born, Yiyu's first thought was whether his son would possess a system akin to his own, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Yahan's hair differed from both Yiyu's and Kaigetsu's. While Kaigetsu's was black, and Yiyu's a mix of black and white, Yahan's hair was entirely white, which surprised Yiyu. Suddenly, a shadow darted outside the house. "Leader, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building. Representatives from other ninja villages have arrived." As Yiyu anticipated, he kissed Kaigetsu gently on the cheek before departing the house. "Hokage-sama, I have relayed the message from Reikage-sama. May I know your thoughts?" The representative from the Reikage inquired cautiously. The scene of Reikage's instructions flashed in his mind, and even the representative seemed skeptical about their request. "Banma, you have arrived," Yiyu stated. Upon hearing the name Senju Banma, the Reikage representative visibly flinched, clearly aware of Yiyu's reputation in Kumogakure. "Are you suggesting that our Hokage from Konoha should bring a small contingent of ninja to Kumogakure, a village with which we have just waged war? Do you truly believe such a proposition?" Yiyu spoke slowly, seemingly questioning the representative's judgment. The representative stammered. "An alliance? That is something your Kumogakure has concocted." Yiyu's voice rose slightly, sending the representative's heart racing. As he spoke, Yiyu exchanged a significant glance with Tobirama. Tobirama nodded slightly, and continued with Yiyu's words. "Ban, if I recall correctly, you should be acquainted with Lord Reikage, am I right?" "Acquainted?" Yiyu feigned ignorance, then lowered his head to ponder for a moment. "Ah, you mean that individual from the Yiyue clan, correct?" Indeed. The representative nodded, sensing a glimmer of hope. "Yes, it appears that Senju Ban has an acquaintance with Lord Reikage, which brings me a sense of relief. I believe we crossed paths during a skirmish over the Seven Tails." Yiyu remarked with a feigned indignation. "He certainly fought me with considerable ferocity." As Yiyu spoke, he approached the representative. What?" The representative's face turned blank, speechless. Well then, Tobirama interjected, adopting the role of mediator, and cleared his throat. "We could agree to hand over the 8 tails. However what? Please, enlighten us, Lord Hokage." Upon hearing the possibility, the representative grew animated, eager to hear Tobirama's next words. "We propose to exchange it for the 2 tails, which shall remain in Konohagakure." This proposition evidently caught the representatives of Kumogakure off guard. They appeared hesitant, at a loss as to whether to accept or decline. "Relay this to your Reikage. We expect an answer within 3 days." After issuing the dismissal, Tobirama allowed the representative to depart from Konohagakure. Last night, Yiyu had already informed them of the conditions they could propose, and Tobirama's face lit up upon learning of this plan. This way, they could provide a response to Kumogakure while also safeguarding their village's interests. Now, all that remained was to await their answer. Suddenly, Yiyu felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his eyes, and blood began to trickle from the corner of one eye. He hastily supported himself and sought refuge in a concealed area. "Is this a side effect of the Sharingan?" Yiyu pondered, covering his eyes. "I must acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without delay." He directed his thoughts towards Izuna. In the blink of an eye, Yiyu arrived within the territory of the Uchiha clan. Izuna, having led the Uzumaki clan's relocation to Konohagakure, had experienced a significant shift in the Uchiha's perception of him. "Lord Ban, what brings you here?" Uchiha Kagami, practicing shuriken techniques at the training grounds, hurried over to Yiyu. Name, Uchiha Kagami. Combat power, 3000 age, 20 affiliation, elite member of the force established by Senju Tobarama. I am seeking Izuna. Lord Izuna? He is at the Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Kagami casually gestured in that direction. The Nanga Shrine? Below the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Izuna stood, lost in thought as he gazed at the stone wall. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind as he recalled something. Due to the heart's-turning technique of the Mountain Clan, his memories regarding the stone tablet had been erased, enabling him to perceive much more through his current Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you all right? A voice emanated from outside the Minamiha Shrine, and the striking black and white hair of Yi calmed the previously agitated heart of Izuna. Why? Why does this inscription exist beneath our clan? Alas, is this the fate of the Uchiha clan? Regardless of how circumstances may shift, the destined individual is invariably compelled to witness this string of text. Yi dismissed the inscription in front of Izuna. However, perhaps due to the ancient nature of the stone tablet, Izuna initially found it hard to believe Yi's words. Reluctantly, Yi resorted to his ultimate technique. Hey, little brat, what do you intend to accomplish by bringing me here? Kurozetsu recognized this place. But after calming his flustered heart, he spoke with a composed demeanor. What is this? Izuna exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the slimy mass of Kurozetsu. It was his first encounter with such a creature. Oh ho ho! Is this the Uchiha clan's most formidable form, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Yet, you remain unaware that there exists an even higher form beyond the Sharingan. Kurozetsu, upon seeing Izuna's eyes, spoke with excitement, as if encountering Izuna for the first time. You rascal! Yi seized Kurozetsu, demanding him to speak truthfully, or else. Kurozetsu, feeling a degree of trepidation towards Yi, had no choice but to squirm his way to the stone tablet. Yi stood with his arms crossed, seemingly awaiting something. Then what is that? Under Izuna's incredulous gaze, the text on the stone tablet began to transform under Kurozetsu's influence. To restore it to its original state, do you understand? Kurozetsu trembled, then commenced the textual correction. I see. Yi, witnessing the original text of the stone tablet for the first time, exhibited an expression akin to that of Izuna. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully modifying the stone tablet of Minamiha Shrine. Izuna's favorability reached 100. However, the absence of further notifications left Yi feeling somewhat disheartened. Could there truly be limitations to obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? So this is the original text? Yi elucidated the origins of the stone tablet to Izuna, recounting all significant events from the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki to the present. These revelations left Izuna in disbelief. Yet he was convinced that Yi's words were not mere fabrications. The Otsutsuki clan, so there truly are extraterrestrials. Yi nodded in acknowledgement. However, there remains a lengthy wait of several decades before the next arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Yi's words, Kurozetsu felt an overwhelming shock. Who are you? And how do you know so much? Kurozetsu gazed at Yi in terror, having initially assumed Yi was merely an ordinary individual knowledgeable about pre-warring states' history, only to discover he possessed an astonishing amount of information unknown even to Kurozetsu himself. You still hold some utility for me. Perhaps it is best to confine you. Yi smiled, departing from the Minamiha Shrine and returning to the laboratory. Even after sharing this knowledge with Izuna, it ultimately served little purpose. It was merely a means for Yi to vent his emotions. Sigh, when will I truly possess a Sharingan devoid of side effects? Thus, 3 days passed, and finally, the Hidden Cloud Village delivered a message. Have they acquiesced? Yi was taken aback, originally expecting Yunin Village to engage in a prolonged struggle, only to find the exchange proceeding with unexpected swiftness. A considerable number of ninjas from Yunin Village had arrived to escort a young boy from their village. Standing atop the Hokage building, Yi witnessed this transaction unfold. Was that the Two Tails? He observed several robust men from Yunin, their brown skin glistening as they heaved a massive platform cart, upon which lay a colossal feline creature engulfed in blue chakra flames. Curiously, it sported two long, azure tails behind it. Despite its vigorous attempts to break free from its restraints, it could only emit a desperate roar. It appeared that the experiment had not succeeded. Yi surmised that the lack of a suitable Jinchuriki for the Two Tails had compelled Yunin Village to agree to the exchange so decisively. Nevertheless, tailed beasts remained a crucial indicator of a nation's strength, which would undoubtedly cause Yunin some discomfort. The Reikage had entrusted us with a message for the Hokage, earnestly requesting the establishment of a peace treaty, which was the sole condition set forth by him. Please consider this request. Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he would deliberate on it. A contingent of Yunin ninjas departed Konoha, carrying the unconscious Yi Moonlong. Had they proposed an alliance? Tobirama nodded once more. A fortuitous opportunity, Yi mused. In the original narrative, the brothers Kin and Jin had slain Senju Tobirama, yet today, he would not allow such a fate to transpire. Leader, our forces are in position. Let us depart. Donned in an umbu mask, Yi signaled with a nod. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hizashi and 5 others accompanied Senju Tobirama to Yunin village for the alliance ceremony. As they departed, Yi cautioned Tobirama to remain vigilant against Kin and Jin, pledging to protect him from the shadows. Having let them escape last time, he would not allow them to do so again. Izuna followed closely behind Yi, expressing his indignation. Kin and Jin had acquired the chakra of the 9 tails in this timeline, necessitating utmost caution in dealing with them. Yi felt it prudent to warn Tobirama and the others about the potential for treachery during the alliance ceremony. To his surprise, they had indeed arrived. Brother, should we strike now? Kin and Jin, watching Tobirama and his companions approach, felt a surge of delight. Let us wait until the ceremony reaches its midpoint. I have long harbored disdain for that Yi-Moon AI. This time, I shall ensure his complete eradication. Kin grinned wickedly. Wielding the 5 legendary ninja tools passed down from the Sage of 6 Paths Izuna, have you detected their presence? Uchiha Izuna surveyed the meeting room's surroundings, shaking his head. This place feels rather remote, instilling an unsettling feeling. Tobirama was clad in the most iconic attire, his face adorned with an iron forehead protector featuring 3 red markings. Dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit complemented by layered blue armor and a white feathered collar connecting to his back. You are the younger brother of the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, are you not? From another direction within the meeting, Yi-Moon AI emerged, accompanied by several attendants. We are grateful to you for once again bestowing upon us the 8 tails. The Raikage's demeanor was surprisingly composed, contrary to the intelligence reports, leaving the Sarutobi team somewhat taken aback. No one anticipated that the 2 shadows would engage in such amiable discourse. This is quite unusual. Izuna and Yabuki stood amidst the trees outside, observing the scene unfolding within. Izuna remarked with astonishment, but wasn't it said that they would come to blows? It appears that Tobirama and the others are conversing quite amicably. Patience, there are still some who have yet to arrive. We should move closer, otherwise they will find themselves in a predicament soon. Why don't we take the initiative instead of remaining passive? Yabuki waved his hand dismissively. You may not comprehend this, but should they strike first, it would portray them as the aggressors. Although the other 3 ninja villages are not present, they might be observing this conflict from the shadows. I see, Izuna responded. If the Raikage side were to tear the facade, Konoha's reputation within the ninja world would remain unscathed, as Yabuki had anticipated. After the Raikage clapped his hands, Kinkaku and Ginkaku emerged from the shadows, clutching the documents required for their alliance. Tobirama and Sarutobi Hizashi, having received Yabuki's intelligence in advance, positioned their hands near their weapons, their gazes fixed intently upon them. Suddenly, ninjas bearing the headbands of the Cloud Village appeared behind Kinkaku and Ginkaku. What do you intend to do? Exclaimed Yagami AI, taken aback, clearly unaware of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's betrayal. Shall we not confront the Raikage? Izuna asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. There is no need. This is an internal matter for their Cloud Village. Our intervention would be rather superfluous. Yet he is indeed a competent shadow, came the response. With a swift motion, Kinkaku tore apart the alliance agreement, wielding the fan to summon a fiery gust directed at those within the conference room. Lord Hokage, quick, take cover. Sarutobi Hizashi seized the opportunity, pushing the unprepared Tsunade aside. Earth release, earth flow wall. A colossal stone wall materialized within the conference room. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a water dragon that hovered above him, its eyes glowing with a fierce light as it surged towards Kinkaku and Ginkaku. With a sudden strike, Ginkaku attacked Yagami AI before he could react. You are esteemed elder ninjas who helped establish this village. Why the sudden betrayal? Utilizing the lightning release technique for defense, Yagami AI hastily shielded himself, yet it was evident that Kinkaku and Ginkaku had meticulously plotted this treachery. With a shattering impact, disbelief flashed across Yagami AI's face. How is this possible? In a swift motion, Ginkaku's attack rendered Yagami AI's defense as fragile as paper. Blood erupted from Yagami AI's chest in an instant. You two imbeciles. The Raikage, gritting his teeth against the pain, swung his great sword at Ginkaku. Don't just stand there. Act quickly. Seeing the Raikage struggle to rise, In Jiao was taken aback and addressed the rogue ninja behind him. Swiftly, several kunai pierced the Raikage's chest. What a tremendous amount of blood. Yu couldn't help but exclaim. What is going on, second brother? We need to leave. Sarutobi Hizashi, while fending off the assault from Qin Jiao, led the ninjas of Konoha out of the building. Undoubtedly, with the death of the Raikage, one of the 5 great leaders, the events of this night would send shockwaves throughout the ninja world. The men from Konoha were attempting to flee. They must not be allowed to escape, or the entire ninja realm would learn of today as occurrences. Qin Jiao felt a pang of urgency and shouted to his brother In Jiao. Understood, brother, watch me. Observing the Raikage, now devoid of combat capability, In Jiao delivered a final blow, kicking the Raikage to the ground, before charging towards Tobarama with a throng of ninjas. Hey kid, aren't you going to run? Qin Jiao taunted Sarutobi Hizashi, who stood his ground. Damn it. Sarutobi Hizashi broke out in a cold sweat, but ultimately fled behind the earth flow wall. Humph. None of you shall escape. Qin Jiao swung his banana fan at the fleeing Sarutobi Hizashi. Susanoo. Slash of divine command. A colossal azure-green apparition emerged, accompanied by an unseen strike. Bang. 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 What the hell? How did they get here? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Qin Jiao furiously shouted, You Konoha ninjas are truly cunning. Senpai Izuna. Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed upon sighting the figure within the immense Susanoo blocking his path. Monkey, you go ahead. I will deal with him. Yes, it infuriates me. Qin Jiao, now serious, produced an amber purification bottle. Uchiha Izuna. Qin Jiao suddenly called out to Izuna. Was that the attack method of that ninja tool? Fortunately, Yu had forewarned Izuna to be wary of the ninja tools wielded by Qin Jiao and In Jiao, as they could launch attacks through the enemy's words, seizing their speech and sealing them within the purple gold gourd and amber purification bottle. What is happening? Why is he not making a sound? Has he detected something unusual? Qin Jiao thought anxiously. Is silence all that is required? As Izuna formed hand seals, the Susanoo enveloping him wielded dual blades and sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms. Divine command, heavenly flow of chaos. Izuna placed his hands before his chest, raising them, his eyes shifting from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and finally to the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Those eyes emerged once more. Earth style, earth rock wall technique. Qin Jiao finally began forming hand seals, raising a massive earthen wall around him to create a barrier between himself and Izuna. Subsequently, the Susanoo split into 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a long sword. Qin Jiao felt an ominous premonition rising within him. The Susanoo swung towards Qin Jiao, the 3 blades shimmering with a blue light, sharp enough to sever all. The residual force shattered nearby stones and other objects. How swift! Even with Qin Jiao's formidable reflexes, he found himself immobilized before the 3-blade might of Susanoo, as if ensnared in a binding spell. Brother! In Jiao halted upon hearing the commotion behind him. Cursed be this turn of events. This is not how our plan was supposed to unfold. Some of you go to support my elder brother, while the rest continue to pursue those Leaf Village scoundrels with me. Fire release, great fireball technique. The ninjas of the Cloud Village collectively unleashed their fire jutsu, and a colossal fireball intercepted Tobarama and his companions. Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt a twinge of unease at the sight of the fireball before them. They were still merely elite jonin, and faced with the near shadow level ninjas specifically chosen by Qin Jiao and In Jiao, the gap was significant. Moreover, In Jiao was among the most powerful within the Cloud Village. Whoosh! Shuriken were suddenly hurled from an unseen direction, embedding themselves fiercely at In Jiao's feet. Are there others? In Jiao was taken aback by the Leaf Village ninjas' thorough preparations. You vile brats of the Leaf Village. Grasping his 7-star sword, In Jiao began to manipulate the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. It's futile. Save your strength. At that moment, a voice resonated from the woods. It's you. In Jiao recognized Yu instantly, his expression turning to one of outrage, followed by a jolt of realization. Could he possibly know the capabilities of the purple gold red gourd? That's impossible. We VE disclosed nothing. Lightning release, extreme thunder fong. Yi Yu seized the moment, unleashing a bolt of lightning that raced toward Yin Jiao with astonishing speed. 7-star sword. Yin Jiao hurriedly raised his sword in defense. As Yi Yu closed in, he prepared to use the Hoken rope to counter Yi Yu's assault. The Hoken rope, as depicted in the original narrative, was a tool that Yin Jiao wielded to extract the words of many ninjas, and when combined with the purple gold-red gourd, it could ensnare those touched by the rope within the gourd. The force behind the Hoken rope was tremendous, reaching Yi Yu in an instant. Just as Yi Yu was about to be ensnared by the rope, Flying Thunder God technique, a mark manifested behind Yi Yu, and in a flash, Tobirama appeared before him, grasping him and teleporting them away from the danger zone. How careless of me. Yi Yu patted his head, realizing the Hoken rope's potency was not to be underestimated. Just moments before, he had distinctly felt a force within him, as if something was being tugged from him. Monkeys, you all go ahead. I shall hold the rear with Tobirama. But Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately expressed concern for their safety. Fear not, we shall be fine. You must leave now. Yi Yu assured Sarutobi Hiruzen with ease. His confidence stemmed entirely from one individual. No, brother. Yin Jiao stared in disbelief at the corpse of Jin Jiao cast before him, uttering in agony. Do you still wish to struggle? Alas, the wreckage was supposed to lead the hidden cloud village to greater heights, yet he encountered 2 traitorous ninjas. Izuna stepped forth nonchalantly. Had it not been for his deliberate restraint during that previous technique, the golden horn would likely be nothing but a dismembered corpse now. However, that technique had significantly drained his chakra reserves. Even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, lacking the innate vast chakra reserves akin to Uchiha Madara, the usage of the most potent Susanoo strike would swiftly deplete his chakra. I shall slay you, you scoundrel. Golden Horn rose, wielding the 7-star sword, while elite ninjas swiftly mobilized by his side. The Uchiha clan is truly formidable. At this juncture, Yaiba had not anticipated that Senju Tobirama would begin to harbor concerns regarding the Uchiha clan's overwhelming power. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Yaiba formed hand seals, causing shurikens to multiply and surge towards Golden Horn and the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. Brother, it is our turn now. Tobirama nodded, executing the Flying Thunder God Slash. In an instant, he lunged towards the enemy. How swift! Yaiba could not help but marvel internally. The speed was such that he barely registered it. Is that the Hokage of Konoha? And the individual beside him, with those striking black and white locks, is truly terrifying. Izuna, you should retreat as well. Take care. After Izuna withdrew, it was left to Yaiba to engage Golden Horn in battle. Brother. Chakra began to coalesce around Golden Horn's form. Has it manifested again? What an unexpected turn of events. In the original tale, Golden Horn and Silver Horn were resurrected through impure world reincarnation, with Golden Horn transforming into the Nine-Tails chakra mode due to Silver Horn's sealing. Yet now, the roles had reversed. Shinra Tensei. A red mask appeared behind Yaiba. Shinra Tensei. A wall of fire erupted, aimed at Golden Horn, who was enveloped in the Nine-Tails chakra. Golden Horn extended his crimson claws and effortlessly dispelled the flames. What style? West Interior. Golden Horn's utterances were laced with a hint of the beastly voice of the Nine-Tails as he charged towards Yaiba. After Yaiba evaded, Golden Horn began to rotate around himself, akin to the 8 tails, causing the surrounding trees to sway and tremble. A dark substance began to materialize from Golden Horn's mouth. This is bad. It's the tailed beast ball. It seemed unavoidable. Had he locked onto me? The tailed beast ball stirred the surrounding air, rushing towards Yaiba. Tobirama, be careful. In an instant, Tobirama teleported in front of Yaiba. Such an area-wide assault would undoubtedly consume vast amounts of chakra if he were to use the Flying Thunder God to evade. At that moment, Yaiba placed a hand on Tobirama's shoulder. Tobirama, leave this to me. Copying. Ding. Congratulations, host. Copying successful. Obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. Beginner. Due to the affinity with Senju Tobirama reaching a threshold, Yaiba grasped the Flying Thunder God technique in a mere instant. What he needed to do was utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the tailed beast ball. With my current chakra reserves, I should be able to move this colossal entity. Yi Yu commenced the absorption of the surrounding natural energy, transforming it into chakra within his being. Ninja of Konoha, perish. Silver Horn became increasingly frenzied, unleashing the tailed beast bomb. Yi Yu's pupils widened, the orange frog-like eyes fixed intently upon the tailed beast bomb. Flying Thunder God technique. What? The first to express astonishment at the name of the jutsu was Tobirama. Could it be that Hashirama merely needed to make contact with me to master my technique? If that were the case, such a talent would indeed be extraordinarily formidable. Activate. In a swift motion, Yu positioned himself before the tailed beast bomb. And at the moment of contact, whoosh. Both Yu and the tailed beast bomb vanished simultaneously. Hashirama. Following Yu's disappearance, Silver Horn seized the opportunity, launching another assault in his tailed beast form, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding landscape. Whoosh. Hashirama. Brother duck. Yu shouted urgently, unable to provide further explanation as he encased himself in an earth release barrier, while a tremendous wave of energy emanated from a considerable distance away. Yu had redirected the tailed beast bomb to the nearest mountain, employing the vast range of the mountain range to obstruct its attack. However, the residual force from the explosion still radiated outward. This aura, is it the tailed beast bomb? Izuna, who had departed with Sarutobi, also sensed this presence and gazed in the direction of the sound. Is Lord Hokage and Lord Hashirama truly unharmed? Do not worry. Have faith that they will resolve it shortly. Humph, Shimura Danzo scoffed, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan, stemming from historical grievances when, long before the establishment of Konoha, the Shimura clan had suffered oppression from the Uchiha, shaping Danzo's current perspectives under familial influence. What a pity for that pair of Sharingan. Shimura Danzo stared blankly into Izuna's eyes. Those were the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a legendary pair that, due to insufficient chakra, could not unleash their full potential. If the opportunity arises in the future, I too shall acquire a pair of Sharingan. Danzo mused. Bang, bang, bang. A colossal shockwave surged from above Yu and his companion, obliterating Yu's earth release stone wall entirely. Lightning release, thunderclap technique. Yu formed hand seals, conjuring a flash of lightning. As Silver Horn was toppled by the air pressure, Yu leaped into the air. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Silver Horn attempted to raise a hand in defense. You cannot evade this. Sharingan. Clang. Ah! The lightning surged into Silver Horn's tailed beast form, causing him to wail in agony. Clang. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Silver Horn. Reward. 6 paths, Sage Bloodline, Purity 10. Bloodline Purity? What could that possibly be? Before Yu could fully comprehend, he felt a soothing and gentle sensation within his body. Was this the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths? It seemed to be a reward obtained from vanquishing Silver Horn. Both Gold Horn and Silver Horn possessed the lineage of the Sage of 6 Paths. Thus the system's reward appeared to be quite reasonable. Because the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are descendants of Indra and Ashura, respectively, Yu can learn the ninjutsu and bloodline limits of both clans through the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths. As a member of the Senju clan, Yu is naturally well-versed in their techniques. Now that he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, one might wonder if he could develop the legendary Rinnegan through the connection of both bloodlines. However, this remains merely a figment of his imagination, as he still lacks a clear understanding of the Rinnegan, and he must take his time to digest the inscriptions on the stone tablet at Nana's shrine. Bantai, how are you? Yu shook his head. At this moment, the brothers Kin and Jin vanished from the ninja world, while Tobirama remained alive, still serving as the second Hokage. During the period when the 4 great ninja villages united to attack Konoha, alongside the alliance of the Raikage and Hokage. Although the conflict was brief and on a small scale, it was nonetheless referred to as the First Ninja World War, specifically targeting Konoha. Through this conflict, Konoha gained significant prestige and status, and the other 4 ninja villages no longer dared to underestimate Konoha, which had lost Hashirama Senju. Meanwhile, in the village of Kumogakure, which had lost its second Raikage, a considerable internal conflict erupted. The villagers, being combat-loving ninjas, engaged in intense strife, and after fierce clashes, the one hailed as the strongest spear and shield, successfully became the third Raikage and the mightiest of them all. Under his leadership, Kumogakure's military strength became even more formidable than before the war. However, when Kumogakure proposed to exchange gold for the corpses of Kin and Jin, along with the 5 great ninja tools, Yu firmly declined. To him, Kin and Jin, possessing the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, were indispensable subjects for experimentation. The current peace is not true peace. Sitting atop the Hokage rock, Yu gazed at the flourishing Konoha village, letting out a deep sigh. He had witnessed the entire process of Konoha's establishment and was one of its founders. Indeed, it is a pity that my brother could not see this scene. Izuna lowered her head, a hint of melancholy in her eyes, though it soon dissipated. While she did not comprehend Uchiha Madara's desire to destroy the village, she did not harbor the same disdain towards him as the villagers of Konoha. In my absence, you and brother must protect the village, Yiyu said with a smile, draining his cup of sake. Aren't you going to see your family? Yiyu nodded. After I visit them, I will take my leave. I will leave the position of Umbu leader to you for now. Where are you going? Fusho Keiyuki asked anxiously, not wanting Yiyu to depart right after his return. I will stay in the village for a few more days and will return shortly. Rest assured, there is no danger. Yiyu gently stroked the smooth, radiant back of Keiyuki, speaking softly. As she looked at Yiyu, a warmth surged within Fusho Keiyuki, and she instinctively leaned closer. One day, I will become the strongest person in the village. Wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? Jiraiya is right. At a corner of Konohagakure, a white-haired youth conversed with a pale-faced child clad in a kimono. Beside them stood a bathhouse. Jiraiya nodded, unexpectedly impressed by Orochimaru's discerning eye. Now, let us embark on the first step to becoming stronger. Every man must endure certain trials. Allow me, the future Jiraiya-sama, to experience a taste of this ahead of time. Hee. Jiraiya revealed a mischievous grin. Now let us begin. With that, he tiptoed to peer into the bathhouse. Wow, truly magnificent, he exclaimed, marveling at the beauty within. Not forgetting to call out, Orochimaru, come and see. It's simply splendid. I'm not interested, Orochimaru replied softly, turning away, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. Just as Jiraiya was reveling in the sight, a wooden stick suddenly soared through the air, striking him directly. Ouch! He yelped in pain. Who dares to strike Jiraiya-sama? Who else but you, Jiraiya? A girl with yellow hair tied in a ponytail clapped her hands derisively from afar. Hey, Tsunade, I advise you not to ruin my fun. Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide as he waved his arms. Humph. Tsunade remained silent, a tall figure emerging behind her. Jiraiya, observing the man's black and white hair, recalled a terrifying rumor. It was said that even Sarutobi Hizashi, now known for embodying the will of his father Sarutobi Sasuke, had once been mentored by this individual. Moreover, his identity was well known. He was Senju Hashirama's and Senju Tobirama's brother, a man who had participated in the First Shinobi World War, Senju Yu. His gaze is so intimidating, Jiraiya stuttered, his legs trembling. Beside him, Orochimaru remained still, fixated on you as if deep in thought. Uffed. Tsunade couldn't help but burst into laughter at Jiraiya's predicament. If you continue to spy on others bathing, I'll have my grandfather deal with you. Please, Tsunade-sama. Spare me. Jiraiya cried out. Look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They've grown so much, you remarked, surveying the two. Tomorrow marked the day of enrollment for the Ninja Academy. And Sarutobi Hizashi was no longer the third Hokage, but rather a high-ranking instructor at the academy. Perhaps tomorrow, Hizashi will be teaching them. You chuckled. Grandfather you. What are you laughing about? Oh, nothing, hee. It seems the feared leader of the Umbu is not as terrifying as the rumors suggest. Jiraiya cautiously approached Orochimaru, whispering, Is this truly the leader of the Umbu? Are you spying on others bathing? You feigned ignorance. Observing Jiraiya's awkward demeanor, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, leading them both towards the gates of Konoha. Today marks the day before his departure. And it is precisely on this day that the enigmatic Kage of the Hidden Mist Village, Akatsuki Mangetsu, along with the leader of the Rock Village, comes to Konoha to explore its advancements. Would you care to accompany me and witness this? Yiyu casually inquired of Jiraiya. Grandfather, how come? Yiyu waved his hand dismissively. Little Tsunade, these two will soon be your classmates, so be sure to get along with them, understood? Tsunade cast a glance at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, knowing that their presence would lead to endless chatter. With a sigh, she, who typically heeded Yiyu's words, covered her face and nodded in acquiescence. Wonderful, Jiraiya exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting the legendary Kages he had heard so much about. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. As they waited for the Mizukage and Tsuchikage, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Jiraiya and his companions, eager to greet Yiyu and the others. Minato Dan. Ignore them. A dapper man with yellow hair and a small mustache, clad in a flamboyant trench coat, approached, accompanied by a bandaged figure. I heard that we lost several elite members to their hands. Why are they here seeking an alliance? Jiraiya whispered to Orochimaru and Tsunade as he observed the approaching Kages. The dynamics within the ninja world are dictated solely by interests, Tsunade confidently explained to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Their intention to ally is merely a reflection of their desire to capitalize on the flourishing resources of Konoha. Yu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Tsunade's words were intended to broaden her perspective on the larger geopolitical landscape. Upon noticing the envious glances from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade puffed out her chest with pride. Tobirama emerged from the building, donning the seldom-worn Hokage robes, and greeted Akatsuki Mangetsu and his entourage. "Do you remember me, Tobirama?" Akatsuki Mangetsu playfully posed with a finger gun, smiling. "Of course, it has been several years since we last crossed paths. Is it true that you are acquainted with Senju Tobirama?" The bandaged man questioned incredulously. Upon learning that Akatsuki Mangetsu had also come to Konoha to forge ties with the Hokage, his spirits plummeted. Just moments ago, a confrontation had almost erupted. "Lord Mizukage, Lord Tsuchikage, please follow me." Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed respectfully to the three Kages, leading them on a tour of Konoha. Yu trailed closely behind Jiraiya and Orochimaru, offering guidance on various ninjutsu techniques. If the original narrative unfolds as anticipated, Jiraiya will inadvertently perform the reverse summoning technique tomorrow, leading him to Myaboku Mountain. How increasingly intriguing this situation becomes. They traversed numerous locations, with Akatsuki Mangetsu posing several inquiries about himself, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen provided thorough answers. "How naive," the bandaged man murmured, seemingly lamenting the existence of such a Kage in the hidden mist village. "What did you say?" he asked calmly, shaking his head. Observing the playful antics of Kaido and Muda, Yu shook his head in disbelief. No wonder they perished together during the First Shinobi World War. However, Yu's presence had averted that fate, allowing them to continue existing. Truly, this was the legacy of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kaido gazed with keen interest at the novel sights that had never graced their village, marveling at the wonders that surrounded him. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group to the Hokage building. "Grandpa Tobirama, are we not entering?" Yu inquired, shaking his head. "Let the adults handle adult matters." "Then, Grandpa Tobirama, won't you join us? You have Grandpa Hashirama with you." Accompanied by Yu and others, the Mizukage and Tsuchikage signed a peace treaty with the Leaf Village, binding their nations in alliance for 10 years, while also establishing trade routes for mutual exchange. In the 19th year of the Leaf Village, coinciding with the signing of the treaty among the three nations, Yu resolved to journey to the locations of the other two sacred lands mentioned by the Great Sage of the Toads. Yet, the directions provided by the Great Sage were insufficient. Entry to the Dragon's Cave and the Whetbone Forest required specific methods. "Have you finally made your decision?" The Great Sage of the Toads opened his eyes, observing the young man who had visited Mount Myaboku since childhood with great interest. Could the prophecy have been mistaken? The Toad Maru pondered, noting the contrasting colors of Yu's hair. "So, your hair naturally possesses these hues? What is it?" Yu inquired curiously. "Nothing of consequence. Let me send you on your way. Do you wish to go to the Whetbone Forest or the Dragon's Cave?" Yu contemplated for a moment. "Let us first visit the Whetbone Forest." The rationale was simple. The Dragon's Cave was far more perilous, guarded by the White Snake Sage, alongside serpentine beings indifferent to the lives of those pursuing senjutsu. Truly a domain only a madman would dare to enter. It seems this young man displays considerable prudence. The Great Sage of the Toads remarked with a nod, then waved his fingers, channeling a verdant sage technique. This is the teleportation technique of Mount Myaboku, capable of connecting with the other three sacred lands. "Young one, I wish you good fortune." With a slight smile, the Great Sage of the Toads sent Yu off with a swift motion, making him vanish from sight, leaving only the Great Sage and his entourage of toads behind. What an extraordinary youth, one not seen in a century. In him, I perceive the shadow of Yui. He is a descendant of the Senju clan, and by bloodline, a descendant of Yui. Shinzo and Shima echoed beside the Great Sage. "I see now," Toad Maru exclaimed, enlightened. "Yui, your descendants are indeed remarkable." Shortly after Yu's departure, a young man clad in white, his hair a striking white, emerged from a cloud of smoke, accompanied by a sound akin to a rapid drumbeat. "Another seeker of senjutsu has arrived? Could he be the fated one?" The Great Sage of the Toads recalled the scene from the prophecy. "Shinzo, Shima, I leave this to you. I shall take a brief rest." With a yawn, the Great Sage of the Toads drifted into slumber. "Where am I?" Jiraiya gazed at the suddenly unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Was he not just training in the summoning technique? How had he arrived here? Young one, you have come to cultivate senjutsu, have you not? Startled, Jiraiya noticed two small toads with hair who could talk. Are you toads or frogs? We are the toad sages of Mount Myaboku. Sages? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are you truly formidable? Indeed, Lord Hiruzen's entrustment of the reverse summoning technique is truly extraordinary. Thanks to the intervention of Yiyu, Jiraiya had arrived at Mount Myaboku ahead of schedule. Shizuma and Kizashi nodded. Do you wish to learn? Of course. Is this the Wetbone Forest? Yiyu appeared on a stone, surveying the environment. The entire area was nearly covered by a thick layer of grass, surrounded by towering green trees stretching dozens of meters high, resembling a dreamscape. Everywhere he looked, small slugs clung motionless to the trunks. Indeed, this is the Wetbone Forest. Yiyu surveyed the surroundings, noting that, according to the location provided by Toad Maru, there was still some distance to the place of the slug sage. Flying Thunder God Technique. Utilizing the map etched in his memory, Yiyu pinpointed the location of the slug sage's temple and arrived in an instant. Who goes there? Boom. A massive stone was hurled from within the temple, aimed at Yiyu. Then, several figures emerged from the temple. Hey, are you also here to learn Senjutsu? Lightning Release. Extreme Thunder Fong. A bolt of lightning manifested in Yiyu's hand, shattering the colossal stone before him. Lightning Release Ninjutsu. Are you from the Cloud Village? Is that a slug? I am one of the avatars of the Wetbone Forest Slug Sage. If you wish to learn Senjutsu, you must first ascend to the highest level of this temple. After speaking, the slug hurled several enormous boulders from the temple, along with numerous plants grown in the Wetbone Forest, obstructing Yiyu's path. However, these trials posed no challenge for Yiyu at this moment. Flying Thunder God Technique. To the astonished gaze of the slug, Yiyu appeared directly in front of it. Whoa! The slug was taken aback. Please, follow me. It then led Yiyu to the slug sage's location. This aura. Upon entering the temple, the slug sage immediately opened its eyes. Sensing Yiyu's presence reminiscent of a powerful ninja it had encountered before, the formidable Senju Hashirama, who had mastered slug senjutsu in under a month. How long would this ninja take? Senju clan, Senju Bantai. I have met the slug sage. Indeed, another from the Senju clan? Within you. I seem to detect another form of senjutsu. Indeed, I possess another type of senjutsu, taught to me by the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Yiyu nodded. The Toad Sage? So it's that fellow Toad Maru. Since you have already mastered one form of senjutsu, why have you come to my Wetbone Forest? I yearn to learn the art of the Wetbone Forest, and I humbly request that the slug sage instruct me. Young one, do you comprehend the consequences of mastering two distinct forms of ninjutsu? The slug sage warned. The Toad Sage's techniques derive from an understanding of natural transformations within one's body, simultaneously bestowing various forms upon the practitioner. In contrast, the Slug Sage's art embodies medical ninjutsu, utilizing chakra to maintain cellular vitality and resist aging. These two arts are fundamentally disparate. Are you prepared to invest the considerable time required for both? Are you not afraid of failing to grasp either? Not at all. Oh, the Slug Sage inquired with intrigue. Yiyu formed a hand seal, causing the disguise in his eyes to dissipate. I see. The slug sage nodded. Within the northern chamber of the temple lies the method for practicing the slug sage's techniques. You may proceed there, and I shall join you shortly. Yiyu bowed respectfully before vanishing from sight. Master, why did you ultimately consent to his training? The slug clone inquired with curiosity. Did you notice his eyes? That striking orange hue? The slug sage slowly nodded. Those eyes are not something an ordinary ninja can possess. He has fully comprehended the Toad Sage's techniques and need not squander time on such arts. Is this the place of training? Quite intriguing. Yiyu sat cross-legged, observing the remnants within the room. Did my elder brother also train here? The Slug Sage's art can prolong life, much like Tsunade in the original narrative. Perhaps I could invite Huiyu to train in this ninjutsu as well, though I wonder if she possesses the talent. Boom. A resounding bell tolled, echoing throughout the Wetbone Forest. This signified the commencement of training, heralding the arrival of a practitioner seeking to learn the slug sage's techniques. Consequently, the slugs clinging to the trees would gather, merging with the slug sage to form a complete entity. When your training concludes, the bell shall toll again, marking the end of the training session. Now, dear practitioner, are you prepared to embrace the slug sage's art? I am ready. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Ninja Academy. Jiraiya, where have you been? Saratobi-sensei was quite startled. During the break, Tsunade and Orochimaru approached the returning Jiraiya with curiosity. You wouldn't believe it. I've ventured to an astonishing place teeming with toads. Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly. Today marks the day of class assignments. Just as you anticipated, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were placed in the same team. All toads. Tsunade wrinkled her nose in distaste. How revolting. They even claimed they would teach me ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, what is that? I'm unsure. Jiraiya shook his head, but it certainly sounds powerful. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance, and a shadow approached Jiraiya from behind. Jiraiya, where on earth did you run off to yesterday? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, delivering a light smack to the back of Jiraiya's head, his voice laced with annoyance. Teacher, you might find it hard to believe. Jiraiya reiterated the words he had spoken to Tsunade and Orochimaru. A giant toad? I recall Lord Hashirama mentioning something of the sort, and he even invited me to join him. What? Lord Senju Hashirama has been there too. Jiraiya exclaimed with excitement. It seems fate has also chosen me. Before long, I too shall become a figure of such stature as Lord Hashirama. Did Grandpa Hashirama go as well? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Perhaps, but I declined his invitation at that time. He replied. Jiraiya lamented. What a pity, teacher. With a thud, Jiraiya expressed his dissatisfaction by cradling his head. Please don't hit me anymore, sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Do you know why I am so upset, you rascal? Jiraiya shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen then produced a piece of paper and held it before Jiraiya. Take a good look at your score from yesterday's exam, he instructed. Jiraiya smiled slightly and replied, Teacher, we cannot judge a person's merit solely based on their scores in books. Oh, are you suggesting that? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to grasp something, saying, Then I understand. Today is indeed a day for your assessment. Come with me, the three of you. Do you know what day it is? Yes, they responded. Today. You have all been assigned to the same team. Yes, fantastic. Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he leapt up. It is an honor to be your teacher. But I still need to test you. Upon arriving at the training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. Do you know what these are? We do not. They replied. He then explained the rules for seizing the bells. This seems quite simple, Jiraiya remarked after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking. Jiraiya-kun, do not be so overconfident. Orochimaru cautioned softly, shaking his head. Just watch me. As Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the start, Orochimaru was the first to launch an attack. Shadow Snake. Orochimaru's speed surged as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have I succeeded? Orochimaru's heart raced as he neared the bells. Not so easily, Orochimaru. With a slight twist of his waist. Sarutobi Hiruzen evaded Orochimaru's grasp and swiftly struck him with a punch. Thud. Orochimaru was propelled backwards at great speed, eventually coming to a halt. Sensei is incredibly powerful. Orochimaru muttered unconsciously. Be cautious. I will not hold back, Sarutobi Hiruzen warned the trio. Tsunade clenched her fists and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he effortlessly dodged her punch. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as a large hole was created where Sarutobi Hiruzen had stood moments before. Tsunade is formidable. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment, swallowing hard upon witnessing the greater destruction she had caused. It seems I must be more careful in the future. Orochimaru observed Tsunade's destructive prowess, feeling a chill run down his spine. This woman is truly terrifying. Impressive destructive power. Sarutobi Hiruzen also expressed his admiration, noting that while the strength was sufficient, such speed would not suffice to obtain the bell. Observe closely, Jiraiya bellowed, forming hand seals. Is this ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, a smile creeping onto his lips. Impressive. I never anticipated that Jiraiya had learned ninjutsu at such a young age. Under the expectant gazes of the other three, Jiraiya completed his hand seals and swiftly waved his arms outward, shouting, the art of random shuriken toss. As he reclined backward, a multitude of kunai and shuriken were ejected from his person, yet instead of soaring forward, they fell to the ground. What an imbecile! Tsunade clenched her fists in exasperation. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his face, lamenting, I should never have placed my trust in him. I did it. Jiraiya exclaimed suddenly with newfound confidence. From behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, a small toad emerged. This is summoning jutsu. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished, the little toad unleashed a torrent of water, obscuring Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision. What a perfect opportunity. Orochimaru seized the moment, sprinting towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, aiming directly for the bell above. Just as Orochimaru was about to pounce, Shadow Clone, he realized too late. With a resounding thud, he was sent tumbling away by a swift kick. In that instant, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did we succeed? They both inquired simultaneously. Suddenly, a rope appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, unbeknownst to him. Jiraiya's foot landed squarely on it, hoisting him into the air. By the way, the one among you three who gets caught the most by my trap will be bound to that stump. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiraiya struggled in vain against his bonds. Summoning Jutsu. While Sarutobi Hiruzen pursued Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya formed the seals for the summoning jutsu behind his back. Hey Jiraiya, didn't Lord Fukasaku say you couldn't use summoning jutsu until you mastered Sage Mode? It's fine, just this once, quickly help me get free. A red toad appeared beside Jiraiya, exhaling a blast that severed the ropes ensnaring his legs. However, as soon as Jiraiya dropped down, he unexpectedly stepped onto a sunken patch of ground. Jiraiya, I can't assist you this time. Ultimately, Jiraiya could not escape the fate of being bound to the stump. Well, Jiraiya, didn't I tell you so? A triumphant Tsunade waved the bell before Jiraiya's eyes. Humph, don't get too cocky. Your chest is as flat as a washboard. What did you say? Tsunade yanked at Jiraiya's clothing, her eyes ablaze with indignation. All right, Tsunade, you and Orochimaru should head back now. Konoha's Tsunade proudly stuck her tongue out at Jiraiya as she departed with a sense of triumph. Jiraiya, what is going on? Can't you even detect the most basic of traps? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself most troubled by Jiraiya among the trio. If you paid more attention to Orochimaru instead of incessantly whining about him, perhaps you would be more aware, he lamented. Did you not once boast of your exceptional intangibility technique? How is it that you failed to notice anything? Jiraiya retorted, when it comes to surveillance, my intangibility is unparalleled. I have never been detected, I assure you. Since you claim such prowess, Sarutobi mused, glancing skyward in contemplation, his face flushing slightly. Next time, I shall accompany you. The old man coughed awkwardly. As a reward, how about I teach you a jutsu? Upon hearing the prospect of learning a new technique, Jiraiya's interest immediately piqued. What jutsu? Sarutobi clasped his hands in a series of seals, and with a resounding poof, a colossal ape, twice his size, materialized beside him. What do you think? Interested in learning? Do not get too proud. I can do that too, Jiraiya replied. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow in surprise, not anticipating that Jiraiya had already mastered the summoning technique at such a young age. It seems this boy has more tricks up his sleeve than I presumed, he thought, shaking his head with an amused smile. Then I shall teach you another technique. Intrigued, Jiraiya watched intently as Sarutobi placed one hand on his chest, and with another poof, a shadow clone appeared beside him. Impressive, Jiraiya gasped, for Sarutobi had executed the notoriously difficult multi-shadow clone technique, a B-rank jutsu invented by the esteemed Senju Tobarama. This technique is known for its significant chakra consumption, classifying it as a forbidden jutsu. Yet, Sarutobi demonstrated remarkable control, managing the number of clones with precise chakra flow. I want to learn that too, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Though Sarutobi's expression remained calm, he felt an immense sense of pride, realizing that seeking out Tobarama's teachings was indeed wise, averting potential embarrassment from Jiraiya. I can teach you this technique, but you must promise me one thing, Sarutobi insisted. What is it? Jiraiya inquired. You must commit to studying ninja knowledge diligently, so that such mistakes do not occur again. Sarutobi's tone grew somewhat stern. Jiraiya nodded earnestly, no problem. In truth, Jiraiya had intentionally triggered the trap to prevent Tsunade and Orochimaru from being bound to the stumps. For as one chosen by the great Toad Sage, he could hardly afford such blunders. Meanwhile, in the hidden village of Amigate-Cure, the rain poured relentlessly, as if it would never cease. Suddenly, a group of ninjas stood frozen in terror before a mysterious young man, bare-chested and masked. Hanzo, what do you intend to do? The Lord of Rain Shadow has decreed that you must not leave the village. Can you truly stop me? One of the rain ninjas raised his voice, only to let it fall again. It was not due to fear of confronting Hanzo. A swift death would be preferable. However, Hanzo harbors a venomous sac within his body. When Hanzo breathes, should he suddenly launch an assault on them, the toxic gas would leave them in excruciating agony. In his youth, within the hidden rain village, there existed a highly poisonous black pufferfish. Upon its demise, its venom sac was implanted into Hanzo, granting him an unusual resilience to toxins. Every breath he took enveloped those nearby in toxic fumes, instilling fear in the hearts of the village children. To spare others from his affliction, Hanzo was compelled to wear a mask, resorting to breathing through his mouth. He cannot easily remove this mask, despite the advantage it offers in battle. Yet, if the venom sac in his abdomen were to rupture during combat, even Hanzo would succumb to the poison of the pufferfish. This very reason led the Lord of Rain Shadow to regard Hanzo as a tool of war, confining him within the village. You, quickly report to the Lord of Rain Shadow. Do not let him escape. Several ninjas cast fearful glances at Hanzo as they retreated. Iato. Hanzo swung his scythe towards the ninjas of Hidden Rain Village. In an instant, several ninjas were cleaved in two, and purple toxic gas began to emanate from their bodies. Thud. Those who sought to impede Hanzo's departure collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. I shall return, Hidden Rain Village. Before departing, Hanzo cast one last glance at the place that had tormented him, an indelible memory. Summoning technique. A colossal pufferfish appeared beside Hanzo, bearing him aloft. The summoned beast. The pufferfish exudes a highly corrosive toxin that can paralyze and poison an adversary with but a fleeting touch. The pufferfish also boasts remarkable speed. Swiftly reaching the borders of the Hidden Rain Village, a signal rang out, and a group of ninjas adorned with the insignia of the Hidden Rain Village materialized around Hanzo. They do not pledge allegiance to the village leader, but remain loyal solely to Hanzo. Await my signal before you act. Yes. After issuing orders to his subordinates, Hanzo turned towards the heart of the Hidden Rain Village, the lair of the Lord of Rain Shadow. Lord, the villagers' funds have been nearly exhausted. We can scarcely extract more, murmured a man in a kimono, bowing before the leader. Surrounding him were the masked ninjas of Hidden Rain Village, clad in specially designed light yellow cloaks. Their presence somewhat ominous amid the patter of rain. Seated above, the leader of Hidden Rain Village, a corpulent figure, was flanked by two slender women in kimonos and a child tightly cradled in his arms. Humph, how do you know they cannot provide more? Regardless of your methods. If I do not see gold by tomorrow, you shall meet your demise. Why yes. The man felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and could only retreat silently. Come here, my dear, the leader coaxed, offering a piece of fruit to the woman nestled in his embrace. Meanwhile, she lowered her head, biting her tattered collar, and wept softly. She, along with the two women standing beside her, had been forcibly abducted from the Rain Ninja Village to serve as wives and concubines for the leader. Suddenly, the leader, noticing the woman's tears, struck her sharply across the face. At that moment, a voice resounded from outside the dwelling. I will deal with you later, ungrateful wretch. The leader cast the woman aside and impatiently inquired of the entering ninja, what is the matter now? Hanzo has left the village. What? The leader slammed his hand down on the table with force. Go fetch him back. He must not be allowed to leave the Rain Ninja Village. No need to look for him. I have returned. The voice was soft, yet it accompanied a thunderous clap, shaking the very foundation of the place. The leader trembled, and all present turned their gazes upward. A large hole had been torn in the roof, the source of the thunderous sound. As raindrops fell, a bare-chested man, his face masked, descended from above, his eyes fixed intently on the leader of the Rain Ninja Village. You, it is you. Help. Someone quickly. With a swift movement, Hanzo appeared before the leader. You recognize me? He asked, devoid of emotion, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura. The leader recoiled, and the three women beside him collapsed weakly to the ground, their eyes not filled with terror, but rather with a sense of anticipation. Shuriken technique. The rows of guards standing within the room finally sprang into action. Some hurled their shuriken, while others brandished swords, cautiously approaching Hanzo. Your subordinates are indeed loyal to you, Hanzo remarked, wielding a scythe in one hand and a chain in the other as he charged at the guards. What are you waiting for? Go find reinforcements. Why yes. The trembling man below the dwelling hurriedly exited. Run. I must flee quickly. The leader realized that his legs had turned to jelly in fear, rendering him powerless. With a thud, a bottle struck the leader's head, knocking him to the ground. You, the leader, seeing one of the women he had captured daring to strike him, retaliated with another slap. Just as his hand was about to descend, a scythe flew from the air, severing his right arm cleanly. Blood gushed forth, staining his clothes a deep crimson. The leader finally felt the searing pain in his right arm, cold sweat pouring down his face as he howled in agony. Leave now, Hanzo commanded. The three women, upon receiving his order, felt a wave of relief wash over them. though disbelief lingered in their hearts. If you do not leave, you shall accompany him to hell. At last, realizing their liberation, the three women embraced one another, weeping, and hurriedly fled from this place of turmoil. At this moment, Hanzo stood bare-chested, his head adorned with a mask, his body drenched in the blood of 2 rows of guards, resembling a harbinger of death risen from the depths of hell. The iron chain in his hand glimmered ominously, its other end embedded in the wooden wall behind the leader. "Spare me, spare me." The leader, gritting his teeth against the pain, knelt before Hanzo and whispered, "It was not my command to imprison you. It was the Wind Country's doing. They ordered me to act thus." "The Wind Country?" Hanzo murmured to himself. "Indeed, it is them. The current state of the village is not what I wish to witness. I am also powerless. These mighty nations have long intimidated me." The leader gazed in terror at the suddenly towering figure of Hanzo, his body seeming to lose sensation as he looked down to find only a pitch-black floor beneath him. "You shall die," Hanzo stated flatly. "What have you done?" Suddenly, a multitude of Rain Village ninjas arrived, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. None understood what had transpired, yet Hanzo's formidable presence rendered them motionless. Summoning technique. A colossal giant salamander burst through the roof, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the sky. More ninjas arrived, forming a tense standoff. "The leader is dead. From this moment forth, I shall be the next leader of Rain Village." Does anyone dissent? Perhaps due to the imposing aura of the salamander, none dared to challenge Hanzo's proclamation. Before long, those who had come to thwart Hanzo transformed into supporters of his leadership. From this day forth, Rain Village shall no longer heed the commands of any great nation. We shall establish a village that belongs solely to us. Perhaps the gods of Takamajara favored Hanzo, for the perpetually rainy Rain Village remarkably ceased its downpour. Is it truly incredible? Has the rain stopped? How can this be? Will our village actually experience a day without rain? It is Lord Hanzo. He is the one who has halted the rain. Lord Hanzo. The transfer of power in Rain Village was complete. Hanzo tore up the treaties previously signed with the Fire Country, Wind Country, and Earth Country, declaring the village an independent ninja stronghold. A mere Rain Village. How dare they disregard us? Within the Wind Country's Kazakage building, Shaman cursed vehemently. The current situation was precarious, and now a small village dared to seek liberation from their control. However, the Wind Country found itself in a particularly awkward position. Lacking an alliance with the neighboring Fire Country, while unable to expand its territory, truly a dilemma. Let them make their noise. A small ninja village is of no consequence. The Wind Country refrained from taking further action, much to Hanzo's surprise. Yet, it suited his purposes perfectly. Under Hanzo's governance, Rain Village began to flourish, gaining the strength to contend with the great nations. Apart from the Rain Hidden tribe within the River Country, Hanzo achieved a true unification of Rain Village. Rain Village, indeed. Tobirama sat contemplatively in the Hokage chair. Despite the absence of Hashirama's protection, Konoha still stood proudly at the pinnacle among the 5 great shinobi villages. However, what troubled Tobirama now was the land of lightning to the north. After the last shinobi world war, although he had survived, Kumobikure had suffered the loss of an esteemed leader. Nevertheless, the newly appointed Third Raikage had withstood the pressure from other envious great nations, consolidating his internal forces, and now commanded a reputation second only to Konoha among the 5 great countries. "Komatsu, please bring me the dossier on the Third Raikage." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kazuki Komatsu approached the nearby bookshelf, which housed intelligence gathered by the Umbu regarding high-ranking officials from various villages. Upon receiving the documents, Tobirama scrutinized them meticulously, noting that even the ninjutsu information had been meticulously organized. It was evident that this intelligence had been compiled by Yaiba. Yet Tobirama found himself perplexed by the depth of information. He even learned that the Third Raikage was to have a son, a revelation that seemed utterly astonishing. From the dossier, the Third Raikage strength was rated 5 stars, an indication used by the Umbu, akin to a combat power metric, albeit represented in star ratings, with 7 stars denoting the pinnacle. Another individual of 5-star caliber. Tobirama sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had encountered numerous individuals at the 5-star level, and upon learning that Uchiha Madara was merely classified as a 6-star entity, he was incredulous. If Madara was only 5 stars, what manner of monstrosities must those rated 7 stars be? "Lord Hokage, there must be a reason why Lord Ban has assigned such a rating," Komatsu remarked in agreement. "Knock. Knock knock. Enter." A young man clad in jonin attire stood at the threshold. "Oh, Danzo, are you here to request entry into the Umbu once again?" Shimura Danzo nodded. Though Yaiba was absent from the village, Izuna held authority over the Umbu, albeit not as freely as Yaiba. He required Tobarama's consent to conduct various affairs, such as the appointment of Umbu members. Danzo, who had always harbored a disdain for the Uchiha, had chosen to approach Tobarama directly. However, Tobarama had consistently delayed his requests, citing it as premature. "You arrive at an opportune moment. There happens to be an S-rank mission available. If you can accomplish it, I shall permit your entrance into the Umbu." A glimmer of delight crossed Danzo's face, clearly unexpected. "Komatsu, hand this to Danzo." Tobarama passed the recently reviewed dossier on Amigakure to Danzo. "Gather intelligence on this individual named Hanzo. Your mission will be deemed complete upon its fulfillment. But you must also procure information from the land of rain. This mission will be led by Izuna." Upon hearing Izuna's name, Danzo's expression soured. Yet he gritted his teeth and acquiesced in order to ascend to the Umbu. Once Danzo departed, Komatsu inquired, "Why the sigh, Lord Hokage?" "I am concerned for the current circumstances of the Uchiha clan." "The Uchiha clan's circumstances?" "Since the conclusion of the Great Ninja War, Izuna's valiant efforts to safeguard the retreat of the Uzumaki clan have notably altered the perceptions of the Uchiha clan among the other families within the village. Regrettably, however, a faction of individuals remains unable to accept the Uchiha, akin to the Shimura clan led by Danzo. The terrifying power of the Uchiha Sharingan has cast a long shadow over them since ancient times. Nevertheless, Tobarama is confident that these grievances will eventually fade from memory, and the Uchiha clan will be embraced by all. "You must be Danzo Shimura," Izuna remarked, beaming as he patted the newcomer on the shoulder, chuckling heartily. Danzo, appearing rather reserved, nodded in response. "Weren't you part of Lord Hokage's elite forces? What prompted your transition to the Umbu?" Danzo remained silent. Yet memories of his childhood flooded his mind. An image of a figure with black and white hair, exuding a commanding presence, moving with lethal grace and unfeeling ruthlessness. This was the combat style Danzo revered, and it was the influence of Yabuki that led him to join the Umbu. "Time to set off, young one." A pair of large hands clapped upon his shoulder, and a rabbit mask materialized beside Danzo. "I am Hayashi Hyuga." Upon removing the rabbit mask, a pair of Byakugan eyes revealed themselves, exuding a presence strikingly similar to that of Izuna. "Shall we proceed?" Danzo inquired. "Is it just the three of us for this mission? Why, what did you expect?" "It's not as if we are engaging in battle with them," came the reply. "Oh, understood." Donning their Umbu masks, the trio swiftly made their way to the border of the Rain Village and the Land of Fire. "Magnet, this mission falls to you." The leaders of the Wind Country, Shaman and the higher-ups, concluded after much deliberation, deciding that they could not simply wait idly while the Rain Village remained a threat. They needed to gather intelligence first. Magnet is intended to be the future third Kazekage. As the original work does not provide a name, the author has creatively assigned one. Magnet nodded, transforming into a swirling mass of black magnetism, soaring through the air towards the Rain Village. It appears someone is approaching. Hanzo felt a jolt of awareness within the cacophony of raindrops, sensing an impending presence. "You all, go outside the village and investigate for any suspicious individuals. If you find any, eliminate them without question." "Understood." Although the number of Rain Village ninja was not overwhelming, they were well acquainted with their surroundings and could quickly identify outsiders. "Have those shadows finally taken notice of me? Just as I anticipated, I shall use you as instruments to carve my name into legend." Hanzo, brandishing a scythe and iron chain, stood atop the highest point of the Rain Village, surveying the entirety of the Land of Rain. "Lord Night Village. Why have we not seen Lord Danzo recently?" "Do not ask questions that do not concern you," Hayashi Hyuga replied coldly. The whereabouts of their leader were known only to Lord Hokage. "If you are curious, seek him out." Danzo had no choice but to fall silent. Several months have elapsed since Yiyu departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. Not only is the village unaware of his whereabouts, but even those who previously encountered him, such as the likes of Ghost Lantern Huanyue, are equally intrigued by his absence. They perceive Yiyu as a potential threat to their village, and thus harbor a relentless desire to eliminate him. At the moment when Shimura Danzo and his team were undertaking a mission in the Wetbone Forest, the sound of a bell resonated, signaling the completion of Yiyu's training. "Training has concluded," he exhaled, opening his eyes to gaze upon the sage of slugs above him. Suddenly, He produced a kunai and thrust it towards his own body. With a soft thud, blood began to seep from the wound. However, astonishingly, the injury began to heal almost instantaneously, returning to its original state. Truly remarkable, one of the three great sage arts. The recovery power is astonishingly swift, Yu marveled. The Sage of Slugs could not help but exclaim, under the premise of mastering another ninjutsu. To grasp the sage art of slugs so rapidly is indeed a testament to your genius from the Senju clan. Well then, I shall take my leave. My gratitude to you, Sage of Slugs, Yu said, rising in a bow of thanks. Young lad from the Senju clan, if I am not mistaken, your next destination is the Dragon Cave. It seems you have deduced correctly, Yu conceded. I advise you to exercise caution. The denizens of the Dragon Cave are exponentially more perilous than those of Miyaboka Mountain and the Wet Bone Forest combined. They are not as amicable as we are, the sage warned. Yu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall not embark on such a venture without adequate confidence. It appears this lad is no fool. The Sage of Slugs nodded in approval. If you wish to proceed, come to me, and I shall transport you directly to the Dragon Cave, sparing you from potential dangers along the way. Thank you, Sage. I must take my leave now. Xiaohong, he called. Yes, my lord, replied the red slug, swaying as it approached the sage. Could this young man possibly be the fated child spoken of by that old toad? Xiaohong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. The old toad mentioned that the child's hair was yellow. Oh, what a pity, the Sage of Slugs lamented. I had thought the savior referred to was he. With the final sage art now acquired, Yu considered his mission a success. As he traversed the human realm, he muttered to himself, in the Wet Bone Forest, I relied solely on the bloodline of the Senju clan and my own comprehension to cultivate the sage art of slugs. Although I have yet to attain perfection, I believe that with a few more visits to the Wet Bone Forest, I shall succeed. Moreover, the system had bestowed upon him numerous conveniences, such as potions to enhance his chakra levels. Without the system's notifications, Yu had accomplished many tasks over the years, earning a substantial amount of points. Did my prior lineage of the Sage of Six Paths not amount to just 10? How has it now increased to 30? Yu hastily opened the system to discern the reason behind the current predicament. It turned out that there were indeed quests concerning the three great sacred lands within the system. By mastering all three forms of celestial techniques, one could acquire a full 30 points of the six-path sage lineage. Upon collecting 100 points, one would attain the ability to open their eyes at will, akin to the legendary six-path sage, thus establishing a connection akin to that of the Uchiha and Senju clans. At that juncture, the Rinnegan would no longer pose a challenge. It is noteworthy that the Rinnegan is among the most formidable ocular techniques in the Naruto universe. And even the legendary Uchiha Madara, who possessed a system of his own, could only awaken the Rinnegan in his twilight years. Though Yu yearned to obtain the Rinnegan with great urgency, he decided it was best to return home first. Huiyu, Henair, are you both well? Yu prepared to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to immediately head to Konoha. Just then, a figure materialized, and the surrounding stones began to tremble, as a multitude of small, black, magnetic stones emerged from the ground. Byakugan, the forehead protector of the Land of Wind, what business do you have here? If Yu was not mistaken, this territory belonged to the Rain Ninja Village. During Hanzo's reign, it had been divided among the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth. One could surmise that Hanzo had also started to make a name for himself in the ninja world by now. Magnet release, Iron Sand Rain. The newcomer formed hand signs, summoning waves of iron sand in an instant. Subsequently, the iron sand transformed into countless fine needles, rapidly shooting towards Yu. This technique had a vast attack range, prolonged duration, and was incredibly difficult to evade, possessing immense destructive power. The assailant appeared disinterested in Yu, eager to complete their task swiftly. Magnet release? Yu had learned that only a handful of ninjas could wield such a technique. It was indeed a bloodline limit, allowing one to manipulate objects containing iron freely, as well as control iron within the sand. At last, Yu recognized the identity of his adversary, the third Kazekage. The magnetic user from the Sand Village had fortuitously crossed paths with him. Earth release, Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall materialized before Yu, blocking the assault of the magnetic needles. Given that this was a bloodline limit, his system would readily accept it. As long as one was not from Konoha, Yu would show no mercy in eliminating them. Are you a ninja as well? The magnetic user inquired, for Yu bore no forehead protector. Though he recognized Yu as a ninja, he could not ascertain to which faction he belonged. The one who will kill you. Celestial technique. True demise flame technique. Yu's eyes shimmered with the golden pupils of a toad, unleashing a colossal flame resembling a fire dragon, seemingly intent on consuming everything upon the cliffside. Magnet release. Iron defense wall. A cacophony resonated beneath the magnetic user's feet as a surge of black iron sand erupted from the ground, transforming into a magnetic force. This was a manifestation of the magnetic user's unique constitution, allowing him to convert highly concentrated chakra into magnetic energy while freely manipulating the iron within the sand. The magnetic force rapidly shifted, ultimately forming a magnetic wall that enveloped the magnetic user completely. The density of the magnet within the sand is exceedingly great, to the extent that even the temperature of flames fails to penetrate its essence. Is it insurmountable? The technique of extinguishing flames through mystical arts is primarily applicable to large-scale assaults by ninja forces. In the case of a solitary target, it appears somewhat ineffectual. Yu is evidently cognizant of this limitation and begins to shift his approach to the attack. Name: Magnet. Identity: Guardian of the Wind Shadow of the Wind Country. Deeply trusted by the Second Wind Shadow, exceptionally skilled in magnetic ninjutsu. He possesses the ability to freely manipulate objects containing iron, as well as control the iron within the sands. Combat power: 6,900. Detailed combat power descriptions of various characters will follow below. Yu leaps from the ground into the air, executing the water release. Water barrier. Magnet responds with magnetic release. Sand iron wall. The sand iron beneath Magnet's feet converges once more, forming a towering wall akin to iron. However, upon collision, the water flow of the water barrier vanishes before even making contact with the magnetic wall, which stands resolutely, a menacing black stone edifice. It appears that both fire and water techniques are rendered ineffective. Yu swiftly alters his hand seals once again, summoning a swirl of lightning chakra behind him. Lightning release. Lightning strike technique. Lightning crackles above Yu's form. How many ninjutsu does this individual possess? Magnet muses. Somewhat astonished at Yu's seamless transition through 3 different techniques, yet dismisses such fundamental ninjutsu with disdain. As a wielder of bloodline limits and the future successor of the Wind Shadow, how could he possibly be defeated by an ordinary ninja? Though it is merely their first encounter, regretfully, to avoid hindering my mission, you must perish. Magnetic release. Sand iron gyroscope. This is one of Magnet's lethal techniques, transforming magnetic forces into a colossal triangular prism of sand iron that spins upright in the air at an astonishing speed. It even obscures the blazing sun, casting a vast shadow around Yu. Truly, a name worthy of its reputation. As Yu initiates his ninjutsu, he cannot help but marvel at its grandeur. Should he replicate this technique, his combat power would undoubtedly soar to new heights. While Yu has mastered C-rank techniques like the water release, water barrier to a masterful level, they remain fundamentally C-rank. And there is a significant disparity compared to B-rank and A-rank techniques. Moreover, the system has indicated the existence of even more formidable SS-rank and max-rank ninjutsu. Yu speculates that the max level may not even originate from this planet, but rather from techniques found on celestial bodies beyond Earth. As he ponders this, the sand iron gyroscope draws ever closer. Yu retrieves a kunai from his waist, distinguishable by its 3 pointed edges and inscribed with the symbols of the flying thunder god on its handle. With a swift motion, Yu thrusts the kunai into various locations surrounding them. Is he already losing his senses? Magnet intensifies his force, and with a thunderous roar, the forest is utterly ravaged by the sand iron gyroscope. Yet, the gyroscope's rotation does not cease. It burrows into the ground with a series of explosive impacts. The ground quaked violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Leaf Feather was nowhere to be seen, and Magnet assumed he had been crushed to pieces. With a disdainful snort, he ceased the spinning of his gyroscope and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a flash of lightning materialized from an unknown source, transforming into a wolf-like figure in Leaf Feather's hand, which lunged fiercely at Magnet. Magnet release. Sand iron wings. With a swift motion, Magnet compressed the sand and iron into his shoulders, manifesting colossal wings of a bird, soaring into the sky. This is intolerable. I cannot afford any mistakes in the mission entrusted to me by Lord Wind Shadow. At that moment, Magnet noticed the forehead protector of the Leaf Village at Leaf Feather's waist. A ninja from the Leaf Village? I shall remember you. Our paths shall cross again. Magnet silently vowed as he fled the scene. Wait, he is escaping? Leaf Feather had never encountered such a situation before. He surmised that Magnet must have been assigned a significant task by the Land of Wind, hence his haste. That direction leads to the rain-hidden village. I shall investigate further. Leaf Feather began to gather the flying thunder god kunai that had scattered around him. Thankfully, with the flying thunder god technique, he had evaded that attack. Moreover, this encounter revealed to Leaf Feather a weakness of magnet release. Although the lightning release, Extreme Thunder Fong had not inflicted substantial damage. He noticed a slight tremor in the sand and iron as the lightning approached, as if it were on the verge of detaching. So that is it. It seems lightning release is the nemesis of magnet release. Unfortunately, I only possess a couple of C-rank lightning techniques. Leaf Feather shook his head in disappointment. For had that attack been more potent, it would have drawn blood from Magnet, thus enabling him to replicate the technique through his system. Rain-hidden village. I am curious to see what draws you from the Land of Wind. In the rain-hidden village, Lord Night Village, we have been here for 3 days, and the rain shows no sign of stopping. Shimura Danzo and his companions had been in the Land of Rain for 3 days, and Danzo found it astonishing that it perpetually rained here. Is everything prepared? Lord Night Village inquired. Danzo nodded, patting the pouch at his waist. After 3 days, he had unknowingly gathered all intelligence regarding Hanzo and the rain-hidden village. He was intrigued as to why Lord Tobarama had taken an interest in this small nation. Do you know where the rain-hidden village is located? It lies at the confluence of the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and our Land of Fire. Its geographical position is extraordinarily unique, perhaps unmatched in the ninja world. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, it is imperative for each new leader of the rain-hidden village to gather information about them, ensuring they can make preliminary judgments on future situations based on this intelligence. You must learn this well, Izuna affirmed. As they prepared to set out, a shadow emerged from the borders of the rain-hidden village, stealthily infiltrating its depths. At that moment, Hanzo had just returned and spotted a figure atop the Rain Ninja village. Ninja from the Land of Wind, what brings you here? Upon realizing he had been discovered, the newcomer shook his head and smiled. Have I acted too hastily? I wasted too much time with the Leaf Ninja just now. Thus, I shall take matters into my own hands. Magnet release. Iron Sand Triangular Prism. The magnetic force propelled the Iron Sand Triangular Prism swiftly towards Hanzo. The magnetic properties firmly adhering to the iron armor he wore, making evasion nearly impossible. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Fire release. Fireball Jutsu. Hanzo seemed to have anticipated that the major nations would send scouts here. However, he was well prepared and unleashed a powerful fire jutsu in retaliation. Instead of targeting the newcomer directly, Hanzo aimed at a massive wall beside him. Boom! As the flames struck the stone wall, an explosion erupted. Fire release, exploding flame array. A hissing sound emanated beneath the feet of the newcomer. What? When did this happen? The newcomer hurriedly flapped the magnetic wings on his back, attempting to ascend into the air. Humph! Too late. Hanzo murmured, forming hand seals to manipulate the exploding flame array, which adhered to the newcomer's feet. Magnet release, Iron Sand Barrier. Magnetic iron sand surged beneath the newcomer, encasing his legs. With a resounding explosion, he felt a sharp pain in his legs. Fortunately, the protection of the magnetic release prevented significant injury. This guy. The newcomer glared intently at the masked Hanzo, his expression tightening. He had encountered the previous leader of the Rain Ninja village, but that leader was utterly inept, hardly even a ninja. However, this current leader, Hanzo, was indeed exceptional. According to Lord Kazakage, he had even sparred with the renowned samurai from the Land of Iron. Your strength surpasses that of your predecessor, but with such base tactics, you cannot defeat me. Magnet release, Iron Sand Rectangular Prism. Behind the newcomer, the iron sand gradually coalesced into a massive rectangular block, hovering above Hanzo. What is this? The 3 members of the Uchiha clan, preparing to depart, were equally taken aback, their pupils narrowing. The bloodline limit of the Land of Wind. Yagura, you take this brat and leave. Uchiha Izuna understood that this was a prime opportunity to eliminate the hostile village and could not be squandered. Be careful, Yagura replied, before departing with Shimura Danzo. Susanoo. A colossal Susanoo manifested at the heart of the Rain Ninja village, gracefully leaping to the highest point of the towering structures. Chagasan. With the sheath released, a long sword was drawn from the Susanoo and slashed towards the iron sand. The blade radiated immense pressure, obliterating all structures in its path as it flew. The deafening noise incited panic among the villagers of Rain Ninja Village, who rushed to hide inside their homes, too frightened to emerge. Susanoo? Indeed, it appears that the ninjas of Konoha have also arrived. Now presents a splendid opportunity to strike you down. How could I possibly refrain from revealing myself? Once you perish, the Kazekage of Sunagakure will require several years to select a suitable successor. So what? Magnetic release, falling sand iron. A colossal rectangular block of sand iron began to rotate slowly, forming a vast vortex that surged towards Izuna. Magnetism set Hanzo aside and launched a ferocious assault against Izuna. The ninjas of Konoha, humph. Fortunately, I had anticipated this. Hanzo sheathed his weapon, intending to find a place to hide until both of them were utterly exhausted, allowing him to reap the benefits. Where do you think you're going? A voice suddenly emerged in Hanzo's ear, belonging to a middle-aged man. Who is it? Hanzo, initially relaxed, tensed up again, readying his scythe while warily scanning his surroundings. A hand clapped onto his left shoulder. As Hanzo turned around, a pair of crimson eyes met his gaze. His mind swirled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Who are you? Hanzo weakly inquired, feeling as if something had immobilized him, rendering him motionless. I see. It seems the village of Rain is about to undergo a transformation. Perhaps today is the day to turn the village of Rain into a vassal of Konoha, which would also serve to ward off the prying eyes of the land of wind and the land of earth. You must be Hanzo. It was merely months ago that Hanzo triumphed over Mifune, just beginning to make a name for himself, still lacking the so-called title of demigod. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? Leaf Feather couldn't help but admire Hanzo's audacity. Before him loomed the clash of Susanoo and the immense sand iron, while behind him stood the unsettling presence of Konoha ninjas. In such a precarious situation, Hanzo managed to maintain his composure. Leaf Feather remained silent, merely nodding to acknowledge his identity. Just as I suspected, I never imagined that you great nations would hold me in such high regard, dispatching so many high-ranking individuals to the village of Rain with the intent to kill me? Hanzo mocked Leaf Feather. However, to Hanzo's surprise, Leaf Feather refuted the latter part of his assumption. We indeed came for your village, but not to bring about your demise. Rather, I wish for you to lead the village of Rain towards greater strength. Lead my village to strength? Now it was Hanzo's turn to be astonished. What could this Konoha ninja be thinking? I have yet to finish. The prerequisite is that your village must develop under Konoha's vassalage. Humph. You great nations are all the same, relying on such tactics. If we were to acquiesce to such terms, our village of Rain would likely suffer more than we do now. Leaf Feather quietly sat down behind him, offering no response to Hanzo's words. Unsure of how to reply. While Hanzo's words did hold some truth, Leaf Feather was firmly grounded in Konoha's position, and he would not allow the strategically significant village of Rain to be left unchecked. Hanzo did not hear Leaf Feather's words, feeling a slight unease. But under the influence of the illusion, his thoughts were all that remained, while his body remained utterly still. Why the silence? Have you lost your voice? A thunderous noise interrupted the two, as a towering greenish figure stepped forward, blocking Hanzo's path. What manner of beast is this? Hanzo gazed in astonishment and disbelief at Susanoo for the first time. In the presence of this entity, his adversary still dared to resist. Izuna adjusted her stance, and Susanoo, wielding a long sword, charged forward once more. Izuna, do not unleash widespread attacks. This village still holds value for us. Understood. Izuna had initially intended to obliterate everything before her with a single technique, but upon hearing Hayabusa's words, she reconsidered. However, every movement from Susanoo threatened to wreak havoc upon the village, rapidly depleting Izuna's chakra reserves. Izuna retracted Susanoo, opting to engage in hand-to-hand combat to eliminate Megaha. Having endured more than one of Izuna's devastating strikes, Megaha was in a far weaker state now, gasping for breath. Yet, he understood that, like the Konoha ninja, his own motives were bound to the protection of Amigakure, compelling him to press on relentlessly. Magnet release, Iron Sand World. High above Amigakure, Megaha conjured a vast barrier of iron sand, adorned with long spikes, enveloping nearly the entire central area. What is he planning? Hanzo felt a wave of despair. He had been minding his own business in Amigakure when suddenly, an influx of adversaries arrived. The extensive range of Megaha's magnetic attack threatened to annihilate the village. Reluctantly, Hanzo acquiesced to Hayabusa's suggestion. It seemed that securing Amagekyure's independence would require patience. Turning to Hayabusa behind him, Hanzo stated, "If your Konoha ninja can thwart that airborne menace, I shall concede to your demands and submit to Konoha's authority over Amagekyure." Hayabusa scoffed. "Such verbal promises bear no weight. What do you propose I do?" Hanzo replied anxiously. Having just ascended to the leadership of Amagekyure, the thought of its destruction left him feeling hopeless. He might as well find a tree stump to end his existence. Hayabusa produced an object resembling an exploding tag from his storage pouch and pressed it against Hanzo's chest, speaking coolly, "Should you harbor any treachery, this tag will detonate. You are well aware of its explosive power." Hanzo swallowed hard. These ninja from the great nations are truly devious. He realized he had no choice but to comply. "Izuna, ensure that his attack does not reach the village." "Bama, you've returned?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Izuna turned to see Hayabusa beside Hanzo. There was no time for pleasantries. "Susanoo, Heavenly Guard." Izuna's Susanoo transformed from its skeletal form into an expansive shield, raised high to face Megaho above. A colossal shadow loomed over Amagekyure, and the clash of magnetism against Susanoo sent tremors through the village, causing its inhabitants to tremble in terror. Hanzo, too, was awestruck by this astonishing spectacle. The previous attacks now seemed laughably insignificant. Hanzo had heard rumors about the Uchiha clan while in the village. They possessed a pair of terrifying eyes, and when their shape no longer manifested as the three Tomo, an array of uniquely shaped armor would emerge. "Fear not, for as long as you are allied with Konoha, you shall not suffer." Yiyu patted Hanzo on the shoulder and leapt to the battleground. "Izuna, let us conclude this swiftly." Uchiha Izuna nodded, invoking Susanoo's long sword strike. Magnet release, magnetic barrier. Magnet placed both hands before him, only to find his ultimate blow unexpectedly thwarted by Izuna. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Yiyu appeared atop a rooftop, his hands coalescing into a storm of lightning as he charged towards Magnet. The lightning struck the magnetic barrier, yet there was no response. My magnet release can counter all fundamental ninjutsu. Mere physical assaults are ineffective. However, what unsettled Magnet was that his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "Not good," he gasped. To his astonishment, the magnet release before him was pierced through by the lightning, racing towards him. The wolf's head formed by the lightning sank its fangs into Magnet's flesh. Splattering blood. Sage art. Wood release. True full fist. A long-forgotten green pattern from the wood release experience card emerged on Yiyu's face, branches sprouting from his fist. At the moment the lightning pierced Magnet's body, it struck him with tremendous force. The wood release technique spread within Magnet, sealing his magnet release. This punch, imbued with the power of sage arts, dealt a devastating blow to Magnet. Puff! Magnet lost his balance and fell from the sky, while Izuna dispelled Susanoo. Although the sun emerged after Susanoo's celestial guard dissipated, the rain continued to pour. Magnet clung to life, propping himself against a wall. "Am I to perish?" he wondered, watching Yiyu and the others approach. Who would have thought that merely seeking information could cost him his life? Yet the thought of surrender flickered only for a moment. His gaze quickly regained its determination. "Even if I perish, I must relay the information to Lord Gaara." With the last remnants of his chakra, Magnet activated his magnet release, sand iron wings. As he soared into the air, he unleashed a relentless assault indiscriminately behind him. The flying needles of magnet release filling the sky, mingling with raindrops as they descended. Magnet release, sand iron rain. While attacking, he moved towards another direction in the Rain Ninja village. That direction was not good. Yiyu silently cursed. Magnet intended to venture into the territory of the rock-hidden village. He understood that there was no returning to the sand-hidden village from this path, and instead aimed for an alliance with the rock-hidden village. "You cannot escape." Yiyu made no move, retrieving a flying thunder god kunai from his waist and embedding it in the ground beneath him. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and astonishingly, a mark of the Flying Thunder God appeared behind Magnet as well. This was a mark Yiyu had intentionally planted when the lightning struck Magnet's body earlier. Not just Magnet, but Hanzo bore the same fate. Whoosh! Yiyu suddenly materialized before Chikaho, not only surprising him, but also catching the attention of Izuna and Hanzo below, both of whom wore expressions of astonishment. How had he arrived at Chikaho's side so swiftly? It was utterly beyond comprehension. "So fast," Hanzo murmured, gazing skyward. "This is the Flying Thunder God technique." Senjutsu Frog Punch. A resounding thud echoed as Chikuho lay supine, rendered incapable of further movement. Yi bent down, dipping his finger into a drop of Chikuho's blood. Ding. System analyzing bloodline limit. Magnet release ninjutsu. Replication time. 3 days, commencing replication. Before Chikuho could utter a word, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Let us confine him within your Rain Ninja Village. He may still hold some utility. Indeed. Hanzo's trepidation towards this man intensified, not merely due to his age, but also because of the expression he wore during battle, as though he were unfazed by any repercussions. What further utility does he possess? Izuna inquired, perplexed. Having spent years in the Umbu, he was accustomed to following the Hokage's orders and was not well versed in the dynamics between villages or nations. I intend to exchange him for something of significant value to Konoha. Yi replied confidently. Will they acquiesce? Izuna asked. Yi assured him, of course. Internally, he mused. After all, he is destined to become the third Kazekage. The future of Sunagakure hinges upon him. As Hanzo dispatched personnel to escort Chikuho to the dungeons of the Rain Ninja Village, Yi ascended to a vantage point, surveying the ravaged village before swiftly forming hand seals. With a flurry of movements, roots erupted from the ground. Wood release, 4 pillars house technique. As Yi completed the seals, the surrounding trees burgeoned in size, advancing toward dilapidated structures, ultimately reconstructing a complex wooden dwelling. After a brief interval, Yi had restored all the damaged homes within the Rain Ninja Village using his wood release ninjutsu. This technique seems strangely familiar. Izuna perched atop a building, meticulously observing Yi's every action. It reminded him of his brother, Senju Hashirama, who possessed a similar ability. Could it be that this is a hereditary ninjutsu? My house has returned. How wonderful. The ordinary denizens of the Rain Ninja Village rejoiced as their homes were restored to their former glory, their spirits lifted. Moreover, their houses had become more spacious than before. After confining Chikuho in the dungeon, Hanzo beheld the village Yi had revitalized. Such formidable ninjutsu. Could it be a bloodline limit? Hanzo had witnessed a plethora of astonishing events today and had long since grown desensitized. On their return, Yi specifically admonished Hanzo. If anyone from Sunagakure inquires, deny ever having seen Chikuho, understood? Once Hanzo affirmed, Yi felt reassured as he and Izuna returned to Konoha. It seems the shinobi of great nations are somewhat different from my expectations. Success. Within the underground chamber constructed by Yi, before Tobarama lay a lifeless body. From a distance, it appeared as though it had perished, yet after a while, the fingers of the corpse twitched ever so slightly, soon catching Tobarama's keen attention. Although the research had been completed prior to the Great Ninja War, Tobarama sought to enhance it further. During the war, he gained renown by employing the reanimation jutsu. This latest application of the reanimation jutsu allowed the resurrected to possess their peak abilities from their former lives. Lying before Tobarama was Kaku, who had previously been slain by Yaiba, and whose body had remained in the hospital of Konoha for several years. Tobarama had thoroughly examined the structure of his body. Indeed, the potential of his elder brother's cells had yet to be fully realized. Tobarama remarked that he had made significant improvements to the corpse used for the reanimation, which now possessed its own consciousness. My bounty has vanished. The first thing Kakuzu did upon his resurrection was to reach for his waist, only to find that the pouch containing his bounty was no longer there. Your name is Kakuzu, is it not? Who are you? Kakuzu suddenly noticed another figure standing before him, amidst the dim and oppressive surroundings. At that moment, memories from his death flooded into his mind. The Sharingan. He vividly recalled the 5 shuriken that had simultaneously pierced his heart. To be honest, my initial target was not that little brat. What a pity, but it matters not. He will only grow stronger than that child. Who are you? Where's this place? This is the Hidden Leaf Village. I am the second Hokage of the Leaf, and I am also the brother of the one who killed you. I have heard of Senju Hashirama's 2 brothers. You must be Senju Tobarama. What power is this that can bring me back to life? Seeing Tobarama remain silent, numerous threads quietly emerged behind Kakuzu, a dark substance materializing from his back. Fire style. However, just as Kakuzu prepared to strike, Tobarama merely raised his hand, immobilizing his body in place. Though you possess self-awareness, your body is under my control. Your attacks are futile. Surrender. Kakuzu attempted to unleash his technique once more, yet it proved ineffective, his body still unable to move. It appears I have succeeded, Tobarama thought. Observing Kakuzu's reactions, In previous applications of the reanimation jutsu, only lifeless bodies devoid of self-awareness could be controlled, resulting in mindless assaults without the capacity for strategic thought. Even elite ninjas summoned by Tobirama had only demonstrated the abilities of a Chunin prior to this enhancement. Since Kakuzu could autonomously launch an attack, it seemed the experiment had indeed succeeded. However, this ninjutsu was known to only a few within Konoha, and Tobirama had only utilized it in the context of the Great Ninja War. He could not comprehend why Yaiba had insisted on resurrecting Kakuzu. Yet, he surmised that Yaiba must have had his own reasons. Currently, in the Hidden Leaf, only 2 individuals were capable of mastering the reanimation jutsu, himself and his brother. Senju Hashirama, Yaiba, stay here for now, Tobirama said coldly as he departed the basement, leaving Kakuzu bewildered and at a loss. Hokage-sama. Shimura Danzo excitedly knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in, said the Hokage. Danzo suppressed his inner excitement and handed over the intelligence he had brought from the Rain Village to Tsunade. Tsunade then passed it on to Tobirama. Hanzo of the Salamander? It seems there is indeed such a person, Tobirama mused, recalling a previous encounter with the Iron Country and a summoning beast. Before opening the intelligence, he had already gathered a rough understanding of the young man named Hanzo. Upon opening it, he was somewhat surprised to discover that, despite Hanzo's youth, he had already begun to propel the development of the Rain Village. When Hanzo declared independence to the great nations, Tobirama had been somewhat dismissive, viewing Hanzo as merely treating the cruel ninja world as a child's game. However, according to the intelligence compiled by Danzo and his companions, Hanzo would undoubtedly achieve even greater glory in the future. Danzo, this man is about your age, Tobirama noted. Danzo nodded, feeling a sudden sense of familiarity upon first encountering Hanzo, who was of a similar age. It seemed their personalities bore striking similarities. Danzo, since you have completed this mission, as per my promise before the task, you will begin working in the Umbu starting tomorrow. Danzo nodded excitedly. Tsunade, why are you smiling? After Danzo left, Tsunade covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Hokage-sama, if I may say, sending Danzo to the Umbu was part of your plan, wasn't it? Oh, do tell, Tobirama replied. With the protection of Hyuga Niji and Uchiha Izuna, I believe I could also have completed this mission. Ha. The usually aloof Tobirama chuckled at this moment. However, Tsunade only grasped part of the situation and overlooked the entirety. Do you know why I sent Danzo to the Umbu? Tsunade shook her head. Given his personality, he is more suited for the Umbu. Tobirama possessed a calm and wise mind, along with exceptional analytical skills. His profound perception could be applied to any young subordinate. By the way, why hasn't Izuna come along? Suddenly, the window of the Hokage building creaked open, revealing a masked figure peering inside. It's someone from Sunagakure. They have also gone to the Rain Village, seemingly with the same objective as us, whispered the person behind the window. Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that they would have to wait for Izuna's return to uncover the unfolding events. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Hokage's office was rapped upon once more. Come in. The arriving ninja exclaimed excitedly. Hokage-sama, Lord Izuna and Lord Hashirama have returned together. Hashirama has returned as well? Tobirama quickly donned his Hokage cloak and, accompanied by Tsunade and his guards, made his way to the gates of Konoha. After meeting with Izuna, the two enjoyed a heartfelt reunion. Upon learning that the Rain Village now fell under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, Tobirama was taken aback. His younger brother's swiftness of action was indeed remarkable. Elder brother, how is Kakuzu faring? Yu sought to seize the opportunity, having secured such a strategically significant location as Rain Ninja Village. It would be remiss to overlook Takigakure as well. Kakuzu, being a native of Takigakure, possesses profound knowledge of the village, which is enveloped by the 4 great nations, thus facilitating future endeavors immensely. As for how to win Kakuzu's allegiance, Yu had his own methods. Aren't you going to check on him? Tobirama inquired curiously. Yu shook his head. Now is not the time. When the moment is ripe, I shall seek him out. Until then, I trust you to keep an eye on him. After meeting with Tobirama, Yu returned home. Having learned the art of sage techniques in the Wetbone Forest, Yu appeared rejuvenated. His wrinkles vanished, resembling an 18-year-old once more. Bamitsu-kun, you look remarkably youthful, Huiwa exclaimed upon seeing him, nearly failing to recognize him. I have something for you, Yu said gently, producing a palm-sized vial from his bosom. It contained the essence of bamboo extracted from the Wetbone Forest. Just half a vial mixed with water would grant eternal youth, and it was a permanent solution. Yiyu had painstakingly collected a full vial, originally intended for both Tobirama and Huiwe. However, Tobirama's refusal left Yiyu returning home with the entire vial. Collecting such essence was no trivial task. Yiyu had dedicated considerable time, tirelessly gathering it in the sage realm with the permission of the slug sage. Is it truly that miraculous? Huiwe inquired with curiosity. Indeed. If you doubt it, you may try for yourself. Huiwe, shedding her kimono, presented her exquisite form to Yiyu. Despite nearing 40, her physique remained elegantly curvaceous, with scarcely any wrinkles visible. As Yiyu drew closer, he caught a faint, delightful fragrance emanating from her, a testament to her meticulous self-care. Join me for a soak. Huiwe whispered, her cheeks flushed. Very well. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. 3 days had passed. Given the pace of Magura's progress, he should have returned by now. Yet there was no sign of him. The dispatched individuals had also fallen silent. Shaman was deeply troubled, fearing the worst. Magura was one of the young powerhouses of Sunagakure and a recognized heir to the Kazekage, and his absence weighed heavily on Shaman's mind. Not good. Not good. Lord Kazekage. A Sunagakure ninja rushed in, breathless and anxious. Take your time and speak slowly. Upon recognizing the messenger he had sent to search for Magura, a disquieting thought crept into Shaman's mind. Just as he feared, the report revealed that Magura had vanished in Rain Ninja Village, and when they inquired, Hanzo was equally oblivious. Initially skeptical, Shaman was soon engulfed by disbelief, shock, and ultimately, an overwhelming fury. What audacity Rain Ninja Village possesses. Do they truly consider us fools? A cloud of sand and dust enveloped Shaman as his anger surged, only to dissipate moments later. Shaman composed himself, carefully reflecting on the matter, only to realize something amiss. The disappearance of Magura undoubtedly pointed to the Rain Village's involvement. But what could their motive be? Imprisoning Magura would only serve to incite enmity between the Rain Village and their own Sand Village. The names of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire echoed in his mind. Lord Wind Shadow, forgive my subordinates for failing to locate Lord Magura. Suddenly, the eyes of the ninjas below brimmed with murderous intent, and one of them produced a kunai, aiming it directly at his own chest. Just as blood was about to spurt from his chest, Shaman cast a fleeting glance, his fingers subtly moving, causing the swirling sands around him to transform into a swiftly moving stone that deflected the kunai with a resounding clang. Enough, do not blame yourselves for this. Refrain from such foolishness in the future. Yes, the Sand Village ninja retrieved the kunai and retreated from the Wind Shadow's tower. Child, do not engage in such reckless acts again. After stepping back, the disheartened Sand Village ninja wandered aimlessly through the village. A voice tinged with age resonated behind him. Okasan. The woman, approximately in her 40s, held a faint chakra thread, revealing her identity as a puppet master. Her striking purple hair made her stand out in the Sand Village. Not only was she among its higher echelons, but her puppet techniques surpassed even those of their inventor, the second Wind Shadow. She was also proficient in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, among others. Lady Chiyo. Passing ninjas from the Sand Village greeted her with utmost respect. Chiyo nodded symbolically and swiftly approached the young Sand Ninja. Okasan. The young man, who had just attempted to take his own life, was Chiyo's son, Kai. Under his mother's influence, Kai harbored a profound emotional connection to the Sand Village, ever obedient to the Wind Shadow's commands. Today marked the first time he had witnessed the Wind Shadow's anger. Kai, this is not your fault. You need not bear the burden of guilt. Sometimes, one must maintain a rational perspective regarding the village. Do you understand? Chiyo spoke softly, guiding Kai, who at 17 had already ascended to the rank of Jonin. Naturally, he was impetuous and took his missions with utmost seriousness. However, Chiyo learned from the ninjas who accompanied Kai that he had repeatedly attempted to persuade his comrades to forcibly intercept Hanzo and inquire about Magura's whereabouts during their mission. After advising Kai, Chiyo made her way to the office of Wind Shadow Shaman. Lord Wind Shadow, I have also heard of this mission. I suspect that the Rain Village may have connections with other great nations. Chiyo expressed her concerns. This aligned perfectly with Shaman's own thoughts. I share your worries, but we cannot act recklessly without gathering evidence first. Let us wait and observe. Chiyo then volunteered to undertake the mission to investigate the Rain Village. As a high-ranking official in the Sand Village, Shaman hesitated initially, but ultimately acquiesced to her request. Chiyo's prowess is on par with the elite jonin of Sunigakure, a fact that alleviates any concerns for the sand villagers. Grandma Koyuki, you look remarkably youthful, Tsunade exclaimed cheerfully as she arrived at Yiyu's home. Having heard of his return, Yihan was also brought over by Yiyu, and according to their familial hierarchy, Tsunade would have to address Yihan as her cousin. Grandpa Bamiyan, my gambling skills have greatly improved, Tsunade declared proudly, eager to showcase her abilities to Yiyu. With that, 2 dice appeared in her hand. This time, the contest was different. The one who rolled the lowest score with the dice in the container would be declared the victor. Noticing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Yiyu nodded in agreement, relieved that he had seen a movie about gambling and understood that he merely needed to apply his physical prowess and chakra. Here we go, Tsunade suddenly shouted, shaking the container vigorously. With a swift motion, she slammed the container onto the table and lifted it rapidly. Both dice revealed a face, showing 1. I did it, Tsunade exclaimed in excitement, seemingly convinced of her impending victory. Now it's my turn, Yiyu said as he restowed the container, beginning to shake it. Inside, the 2 dice collided violently, finally producing a faint crack. A smile crept onto Yiyu's lips as he gently set the dice on the table. The moment the container was unveiled, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of astonishment. That's impressive, she remarked, as one of the dice had shattered upon Yiyu's toss, while the other also showed 1. Yet, despite her admiration, Tsunade quickly regained her composure. That's unfair, that's unfair. Oh, how so? Yiyu inquired. Grandpa Bamiyan's strength surpasses mine. Had that die not broken, it would have been equal to my throw. Tsunade's words gave Yiyu an idea. Her current strength had yet to reach the extraordinary levels of adulthood. Perhaps he could send her to the Wetbone Forest to learn sage techniques for an added layer of assurance. Would you like to have strength akin to Grandpa Bamiyan's? Yiyu asked, seeking Tsunade's opinion. Yes. Tsunade's earlier discontent vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. In her mind, she mused that if she could also shatter dice, she would surely win every wager in the future. However, I need to think it over. Yiyu, resting his chin on his hand, appeared contemplative. Given that Tsunade was still merely 7 or 8 years old, it would be prudent to wait until she was a chunin to pursue such training. Oh no, Tsunade's enthusiasm deflated. But our previous match can be considered a tie. Shall we compete again? All right, I won to lose this time. How did I lose again? Let us go again. How have I not won a single round against Grandpa Bamiyan? From morning until afternoon, aside from the initial tie, Tsunade had not secured a single victory. Her innate talent for continuous gambling and perpetual loss seemed to have been with her since childhood. Enough, do not feel disheartened. I present you with this. Yiyu extracted a bag from his pocket. Have you been gambling with the villagers again lately? Tsunade cradled her head, chuckling softly as she accepted the bag from Yiyu, which was brimming with gleaming gold coins. It is well known that besides her penchant for gambling, Tsunade harbors a deep affection for gold coins, for without them, how could one engage in wagers? After Tsunade joyfully departed, Yiyu began to contemplate his next scheme, which was inspired by the gold coins he had given her. Kakuzu had an insatiable love for wealth. Perhaps he could exploit the bounty to mitigate Kakuzu's animosity, especially since Yiyu had personally ended his life. Nevertheless, Yiyu firmly believed that money could sway even the most obstinate of entities. Drawing from his previous experience in the black market, he swiftly identified 3 principal black markets, one being the Star Ninja village he had previously visited, while the other 2 were situated in a small town in the southern region of the Land of Lightning and at the juncture of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. The black market in the Land of Earth was certainly off limits, as being discovered as a Konoha ninja would pose significant risks. Even if the ninjas from those 2 villages could not defeat him, it would still adversely affect Konoha. Thus, he resolved to head to the Star Ninja village, which seemed relatively safer, and he was already familiar with its layout. The following day, Yiyu appeared near the Star Ninja village, which had changed considerably from a decade ago, now bustling with an increased populace. However, to his astonishment, the black market beneath the stone was nowhere to be found. How peculiar! Where could it have gone? Yiyu scratched his head, curiously surveying the surroundings. Perhaps a visit to the village would yield clues regarding the black market's location. If that proved futile, he would have to seek out the enigmatic Kaguya from the Mist Village. As the Mist Village was known for its frequent dealings in the black market, the village was significantly smaller than Konoha, and its overall defenses seemed rather flimsy. Yiyu surmised that if Izuna were present, A single strike from his blade would reduce this place to ruins. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past Yu, and as he discerned the identity of the newcomer, another figure brushed past him, seemingly in pursuit of the first. Fortune truly favors the prepared. Observing their attire, Yu sensed something amiss. It was highly plausible that the second individual was a bounty hunter specializing in apprehending rogue ninjas or criminals. At the moment the second person brushed past Yu, he deftly implanted the flying thunder god mark on him. After a brief chase, the two individuals halted on a stone bridge outside the Star Ninja village. With a swift motion, the second individual hurled a kunai, embedding it behind the first and effectively obstructing his path. The confrontation escalated. Earth-style, earth flow spear. The ninja formed hand seals, causing the entire bridge to tremble as a massive stone spear erupted from beneath his feet, hurtling towards the front at astonishing speed. Water-style, water barrier. Yet, the water wall failed to impede the relentless thrust of the earthen spear. Just as it seemed he would be struck, a figure flashed past, their hand crackling with lightning, piercing through the defenses of the earth spear in an instant. Then, he charged towards the ninja who had attacked with earth release techniques. A flash of lightning surged forth as the wolf's head of extreme thunder fang pierced through his body with brutal force. Remarkable. Yet, in that moment of astonishment, Yu turned around, his blood-red eyes locking onto his opponent's gaze. Just as I suspected, Yu remarked. He clapped his hands, binding the pursuing ninja to a large tree and lifting the control of the Sharingan. What is happening? How did I end up here? The ninja exclaimed, struggling desperately as his consciousness returned. A ninja from the land of wind? To think he could wield water release techniques. Your name is Jia, correct? Yu retrieved a small booklet from his pocket and began to examine it closely. This territory belonged to the land of bears, situated quite a distance from the land of wind. To pursue a bounty all the way to this place was absurd. This is troublesome. Jia swallowed hard, realizing that the man before him possessed far greater strength. If he had intended to kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why was he hesitating? You're from Sunagakure, aren't you? Do you know where the black market beneath Hashigakure is located? It turned out he was also a bounty hunter. Jia felt a wave of relief. Bounty hunters were typically motivated by money, and as long as the price was right, negotiations could be made. Jia quickly nodded, urging Yu to search through his pockets. The person you killed earlier was an A-rank bounty, worth approximately 300,000 Rio. That underground market no longer exists. It has transformed into a currency exchange, located at the border of the land of wind. I assume you are in need of funds as well? Why not release me? I possess many more bounty notices. Jia tempted. Although Jia was quite combative, he recognized his limitations when faced with a true powerhouse. Yu, however, did not hear Jia's subsequent words. He was silently contemplating the name of the land of wind. This could become quite problematic, as both lucrative opportunities lay within its borders. Initially, Yu had intended to use the public assets of Konoha village to bribe Kakazu, but the village required development, making such a notion impractical. Gazing at the bound Jia, an idea sparked in Yu's mind. Oi, would you like to earn a fortune? Yu inquired. Of course. Otherwise, why would I become a bounty hunter? Jia replied eagerly. I'll entrust you with a task. Upon its completion, we shall split the earnings 70-30. What do you say? The 70-30 split favored Yu, a substantial price indeed. Yet he was confident in his ability to handle the wanted criminals with ease. When Yu laid out his plan, Jia was initially skeptical. Yar. Sage art, true extinguishing flame technique. Boom. The stone bridge before them was engulfed by an immense inferno, instantly reduced to charred ash, dissipating into the air. Impressive. Jia was taken aback, concluding that Yu must be a wandering strongman from some village, forced into the life of a bounty hunter due to financial hardship. All right, I agree. Once you retrieve the items, come find me at Hashigakure in 3 days. Remember, take all the bounties you can. Yes. Jia nodded repeatedly. After Yu departed, Jia freed himself from his restraints, stretched his limbs, and a smile illuminated his face. Now, there was silver to be earned. Mother, I shall undoubtedly become a true ninja of Sunagakure, safeguarding our village just like father did. His eyes sparkled with fervent determination. Utilizing the flying thunder god kunai planted in the Rain Ninja village, Yu instantaneously appeared in this location. Bounties and merchant trades, without a doubt, represent the lifeblood of small ninja villages and nations, a truth that even the future Hanzo the Salamander would come to know. Hanzo escorted Yu to the place where Magahara was imprisoned, Out of concern that news might reach Sunagakure and incite retaliation, the conditions for Magahara were not overly harsh. Suddenly, upon Yiyu's appearance before him, the sand in Magahara's grasp swiftly coalesced into the form of a long sword, striking against the bars of his cell. Hanzo was aware that lightning release counters magnetism. Thus he had fashioned the bars from iron imbued with lightning chakra. Is he dead? Yiyu inquired. Inside, Magahara remained motionless, merely lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes gleaming with menace. I have gathered considerable information about you. It appears your standing in Sunagakure is quite respectable, indeed. The current Kazekage seems to hold you in high regard. If you were to perish here, it would be an immense loss for your village. As Yiyu spoke, he settled into a chair. A few days prior, a team from Sunagakure had also arrived in the Rain Ninja village, seemingly intent on rescuing you. Upon hearing this, Magahara's magnetic release surged once more, crashing against the bars with fervor, even though he understood it was futile. Rest assured, I have not harmed them, Yiyu chuckled. You are my bargaining chip in dealings with the Land of Wind. If I were to eliminate a few more individuals, that would be quite detrimental. You must be feeling quite indignant right now, yes? Yiyu rose and approached the front of the cell, locking eyes with Magahara, the future third Kazekage. Hailed as the strongest Kazekage, who could now only impotently strike the shackles that bound him. After exiting the prison, Hanzo, reflecting on his prior experiences, realized he had yet to lead the Rain Ninja village out of the grasp of the mighty Land of Fire, and his inner resolve gradually began to wane. Lord Banjian, I wish to test my true strength, so please allow me to spar with you, Hanzo implored. Previously, Yiyu had been able to immobilize him with mere ocular techniques, revealing a vast disparity in their strengths. Only by sparring with a formidable opponent like Yiyu could Hanzo identify his weaknesses. Very well, Yiyu acquiesced to his request. Yiyu welcomed Hanzo's proposition, for he sought not only to exert psychological control over the Rain Ninja village, but also to compel its leader, Hanzo the Salamander, to submit willingly through sheer strength. I am your elder. I shall employ only basic ninjutsu and summoning techniques. Of course, you may utilize any ninjutsu at your disposal, including your summoning beast, the Salamander. He knows my summoning beast? Hanzo was startled but quickly regained his composure, striding to an open area adjacent to the Rain Ninja village. Summoning technique. Come forth. Salamander Ikazuki. The air crackled with energy. A colossal brown salamander emerged from beneath Hanzo's feet, accompanied by a cloud of violet poison. My lord, may I make a request? Speak your mind. If I emerge victorious, I implore you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Hidden Rain village, allowing it to remain free from the dominion of the Land of Fire. Very well. The leader of the Hidden Rain village issued a challenge to the leader of Konoha's Umbu. Hanzo was uncertain of his chances of victory, yet he yearned to test himself against this man who instilled in him a profound sense of pressure, a legendary figure from the same era as Hashirama Senju. Is he employing summoning techniques right from the start? Yet, Yaiba did not hasten to summon his beast. Despite the salamander's formidable size, it was merely a C-rank summoning creature. The classification between C-rank and A-rank summoning beasts was distinct. C-rank creatures lacked significant cognitive awareness and could only act in accordance with their host's movements. In contrast, B-rank and higher creatures, akin to toads and slugs, could engage in independent thought, necessitating their hosts to earn their genuine allegiance before forming a contract. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Hanzo stood atop the salamander, unleashing a fireball towards Yaiba. The fireball blazed vigorously amidst the rain, undeterred by the downpour. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Bound by their agreement, Yaiba, restricted from utilizing bloodline limit techniques and other advanced jutsu, was left with only 5 basic ninjutsu of varying elemental types, all of C-rank, placing him at a significant disadvantage. Had it been the Hanzo who was enshrined as a demigod in the original narrative, Yaiba might have faced defeat. However, the current Hanzo was merely a rising star within the ninja world. Fire style, Exploding Flame Circle. Hanzo had evidently prepared extensively for this battle. Around Yaiba, the seemingly inconspicuous stones and blades of grass began to emit a hissing sound. Truly, Hanzo was formidable, Yaiba mused. Boom, boom, boom. The successive detonations erupted around Yaiba, sending sprays of water soaring into the air, the scent of gunpowder permeating the atmosphere. Hanzo gazed intently at the billowing smoke, aware that Yaiba would not be easily subdued. Suddenly, A plethora of kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique were hurled around Hanzo, scattering around the salamander. This is problematic. Hanzo realized that Yaiba's technique allowed for rapid movement through the kunai's positions, making him a formidable opponent. Lightning style, extreme lightning fong, flying thunder god body technique. A flash of lightning illuminated the area, abruptly revealing Yaiba before Hanzo. What? Before Hanzo could react, Yaiba vanished, reappearing near another kunai. In a swift motion, he blinked again, relocating to yet another spot. The lightning danced before Hanzo's eyes like meteors in a chaotic ballet. The rain-soaked conditions rendered visibility poor, and in an instant of distraction, the lightning reappeared directly in front of Hanzo. Roar! The wolf-like lightning emitted a fearsome growl, reverberating in Hanzo's ears. This is dire. Hanzo pressed his scythe against his chest, engaging in a fierce clash with the lightning, the blade's tip scraping past as sparks flew. Sword technique, some chain. With a resounding thud, Hanzo finally mitigated the spread of Reiko's electric aura. However, due to the rain, his body was inundated with a tingling sensation from the electric currents coursing through him, escalating into a sharp pain that caused his limbs to tremble. Damn it! Hanzo's hands began to shake. Although the lightning release, extreme lightning fong lacked significant lethality, it had the capacity to channel electricity into a person's body, inducing a numbing effect. It was evident that Yeyu was not exerting his true strength, instead choosing to toy with him. Yet, Hanzo could not help but commend Yeyu for his ability to suppress the tremors within himself as he raised his scythe once more. Dual strike of the blade technique, chain scythe. Hanzo hurled the chains from his scythe towards the shuriken emanating from Yeyu, ensnaring it with precision before concentrating his energy into a single, powerful strike aimed directly at Yeyu. Prior to the slash, Hanzo coated the blade with a potent toxin, confident that any contact would result in Yeyu succumbing to its effects. What Hanzo did not anticipate was that Yeyu would withstand the blow with sheer resolve. What is he doing? Hanzo pondered. Although aware that this attack would not be fatal to Yeyu, he was certain that even if it did not kill him, the venom would cause considerable agony. Swish! The sharp blade grazed Yeyu's chest, and almost instantly, the venom began to seep out. So this is the venom of the Japanese giant salamander. It is indeed extraordinary. Any ordinary ninja would likely face a slow demise from even a mere drop. However, having trained within the wet bone forest, Yeyu had developed a self-healing capability akin to that of Hashirama. What is this? Hanzo observed as the toxin was forcibly expelled from Yeyu's body, the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Toxin ejection. Hanzo positioned himself above the Japanese giant salamander, forming hand seals as it unleashed a vast cloud of poisonous mist from its maw. Soon, the purple gas enveloped Yeyu. Even with his regenerative abilities, it would require time. Surely, this plethora of toxins would suffice to delay him. Let this game come to an end. A smirk graced Yeyu's lips as he retrieved the flying thunder god shuriken that Hanzo had discarded before him. Summoning technique, Shadow Bat. What? He can perform summoning techniques too. The outcome was now inevitable. The Shadow Bat was a selection from Yeyu's childhood, summoned only 2 or 3 times prior, and the thrill of battle surged within him. Little imp, you have finally released me. The Shadow Bat screeched, perplexed. All the humans I have encountered have aged with time. Yet your voice suggests you sound even younger than before. Enough with the chatter. You have a quarter of an hour to deal with that little imp up there. No need. Just 10 breaths will suffice. The Shadow Bat flapped its wings, soaring above the purple toxins, diving towards Hanzo. What a massive bat! Hanzo remarked as he repositioned his scythe, preparing to strike as the Shadow Bat descended. However, he underestimated the bat's speed. Whoosh! A shadow plunged downwards, its claws swiftly slicing through Hanzo's defenses before it ascended again, utilizing echolocation to discern Hanzo's position. The Shadow Bat emitted a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, sending Hanzo crashing down. Upon sensing that its master had been struck above, the salamander swiftly burrowed into a large hole to seek refuge. Once the toxic gas dissipated, Yeyu approached the Shadow Bat, unscathed. It seemed that your demands would not be met. Hanzo lay on the ground, merely bruised, revealing that Yeyu had been toying with him. Nevertheless, this left Hanzo both impressed and enlightened regarding the vast chasm between them. As long as the Rain Ninja Village does not threaten the interests of Konoha, I shall refrain from meddling in its affairs. You remain the leader of the Rain Ninja Village. After stating this, Yeyu walked past Hanzo and once Hanzo had regained his composure, the two proceeded to the office of the Rain Ninja Village leader. Let us establish communication with Sunagakure. I have already formulated the conditions I wish to propose. Sunagakure, the Land of Wind. Following the recent events, Hanzo had fully acknowledged Yu and was amenable to his proposed plan. The Rain Ninja Village wishes to negotiate with you. They claim that Lord Meg is imprisoned in their dungeons, and if you desire his release, you must come in 3 days. Upon entering the office of the Kazekage, Chiyo's first words were this. They appear to have discovered my existence, widely disseminating this news within the Rain Ninja Village. It is now common knowledge. I fear it won't be long before Iwagakure and Konoha receive word of it as well. Clearly, Chiyo remains unaware of Konoha's involvement. Are they not concerned about our ninja mobilizing? The military strength of Sunagakure far surpasses that of the Rain Ninja Village, should they wish. Kazekage Shaman is confident he could transform the Rain Ninja Village into a territory of the Land of Wind within 3 days. Chiyo, gather 10 elite jonin from within the village. Kazekage-sama, are you intending to? Chiyo appeared flustered. Shaman rose from his chair. I am curious to see what commotion the Rain Ninja Village intends to stir. In the Land of Wind, within the underground exchange, a teenager appeared conspicuously out of place. However, having previously undertaken a bounty mission, he navigated the room with ease this time. Due to the upheaval in the underground economy and the recovery following the war, the major underground black markets had been dismantled and restructured. Now, the ninja world is dotted with such exchanges. If one is sufficiently powerful, one can become a millionaire merely by earning bounties. It's you. The proprietor of the exchange immediately recognized the boy standing at the window, coincidentally. He was the same man who had previously facilitated Yiyu's bounty. However, now his face was adorned with intricate tattoos, and he appeared aged. Their method of transaction remained unchanged. Bounties were provided by employers or nations, and upon the successful elimination of a target, the employer would issue a special mark or proof to the bounty hunter. This proof could then be presented at the exchange to claim gold coins or silver. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins. Do you have the proof? Jia nodded. To ensure that Jia would not starve on the way, Yiyu instructed him to collect the reward for the individuals he had previously eliminated. Is it a large bounty, gold coins, or silver? Yiyu was aware of Jia's fondness for glittering gold coins. Thus, he specifically instructed Jia to procure gold coins, specifically large denominations. Clink, clink. A total of 300 gold coins cascaded into the bag that Jia had prepared. In the next moment, Jia observed the bounty board at the exchange, where the method for claiming rewards was straightforward. If one fancied a particular bounty, they could simply tear it down to seek the target. With swift motions, Jia tore down all the bounties plastered on the walls of the exchange. Wait. The proprietor, upon witnessing this scene, hurriedly intervened. Young man, do not be overly greedy. Defeating one wanted criminal does not imply you possess the capability to eliminate all the individuals depicted on this wall, understand? Rest assured, just ensure you provide me with the gold coins later, Jia replied, as he secured all the bounty notices into his waistband and departed, leaving the proprietor in a state of bewilderment. Within the Star Ninja Village, a ninja inquired, Lord Star Shadow, we have observed that man for 3 days. He has been loitering near our village. Should we take action? Star Shadow pondered quietly, reflecting on whether their village contained anything of value. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The meteorite. He quickly led several star ninjas into the heart of the village, to the most fortified location, where their most treasured possession, the celestial meteorite, was safeguarded. This meteorite enabled the ninjas of Star Ninja Village to learn a unique ninjutsu, the peacock technique. We must bolster the defenses here. The meteorite must not sustain any damage. After confirming the meteorite's safety, Star Shadow exhaled in relief. Moreover, a glint of malice flickered in Star Shadow's eyes as he declared, any suspicious individuals surrounding Star Ninja Village who do not belong to the 5 great ninja villages shall be executed without mercy. Understood. In swift succession, dozens of ninjas from Star Ninja Village mobilized, encircling the area. Meanwhile, Yiyu, having been designated a suspicious character by Star Ninja Village, observed the suddenly heightened state of alert surrounding the village. He surmised the reason behind it. Although he was intrigued by the meteorite, he had no intention of forcibly seizing it. Nevertheless, Star Ninja Village fit into Yiyu's broader plan to identify a reliable individual to govern the village and expand the territory of Konoha. There, do not let him escape, shouted a ninja from Star Ninja Village. He, He has no forehead protector. Hurry, hurry. The arriving ninjas brandished kunai, some already forming hand seals to cast the peacock's secret technique. Yu smirked coldly, forming hand seals, and vanished before the ninjas. Where did he go? Quick, search for him. We must not let him escape. With a swift body flicker, Yu arrived atop a cliff, the very spot where he had arranged to meet Jia. As he waited, he retrieved a small pipe from his waist, igniting it with a flicker of flame and taking a few puffs. Thank you for your patience, Jia exclaimed, breathlessly rushing towards him, a large bag in hand. Here it is, he said, dropping the bag beside Yu with a flourish. Within the realm, bounties of all levels abound, yet the influence of your esteemed words, boss, has left an indelible mark on the environment, prompting a cautious inquiry from Jia. 3 days it shall be. You will await my return, as we agreed upon a division of 30/70, correct? Indeed, replied Yu, as he stowed away his spent pipe. Patience is a virtue. On the following day, within the territory of the Land of Soup, a middle-aged man with a scarred visage sought refuge in a nearby grove, only to be suddenly beset by an icy chill. In a flash, he unsheathed his longsword, striking towards the source of his unease. Thud! With a gory spurt, a shuriken pierced through him before he could even draw breath to retaliate. In the land of waves, a nation nearly encircled by water and perpetually shrouded in mist, a man adorned with a conical hat was slain in his slumber aboard a moored vessel, his head severed from his body. 3 days later, every exchange office within the ninja realm buzzed with the exploits of a masked figure, fervently speculating the identity of this elusive bounty hunter. Could it be that Kakuzu has returned to the fray? It has been over a decade since he last made his presence known. It cannot possibly be him. Cursed be it. Even my bounties are at risk of being snatched away. Bounty notices may be possessed by multiple individuals, and the first to eliminate the target reaps the rewards. Throughout the day, rogue ninjas and traitorous wanderers across various small nations found themselves overshadowed by the ominous presence of this bounty hunter. My sincerest apologies. But our exchange office finds itself lacking in gold coins, the proprietor stammered, incredulous before the youth who stood before him, rumored to be the fabled bounty hunter. However, should you be willing to wait, I can arrange for a transfer of coins. The proprietor hastened to assure him. Given Jia's remarkable success in completing numerous bounty tasks, it was evident that their exchange office served as an automated teller of sorts, capable of extracting substantial commissions from employers. Even with a 30/70 split, Jia would still garner several thousand gold coins. Wait a moment, esteemed one. I have yet to learn your name. Jia was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Yiyu's formidable prowess eclipsed even that of his mother, Chiyo, leading Jia to surmise that Yiyu was likely a personage of considerable significance from a prominent ninja village. Until we meet again by chance. In the underground laboratory of Konoha, Kakuzu lay motionless, reanimated through the impure world reincarnation technique. Unless the caster actively invoked the technique, the reanimated individual would lose all self-awareness, remaining in stasis. Yiyu arrived at this juncture accompanied by Senju Tobarama, who performed hand seals to awaken Kakuzu's consciousness. Although he remained unable to control his body, perhaps I should consider replicating the impure world reincarnation technique myself, Yiyu mused inwardly. It's you, Kakuzu acknowledged, devoid of rage towards Yiyu for his demise. Rather, he seethed at the thought of his bounties being pilfered. Here, Yiyu declared, tossing a bag into the air before Kakuzu. As the bag opened, it illuminated the entire underground chamber. Gold coins. A spark of joy ignited within Kakuzu as he approached the bag, picking up a coin and striking it against the ground to confirm its authenticity. All of this is for you. Where did you acquire all these gold coins? Even Tobarama, who usually paid little heed to wealth, was astonished. The glimmering coins stirred a tremor in his heart. It's quite simple, Yiyu replied as he drew a bounty notice from his waist. Gold coins, gold coins. Kakuzu stared intently as he emptied the bag, his hands overflowing with coins, overwhelmed with joy. Do you wish to return to your former village? Yiyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately thought of Takigakure. When they assigned me the assassination mission, we were even. Conversely, if I can break free from their control, my targets will not be you, but everyone in Takigakure. Not a single one will escape. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly as he provided his answer. Excellent. Join Konoha, and I can ensure a steady influx of the gold coins you desire. What do you say? Yiyu extended an olive branch. To his surprise, Kakuzu readily agreed. Yiyu then revealed his entire plan to Kakuzu, as their ambitions aligned perfectly. Once this is over, you will become the next leader of Takigakure. By then, the neighboring countries will be under your control, and with Konoha's assistance, they will continuously dispense gold coins to you like an ATM. I imagine you are eager to witness such a spectacle. Yu articulated the advantages of the plan, enticing Kakuzu further. I accept your terms. Very well. Yu nodded slightly. The matter was settled with Kakuzu's agreement. Upon returning to the Hokage conference room with Tobarama, Yu gradually unfurled a map of the ninja world, marking Amigakure and Takigakure. Brother, look, Amigakure has now become our vassal. Next will be Takigakure, Kusagakure, and Hashigakure. Yiyu's demeanor reflected a sense of urgency akin to the onset of war within the ninja world. These ninja villages appear to be surrounding Konoha, Tobarama observed. Having surmised Yiyu's intentions with a mere glance, he aimed to establish a defensive framework centered around Konoha, utilizing the villages as fortifications. In the wake of our elder brother's demise, every nation has been expanding its influence and alliances. However, I must assert that the threat level posed by those great nations pales in comparison to that of a single individual, Yu whispered, as he spoke mysteriously. Tobarama's mind conjured numerous possibilities, only to dismiss them one by one. He was well aware of Yiyu's capabilities. Who could pose such a challenge to him? When Yiyu slowly uttered a name, Tobarama's expression shifted from disbelief and shock to sheer terror. Are you suggesting he is still alive? How is that possible? Did you not witness his death? Moreover, my brother and I saw the corpse. Tobarama's voice trembled, for the terror of Uchiha Madara was known to all. Even the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, had battled him for 3 days and nights before finally vanquishing him. The ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan remained shrouded in mystery. Yu, having spoken, turned to face Tobarama. Tobarama, your eyes. Tobarama suddenly stepped back, brandishing a kunai. Brother, I am still myself. There is no need for alarm. Yu, having anticipated Tobarama's reaction, hastily divulged several details known only to the Senju clan. But how do you possess the Sharingan? Did you not study it before, brother? Yu fixed his gaze on Tobarama, recalling that in the original narrative, Tobarama had conducted extensive research on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan after Madara's demise, possessing knowledge that surpassed that of many Uchiha themselves. Yet, the Sharingan should be unable to close when transplanted into another body. Why are your eyes? Tobarama refrained from pressing further. He understood his brother's capabilities. Moreover, Yu had spent years in seclusion within a basement, yielding nothing extraordinary in terms of research. While I am aware of Madara's whereabouts, it is prudent to avoid him and to ensure that the Uchiha clan remains oblivious to our actions. Naturally, Yu replied, Madara will eventually find someone to carry out his mission, and when that time comes, it will present our true opportunity. Yu was confident that Madara would remain hidden from the public eye until his last breath, making it wise to navigate this prolonged period with caution. Furthermore, Hanzo was currently in allegiance with Konoha, and the likelihood of a second shinobi world war occurring was slim. However, Yuyu's true objective, which he had not disclosed to Tobarama, pertained to the enigmatic Otsutsuki clan. In comparison, the shinobi world war seemed trivial. Thus, Yu intended to ardently enhance his abilities during this interval. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully replicating Tobarama's ninjutsu and acquiring B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Ding! Expenditure of 100 points grants you A-rank ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 1,000 points to obtain the summoning. Impure world reincarnation beginner. C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu have no prerequisites. Yu can acquire the specialized techniques of any ninja he encounters. However, A-rank and above require points for exchange. Oh, I recall there are numerous lottery chances within the system that I have yet to utilize. Seizing the moment before taking action, Yu reopened the points system interface. Through decades of profound understanding, aside from securing his fundamental ninjutsu, Yu had not engaged with the system further. In truth, Konoha Village no longer necessitated his direct involvement. He would only step forward during significant events that would shake the ninja world. Host, Yu Senju Tobarama, Combat Power, 7,000 Ninjutsu, C-rank, B-rank Water Release Ninjutsu fully mastered. Partial Expert, Water Release, Senju Tobarama Template. C-rank, B-rank Fire Release Ninjutsu fully mastered, Partial Expert, Izuna Template. B-rank Lightning Release Ninjutsu. Supporting Thunder, Extreme Lightning Fong. C-Rank Earth Release Ninjutsu, Earth Flow Wall. C-Rank Wind Release Ninjutsu, Great Breakthrough. B-Grade Fusion Ninjutsu, Wind Dragon Fireball Technique. B-Grade Earth Grievance, 7 Heart Form. I Techniques, Byakugan Expert. Sharingan Mastery. Points, 100,000. Lottery Opportunities, 6 times. Let us utilize the lottery chances first. The somewhat unfamiliar lottery interface within the system momentarily bewildered Yu. Damn. After accumulating for so many years, I only have 6 draws. As Yu clicked, the wheel began to turn slowly. The wheel contained various bloodline limits and a bloodline elimination, but most were merely items like military rations and consolation point rewards. As expected, Yiyu's first 5 consecutive draws yielded nothing but points and military rations. His points had now risen to 101,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the bloodline limit. Fire Release. Yiyu was elated upon hearing this, for Fire Release Ninjutsu was the ability of Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan in the original work. Possessing formidable offensive power, the system had even specially equipped it to his eyes, allowing Yiyu to unleash Fire Release Ninjutsu through his Manjikyu Sharingan. Not a bad trade-off. Next came the time for the shop. Yiyu's offensive power was now sufficient. What he lacked was defensive strength. It was time for a significant overhaul of his ninjutsu. Among defensive ninjutsu, Earth Release techniques stood out. Upon opening the Earth Release Ninjutsu interface, he was greeted by an array of ninjutsu descriptions. After much deliberation, he selected 3 defensive Earth Release techniques. A-grade ninjutsu. Earth Flow Wall, Chakra Consumption, High. It forms a barrier akin to a mountain in front of the user, capable of withstanding most powerful attacks, possessing exceptional defensive capabilities while providing defense to the caster. Points, 5,000. A-grade ninjutsu. Great Mountain Earth Technique, which creates a small mountain at the user's location. Chakra Consumption, High. Points, 4,500. B-grade ninjutsu. Earth Flow Cutter. A close-range combat support technique that infuses chakra into the ground to cut or elevate the terrain. Chakra Consumption, Medium. Points, 3,000. All 3 techniques proved quite useful. Therefore, I shall acquire them all. Ding. 13,000 points deducted. You have learned Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Technique, Earth Release, Great Mountain Earth Technique, and Earth Release, Earth Flow Cutter. Gazing at his remaining 88,000 points, Yiyu's expression remained unchanged, even displaying a hint of satisfaction. Yiyu closed the system and rose to step outside. Leader. Swish. 2 figures instantly appeared behind Yiyu, both at the level of elite Jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. There were no issues with Kakuzu, were there? The 2 figures behind him nodded. Is there any news from the Rain Ninja Village? The leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo, recently conveyed that the Wind Shadow had visited them, inquiring whether you would like to accompany him. It's a bait. Yiyu thought to himself. The Wind Shadow is merely here to probe the depths of the Rain Ninja Village. If so, let him fulfill his intentions. You 2 don your village headbands and masks, and make a trip to the Rain Ninja Village. If the Wind Shadow makes an appearance, you need only stand behind Hanzo. Understood. Yiyu surmised that the 2 of them would likely have to wait a considerable time before receiving any news. Thus, he decided to take Jiao Du directly to Takinan Village. Edo Tensei. With a faint groan, the vitality in Jiao Du's eyes faded, and his head slowly drooped. However, as Yiyu swiftly formed hand seals, Jiao Du revived once more. I never anticipated you would master my Edo Tensei technique in merely 3 days, Tobarama praised. Unbeknownst to Tobarama, Yiyu had studied the scroll pertaining to the development of Edo Tensei long before Tobarama began his research. Today was simply the first time he had executed it. Thus, the host controlling Jiao Du has shifted to me, making my actions considerably more convenient, Yiyu remarked. How do you feel? Jiao Du inquired, flexing his fingers. It's similar to before, but this sensation is quite discomforting. If you can create such a technique, why not allow me to be resurrected directly? Jiao Du asked curiously. Edo Tensei, objectively speaking, is indeed a technique for resurrecting the deceased. Though one can free oneself from its control, Tobarama responded calmly. Jiao Du was taken aback, glancing at his own body. Is it truly possible for someone to break free from the shackles of Edo Tensei? He pondered silently. At the moment of his resurrection, not only was autonomous action impossible, but even regaining consciousness was exceedingly arduous. Yiyu exhaled deeply, having finalized the plan for Takinen village within the mind of Edo Jiaodu. Now, only the execution remained. Let us proceed. Takinen village and Kumobikure have an alliance, so this mission requires utmost caution. The journey would take approximately 3 days. Along the way, Yiyu had to remain vigilant for any news from Amigakure. The continuous discoveries only heightened Jiao Du's curiosity about Konohagakure, particularly concerning Edo Tensei. After several days of experimentation, Jiao Du was convinced that he now possessed an immortal body, for no matter how grave his injuries, his shattered form could invariably be restored in an instant. Simultaneously, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Yiyu. Is it the Earth Grudge Fear? How could he wield such a secret technique? Could it be that he has already visited Takinen village? On the night of the second day, while a few were resting, they were startled awake by a series of swift sounds. Instantly entering the Earth Grudge Fear mode, Jiao Du's body manifested a black entity hovering in the air. Who goes there? As the firelight illuminated them, the sight of the Konoha forehead protectors caused Jiao Du to lower his guard. The two Ombu members hesitated upon seeing Jiao Du. Yiyu sat upright. He is fine. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed. Leader, the meeting with Amigakure has concluded. Upon arriving, the Wind Shadow appeared to be contemplating something, but simply instructed Hanzo to hand over their people. What did Hanzo say? Upon hearing that Hanzo had articulated the conditions according to his own words, Yiyu's brow relaxed slightly. Did they agree? The two Ombu members shook their heads in unison. As expected, the notion of surrendering the tailed beasts was tantamount to relinquishing their village's security. However, whether or not to engage Yiyu was of little concern. It would indeed be splendid to eradicate this formidable Kazekage of Sunagakure in its infancy. Upon my return, I shall convey to Hanzo that if they desire war, Konoha shall stand resolute. Indeed, scoundrels, I could surmise who orchestrated this. Senju Hashirama has long departed from this world, yet they dare to be so audacious. Outside the village of Amigakure, within a certain dwelling, the Kazekage and elite jonin such as Chiyo were temporarily residing. Upon receiving Hanzo's message, the Kazekage was infuriated. Had the first Hokage still drawn breath, the Sandmen might have harbored some trepidation, but the times have changed. Chiyo. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Upon our return, inform the village to prepare for war. Kazekage was exceedingly confident in Sunagakure's strength. In mere years, the puppeteer techniques he pioneered had been inherited by Chiyo and others. And both magnetism and the ninjutsu he developed were mastered by the ninjas of Sunagakure. Taki village. Here again, Kakuzu's expression remained placid prior to undertaking assassination missions. He was merely an ordinary ninja. Now, someone wished to offer him a bounty of gold and the position of leader of Taki village. How could one not be tempted? Do not harm the civilians. As for those ninjas, spare those who surrender. Upon Yiyu's command, the elite jonin of Konoha surged forth like arrows released from a bow, arriving at Taki village's waterfall. Soon, flames enveloped the area. Who are you? The leader of Taki village was dragged out. The outcome of this war was without suspense, nearly achieved in an instant. Yiyu's wood release, flower world technique felled a multitude of Taki ninjas under the influence of the pollen, allowing him to accumulate numerous points effortlessly. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear wreaked havoc, and with the body of a reincarnated being, he no longer feared death. You are Kakuzu. Why have you betrayed the village? The leader of Taki village exclaimed in disbelief, his voice rife with desperation. Why? Kakuzu stepped forward, looking down upon his former superior. From the moment you ordered me to eliminate an impossible target, our ties were severed. Kakuzu coldly declared, secret technique, heart extraction. With a swift motion, the leader's eyes dimmed, and he fell lifeless. The necessary had all been dealt with, leaving only a handful of surrendering Taki ninjas and ordinary citizens. There remains one more matter to resolve, Yi remarked. He and Kakuzu proceeded to the ancestral hero's water of Taki village. Though this water source could diminish human lifespan, it could enhance the overall strength of Taki ninjas, so let it remain, Yiyu decided. On this day, the leader of Taki village perished, and Kakuzu ascended to leadership. However, Kakuzu had little inclination for governance. Thus, Yiyu appointed a Konoha ninja, Shimura Danzo, to oversee the administration here. Why assign Shimura Danzo to this task? Because, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was a pupil of Tobarama Senju. Although his methods might be somewhat ruthless, Yiyu still held faith in Danzo's capabilities. On the journey back, I made an unplanned visit to Star Ninja Village, which startled Shingyin considerably. Subsequently, Star Ninja Village became a subordinate village of Konoha, sending a contingent of its ninjas. To the east, the village is bordered by the sea, gazing across at the hidden mist village, while to the west, north, and south, it is surrounded by various ninja villages. As soon as anyone enters, Yeyu receives news without delay. Yeyu had previously dispatched individuals to the mountain graveyard, and to his astonishment, Uchiha Madara was not present there. Instead, the mountain graveyard resembled a temporary abode for him. It seems that Madara will only reveal himself when he believes that an individual capable of inheriting his plans has emerged. Yeyu remarked that he now possesses ample time to wait, for from the very beginning, his objective has been Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, a war broke out between Sunagakure and Konoha. Yeyu, accompanied by Tsunade, ventured to the Wetbone Forest, where he taught her the art of sage techniques. Tobirama commanded the battlefield, collaborating with the Rain Ninja Village, the Waterfall Ninja Village, and other subordinate villages to launch an assault on Sunagakure. Thanks to Yeyu's thorough preparations, Konoha held a significant advantage from the outset of this war. Hanzo, having enhanced his strength over several years, was an ordinary jonin who could not withstand the onslaught. Kakashi Hitaki, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kato Dan, and Moku no Koto all shone brightly in this conflict, with Jiraiya and his companions also earning the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. Though not during their battle with Hanzo, their burdens were considerably lighter, and Kato Dan, along with others such as Shoju, survived this war. However, the situation for Sunagakure was dire. The Sand Gate met its demise in this conflict, and Chiyo's son, Kage, fell on the battlefield at the hands of Kakashi Hitaki, also known as the White Fang of Konoha. Sunagakure suffered grievous losses, and for the greater good, Chiyo, suppressing her anguish, ultimately surrendered to cease hostilities. Out of humanitarian considerations, Yeyu, at the request of the people of Sunagakure, released Magahara. Years of imprisonment had dulled Magahara's mindset, casting doubt on whether Sunagakure could even consider him for the position of Kazekage. Following this war, Konoha truly entered an era of prosperity. In the 47th year of Konoha, several years after the conclusion of the Great War, Senju Tobirama decided to step down from the position of Hokage. Upon the council of many, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended as the third Hokage. Although Yeyu was not present in the village, Hiruzen's authority was limited, with assistance from Akimichi Takafumi, Uchiha Kagami, and Uzumaki Koharu. By this time, Tobirama had grown old and no longer concerned himself with political affairs, dedicating his energies to research in his laboratory. Within the Takigakure, Kakazu, clad in black, sat in the financial office. Under his management, the economy of Takigakure had flourished over the years, with its GDP nearly rivaling that of the 5 great ninja villages. Danzo had quietly established a unique organization named Root within Takigakure, akin to the Umbu, but with orders issued by him alone. As he exited the financial office, Danzo's ambitions swelled alongside Konoha's burgeoning strength. "Follow me," he commanded, flanked by 2 masked ninjas from the Root organization. Their destination is the village of Rain. The rain has perpetually fallen in this village, as if the very land is weeping. Over the years, towering buildings have emerged in the village of Rain, presenting an appearance of increasing prosperity from an outsider's perspective. "Old friend, it has been a long time." In the grand hall of the land of Rain, Hanzo sat at the head of the table, laden with an abundance of food, greeting Danzo with warmth. "Come now, we are old acquaintances." "There is no need for such formalities," Danzo replied, frowning as he took a seat beside Hanzo. Due to the proximity of Takigakure and Amigakure, the two had gradually grown familiar with each other. "You rushed here in such haste. Surely, it is not merely to seek the position of Hokage by consulting me?" Hanzo casually picked up a piece of fruit and savored it. "You believe you can stake a claim in Konoha? If Sarutobi and your master were to discover this, you might find yourself unseated from this position," Danzo scoffed, continuing, "As always, once your plans succeed, I shall not forget your contribution. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Danzo laid out his entire scheme. Hanzo's expression remained largely unchanged as he continued to sample the delicacies before him. "I did not anticipate your ambitions reaching toward the Uchiha clan," he mused. Influenced by Tobirama, Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha had intensified, particularly with the absence of Yaoyu in the village, rendering him even more audacious. The following day, a small 3-man team from the Uchiha returned to the village after completing their mission, hastening their pace as the night deepened. Whoosh! Several shuriken were hurled from the forest toward the trio. Clang, clang. The shuriken clashed against one another, igniting sparks and alerting the three to the imminent danger. As their Sharingan activated, they sensed perilous presences encroaching from all directions. There is an ambush. Stay alert, one of them shouted. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Flames ignited upon the flying shuriken, scattering like blossoms in the night, illuminating the surrounding darkness. There, a man with a unique hairstyle spotted a shadow and promptly alerted his teammates. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sudden sound of insects startled the trio. Their adversary must be a ninja adept in insect manipulation. They resolved to utilize fire techniques as much as possible. A ninja who can use insects? This was their first encounter with a bug-wielding ninja beyond the Oil Woman clan of Konoha. Gather closer to me. Don't scatter, commanded the leader. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Toxic insects surged toward the three, putting them at a severe disadvantage in the encroaching darkness. Beware of these insects. Do not let them touch you, the leader shouted, quickly retreating from the area. Quick, run toward the village. Swish, swish, swish. 5 figures swiftly appeared before them, blocking the path to Konoha. Damn it. Fire style, great fireball technique. The leader formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the 5. The fireball soared high, illuminating the area and revealing the faces of their assailants. How is this possible? Among the 2 individuals, they surprisingly recognized each other. One was a master of insect techniques under Danzo, a prodigious ninja of the Oil Woman clan named Yunyu Kirin, and the other was a member of the Mountain clan, known as Yamashiro Kaze. So it is you, one of the trio remarked, their vigilance easing momentarily as they approached with a smile. Be careful. Yet it was too late. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Yunyu Kirin's hands turned a sickly shade of purple, and swarms of insects erupted from his body, swiftly darting toward the Uchiha ninja and forcibly burrowing into his physique. The insects of Yunyu Kirin were distinct from those of ordinary Oil Woman clan members. His possessed innate toxins that could induce poisoning upon contact. By the time the Uchiha ninja comprehended the peril, it was already too late. Agonizing pain surged from his body to his mind. The shaman man sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yunyu Kirin and his companions, and, while shocked, he hastily moved with the poisoned Uchiha and another teammate in a different direction, aiming to escape the confines of Konoha before taking any further action. A raspy voice broke the silence. Indeed, the 3 retreated further from Konoha and finally paused atop a cliff to catch their breath. How could Yunyu Kirin and the others suddenly attack us? The shaman man mused, employing his Sharingan to purge the toxins while his mind raced. Yay! Keep a lookout for any movement. We must shift immediately if anything stirs. Understood. Uchiha Ye activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, the clouds parted, revealing a luminous moon that bathed the injured in its silvery glow. The Uchiha ninja was riddled with countless insect bites, each oozing blood, an utterly gruesome sight. They're coming. Uchiha Ye whispered urgently. Move. The shaman man hastily wrapped the injured with bandages, preparing to carry him away once more. Before departing, he placed a kunai and another shuriken in a spot easily identifiable with the Sharingan. The shaman man's destination was the Rain Ninja village, for it maintained an alliance with Konoha and would surely offer them refuge. Outside the gates of the Rain Ninja village, a cacophony of knocks shattered the tranquil night. Open the door. Quickly. We are Konoha ninjas, and we have an injured comrade who is in dire condition. Lord Hanzo, 3 Konoha ninjas have arrived. One appearing to be injured, a voice reported within the grand hall of the Rain Ninja leader. Hanzo seemed to have anticipated the situation, gesturing dismissively. Do not concern yourselves with them. The clouds once again gathered, obscuring the moonlight, and apart from the sounds of the shaman man and Ye knocking at the door, the night fell silent. Secret technique, phosphorescent worms. Block. Ye sensed a figure hurtling toward him and swiftly raised his blade. He caught sight of a burst of orange-red hair. Yamashiro Kaze, what are you up to? Ye demanded sternly, lifting his sword. Kaze retreated slightly, but before Ye could finish, Yunyu Kirin lunged at him. And in that instant of contact, the venomous insects swiftly infiltrated Ye's body, overwhelming him with sensations of paralysis, pain, and suffocation. Clang. With a painful release of his hands, the blade fell to the ground. Shamate furiously set down his companion from his back and, drawing his sword, advanced towards Yanv. Heart-turning technique. A sudden vacancy overtook Shamate's gaze, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp as he slowly lifted his head, approaching E. Thud. Shanzhongfeng suddenly collapsed to the ground. Captain, are you all right? Just as he reached Shamate, he was struck unexpectedly on the shoulder and lost consciousness. Help! What are you doing? He is already under my control by the poison insects. Do not concern yourselves with him. Yun supported Shanzhongfeng's body, while Shanzhongfeng directed Shamate's movements. The remaining 3 members of the root organization dragged E and the injured Uchiha ninja back to Takinan village. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3, is it? The last encounter was merely a month ago. It seems, Danzo, you place even greater importance on the Uchiha clan than I do. An unsettling laugh followed. Beneath Takinan village lay a laboratory, twice the size of the one originally constructed by Yu, and its master was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin post the Second Shinobi World War. Initially, he had little interest in human experimentation, merely enjoying the study of forbidden techniques invented by the second Hokage and the jutsu strictly prohibited by Konoha. Orochimaru subsequently discovered the remnants of Senju cells within the laboratory, leading him down a path of no return. After being discovered and rebuked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he ventured to Takinan village, forging a partnership with Danzo. With Yu absent from the village and Tobarama aging, Danzo turned his attention to the Uchiha clan in hopes of restoring Konoha's former strength. Coveting the power of the Uchiha Sharingan, Danzo willingly underwent the implantation of their eyes, and with Orochimaru's assistance. The fusion of the transplanted Senju cells and Sharingan was remarkably successful, albeit somewhat unsightly. It possessed immense practicality. As Danzo slowly unwrapped the bandages, an exceedingly grotesque right hand emerged, embedded with 3 blood-red tomo of the Sharingan, alongside 3 vacant sockets. I never imagined Sarutobi would take on a disciple like you. Your personalities are utterly opposite. Orochimaru chuckled ominously while implanting E and others' Sharingan, his enigmatic smile revealing nothing of his true intentions. Afterward, Danzo, do not forget the terms of our agreement. They are all your experimental subjects now. You may do as you please. Danzo replied nonchalantly. Once concluded, he flexed his wrapped right hand, departing with satisfaction. One eye socket remained unimplanted, but that would require further time, as it was situated in the most critical area of his body, his right eye. Danzo desired the most powerful of the Uchiha's eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet lamentably, no member of the Uchiha clan currently possessed it. With no other clansman having evolved into this eye, he could only bide his time, though he sensed that the individual he awaited was soon to appear. Days later, due to the prolonged absence of Yu and his companions after their mission, they reported to Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Indra's reincarnation and currently the most formidable member of the Uchiha clan, sat cross-legged within his abode, his countenance resolute and his gaze unwavering. Beside him, Yu's mother wept softly. When did they depart? Please provide a detailed account of the duration of their mission, Fugaku inquired. Yu's mother recounted, verbatim, the words her son had spoken to her prior to his departure, given that it was a B-rank mission with a specified time frame. They should have returned the day before yesterday. As Fugaku pondered deeply, his expression darkened. In addition to the disappearance of Yu and his 3 companions, there had been 3 others who vanished in a manner identical to theirs. It seemed he had no choice but to seek the Hokage. Under the present circumstances, failing to approach the Hokage regarding the severity of the situation left Fugaku in a state of anxious anticipation. Hokage-sama, I propose the establishment of an investigative team dedicated to probing these 2 incidents. Fugaku declared with righteous fervor. If we continue to neglect this matter, our Uchiha clan will be engulfed in perpetual terror. With our strongest, Uchiha Izuna, now deceased, if I cannot ameliorate the current plight of the Uchiha, we shall find ourselves in dire straits within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his back turned to Fugaku, took a deep puff from his pipe, grappling with inner turmoil. Indeed, Hiruzen was aware of the culprits behind these events, yet felt powerless to intervene. Danzo's strength had grown considerably since then, compelling Hiruzen to deliberate cautiously. Ultimately, owing to his duties as Hokage, Hiruzen acquiesced. Let it be as you suggest. If manpower is insufficient, there are still some shinobi within the Umbu you may select. After Fugaku departed, Hiruzen's emotions became increasingly convoluted. Since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War and the subsequent disappearance of Lord Hashirama, Konoha's situation had taken a turn for the worse, yet Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jiraiya remained at a loss for words. Thanks to the trust established through Yawara and the surrounding 3 shinobi villages, Konoha had effortlessly navigated the conflict with Sunagakure, sweeping through with overwhelming force. Where have you gone, Lord Hashirama? While nostalgia lingered, Hiruzen had pressing matters to attend to. Donning his Hokage robe, he proceeded to another chamber within the Hokage building. What brings you here? Are you aware of Danzo's actions? Tsunade and Mito, seated motionless, signified their equal standing with Hiruzen. What of it? They replied nonchalantly. Bang! Hiruzen slammed his hand upon the table, his eyes reflecting a flicker of anger and disappointment. Anger stemmed from Tsunade and Mito's indifference toward Danzo's brazen slaughter of Uchiha clansmen, while disappointment arose from his former pupil, Orochimaru, who had strayed from the path and now allied himself with the Roots organization, colluding with Danzo. If Lord Hashirama were to return, you should be fully cognizant of the consequences. Lord Hashirama, Xuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Menon were initially taken aback, but soon they chuckled dismissively. If Lord Hiruzen were still in the village, would you even have a chance to become Hokage? Mito Menon inquired, his tone reminiscent of an interrogation directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean? Sarutobi sighed. Monkey, do you still not comprehend? After all these years, with Lord Tobarama's strength, if he wished to return, he could have done so long ago. If he hasn't returned, then he truly cannot, replied Mito Menon. What does Danzo intend to do? Who can restrain him? I've heard that his influence has even penetrated the Umbu. What? Sarutobi was astounded. Such ambition from Lord Tobarama's Danzo. Let him proceed as he wishes. As long as it does not jeopardize the safety of the 3 of us, Xuanqin Xiaochun continued. Do not forget, ever since Lord Tobarama ceased to involve himself in governance, the stable relations between Konoha and other villages have relied entirely on Danzo. These remarks left Sarutobi speechless, for the truth of the matter was indeed as stated. Let that Uchiha brat fend for himself, said Mito Menon. Sarutobi let out a deep sigh and took his leave. If their conversation were to reach Fugaku, he would likely rebel by dawn. Clan leader, we have found a clue. The following day, outside the Fugaku residence, a gathering of elite members from the Uchiha clan and several ninjas from other clans had assembled. Someone had discovered a kunai and a Konoha headband near a cliff close to the village, seemingly left there intentionally. Everyone, listen closely, regardless of who the enemy is. Be prepared for battle at any moment. Fugaku commanded. A team of approximately 20 to 30 Uchiha members departed from Konoha, advancing in a fan formation along the cliff where the items were found. Soon, they arrived at Takinen village, which was under Danzo's jurisdiction. Although its military strength was not formidable, its economy surpassed that of other ninja villages, gradually attracting many homeless civilians to settle there. However, Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha clan was well known among the villagers. With suspicions already regarding Danzo, Fugaku led his clan members into Takinen village. Well, this is a rare visit, Danzo remarked from his seat of authority, a bandage yet unopened in his right hand, flanked by 2 elite jonin, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Inoichi, both of whom posed a challenge to Fugaku. What brings you here? You've made quite the spectacle. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Fugaku, seated at the entrance, had his clan members positioned behind him, all clad in combat attire, their gazes fixed intently on Danzo. Lord Danzo, may I have a look at your right hand? In the ensuing silence, Fugaku's voice sliced through the air like a sword, revealing the night sky in its entirety. I recently injured this arm, and the doctor advised against unwrapping it prematurely, Danzo replied. Is that so? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Fugaku hurled a kunai from his hand, aiming directly at Danzo. Bang! Uchiha, what are you attempting to do? After Yun Tsugen utilized insects to deflect the kunai, she sternly questioned him. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, another kunai sliced through the air, this time not diverted, but piercing through Danzo's right arm, causing a portion of the bandages to unravel. Blood instantaneously gushed from the wound. And in that fleeting moment, Fugaku, through his Sharingan, perceived what he had long anticipated yet wished to avoid, a blood-red tomo. In an instant, his eyes were engulfed by fury. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Without uttering a word, Fugaku unleashed the fire ninjutsu, while the Uchiha ninjas behind him swiftly dispersed, launching attacks towards Yun Tsugen and Yamashiro Kazekage, who were beside Danzo. The flames, resembling the head of a dragon, opened wide, ready to consume Danzo. Yet, he remained seated in his chair, utterly unmoving. Water release, water barrier. A masked member of the Root organization emerged, positioning himself before Danzo, as the water barrier intertwined with the flames, producing a hissing sound. Suddenly, the door behind Fugaku slammed shut with a speed that was almost deafening, plunging the hall into darkness. From the shadows of the room, dozens of Umbu and Root members emerged, clad in black cloaks, resembling specters of death. Having once been a member of the Umbu himself, Fugaku quickly recognized them as his former comrades. So that is how it is. No wonder you were so brazen. It appears the Umbu is now under your singular control. After Yayuki departed, the Umbu came to be governed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Tobarama. Danzo's ruthless nature earned him Tobarama's trust, allowing him to seize a portion of authority, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupied with his duties as Hokage, neglected the Umbu, granting Danzo an opportunity to transform the once guardians of Konoha into his personal elite. Now, it is too late to say anything. Since you insist on courting death, I shall escort you on your journey. Orochimaru has a particular interest in your Sharingan. Orochimaru? Fugaku scoffed, incredulous that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, now counted among your ranks. Knowing this now is of no consequence. Your time has come to perish. Upon finishing his words, the surrounding Umbu and Root members charged towards Fugaku and his companions. In Konoha, outside a building adjacent to the Hokage Tower, a young man with a mane of white hair commenced his actions after Fugaku and the others departed. Orochimaru, I am eager to see what you intend to do. This man, also one of the legendary Sannin, prided himself as the sage of toads, Jiraiya. Summoning technique. Jiraiya clapped his hands to the ground, and a small toad materialized amidst the smoke. Do you recall the location from last time? Ribbit, ribbit. Soon, if viewed through the eyes of an ordinary person, the spectacle unfolding would astonish them for a lifetime. For a man nearly 2 meters tall crawled into the mouth of a toad no larger than a palm. Then, with a sudden leap, the toad vanished. Fire release, great fireball technique. Danzo, you think it is so easy to eliminate me? Fugaku is undoubtedly one of the most formidable ninjas in Konoha. It is inconceivable that he could perish so easily. He has family, kin. And while others may possess countless reasons to succumb, he cannot, for he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, bearing the weight of its legacy. The hatred towards Danzo surged to its zenith within his mind, igniting a fiery fervor throughout his body, particularly in his eyes, from which blood began to flow. Unbeknownst to those around him, Fugaku sensed a transformation occurring within his Sharingan. The 3 tomo began to merge, gradually morphing into a pentagram. A sudden chime echoed. What was that? The onlookers were astonished, while Danzo could hardly believe his eyes, his joy palpable as he realized that Fugaku had awakened his eyes under such dire circumstances. Huh! Fortune favors me, he exclaimed. The clan leader had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, invigorating the Uchiha clan members once more. The expressions of the other adversaries turned grave, particularly those from the Umbu, who had witnessed the terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan during Izuna's leadership. Had they now become foes? Fugaku meticulously attuned himself to this newfound power. In his vision, the movements of others slowed. Even the shuriken hurtling towards him could be evaded with ease. Quick, kill him, Danzo shouted, seemingly oblivious to the significance of the term Mangekyo. His singular focus was to claim Fugaku's Mangekyo for himself. As for his promise to Orochimaru, he dismissed it with disdain. With all enemies charging towards him, Fugaku let out a cold smirk. Let me show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. Channeling his chakra, he abruptly opened his eyes. Susanoo. With a resounding crash, a colossal crimson skeletal figure enveloped Fugaku, coalescing from the air, its eyes glimmering with golden light. Exuding a murderous intent, red chakra surged forth from his hands, forming a long crimson spear that materialized in the arms of the skeletal figure, extending several meters with a trailing wisp of red. Wielding the spear, Susanoo unleashed an assault on the surrounding Umbu ninjas, sweeping through them with overwhelming force. As if the space itself were devoid of obstacles, those struck were hurled against the walls, the destructive power of the spear causing the very building to tremble. What noise is that? Orochimaru, conducting experiments underground, ventured above to investigate. His laboratory contained numerous secret passages, meticulously prepared as an escape route by him. Even as a member of the Akatsuki, he preferred not to linger too long. His focus was solely on his experiments. Outside the lake of Takigakure, a pale frog emerged from the water, its mouth agape. A hand clad in a forehead protector emerged, slick with mucus. Once fully revealed, Jiraiya stretched his limbs, contemplating a visit to greet the old man soon. Ribbit, ribbit. The small frog hopped a few times before vanishing beneath the lake's surface. At last, the opportunity had arisen. Jiraiya had gathered extensive intelligence on Orochimaru, seizing the chance amidst the battle between Fugaku and Danzo to infiltrate the fray. Jiraiya possessed a profound sense of responsibility, particularly after the great sage frog foretold his impending journeys across the lands. With newfound determination, he resolved to embark on an adventure upon the completion of his current mission. Arriving near the hidden waterfall village, he found a crevice beneath a waterfall, which led to the lower levels of the village. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya leaped into the darkness. It was exceedingly dim. He exhaled a small flame, igniting a stick to illuminate his surroundings. The entirety of the cavernous space came into view, revealing the underground passage to be far larger than he had anticipated. Holding the torch aloft, he advanced steadily until he reached a grand door adorned with intricate carvings and marked by the number 2. What could this signify? After a fruitless search for a mechanism beside the door, he decided to exert his strength and pushed it open. The sound echoed crisply within the tunnel. Beneath the door lay an unfathomably deep staircase. How profound! Jiraiya inhaled deeply, bracing himself against the cold stone wall, and cautiously descended. At the bottom, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the space, accompanied by the eerie sounds of the wind moaning through the entrance. In such an environment, even he, let alone Tobirama, would struggle to remain for long. Orochimaru, I am eager to discover your true intentions. Above the laboratory, more and more Umbu ninjas surged from the shadows. Yet they fell victim to the might of Susanu's spear. The crimson spear, wreathed in spiraling flames, unleashed fiery bursts with each swing. Contrasting starkly with the black flames of Amaterasu, Fugaku's Susanoo radiated a deep red hue. It seemed I had underestimated the prowess of the Sharingan. However, with each display of strength, Danzo's smile broadened, as if victory was assured. If only another Uchiha were to awaken their eyes, thought Danzo. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Due to the spear's destruction, a massive stone wall, larger than Susanoo itself, descended from above, obstructing his view. Danzo could only discern the battle's progress through sounds. Gradually, he noted that the movements of the Umbu ninjas diminished, while the spear of Susanoo neared the brink of shattering the stone barrier before him. How could this be? Had they truly adapted to the Sharingan's capabilities in such a brief period? Rising to his feet, Danzo realized he must emerge to bolster the morale of his troops. Wind release, vacuum wave. Brother, be careful. A member of the Uchiha clan focused intently on the battle, oblivious to Danzo's wind attack approaching from behind. With a swift thrust, the wind blade pierced through him, and in an instant, his upper body and lower half were severed, blood gushing forth. In a mere second, he was torn apart from his brother, who cried out in anguish, brandishing a kunai as he charged at Danzo. Fire release, great fireball technique. Watch out, Fugaku warned. Yet it was of no consequence. Did they dare come directly for me? Tawanzo clasped his hands together, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the oncoming fireball. Wind release, vacuum sphere. With a swift motion, Tawanzo unleashed the chakra he had amassed, slicing through the fireball with sonic precision, shattering it mercilessly while still propelling forward towards the Uchiha. The brother of the fallen ninja was riddled with numerous wounds, and at that moment, Yonu Toryun seized the opportunity. Invoking the secret technique, poison insect infiltration. The venomous insects invaded his body, spreading toxins that led to his demise in an instant. In just 2 strikes, Tawanzo had claimed the lives of 2 Uchiha ninjas, invigorating the members of the Umbu as they surged toward Fugaku once more. Yonu Toryun and Yamashiro Kaze, the 2 strongest ninjas aside from Tawanzo, set about dealing with the Uchiha clansmen surrounding Fugaku. As long as I am here, you shall not harm my family. Fugaku bellowed, his chakra intensifying, causing skeletal formations to swell. Layers of tissue enveloped the skeletal structure, transforming the long spear in Susanoo's grasp into a divine weapon. Engulfed in flames and radiating a crimson hue, the weapon's appearance struck a chord of familiarity. Had they seen it before? Yonu Toryun and Yamashiro Kaze pondered, while Tawanzo stared at the divine weapon in Susanoo's hand, momentarily taken aback. This weapon appeared in the texts collected by Leaf Feather in Konoha village, where Tawanzo had perused portions of the content. Several legendary weapons were documented therein, including the Yata mirror, the Tatsuka blade, the Nagatsun spear, and the Kogo jewel, each possessing the power to obliterate worlds. The Nagatsun spear? Tawanzo murmured. The Nagatsun spear was renowned for its unparalleled speed, striking with velocities that far surpassed human reflexes. Each thrust could warp the surrounding space, rendering its target utterly ensnared by its gravitational pull, leaving no chance of escape. These were the very details from that book. I had assumed the contents were merely the musings of Lord Banjian's family, yet here it was, manifesting before me. The Nagatsun's chaotic currents began to swirl around it, reminiscent of a maelstrom at sea, breathtaking yet disorienting. The deep crimson spear exuded a terrifying aura as it lunged toward Tawanzo and the others. Bam! Except for Tawanzo and a select few. All other Umbu and Root members were hurled away. Ninjutsu was rendered nearly ineffective before Susanu's might. Lord Tawanzo, my insect technique cannot penetrate his armor, Yonu Torian reported. Bowing slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his face. His hands were teeming with insects, which he subsequently unleashed, releasing a cloud of purple toxins. However, aside from Fugaku, who remained unaffected, the others were brutally inundated with Yonu Torian's venom. Screams of agony echoed as Uchiha clansmen fell, writhing in pain. This prolonged struggle was untenable. Fugaku's Susanoo grew ever larger, yet his chakra was depleting rapidly. He needed to conclude the battle before his reserves were exhausted. Nagatsun's chaotic flow. He roared, unleashing a tempest of power. The long spear erupted with a resounding clang, its sound cascading from loud to soft in a stair-step fashion, producing a sonic boom as it swung forth from Susanoo. Boom. In an instant, the two members of the Umbu by Fugaku's side were annihilated. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed several rapid wind projectiles towards Susanoo, attempting to breach its defenses, yet it proved to be a fruitless endeavor. The tide of Umbu and Root organization ninjas that had surged forth moments ago had now diminished by more than half. Danzo, it is your turn. Fugaku fixed his gaze upon Danzo as Susanoo extended its arm, gathering strength for a strike, and hurled the spear forward. This shot pierced through the chaotic space and the interwoven enemies, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in its wake. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth flow wall. Wind release, wind shield technique. Danzo simultaneously formed 3 ninjutsu techniques to shield himself. The Oil Woman's subordinate ninjas also endeavored to halt the spear's relentless advance. Crash. After breaking through the 3 barriers, the spear halted before Danzo, then vanished from sight. Finally, it has been stopped. Danzo let out a sigh of relief. Yet in that fleeting moment, fear took hold of his heart. Stop them. Before his words could fully escape, Susanoo's colossal form vanished, along with Fugaku and the rest of the Uchiha clan disappearing from the scene. Cough. Danzo clutched his chest, coughing up a few drops of blood. Pursue them. Do not let them return to Konoha. Beneath the hidden waterfall village, in an expansive secret chamber, Jiraiya finally glimpsed a faint flicker of light. The first illumination discovered within this space. Beneath the dim glow, a figure was incessantly flipping through books, the rustling sound echoing sharply in the silence. Just as Jiraiya prepared to advance further, the figure abruptly stood up. Believing himself to be compromised, Jiraiya swiftly concealed himself behind a stone wall, extinguishing the light. However, the figure did not approach him. Instead, it walked over to a nearby bookshelf and retrieved another tome. Lord Hashirama, are you truly in that sanctified place? Hashirama. Jiraiya momentarily froze at the mention of that name, for it signified but one individual, the first Hokage and the brother of the second Hokage. A genius ninja from the Warring States era and one of the founders of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. Puff. The figure closed the book, biting its finger, and a mysterious pattern emerged beneath its feet, revealing 3 corpses lying below. Though not perfectly fused with the cells, you have nonetheless served your purpose. The figure let out a cold laugh, thrusting its arm into the corpse, allowing a blue fluid to flow into its body. Reverse summoning technique. The figure suddenly shouted, forming hand seals. This is bad. It's a summoning technique. Jiraiya was not about to let him escape so easily. He formed hand seals for fire release ninjutsu, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the figure. The fire illuminated the chamber, bright as day. Indeed, it is you. With a startled cry, Jiraiya recognized the face of Orochimaru all too well. Do you truly believe you can hinder me? Upon seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru displayed no shock. Instead, he swiftly formed a summoning seal with his hands and struck the ground. Jiraiya hastened to his side, inadvertently stepping into the cursed seal circle conjured by Orochimaru. With a resounding thud, the two vanished from their original location. Tick-tock. Gradually roused by the rhythmic sound, Jiraiya opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness, utterly dim and chillingly cold. Fire-style flame. Suddenly, a hand reached out before Jiraiya, startling him. Upon closer inspection, it was Orochimaru, though his demeanor had shifted to one of palpable tension, lacking the usual ease Jiraiya was accustomed to. This is not Konoha. If you wish to be devoured by that pack of serpents, feel free to open your mouth. Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings meticulously, but all he saw was an impenetrable void. Just as he was about to question Orochimaru about his dubious activities, a series of hissing sounds pierced the silence, accompanied by the sound of falling rocks. Deep purple snakes, lurking like beasts in the shadows, readied themselves for an assault. Snakes? Rather than fear, Jiraiya felt a twinge of curiosity. Where exactly was this place? And why were there so many serpents? The only one who could illuminate his inquiries was the leisurely striding Orochimaru ahead. Hey, wait for me. Orochimaru's expression tightened. Having injected himself with a meticulously prepared potion, he could now perceive various unseen phenomena in this dark environment. Jiraiya could only see the snakes. But due to his position behind Orochimaru, he remained oblivious to the surrounding stone walls and continuously bumped into them. What are you scheming? Jiraiya inquired as he approached Orochimaru. His reason for venturing to Takigakure was to investigate Orochimaru's activities. Since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had seemingly transformed, seldom appearing in Konoha and growing increasingly close to Danzo. Aware of Danzo's nefarious nature, Jiraiya sought to uncover what Orochimaru was concocting in Takigakure, only to find himself in this sinister place. Be quieter, Orochimaru warned, placing a finger to his lips. Jiraiya's voice had caused the surrounding stone walls to tremble. The hissing grew louder, and serpents began to encircle Jiraiya's feet. As he felt the icy chill beneath him, his hair stood on end. Do not worry. As long as you refrain from any rash actions, these snakes will not attack you, Orochimaru murmured softly. How do you know this place so well? Jiraiya's question went unanswered as Orochimaru continued to walk ahead in silence. Before we came, did you not utter something regarding Lord Hiruzen? Jiraiya tossed out his earlier inquiry. This time, Orochimaru responded succinctly to his question. Before departing, Lord Jiraiya left several tomes within the Hokage Tower, detailing the lore surrounding the three Great Sage Lands. The three Great Sage Lands. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. The three sacred sites, one of which you and Tsunade have visited, are Mount Myaboku, the Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave. Each of these locations possesses a unique sage mode, and to my knowledge, Lord Jiraiya has mastered two of them. The final one is found here. You mean this is the Dragon Cave? Jiraiya exclaimed softly, still struggling to connect this revelation with Lord Jiraiya's departure. Do you believe that all these years, Lord Jiraiya simply wandered the shinobi world? Your implication suggests something more. Jiraiya seemed to grasp a notion, though confusion still lingered on his face. Orochimaru did not address his bewilderment, instead leading the way as they finally approached the cave's entrance. After performing the reverse summoning technique, they found themselves in a desolate expanse. Jiraiya scratched his head in irritation, for the entrance was not as illuminated as they had anticipated, merely a tad brighter than the darkness within. Inside the Dragon Cave, countless caverns resembled their own. Before them lay a myriad of black dots, with the ground beneath exposed raw stone. Oddly enough, aside from snakes, there were no other creatures to be seen. What did they consume? Soon, Jiraiya's curiosity was answered as a massive purple-black serpent, towering like a small mountain, emerged from a cavern. To the astonishment of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, it swiftly devoured a smaller snake that had been beneath it. Insufficient. The great purple serpent, after finishing its meal, exhibited disappointment in its eyes, clearly unsated, and began to scan its surroundings, quickly spotting Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Humans! The purple serpent exclaimed with excitement, swiftly lunging towards them. Get out of the way! Jiraiya shouted at Orochimaru. Simultaneously, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. Faced with a common adversary, they set aside their differences, focusing intently on the battle. The fire and wind techniques intertwined, creating a broader area of effect, scorching the air above the purple serpent. Wind release, gale palm. Orochimaru unleashed a tempest, directing it towards the purple serpent. "So, you two are ninjas, just like that fellow." The purple serpent muttered. "Was there another person here before us? Why would I tell you?" The serpent hissed, lunging at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Jiraiya attempted to summon his toad companion, but to no avail. The purple serpent's tail struck, sending Jiraiya flying. "This place is also a sage land. Summoning other creatures here is ineffective," Orochimaru cautioned. "You could have mentioned that sooner," Jiraiya grumbled, rubbing his head in dissatisfaction. Orochimaru stood upon a rocky outcrop, gazing intently at the purple serpent, his mind racing with calculations on how to subdue it. As tensions mounted, an ethereal voice echoed from a distant realm. "Allow the raven-haired youth to enter the trial. As for the white-haired individual, you may deal with him as you please." The speaker of this voice evidently held a rank superior to that of the purple serpent. At the utterance of the voice, the purple serpent froze in fear. And once silence enveloped the air, he cast a momentary, astonished glance at Orochimaru, only to swiftly revert to his disdainful demeanor. "You, get out of my sight immediately." Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru heard the voice. However, upon learning that the purple serpent had permitted Orochimaru to pass, a flicker of surprise illuminated Orochimaru's gaze. Jiraiya murmured softly, oblivious to Orochimaru's awareness of the situation. After the purple serpent vacated a space, Orochimaru sprang forth, leaving the stone wall behind, with Jiraiya remaining alone. Though the dragon's cave was replete with caverns, one particular location stood out conspicuously. Much like Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest, its center boasted a towering temple. Distinctively, a grand serpent statue hung majestically above the temple. Filled with intrigue, Orochimaru ventured inside. Deducing from the earlier demeanor of the purple serpent that he had likely received some news compelling him to reluctantly grant Orochimaru passage. As for Jiraiya, Orochimaru was not indifferent. He merely believed that Jiraiya's prowess would suffice for his escape from the clutches of the colossal serpent, even if he could not defeat it. Tick-tock. Upon entering the temple, Orochimaru instantly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him, yet he could not discern their source. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Above the temple within the dragon's cave, a cerulean serpent slithered inside, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a strikingly beautiful young girl, with deep blue hair adorned by a golden crown, atop which rested a gilded orb. Her elongated golden pupils were framed by crimson eyeshadow that extended to her nostrils. Her complexion was notably pale, complemented by azure crescent-shaped earrings. Clad in a flowing white robe, she bore a single green ornament with a hook on her chest and possessed sharp, gleaming fangs. "You are the one whom Lady Whitesnake spoke of, the one here for the trial," she remarked. At the sound of her voice, Orochimaru instinctively glanced over his shoulder, discovering the young girl before him. However, one must not judge solely by appearances. Through his familiarity with the dragon's cave, Orochimaru surmised that this girl was likely an elder tasked with assessing those who sought to cultivate their abilities within the cave. During their conversation, Orochimaru learned her name, Shichikajoheim, one of the 3 trusted elders serving under the White Snake Sage, the master of the dragon's cave. With a spirit of experimentation, Orochimaru nodded, harboring a sense of curiosity. Yet, his ultimate aim remained to ascertain one pivotal truth. Had Senju Hashirama ever graced this place with his presence? Before my arrival, were there others like me here? Orochimaru inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I can only answer your question once you have passed the trial," Shichikajoheim replied, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, I see," Orochimaru mused to himself, recalling that the texts authored by Hashirama had not elucidated the nature of the trials conducted within the dragon's cave. Thus, he resolved to face the challenge head-on. Upon entering the depths of the Dragon Cave Temple, Orochimaru experienced a moment of disorientation as a flying arrow shot forth from the cavern. Utilizing his extraordinary sensory abilities, he deftly sidestepped the projectile. Indeed, this was the most perilous of the 3 great celestial lands. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. As Orochimaru contemplated this, he occasionally glanced at the ethereal figure of Shichikajoheim, who floated effortlessly above without reliance on chakra or any material substance. What could be the principle behind such an astonishing feat? Orochimaru, a staunch believer in science, found himself perplexed in this moment. Shichikajoheim guided Orochimaru into the temple's interior, where, aside from snakes, numerous skeletons lay scattered about, undoubtedly the remains of those who had perished in their trials. To master the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, One must undergo the 3 trials established by the White Snake Sage, the tests of greed, self-strength, and the illusion of truth. These correspond to human desires, mastery over ninjutsu and taijutsu, and the challenges posed by illusions. After explaining the trials, Shichikujima unceremoniously cast Orochimaru into a seemingly bottomless pit, after which she vanished from sight. Outside the Dragon Cave Temple, a resounding thud echoed. The battle between Jiraiya and the Purple Serpent concluded with that sound. Breathless, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, facing the unconscious form of the enormous Purple Serpent. That was close, too close. Grateful to have survived, he took a moment to rest. Recalling the earlier scene when the serpent appeared to hesitate just before launching an attack, as if someone had alerted it. It seemed the Purple Serpent was not the most formidable summoning beast in this sacred land. Jiraiya's thoughts drifted to Myoboku Mountain, where a great toad sage resided. He wondered if a serpent sage occupied the depths of the Dragon Cave as well. Knowing the formidable power of the toad sage, Jiraiya surmised that a sage of equal stature here would possess comparable strength. With considerable risk, he resolved to explore the interior of the Dragon Cave. Stepping carefully around the unconscious serpent, he navigated towards the center of the cave, guided by his memories of Myoboku Mountain. As expected, a colossal sculpture of a serpent's head loomed above, as if surveying the entire Dragon Cave. Hiss hiss. Upon hearing the commotion, the surrounding snakes converged on Jiraiya. This presence, no wonder it could subdue that little brat. It turns out he is a disciple of the old toad. In the innermost depths of the Dragon Cave, a white serpent gazed at a vast image reflected before it, expressing dissatisfaction. My lord, should we not deal with him? Beside the white snake stood 2 beautiful maidens, akin to Shichikujima, both elders of the Dragon Cave. The white snake sage shook his head. I had thought he was merely an ordinary ninja. Since he is a disciple of the old toad, let us not disturb him. Then let him wander freely. It would be fortunate if he finds his companions. Above in the Dragon Cave, Jiraiya was on the verge of performing a ninjutsu when he noticed that the serpents began to disperse of their own accord. This reinforced his belief that these serpents were under the command of the sage residing here. Since you disregard me, do not blame me for the ensuing commotion. Jiraiya gazed ahead at the Dragon Cave Temple and plunged into its depths. Unlike Orochimaru, he had no guide. However, the absence of snakes allowed his mind to wander freely. After a prolonged trek, he finally began to unravel the complexities of this labyrinthine cave. The passages were intricate and filled with dead ends. Yet Jiraiya discovered a route that led deeper into the unknown. Upon reaching a cavern's mouth, despite the encroaching darkness, he could distinctly sense his body leaning forward, indicating a descent into a lower passage. The further he ventured down, the more palpable the humidity became. At last, he spotted a glimmer of light ahead, though it was obstructed by rock, preventing passage. Shinra-tensei. Jiraiya's hair elongated as he thrust forward, causing a thunderous crash as the rock shattered into countless fragments, the light becoming even more radiant. Now that you have arrived here, you have earned the right to face the trial. Proceed with the challenge, a delicate voice echoed. Simultaneously, the stone wall behind Jiraiya began to close in. Let me out. I have no desire to partake in your trials. He swiftly prepared to form a hand seal, only to realize something amiss. His chakra was unable to flow. This indicated the presence of a force suppressing his chakra within the cave, rendering his jutsu ineffective. Upon realizing that his ninjutsu was futile, Jiraiya turned to flee towards the stone wall, but it was too late. With a crisp snap, he found himself trapped. Damn it! Jiraiya pounded the stone wall in frustration. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and surveyed the room. The voice had mentioned that he could participate in the trial, suggesting that this was indeed the arena for such a test. But why was there nothing here? Perplexed, Jiraiya suddenly looked up and noticed 4 large characters inscribed upon the stone door, carved into a mysterious scroll shaped like a snake's head. Greed. Does this imply that the trial pertains to human avarice? If so, the first challenge likely involves resisting temptation. What kind of temptation could serve as a test? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jiraiya pondered in confusion. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, breaking the silence. Suppressing his hunger, he closed his eyes to meditate. However, it wasn't long before an enticing aroma jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find an array of delectable foods before him: ramen, steak, grilled meats, and more. Wow! Just as he was about to indulge, the innate instincts of a ninja held him back. Wait! Jiraiya's mind raced. Surely the serpents of the dragon cave would not underestimate his intelligence. If he was not mistaken, this food must be part of the trial. But truly, would anyone be foolish enough to confuse sustenance with their very life? Beneath the dragon's lair, within the immense canvas before the white snake sage, one particular scene revealed a middle-aged man adorned with the headband of the hidden cloud village, lunging towards a delectable morsel ahead. 5 ants. The man's belly was enveloped by an exquisite taste, instantly lifting him to a state of bliss akin to paradise. Is this man a fool? How could he be so oblivious? Even one of the trial elders, Tian Xian Shinji, shook her head in disappointment. I shall claim this one. On the other side, Tuan Jinji licked her lips, expressing her impatience. I have no inclination towards the dark one. If you desire it, take it. Tian Xian Shinji waved her hand dismissively. Consequently, Tuan Jinji's formerly beautiful visage was grotesquely transformed, her pupils elongated, and her 2 sharp fangs protruded menacingly, instilling fear in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tuan Jinji levitated, advancing towards the cavern that imprisoned the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. In the white snake sage's vision, the ninja, indulging in his feast, caught sight of the terrifying Tuan Jinji hovering above. Hiss. The imagery of the hidden cloud ninja turned blood red, as he was unceremoniously devoured by Tuan Jinji, and thus, the ruthless nature of the trials behind the dragon's lair was unveiled. Should any participant fail to meet the requirements, Tian Xian Shinji, Tuan Jinji, and Shi Chue Daoji would, with the sage's consent, consume the trialists as their sustenance. Only 3 remain. Do not compete with us. Upon Tuan Jinji's return, Shi Chue Daoji and Tian Xian Shinji remarked, by the way, at what stage is that young man with black hair now? The white snake sage, seated upon his throne, opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Reporting to you, he has reached the stage of self-empowerment. Let us observe. I have a premonition that he will, like the one before him, grasp the mystical arts of the dragon's lair. Upon uttering this, an unusual light sparkled in the sage's eyes. Meanwhile, in the chamber where Jiraiya resided, the trials continued, with an ever-expanding variety of food, and the hunger within his mind intensified. This hunger was unlike any he had previously experienced. It felt as though some force was manipulating his emotions, amplifying his cravings to extreme levels. It transcended mere hunger, morphing into an intense yearning for something beyond comprehension. This indeed is a realm of the divine, but I possess my own methods. Jiraiya did not consider himself to be a man of unwavering will. However, he had devised a strategy. He forcefully struck his head against the stone wall, causing himself to lose consciousness. This fellow, how intriguing, how fascinating. The white snake sage could not help but voice his admiration, while Shi Chue Daoji and the others were equally astonished by this method of overcoming the trial. It is rare to find someone who possesses a clear understanding of their abilities and does not pursue their goals blindly. It seems that the old toad has taken on a worthy disciple. The white snake sage expressed his admiration, though after witnessing Orochimaru's earlier performance, his astonishment was tempered. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru had not resorted to bashing his head against the wall to suppress his desires. Instead, he had persevered, ultimately reaching the stage of self-empowerment. Aside from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, a multitude of ninjas had unintentionally arrived at this place, yet only 3 remained after the selection process. Another individual was a ninja from the land of water, who, much like Orochimaru, resisted temptation and was currently undergoing trials of self-empowerment. Time swiftly passed, and Jiraiya, awakening from a daze, sat on the ground for an extended period before regaining his senses upon noticing the approach of Tianjin Shensi. Surprised, he remarked, I never expected you to surpass this challenge. It was Tianjin Shensi who had sealed the stone wall moments ago. He had anticipated becoming her prey, yet here he was. Astonished. You too are among the upper echelons of the dragon's lair, and you have grown quite beautiful, he observed, captivated by her flower-like beauty. As a wave of desire surged within him, his gaze lingering on her. How about this? Tianjin Shensi suddenly changed her expression, revealing a visage reminiscent of Takujihime. Jiraiya was startled and immediately regained his composure. Ha! Tianjin Shensi chuckled at Jiraiya's flustered demeanor, her long tongue flickering in amusement, a sight most peculiar. All right, follow me. I hope you can become my meal, she silently mused. In another concealed chamber, Orochimaru withdrew his hands, and the fireball he exhaled continued to emit white vapor. Rarely flustered, Orochimaru found himself panting, not for any other reason than the perilous nature of the trial of self-empowerment. This trial rigorously tested one's physical endurance and strength, requiring the breaking of numerous stone walls and a relentless ascent thereafter, culminating in a challenge against a serpent within the dragon's lair to achieve success. Despite the restoration of chakra after passing the first trial, the toll on his stamina was immense. Beside him, the ninja from the Land of Water also completed the challenge. He was a member of the Mizuki's clan, the Kirigikure's Hozuki clan, the son of Hozuki Iketsu, named Hozuki Seiyuki. His arrival aimed to obtain the sage power of the dragon's lair. Finally reaching the third trial, he vowed, "Father, rest assured, I shall not let your expectations become naught." When Seiyuki was but a child, news of his father's demise reached the Hozuki clan, and the then leader, Hozuki Kogetsu, had hoped to avenge the once renowned genius ninja. However, contrary to hopes, Kogetsu never mentioned Iketsu's name again, as if he were wary of something. As Seiyuki matured and learned that the one responsible for his father's death was a figure of great prominence in the ninja world, he resolved that one day he would make the high-ranking official from Konoha pay the price. Come on. Hozuki Seiyuki inhaled deeply and stepped into the unknown realm. To his surprise, there were no inscriptions upon the stone walls this time, and an inexplicable warmth surrounded him, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, a sound echoed behind him. Who goes there? Guizong Chiyue immediately became alert, having just endured the depletion of his chakra, which was now insufficient to sustain him. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he turned towards the source of the sound and was confronted by a figure he could scarcely believe. His father, the man before him, clad in garments reminiscent of a bygone era in the Land of Water, looked at him with a beaming smile, radiating warmth. "It has been a long time, my son. Aren't you going to greet your father?" Guizong Ayu smiled, arms outstretched. "Father." Guizong Chiyue rubbed his eyes once more, ensuring he was not mistaken. It truly was his father. Yet, had not his father perished in the Great Ninja War? How could he possibly be standing before him now? Was it an illusion? Guizong Chiyue grew wary, the kunai in his grip aimed at Guizong Ayu, his voice cold. "Who are you really? If my father were alive, he would not appear so youthful. What nonsense are you spouting? Son, it is inappropriate to speak in such a manner. Am I not alive and well? Do you wish for your old man to be dead? Then how can you be here?" Guizong Chiyue demanded. "To meet the White Serpent Sage." To Guizong Chiyue's surprise, Guizong Ayu stepped directly towards him. "What do you intend to do?" Guizong Chiyue began to admonish, but Guizong Ayu was already at his side. Although the features of his father had long since faded from memory, the familiar aura was unmistakable, and without realizing it, Guizong Chiyue began to move closer to Guizong Ayu. In the instant Guizong Chiyue made contact, his father's form suddenly shattered, replaced by an expanse of emptiness. As Guizong Chiyue stood in stunned silence, a figure gradually materialized behind him. Mitsukushiheim had appeared at his back without him noticing. Swish! The screen before the White Serpent Sage vanished in tandem. The third trial dictated that if one approached an individual within an illusion, they would be commanded to be erased by the White Serpent Sage upon crossing the threshold of contact. It appeared that only the two of them remained. The interest of the White Serpent Sage was piqued. He wished to ascertain whether Orochimaru and Jiraiya possessed the qualifications to attain his sage techniques. Self-empowerment. Jiraiya stood beneath the stone wall, enunciating each word with precision. Before Jiraiya, unlike the insatiable greed, the trial area had transformed, now adorned with numerous small, mountain-like walls. This time, he was kindly provided with instructions. He was to utilize ninjutsu to shatter the walls before him and challenge a great serpent within the dragon cave, enduring for a quarter of an hour in its presence. Fire release, dragon flame bomb technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a massive dragon head fireball that radiated immense destructive power. Crash! The dragon flame bomb pierced through 3 walls, striking the stone face. The walls encircled Jiraiya from 4 directions, and his previous attack had only breached one side. Jiraiya swiftly unleashed 3 more fireballs, obliterating all the walls. As they crumbled, a grand door materialized before him. The door stood ajar, and with ease, Jiraiya pushed it open. As the door swung open, a massive serpent suddenly appeared before Jiraiya, baring its fangs in a fierce attempt to strike. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya elongated his hair, forming a lion's head to ensnare the serpent's jaws. Before him lay a green serpent, identical in size to the previously encountered purple one. The moment Jiraiya stepped through the threshold, the torch above ignited, and a serpentine statue manifested in the air, accompanied by an ethereal voice. As the venom dripped from the serpent's fangs, it signaled the end. Drip, drip. The liquid above began to descend. The green serpent launched a relentless assault on Jiraiya, causing debris to scatter from the surrounding stone walls. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp technique. Jiraiya conjured a vast swamp beneath his feet, and the green serpent, momentarily careless, found itself ensnared. Yet, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Damn you, what trickery is this? The green serpent roared in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya unleashed the barrier technique, enveloping the serpent in a transparent cocoon. After enduring the strain, he finally completed the second trial. Izanami appeared behind him after the ordeal. I didn't expect you to possess such strength, but the final trial will not be so simple, she remarked. Though her surprise did not imply that Jiraiya would pass all challenges. In another cavern, Orochimaru gazed at the figure he had envisioned countless times, yet hesitated to approach. Who are you? Questioned the half-white, half-black youth before him, their standoff stretching on for an hour, during which Orochimaru was influenced by various sounds emanating from within the dragon's cave, clouding his judgment. Fortunately, Orochimaru's rational mind prevailed as he clapped his hands against the ground. With a thunderous boom, a fissure opened beneath the youth's feet. Sensing danger, the youth remained calm, breaking into a grin. Truly one of the legendary three. Even in my absence from Konoha, you have found your way to the sage's realm of the dragon's cave. With a swift motion, the youth's phantom vanished, and Orochimaru's surroundings shattered like a mirror. In a sudden explosion, the darkness of the cave was replaced by a sanctuary bathed in light. At the pinnacle of the sanctuary, a colossal white serpent sat upon a throne, its gaze directed at Orochimaru with an air of expectation, crowned with a majestic diadem. Flanking the white serpent were the elders, Tenkai and Takuji, their eyes mirroring its own. What is your name, and from whence do you hail? Inquired the white serpent sage, its voice soft and enigmatic. Konoha, Orochimaru. He replied. Konoha? The sage's eyes brightened, murmuring to itself, so it too hails from there, like that youth. You are the leader of the dragon's cave. The white serpent sage? Oh, you know of me? The sage's interest in Orochimaru deepened, along with its curiosity about Konoha, the white-haired boy who accompanied me. He did not come to learn sage arts. It was my mistake that brought him here. May I request his release? Orochimaru implored. Very well. The one-word promise of the white snake sage astonished the elder beside him, for the sage had exceptionally consented to the words of a mere child. The white snake sage conveyed his message over a great distance, and Tsuchikage, who was observing Jiraiya's trial, heard the sage's command. Though she could scarcely believe it, she dispelled the illusion and released Jiraiya. Upon seeing Jiraiya emerge unscathed, Orochimaru breathed a silent sigh of relief. That white-haired child, consider yourself fortunate. You are the first to exit the dragon's cave without passing the trial. Before the white snake sage changes his mind, you had better leave, admonished Tsuchikage and Tenkashin. Jiraiya silently pondered that he could only ascertain the truth in the human realm now. Whoosh. The white snake sage employed the reverse summoning technique, and Jiraiya vanished from sight. Orochimaru remained, gazing up at the white snake sage, locked in a tense silence for quite some time. Finally, Orochimaru broke the silence. White sage, may I inquire if you encountered the man from the illusion while in the dragon's cave? Are you referring to that child named Banjian? The white snake sage replied. Orochimaru nodded eagerly. Humph, that child caused considerable trouble for my dragon's cave. Yet, despite expressing such grievances, the sage's face still radiated admiration for Banjian. Through the sage's narration, Orochimaru finally gleaned the events that had transpired before his arrival. In the 45th year of Konoha, the white snake sage was awakened from his slumber by a cacophony of destruction. White sage, someone has come to the dragon's cave. Oh, how intriguing. The white snake sage inquired. What is their strength? With a single strike, they brought down the myriad serpents. Though the serpents were not as formidable at that time as they are now, it piqued the white snake sage's interest, for it had been ages since anyone had attempted the trial. A colossal image was projected within the dragon's cave. The thought wave was a unique ability of the white snake sage, allowing for the recording and playback of experiences representing past events. Before Orochimaru unfolded the scene of Yeyu, Senju Banjian, arriving here. The first act, the greed of desire. Yeyu passed effortlessly. The second act, Yeyu displayed at least 4 types of ninjutsu, demonstrating the caliber of a true master. Some techniques caused even the well-versed Orochimaru to shake his head in disbelief. The third act, the illusion of seeking truth. Essentially, the White Snake Sage sought to test each individual through their most vulnerable or desired presence. To the sage's surprise, Ieyu faced a shadow. Indeed, a mere shadow, and then nothingness ensued. This occurrence could arise from two possibilities. Either Ieyu harbored no significant thoughts, or the person deep within his heart was not of this world. Orochimaru also discerned this and hurriedly inquired of the White Snake Sage. The sage, shaking his head in resignation, responded, "May I ask, White Snake Sage, is Lord Senju Banjin still in the Dragon's Cave?" The White Snake Sage nodded affirmatively. To encounter him, one must delve deep into the Dragon Cave. The depths of the Dragon Cave? Beneath our feet lies a realm teeming with senjutsu chakra, albeit fraught with greater peril than the upper levels. It is saturated with residual energy from the transformed, and a mere touch could lead to excruciating suffering. However, if one has mastered the senjutsu of the Dragon Cave, they can draw vitality from inanimate objects such as rocks to mask their presence. Yet, entering such depths poses a risk of losing oneself. I surmise that this predicament has kept him confined for so long. How astonishing! Orochimaru was utterly flabbergasted by this revelation. The inhabitants of Konoha believed that Ieyu was still roaming the ninja world, unaware that he was imprisoned in such a place. Young one, I recognize your urgency. At this juncture, your only recourse is to cultivate senjutsu. After departing from the Dragon Cave, Jiraiya beheld a massive crimson-armored figure racing outside. In front of this formidable entity stood several ninjas clad in the vests of Konoha's elite. Were they members of the Uchiha clan? Prior to his departure, Jiraiya had been apprised of the matters between Danzo and Fugaku, enabling him to quickly ascertain their identities. In Jiraiya's eyes, both parties had their justifications. Yet Danzo and Sarutobi's actions were indeed rather excessive. This was largely influenced by Tobirama, as since Ieyu's departure, Tobirama had lacked a strategist by his side, and with the passage of time, his perceptions had grown increasingly muddled. Biting his finger, Jiraiya invoked the summoning technique. A colossal toad descended from the heavens, crashing down between Fugaku and his pursuers, effectively obstructing their path. What is this? How could there be such a gigantic toad? Seize this opportunity. Flee while I hold them back. Fugaku, despite his fatigue, pressed on, as Danzo's men relentlessly pursued him, and his chakra was nearly depleted. The summoned toad surveyed its surroundings but did not recognize any familiar faces. Instead, it spotted a slightly shorter crimson armor and several individuals clad in black attire. Toad Gama. Impede those in black. Upon hearing Jiraiya's command, Toad Gama nodded, drawing its twin blades, and with a single strike, dispatched several Umbu ninjas. Curse it! This toad is attacking us. Everyone, take cover. As Toad Gama engaged with the Umbu and Root members, Fugaku retracted his Susanoo and advanced forward. They had reached the outskirts of Konoha, rendering Danzo's orders for pursuit futile. As the Umbu members prepared to assault Toad Gama, Jiraiya swiftly lifted the summoning's control, causing Toad Gama to dissolve into a wisp of white smoke. They've escaped. Hurry and report to Lord Danzo. With urgency, the Umbu members hastily retreated. Jiraiya exhaled in relief and made his way back toward Konoha. Orochimaru remained within the Dragon Cave, his fate uncertain, and his words increasingly piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. In the realm of Senju Hashirama, even after the passage of many years, his name remains resplendent, seemingly impervious to the sands of time. Ieyu had previously cultivated his mystical arts in the Myobokuzen, prompting Jiraiya to utilize his pact with the mountain to visit its hallowed grounds. "Ah, it is young Jiraiya. What brings you here?" inquired the venerable Toad Elder. "I seek information regarding Senju Hashirama. Has he not aged a day? Decades have elapsed, yet his name still resonates," replied Jiraiya. "Ah, young Jiraiya, what do you wish to know?" Jiraiya probed into the past of Senju Hashirama, specifically inquiring why he chose to train in the Ryugikure after mastering the mystic arts of Myobokuzen. The Toad Elder smiled faintly. "That boy possesses an inexplicable obsession with power, which is quite astonishing. His talent is indeed remarkable. Aside from a long-lost friend, I have never encountered anyone like him." Such high praise from the esteemed elder elevated Jiraiya's perception of Senju Hashirama to new heights. Perhaps his ambitions were far more intricate than they appeared. Seated cross-legged before the Toad Elder, Jiraiya listened intently as the elder recounted tales of yore. After a considerable time, Jiraiya rose to express his gratitude. Young Jiraiya, having learned so much, do not forget your mission, cautioned the Toad Elder. The prophecy foretold by the great sage continues to unfold. After departing, Jiraiya meticulously packed a large satchel, preparing to journey to distant lands after consulting Orochimaru. He held steadfast to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage and intended to act upon it. Within the depths of the Ryugikure, due to Orochimaru's invasion plans against Konoha, he had previously been unable to complete his training there, having been sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shiki Fuin technique. Under the tutelage of the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru sat cross-legged in the cavern, absorbing the essence of the surrounding rocks and the life within various entities, transmuting it into his own. The cultivation of sage arts is not a fleeting endeavor. Orochimaru found himself enveloped in a mysterious aura within the cavern. Since embarking on this path, his transformation has become undeniable. His skin bore scales reminiscent of a serpent, and his eyes glimmered with a piercing yellow light. Each time he invoked the sage arts, a serpentine energy surged from within, as if establishing a profound connection with the very land itself. He sensed his power steadily augmenting, his form transcending that of mere humanity. At this moment, a powerful sense of familiarity washed over Orochimaru, as if something beyond was beckoning him from below. A sudden impulse surged within him, and he vanished into thin air, leaving ripples in the air behind him. Beside him, the White Snake Sage regarded Orochimaru with a knowing glance, remaining silent. In just a few months, he had demonstrated an aptitude for mastering the sage arts of Ryugikure, proving to be a remarkable talent. Senjutsu, Serpent S Hand. Orochimaru's arm morphed into a slender serpentine appendage, lunging toward the stone wall. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered into fragments. After bidding farewell to the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru effortlessly descended to the depths beneath the Dragon Cave, entering a pitch-black opening whose contents even the White Snake Sage could not discern. Harnessing the power of the sage arts, Orochimaru formed a hand seal for a technique he had never previously employed, causing the lower passage before him to part. The surrounding environment was extraordinary, as if the entrance were guarded by a formidable force, with the air thick with an ancient aura. The three great holy lands were birthed eons ago, possibly existing long before humanity's dawn. A slight smile graced Orochimaru's lips, for he knew he was on the brink of encountering the legendary ninja, having only crossed paths fleetingly in his youth. As he ventured into the cave, the light gradually waned, replaced by a damp, earthy scent. Strange sounds emanated from the depths, suggesting the presence of some unseen creatures. With each step deeper into the cavern, Orochimaru's senses sharpened, drawing the surrounding inorganic entities toward him, as if attracted by his innate sage power. This place resembled a labyrinth, with walls obstructing every direction. Despite the multitude of paths, locating the correct route remained perilous. Suddenly, he halted, noticing a fissure in the rock face before him. Behind this crevice lay a powerful aura. Raising his hand, Orochimaru summoned serpentine energy that slithered from his fingertips, gradually tearing the rock apart. The scene beyond the fissure began to materialize. A deep, unfathomable cavern cradled a cyan figure, enveloped in a luminous aura, surrounded by swirling serpentine currents, as though he resonated with their power. Yiyu's visage retained youthful vigor, yet an air of enigmatic mystery surrounded him. Orochimaru gazed intently at Yiyu, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had heard whispers of Yiyu's name, a figure woven into the fabric of legend. The essence of Yiyu's power bore a striking resemblance to the sage arts Orochimaru practiced. Abruptly, Yiyu's eyes fluttered open, emanating a chilling radiance. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming presence wash over him, his expression growing grave, yet he pressed forward rather than retreating. "You have arrived?" Yiyu's deep voice resonated, tinged with an unexpected warmth, as if he had anticipated Orochimaru's arrival. Orochimaru, taken aback, recalled their limited encounters, once when he was 7, and another within an illusion of truth. "I am Orochimaru, a ninja of Konoha, much like yourself. I have heard tales of the legendary Senju Hashirama." Yiyu's gaze gradually cleared, suggesting a contemplative state. After a moment, he spoke softly. "What of Konoha now?" "Not much has changed since you departed," Orochimaru replied cautiously. "Though some individuals and clans find themselves in less favorable circumstances." As he uttered this, Yiyu murmured to himself, "Is it still following that path?" Alas, it matters little to speak of such things now. In the realm of illusion, the figure standing before Orochimaru, known as Yu, was not merely a mirage. Rather, he was a shadow clone left behind in the Dragon Cave. This clone possessed self-awareness and could convey information back to its original self. Years prior, after undergoing the 3 rigorous trials set by the White Snake Sage, Yu ventured deep into the Dragon Cave, where he discovered a peculiar substance that enabled the practitioner to freely convert their chakra into sage chakra. This very place was where Yu and Orochimaru currently found themselves. Do you sense it? Yu inquired. What? Orochimaru, whose mastery of sage techniques had yet to reach Yu's level, remained oblivious to the sensation. It matters not that you are unaware. It serves no purpose for you. After mastering the 3 styles of sage arts from Mayaboka Mountain, the Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave, Yu had ventured into a realm that even the Sage of 6 Paths had not grasped. Consequently, the 3 types of sage arts within Yu began to conflict. To mitigate this dissonance, he descended into the depths of the Dragon Cave. Following Orochimaru's arrival, he fully mastered all 3 sage arts. Now, he merely needed to replicate various ninjutsu from other ninjas, augmenting them with sage techniques to attain an extraordinarily formidable state. As Yu unleashed his sage arts, a flicker of excitement crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Is this the essence of other sage arts? It resonates with the techniques I have cultivated. Might Lord Banjian share his insights? A subtle smile graced Yu's lips. In due time, I shall enlighten you, but not at this moment. Orochimaru gazed intently at Yu, a potent desire surging within him, yet he concurrently acknowledged the peril of such power. The potential for a genuine alliance among the 3 remained uncertain, as did the possibility of explosive conflict at any moment. Perhaps it is time for us to depart, Yu suggested softly, forming a hand seal as a fierce flame erupted from his chest. Sage art, true extinguishing flame technique. The inferno struck the stone walls of the enclosed space. Having spent an extensive period in this lightless domain, Yu was eager to leave. After wreaking havoc in the area, he brought Orochimaru before the White Snake Sage. Through the subterranean projections, the White Snake Sage became aware of Yu's actions. I never anticipated this. You are the only one I have encountered who could descend into the depths and return alive, he commended without reservation. Orochimaru and Yu stealthily returned to the outskirts of Konoha village. The village remained as bustling as ever, with ninjas engaged in their daily training and missions. The atmosphere of Konoha unchanged. Yet Yu was acutely aware of the village's precarious position during his absence and of those harboring unsettling ambitions. He had never truly felt the essence of this village, his gaze drifting across this once memorable landscape. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat gravely in his office. A map of Konoha laid before him, a quill poised in his hand, yet he found himself unable to put pen to paper. His gaze drifted away from the paper, as if contemplating matters of profound significance. Since Fugaku's return, he had not crossed paths with him, remaining silent within the Uchiha clan. A situation that inevitably stirred a tempest of thoughts within Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Danzo pushed open the door, he entered with a hint of a sardonic smile. Sarutobi, it seems you have not made a decisive choice in quite some time. His words dripped with provocation, yet Sarutobi had long grown accustomed to such tones. His expression remaining composed. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Sarutobi gradually set his pen down, lifting his gaze to meet Danzo's. The Uchiha clan requires caution. We cannot act impulsively. Additionally, it appears that Lord Hashirama Senju may have news. Danzo's eyes narrowed momentarily. Hashirama Senju? Has he indeed returned? Sarutobi did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. I cannot ascertain in what manner he has returned, but the situation in Konoha is likely to undergo significant upheaval. Danzo remained silent for a moment, leaning slightly forward as he whispered, if Hashirama Senju truly has returned, the advantages for both of us outweigh the disadvantages. A flicker of hesitation crossed Sarutobi's eyes, but it swiftly transformed into resolve. I have grown old. If Lord Tobirama wishes for me to relinquish the position of Hokage, perhaps it is time to do so. Yet, you know I have been in a state of indecision. Outside of Konoha, Orochimaru's tone was flat, yet his eyes shimmered with a complex gleam. He understood that Yawashi's emergence might herald further uncertainties. Yawashi remained silent for a moment. Though Orochimaru was a rogue ninja in the original narrative, he sensed a deep-seated affection for the village emanating from him, albeit now under Danzo's thumb. Do not disclose our return to others, Yawashi stated flatly. Orochimaru nodded and departed from Yawashi's side. After Danzo's exit, Sarutobi sat alone, gazing at the ceiling as he pondered intently. Yawashi found himself in the high-level conference room of Konoha, and Sarutobi was taken aback by Yawashi's sudden appearance, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him, particularly excitement. The current authority of Konoha, Sarutobi, was shrewd and ruthlessly calculating. A fleeting glimmer of wariness crossed his eyes, only to vanish just as quickly. Seated behind a grand wooden desk, his hands interlaced, Sarutobi's eyes bore the faint traces of fatigue born from the passage of time. Although he remained a sagacious leader, the passage of years had dulled the sharpness of his gaze, replaced by contemplation and reminiscence. The dialogue between Yawashi and him was brief, primarily revolving around mundane political affairs. Occasionally, Sarutobi would cast a glance at Yawashi with his dim eyes. While appearing calm on the surface, his inner world was tumultuous. Yawashi sat to the side, his features stern and silent, his eyes deep and inscrutable, as if perpetually lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Yawashi suddenly spoke, shattering the tranquility. "What is the current state of the Uchiha clan?" The voice of Yu was deep and laced with a hint of nonchalance. Yet his inquiry sliced through the tranquility of the air like a sharp blade. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow slightly, akin to a gleaming sword of cold light. "The Uchiha clan?" He hesitated, as if pondering whether to respond to such a question. A flicker of indescribable pain crossed Sarutobi's gaze, his lips twitching imperceptibly, an expression that seemed to reveal the fissures of time, showcasing indelible scars of history. The Uchiha clan had always been a burden for Konoha. Sarutobi sighed and spoke softly, while Yu observed him quietly, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. That smile bore the weight of calm observation, as if he had anticipated Sarutobi's reaction all along. For Yu, the fate of the Uchiha clan was not merely a historical concern, but a continuation of the past he had witnessed. He gently closed his eyes, as if immersed in a contemplation known only to him. His countenance remained austere, his expression inscrutable. To the untrained eye, one would never guess that Yu had reached the age of 60 or 70. His current aim was not Sarutobi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he proceeded to another location. In the underground chamber of Konoha, Danzo observed the movements of the village with a cold detachment. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, and Danzo sensed an invisible force swiftly approaching. He lifted his head, brow furrowing, a hint of unease stirring within him. Yiyu's silhouette appeared at the doorway, clad in black, tall and commanding, like a spear poised to pierce the depths of Danzo's secrets. Yiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, fixed upon Danzo, seemingly awaiting something. Without warning, Yiyu unleashed a formidable aura, akin to a tempest in the dark, surging forth and instantly filling the room. Danzo felt the weight of that presence pressing down upon him, as if the very space conspired to stifle his breath. "Danzo, your tactics are beginning to test my patience. Do not presume that everything can be manipulated from the shadows." The words, though softly spoken, were laden with menace, and Danzo dared not utter a sound. He knew that a single word of defiance would lead to his annihilation at Yiyu's hands. Yiyu departed from Danzo's chamber, striding directly towards another significant location in Konoha, the residence of his elder brother, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. He gently pushed open the door and entered the room. Senju Tobarama sat quietly by the window, his demeanor still composed, his eyes reflecting the depth of a tranquil lake, imbued with the wisdom of ages. Though no longer the invincible Hokage he once was, he remained a symbol of Konoha's spirit. "Yiyu, you have finally arrived." Tobarama spoke in a gentle tone, as if he had foreseen Yiyu's visit. Yiyu nodded slightly, approaching his brother with a soft utterance. "Brother, it has been too long." Standing before Tobarama, his eyes conveyed a sense of respect and nostalgia. Tobarama offered no further words, merely smiling faintly. Yiyu lowered his gaze in silence, lost in thought. Seated by the window, Senju Tobarama gazed out towards the distant Hidden Leaf village. Yiyu approached him, bowing slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. "Brother, have you ever considered infusing the cells of Elder Brother?" Yiyu's voice was calm, yet laced with an undertone of inquiry. Tobarama's gaze momentarily flickered, but he swiftly regained his composure, his eyes betraying no further tumult. Gradually, he turned to face Yiyu, revealing a hint of age and a serene smile. His voice remained deep and steady, reminiscent of a sage weathered by countless storms. "In life, everyone faces choices. What is your perspective?" Ieyu paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, scrutinizing Senju Tobarama. Tobarama's refusal surprised him, yet he masked his feelings with a gentle smile. If that is the case, I shall not insist. Tobarama's eyes narrowed, and he chose not to elaborate further. Ieyu departed from Tobarama's residence, strolling through the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, a familiar figure caught his eye, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, still exuding an indomitable spirit. Jiraiya walked down the street, his demeanor relaxed, a light smile gracing his lips. However, upon locking eyes with Ieyu, his steps faltered, his expression stiffened, and disbelief flashed across his features. Lord Tobarama, how is it that you remain so youthful? Jiraiya's voice carried astonishment, akin to witnessing a cat that never ages suddenly revert to its kittenhood. Standing before Jiraiya, Ieyu's expression remained indifferent, as though his composed exterior concealed a tumult within. His visage appeared as youthful as ever, perhaps even more so than many, as if time had left no mark upon him. Unfazed, Ieyu allowed a slight smirk to surface, his gaze still frigid. Time seems to hold little significance for me. Jiraiya sighed, shaking his head. You certainly have a knack for perplexity, Lord Tobarama. They exchanged glances, both enveloped in unspoken sentiments. Ieyu chose not to elaborate further, turning away and leaving Jiraiya standing in solitude. In the underground laboratory of the Hidden Leaf Village, shrouded in secrecy and mystery, experiments and forbidden research flourished. It had been quite some time since Ieyu had visited this place. As he stepped into the underground lab, the air thickened and the temperature plummeted. An eerie atmosphere permeated the room. Orochimaru turned slightly, his eyes glinting with an unusual light upon noticing Ieyu's arrival. Lord Tobarama, you have finally come, he intoned, his voice deep and composed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Ieyu's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately resting on a sealed glass chamber. Inside, a familiar figure was faintly visible under the dim light, bound and unable to move. The figure before him was none other than the true embodiment of Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu, ensnared here by Ieyu through extraordinary means. Is this what you wish to reveal to me? Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with intrigue, clearly captivated by this objective. His arms crossed over his chest, a complex smile gracing his features. He had always held a deep reverence for science and esteemed Ieyu greatly. Ieyu stood before the glass chamber, a subtle smile curving his lips as he spoke in a hushed tone. This is my preparation for the future of Konoha. His voice was barely audible, a whisper meant only for himself. Black Zetsu, the true essence. His words pierced the laboratory air like a cold needle, once a parasite of the Rinnegan. He was also a witness to that tumultuous history. Tell me, does this existence signify destruction or rebirth? Orochimaru remained silent, his gaze fixated on the entity within the chamber, peering through the glass as if to scrutinize the ineffable presence. As night fell, the forest outside Konoha was bathed in moonlight filtering through the lush canopy, casting a silvery glow that intertwined with the shadows, enveloping the environment in an eerie tranquility. Orochimaru stood beside an ancient tree, hands clasped behind his back, his sleeves gently fluttering, his demeanor exuding meticulous calm, eyes glinting with a piercing intensity. As Ieyu approached, his silhouette melded seamlessly with the surrounding shadows, resembling a great serpent lurking in the dark. You must not tread the path of extremes, Orochimaru. Ieyu's voice flowed like a river emerging from the depths, steady yet resolute. Your talent, your power, should not be trifled with. Konoha needs you, and it requires your alignment with Danzo. Orochimaru turned his head, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his eyes. You have long pursued power, but you must understand that strength does not necessarily equate to happiness. Ieyu's tone remained serene, yet the profound implications caused Orochimaru to furrow his brow slightly. Standing before him, Ieyu locked eyes with him, a moment of silence stretching as if attempting to unravel the turmoil within Orochimaru's heart through unspoken understanding. I am aware of your thoughts and your potential. There is no need for you to seek out extreme power on your own. Ieyu spoke slowly, a subtle pressure emanating from his gaze. Aligning yourself with Danzo and standing steadfastly behind Konoha, waiting for the opportune moment, is your best course of action. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with realization, a faint smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of respect and gratitude shining through. Lord Ieyu, you have always been my greatest inspiration. His voice bore the weight of a decision made. Ieyu nodded slightly. Remember, Orochimaru, the pursuit of power should not be a solitary endeavor. You require direction. not blind progression. His final words resonated with an intangible sense of command. Orochimaru nodded, the admiration in his gaze growing more pronounced, his demeanor solidifying with newfound determination. Upon returning home, Yu found that the conversation with Orochimaru had not eased the tumult within him. Rather, it heightened his awareness that his own power had yet to reach its zenith. He resolved to enhance his ninjutsu through more efficient means to secure an absolute advantage in the battles that lay ahead. Yiyu's celestial power had reached a considerable level. The moonlight, akin to flowing water, spilled into Yiyu's chamber. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the faint sound of wind chimes resonating from the corner, as if the entire world conspired to provide a serene space for his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in the depths of his formidable mental prowess. His breath surged like the undulating tides of the ocean, each inhalation and exhalation infused with a force that reverberated through the air. With his hands clasped together delicately, Yiyu gradually shut his eyes once more, delving deeper into the transcendent state of a celestial being. As his celestial power awakened further, a potent aura emanated from his being, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Every cell in his body vibrated intensely, and a thin layer of golden radiance surfaced upon his skin, akin to the sun's brilliance cascading upon the earth, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. He inhaled deeply. The boundaries between his mind and body began to blur, and he felt as if he were merging with the cosmos. With the aid of the system, he swiftly entered an extraordinary state, enabling him to manipulate his celestial energy with enhanced precision, thereby accelerating the improvement of his ninjutsu. Abruptly, Yu opened his eyes, a sharp glint illuminating his gaze. Night had fallen, and the moonlight scattered like delicate silver threads across the mountains, while the bamboo groves swayed gently in the breeze. Yu stood in an expansive valley, clad in a lightweight battle robe, his expression focused and serene. He had meticulously chosen this secluded training ground, far removed from the clamor of Konoha village, surrounded by dense forests, making it an ideal hidden sanctuary. Closing his eyes once more, he took a deep breath. And as the chakra within him began to circulate, a surge of immense energy erupted from his being. As his aura intensified, the air around him began to warp, as if even time itself had paused. He swiftly formed hand seals, his left palm facing the sky, while his right fist pressed down, causing the surrounding space to tear open as if awakened by a lurking leviathan from the depths of the ocean, surging forth with vigor. With a flick of his hands, a colossal wall of water rose instantly from the ground. The undulations of the water wall rippled through the air, splashing droplets high into the atmosphere, creating a barrier that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Water release. Water barrier. Yu murmured softly, yet he did not relent. He continued to channel the chakra within him. In an instant, the currents of the water wall began to churn, the waves taking on a dynamic form, as if a colossal dragon, ravenous for all, was emerging from the depths. Yiyu's brow arched slightly, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. If he could amalgamate the dragon cave technique with the water barrier, it might yield a novel water release technique. The water barrier began to alter drastically, and as Yiyu's thoughts guided it, the waves suddenly contracted, morphing into a massive tidal wave that rapidly expanded outward. The water flowed like thousands of converging tides, its speed and might intensifying, the humidity in the air thickening, causing the entire valley to tremble with the force of this monumental torrent. Water release, tidal wave. With a sharp exclamation, Yiyu thrust his hands forward, causing the tidal wave to instantaneously breach the original water barrier, unleashing a tumultuous torrent akin to a tsunami, powerful enough to obliterate anything in its path. The waves surged and splashed. As Yiyu staggered back a few steps, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Although fatigue was evident in his slightly worn physique and a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a glimmer of satisfaction shone in his eyes. He had achieved a flawless amalgamation of techniques, he mused to himself, his expression resembling a blade honed through relentless trials. Increasingly austere and sharp, his cultivation had ascended to a new realm, where the fusion of celestial arts and water manipulation bestowed upon him an unprecedented surge of power. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, captivated by the sheer magnitude of this force. After days of secluded training, Yiyu's aura had gradually transformed into a steadier and deeper presence. The chakra within him appeared to merge with the very essence of nature, as the power of celestial arts permeated every inch of his being. The journey of cultivation was not a swift endeavor. Each advancement was accompanied by a profound understanding of his body and strength. Yi Yu's movements in the realm of celestial arts flowed with increasing grace, no longer rigid, but rather as fluid as the intermingling of ocean waves and wind, vibrant and organic. Whenever he wielded the mighty water release, the surrounding natural elements seemed to resonate in harmony with him. The atmosphere within the Leaf Village's security office was steeped in solemnity. The dim light filtering through the windows cast an air of melancholy over the space. Uchiha Fugaku sat at his desk, hands clasped, his gaze laced with concern and contemplation. "You are? Lord Banjian." Upon seeing Yi Yu for the first time, excitement flickered in Fugaku's eyes. Yi Yu paused momentarily, then approached Fugaku, his eyes sharp as blades. A shadow of unease crossed Fugaku's features, his brow furrowing slightly, as if attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Looking up at Yi Yu, a complex blend of anticipation and subtle anxiety radiated from his gaze. Rising from his chair, his demeanor grew increasingly grave, the corners of his mouth twitching as he struggled to maintain composure. "Lord Banjian." Fugaku's voice was low and laden with pressure, his tone tinged with weighty concern. "Danzo is preparing to take action, and I am uncertain how to respond." Yi Yu regarded Fugaku silently, his gaze as unyielding as a blade in the biting wind. "I am aware of Danzo's scheme," Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, his voice as steady as rock. "He aims to incite turmoil within the Uchiha clan to further tighten his grip on the leaf." Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, his brow furrowing deeply, as if a dormant time bomb had finally been triggered. His breath quickened, hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles paling. "Danzo's ambitions?" Fugaku's tone brimmed with astonishment and fury, the flames of rage in his eyes threatening to engulf him entirely. Yi Yu let out a soft sigh and slowly approached Fugaku. Danzo was never known for his mercy. He paused slightly, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes, yet reassured Fugaku, "You need not worry excessively. I am already aware of this matter." Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, uncertainty and indecision flashing in his gaze. He lifted his eyes to meet Yi Yu's, his once cold and unyielding visage now tinged with a hint of resignation. "Are you truly serious? Danzo's influence has permeated every corner of Konoha, and it is exceedingly difficult for our Uchiha clan to withstand such pressure. You need not elaborate further, Fugaku. Your priority should be to safeguard yourself and your kin, ensuring that the doubts within do not become obstacles to your progress." His voice resonated like a calm sea amidst a tempest, subtly imbued with an irresistible force. Each word from Yi Yu seemed to carry an overwhelming power, striking at the core of Fugaku's inner turmoil and strife. Fugaku stared at Yi Yu, his tension and anxiety gradually dissipating, replaced by an intangible trust and reliance. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his inner tumult, and spoke with greater steadiness than before. "I shall heed Lord Senju's orders." At this juncture, Fugaku found himself with little alternative. Yi Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, only to halt abruptly, casting a glance back with an expression of surprise. "Have you awakened your Sharingan?" Fugaku stood rooted in place, a complex array of emotions passing through his eyes. And he nodded. He proceeded to reveal the pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan to Yi Yu. Ding. System monitoring in progress. Name, Fugaku. Identity, leader of the Uchiha clan. I power level, Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, mastery of fire release ninjutsu. Logically, Fugaku should have activated his Mangekyo Sharingan during the Third Great Ninja War, yet it was unexpected for him to awaken it prematurely now.